I fucking love Skyrim. I've been getting scammed for 10 months, good times Matoy and Real FG. I fucking love Skyrim. Number go up Matoy and Real FG Matoy MLFG.
I'm back. I'm back. What was that? Damn, I was gone for longer than I thought I would actually, because it took a really long time. It took a really long time to get my to get the laptop I was using to actually work. To sync with the proctoring stuff. So it took like fucking 30 minutes for me to get that working. Hello. Did your PC cool down? Its fan actually isn't running. Its fan isn't running super. Yeah, my goon. Sorry guys, my goon search took a really long time. Sorry. Does it still work? Ha, it still works. It's been 10 years since Miia stream. Fuck. Fuck, it's been like, I was live for 48 hours straight and it's been like what? An hour? 10 years, an hour! Hour and a half? Is okay. But, I'm actually really excited now that I've got that stupid fucking test out of the way, which I think I did fine on, but I don't get the grades until the professor actually goes and manually grades it. Cause it's got like free response stuff. I think I got, hold on, hold on. I don't remember the questions all the way actually. But I think I did alright on it. I think I did alright. An hour without the Miia is an eternity? Classic literature regarding my exam? What the fuck does that mean? What does that mean, man? Let me see. In the Discord? We gotta check the Discord. Where? In the Discord. Also, hey! Let me say something before I check the Discord. Hey! I'm cross with you guys. I'm livid. I'm vexed. The stream was up for like 5 minutes and the timer went up by 3 hours. I was nice enough to give you guys a few extra minutes. I was nice enough to pause the timer while I was gone and give you guys like an extra minute or so. And that's the thanks I get. Yeah, fucking supported nerd. I need to do the math to see if I'm gonna miss school. Hold on. 57. So that's gonna be about 2.4 days. So that's gonna be to this time Sunday, to this time Monday, into the early AMs of Tuesday. Fuck. 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 At the very least, well, I'm telling you guys, it will be until you cap it or leave. I'm giving you guys a warning right now. I fly to New York Thursday evening. I will need time to pack my silly little costumes up. I need to iron out my silly little costumes and put them in my silly little suitcase. My big suitcase, because I have a big suitcase for my silly little costumes. Airplane stream. Well, I'm still trying to decide my first suit. I'm still trying to decide what costumes to bring because I could probably, depending on what I bring, I could probably fit everything into a little suitcase, but if I bring different costumes, it might only fit into a big suitcase. So I don't know. Sounds like you should figure out when the cap is before the timer passes it then. Well, I have to like min-max how much time I need to drive to the airport and get through security, because I don't think I've never gotten a flight in the evening before. So I don't know if it's busy in the airports in the evening or if it's only busy in the morning. Get TSA pre-check. TSA pre-check costs money. I didn't know that. It's the worst time to fly. Well, I didn't know TSA pre-check costs like $100. They made it cheaper recently. What the fuck? I mean, I guess I never thought about it up until like literally this trip, because I've gone on flights 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm going to have gone on 6 flights this year. This is counting flights that I have to do for anime New York City, and when I have to see family. That's 6. That's 6. 6 round trips. Let me correct that. Yeah, that's 6 round trip flights this year. That's like combined as much as I've flown in my entire life. I don't want to fly anymore next year. I don't want to fly next year. I just want to sit at my desk and play video games. I want to play fucking Skyrim. I just want to sit at my desk and play Skyrim. How do you have that money, bro? A lot of it is seeing family. I don't have to pay if I see family. Because the AFCAI I paid for. TwitchCon I paid for. Anime New York City I paid for. And the other 3 are for family. So really, and technically since I'm East Coast, and the fun fact is actually I usually take the train to go to, I usually take the train to go to New York, because I just have to drive a ways to get to the train, and then I can actually take the train. But yeah, it was half the price of the train to get a flight. There was like a round trip flight for like $100. So I was like, yeah, okay, sure. Honestly, I feel like twice a year, and that's on a good year. Yeah, I mean, holidays. What was it? It was like holidays and the birthday. Not my birthday, but yeah, it's just holidays and birthdays. Yeah. I'm young. I'm a family oriented. I'm young. I despise driving through New York. I would rather die than drive through New York. That's terrifying. Let me read my previous message. About TSA pre-check and leaving for an evening flight. Leave your house 2 to 3 hours early. Oh, you're a frequent flyer. Oh, dude. You guys aren't gonna like this. I usually get to the airport like between 15 and 30 minutes before they start boarding. Are you so rich to go on 6 flights round trip? I just said I didn't pay for most of them. I'm not the rich one here. But also, if you're asking how did I pay for them, literally up until like a week ago, I've been streaming full-time and working a full-time job. I'm not a streamer. I get there an hour before? What the fuck? You guys are wide people. You get to like 2 to 3 hours. You fly 3 times a month? Holy shit, that's insane. That's insane. Well, then we'll have to plan it out. I'll try to find statistics so I can find numbers to determine how soon to get there. 100 hours of work. I mean, if you add it up, technically, I guess technically it's like it's like plus, okay. So I usually stream 6 times 7, 5 times 7. So I usually stream like 35-ish, maybe 35-ish hours a week. So it was it was closer to 70-hour work week. I have TSA pre-check, not a big deal unless it's an international flight. I'll Google it. How expensive? How expensive is TSA pre-check? It's $78 for 5 years. Oh! I thought it was for 1 year. I guess I should probably get that then. I probably should have gotten that for TwitchCon, shouldn't I? Probably should have gotten that for TwitchCon. Get global entry. Pre-check is free for military. Well, I don't have a military ID. Some of my family has military IDs, but I guess the technicality, I don't have one. 5 years is a long time to Let's see. Well, listen, you guys have all your credit cards. Listen, I have the fucking Fisher Price Tonka truck college student Discover card where they give me $20 a semester if my grades are good. They give me $20 a semester if my grades are good. I've got the little kid. Yes, I've got the little kid credit card. $20 is $20. Yeah, I got the little kid. It's unironic good boy points. That is also like a third of a. Yeah, it's like a third of a tank of gas. So let me see if I can apply for TSA. You have to apply? But I just want it now. Enrollment locations? Well, we can't do that because I'm not gonna leave my house before I go out of town. I'm gonna be streaming until I go out of town. Well, you have to apply, so if you're a terrorist, they can deny you. Okay. Well, then we'll do it. I don't know. It's ogre. The fuck? Well, I'm never gonna get it then. Dude. In my experience, they asked to see you jack off. Fuck, dude. What if you can only edge? I get performance anxiety, so I don't think I'd be able to do it. I don't think I'd be able to do it. Oh, it takes 2 months. Oh, go for global entry. Oh. TSA touched my pee-pee on the way back from Offkai. I never got patted down. Actually, the flights that I took to TwitchCon, they touched my boobs. Both ways. Because they thought I was hiding explosives in my sweatshirt. Because my sweatshirt was too big. I'm one of those change bad perks, but I'm already used to unlocking the model. Yay! I think I know everybody has their own taste, but I do think this one is like objectively better. The rig is more accurate. I think the proportioning is better. So I'm glad that people like it. The face tracking is insane. I had a lot of time to refine it, and this is coming from a vulnerable place in my heart. This is coming from a vulnerable place in my heart, okay? I'm very grateful because maybe chat has been kind of fast the last few days, so maybe I don't know, maybe I missed it. But I haven't seen like any, relatively, I haven't seen like any like Walmart Vape. Walmart Lumi. I haven't seen like any of those comments in the chat, and that makes me feel a lot more confident about the model. That makes me feel a lot more confident about the model. One Vape joke. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. You know what? I'll allow Vape jokes. Walmart Vape. You're not racist enough to be a Lumi. Vash, you must have missed my Skyrim gameplay because Dollar General Lumi. Yeah. But I know it's not something that would have crossed your guys' mind until I mentioned it, but generic white-haired clone of a more famous and popular VTuber. I want people to at least vary it if they're gonna do that. So I want to be called Fillion. That's another one. Fubuki? Fubuki clone? Okay, fuck, I already got that one. Another white hair. There's more. Do more somersaults to be Fillion. Zeta clone, her hair is gray though. Albino. Oh, Wolf Lumi. You're not fair enough to be a younger Fillion. All the white women look alike. Oh yeah, Henya's so sweet though. Henya's too sweet to make clone jokes. Micro clone! Yeah, that's right, I'm a hot... Yep, that's right. But I do really appreciate it, so I feel like in my opinion that means I achieved what I was going for. Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but I did very intentionally try to make the face like literally everything. The face proportioning on this model is completely different. The eye style is completely different. I don't know, man. But I think I did a good I think I did a good enough job. Wow, look at this Miia wannabe. Yeah, do additional. I feel like this is professional. I feel like this could be. What really matters is your vile personality. Thanks. When someone calls a different streamer a Macho Miia clone, you'll know you've made it. He even plays WoW just like Vebe. That's right. Cause I'm him! He says slurs just like Vebe. Oh, she didn't say slurs, did she? Dude, what was the streamer that got... Oh, wait, never mind. I was gonna say, what was the streamer that accidentally flashed, like, racist Discord messages on stream or whatever? But I think that, unironically, I think that was Vey. Unironically, you? Well, I wouldn't flash it on screen. I would show it on screen confidently. She just retarded that one time? Yeah, but it was like something like legitimately like racially. Oh shit, I forgot to tweet that we're on day 3. I forgot to tweet that we're on day 3. I knew she was cool. I don't know, man. You guys hate to hear it, but I do fuck with Vebe. I think she's funny. I like her. Granted, if I had to choose between Vey and Soda, I would still choose Soda. Because he's fucking stupid and autistic. Why do we hate to hear it? I don't know. Actually, it's a Tulpa. The early Soda arc. I like Soda. I think he's funny. Alright, where is this? Hello, where did you post something? I don't see it. I was watching Vey when you were gone being a cuck. You know, I get it. I feel like I guess I don't watch that many mainstream streamers. But is Miia the cuck? I guess I'm the cuck. I'm the cuck in the situation. But I'm saying hi. But is Soda Poppin' cute and funny? Yes. Subjectively. Definitely funny. Definitely funny. So all these words to say you are happy that chat has been nice. Not a blanket term nice. I'm happy that chat has had a positive reaction to the change in model. Because I know that sort of thing, it's very typical to be change bad. Old good, new bad. Show the full model. Okay. Ah! She's so little. Look, she can jump. Be nice. She's calling us autistic. Yeah. I'm just bad! The stars do have velocity. But guys, I gotta take a picture. I gotta take a picture for the day 3, 4. We gotta take a picture for the days 3 and 4, bros. We gotta get a picture. We gotta throw shit at me. I'll take a screenshot, but you can't call my screenshot game weak. It's up to you. I like the pigtails, but honestly, I want to see the onions. I like the pigtails the most, honestly. Hold on, I fucked that one up. What the fuck, man? Come on! That's a good one. I have a good one here. I have a good one here. I have a good one here, chats. That was a good one. That's a good one. We're posting it on Twitter, and you're gonna tell me, you're gonna say, wow, Mia, this screenshot is significantly better than your last one. Because it is. Alright. So, day 3. That's insane, you guys! Fuck you guys! Because I posted fucking 7 hours ago about day 2, and the timer was at 58 hours. It's been 7 hours, the timer's at 57. There's been a 1 hour change in a 7 hour period. How the fuck does that work? Did I eat today? I had my coffee. Uh-oh, guys, I see on Twitter 48 minutes ago, Pippa's power napping before stream. She's not gonna wake up, bros. Okay. Alright. '48 hour segment done. Subathon day 3 begins. Live all the time. Twitch.tv/Vod of Miia. Alright, let's post that. Alright, guys. Alright, chat. Rate. I'm pinning the tweet. Look at the picture. And tell me if this screenshot is better. I think this one's a lot better. I think this one's a lot better. -3? Sorry, you are raid limited? What the fuck? 100%. 8 out of 10. 6 out of 10. An 8? Well, it's really hard because the chat redeem throws don't throw like the bits and subs ones do. Because the bits and subs throws a bajillion at once, but the chat only throws 1. It looks like you're eating the stars. I think we captured the physics getting jerked around pretty well. So I think it's a good one. I think it's a good one. Also, Miss Spanner, your birthday, my guess is 338. 338? When was the last time you asked? Ah! Like that! Oh, I'm right! It is 338! I'm right! I was right! Because I am a genius. Shouldn't you post your stretch goals on Twitter? Okay. We're gonna have to determine an exact time for it to cap. Sorry, there was... That was weird. You can't say never because I can't miss my flight. I thought this was for real, for real. Well, let me calculate how many subs it has to be for it to hit the time that I leave. Right? Because then we know what number we shouldn't go over, right? Rizel Skrull, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're gonna play some video games. I'm just hanging out for a little bit. 1500 is Keeb and off Vod. That is correct. Can I have $40? I'm all out of cash, Euro. I gave money to the homeless NPC in Skyrim. Wait, hold on. So we're gonna do some numbers here. Okay. So it is gonna be 5:39 a.m. on Tuesday. Alright. 57 hours. How many hours until 3 p.m. Thursday? It's 114 hours. It is what? Okay, so the time is 114 hours from now. 114 hours. You're paying for dinner next off guy? Dude, I'm a little freeloader. You can't do that. You can't say that. I'm a little freeloader. Okay. So now you have to calculate. So it's 12. 114 minus minus 57 is 57. Okay. Okay, so for us to hit 1,368, I don't know if that math is right. This says 600. This says 600. 684. Yeah. Yeah, Smoker. I trust And then I'm free until the rest of this. Leak the collab. But see, that's a lot of time off. Exactly. That's a lot of time. So I feel like it's not a real subathon if I would take that big of a break. Okay, chat, I'll let you guys, I'll do a poll. I will do a poll. Okay. Cap subathon. Take a 10-day break. Cap subathon on Thursday. Okay, capped plus no break. Okay. All right, I don't. Yeah, the word limit is really small. See, I just as a streamer, I feel like it's a little bit cheap. I feel like it's a little bit cheap to take a break and then continue it. What would it be capped at? It would be capped at Thursday afternoon. How busy you're gonna be when you get back? I'm not gonna be busy. The only thing I'm gonna have is school. A lot of people do breaks in their subathon. But I can only go a week. It's like a week and then a break that's longer than the fucking week, man. All the kids only say no cap these days. I feel guilty! Yeah, if you don't die at the end of a subathon, is it even real? I knew there was something fishy about this subathon. So I would still, I don't know. I'll discuss it with the janitors. You know what? I'll consider the results. What is this? Pickle? Pickle? What is that? The janitors are all team cap. I think it depends on I think frankly the Jannies don't really care because the Jannies aren't in the chat ever. But I'll discuss because I don't know. I've said this a few times. I would just feel scummy taking a break in the middle of it. It would feel like I'm taking your money and then going to be lazy. I would prefer to keep grinding, right? I would prefer to keep grinding. I like grinding. That pickle. Pickle! Hey, Rasperben. It's good seeing your faces in the chat. Don't do that on your face. Dream your Thanksgiving dinner? I'm not gonna be in town for Thanksgiving! I'll take pictures of it though. Like everything overcome for extra towards the church goes. A lot of YouTubers are going on break around that time. Shit, it is kind of... A lot of people are saying... If you lay out the rules and follow them and people give you money, then it's all good. This dinner is so poggers, Mom! That's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, wow, this dinner's so poggers. She's going to be at our 5 boyfriends' houses on Thanksgiving simultaneously. Actually, I don't have 5. I have 7,000. Most people will have commitments at the same time anyway, so it's fine. Okay. 178? No. Nah, this turkey's busting on God. For real, no cab. -1. Well, here's what I did. So to calculate that 7,000 figure, right now it says my follower count is 7,050. So if I just assume there's gonna be 50 people, give or take, that are gonna vehemently say, no, 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 then we can just save the rest of 7,000. Yeah? Okay. I have no clue what's better. The only... Exactly! Kish is on for literally more than a month. I'll be expecting you over on Thanksgiving then. Yeah, I'll be everywhere at the same time. Don't worry. It's like I cut off a knuckle. The tomato dead is not on screen, but I know it's 2. Where is it? Where is it? I also know it's 2. I also know that it's 2. Okay. Alright, I'm feeling less bad about break then. Okay. Well then I have spray paint hallucinated. I'm married to Nero. Please respect my boundaries. I'm gonna tell Pippa you said that. How many spins? Fuck, dude, we do have a lot of spins. Hold on, where's my pen? So we did 10 spins. We did 10 spins. I think 10 spins a day is a good number. So it's 20, 29. I'm writing all the notes down on napkin. I might order dinner. Because I'm a little hungry, so I didn't really eat. 10 spins a day is a gambling addict. 19 left. If we're spinning, I'm gonna have to eat first. Face!
Mr. Madoe, here's the monthly tax. Congratulations on your debut smile.
Thank you, Face! Thanks lots for the 10 months. Add tomatoes. No! Let me see what's available. Let me see what assets we've got. Eat tomatoes, you baby. What's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Sunday. I think my mom might go grocery shopping tomorrow. I might ask her. Okay, this. Okay, let's see. There's sushi. China. Fastest near you. China food. There's a lot of sushi recommended to me. Is it the texture or the taste? Both. Alright guys, it's up to you. How do we feel? Here are the options we have. Here are the options we have right now. We have... Okay, I'm scrolling really fast. There's Mexican food, sushi, I'm not saying... No! We're not having chicken nuggets! We're not having more chicken nuggets, dude! We had so many. Oh my god. My fucking DoorDash says because... My DoorDash says because you ordered fried chicken, and it's just recommending me chicken places now. I'm thinking it's nuggets time. Dude. See, this is why I don't like my mods, you guys. Chat does not decide because chat decided already. Chat already decided. We're not... It profiled you as a nugget fan. We're not having nuggets. That's the only thing that's off. What do you mean you feel scammed? I ate nuggets until I felt sick the other day. Way to hold back. I hate it when people call me a coward. I hate it when people call me a coward. More nuggets? There's 5 guys. Dude. Dude. Oh wait, it's not tracking. Hello? It's not tracking. I was on a different app for too long. Now it's sub-tracking my VTube Studio. I can take 5 guys. In a fight, right? In a fight, right? Right? In a fight. Right? Alright, where's my settings? Turn off the USB tracking, turn off the USB. Turn it on here, and then turn it on here. Select. Alright, there we go. Fixed it. Because I'm a genius. Dude, Five Guys is like the... Five Guys... Five Guys is every VTuber's favorite restaurant. Sometimes it gets rough. That's every VTuber's favorite place to eat. I love Five Guys. Do you have Culver's? I feel like the name sounds familiar, but I also don't think I have it here. To eat. I'm going to eat Five Guys. The only issue I have with Five Guys is that it's always like my bag. If I get it, then it's like wet. Arby's, they got the meats. Use the heart eyes. When I talk about Five Guys? You want me to use the heart eyes when I talk about how much I like Five Guys? Yeah, I like the burgers. I like the burgers. I like the burgers and the fries. I like Five Guys. Let's see. Can I just copy my last order? Little. It's so expensive. Oh, little. Not regular. Little fries. Stop! Calm yourself. Calm yourself. Pause. Pause. Holy shit, this is expensive. What the fuck? Cut it out! Okay. Continue. Alright, we're gonna do it. Hold on! Hold on, pause. Alright, we got it. I think we got it. Hopefully my model doesn't crap out. I think we did it. Guys! Calm yourself. We did it. Hello? It did the thing again. I was tabbed out for too long. I don't know why my thingy does that. Oh. It's a little bit weird. I have to turn off the desktop, turn off the mobile, turn the desktop on first, and then turn on the mobile. Yay! Be not afraid, I'm back. We're ready to play video. Can you hear that? Rubbing my evil little hands together? Yeah! Yeah! But make sure to show us the Five Guys when they get there. That's right. That's right. You want to see the Five Guys?
Curse of Miia Matoim Wave Matoim Cool Matoy and Real FG Matoim Yom Mate Matoim Dead Matoim Bonk Matoim Thumbs Up Matoim Love Madams Matoim Clown Matoim Agony Matoim Gosling Matoim Shock Matoim Angry Matoim Room Matoim Pray Matoim Wicked Matoim Head Pat Matoim Fog Matoim Salute Matoim Come.
Matoim what? Come? It said come. You guys heard that too? Matoim, come! That's not an emote! That's not an emote! Oh, comfy! Comfy! Is that what you want? Come? No. Comfy. I think... what the fuck is she doing under the blanket? Do I have... Oh shit, okay, guys. Big news. Big news, guys. I think. Let me refresh the widget. Hold on. Big news. We have a janitor. We have a janitor right now, so you guys have to behave when I play the rim. We got Rodeo in here. Abby hates modding so fucking much. Abby will be active in the Discord and refuse to pull up the stream. We're rimming Skyrim. No more rim jobs? No, Skyrim. Yay! Yay, Skyrim! Right, Abby got drafted! Fuck, dude, I forgot. Abby got drafted. Shit. Abby did get drafted. Alright. Let's boot this puppy up. Play game. Oh. Dun dun. I think this is the right height I was at. Alright, I do have to tweak my monitor a bit because I did have to move my computer setup when I took my exam. Yay, Skyrim! Time to murder homeless people! Hi, Billy! It's good to see you. How are you doing? I appreciate you stopping by, Billy. Let's see. So right now, we're in... What? We're in Whiterun. We're in Whiterun. But we killed everyone in Riverwood. We killed everyone. Oh, this is like totally vanilla. Totally vanilla. We killed everyone in Riverwood. Let me pause the music because the Skyrim music is pretty nice. We killed everyone in Riverwood. I did. I killed everyone. And they hate me. But I did get a girlfriend. I got a girlfriend, so... I downloaded horse armor. I downloaded viruses! And I tried to kill... I tried to kill the children. But the game doesn't let you kill the children. You hired a girlfriend? Yeah, she's my bodyguard, look.
I'm still here. You've been talking to those companions?
She's a little scary looking, but I promise she's really nice.
Pathetic cowards, the lot of them. It wasn't my fault.
She killed a kid.
They wanted me to prove my
She killed a kid.
So they
She's very
a
handsome.
woman wasn't strong enough to hurt him. Fine. What?
Kill somebody.
What?
What?
Huh?
Huh?
That it?
Yep, that's it. So I have to go complete my quest because we killed a dragon. See, look. I have a dragon yell.
Lady, could you spare a coin?
Never should have come here.
What? She's my bodyguard! What do you mean? Okay, so she can turn on you. She can turn on you. Even though she's my bodyguard, she can turn on you. Okay. We have to go this way though. I think up to this top part over here. So I can turn in my quest and I can get my reward. Go up here. Your Honor, I didn't know she was I didn't know she was a minor. But it doesn't matter that she was a minor. That is still like the most insane thing I've heard another human being say. What the fuck? Yeah, she was a little kid, but it's not my fault. It's not, there's nothing wrong with that. No, I'm actually playing. I've been doing the main quest line. I've just been killing people a lot in my spare time. Look.
Good. You're finally here.
His zesty little secretary.
You heard. We were just talking about you.
You
What else
fuck-
brother needs a word with you.
The Greybeards.
So what happened at the watchtower?
Yeah, we killed him.
Was the dragon there? There's no question about that. It was a mighty deed.
I think I
You
deserve a
earned the place
reward.
of
I
honor
need a little
among the
treat.
heroes of
A little
White
sweet
Run.
treat.
But there must be
Some good
more
boy
to it
points.
than that.
Anything?
Something
Anything? Anything?
Strange happened when the dragon died. Dragonborn. What do you know about the
Dragonborn?
Dragonborn? Not just the men. The Greybeards seem
The
to think the same
Greybeards. What are
thing.
those? Wizards?
Masters of the way of the voice.
Are they
They
wizards?
live in seclusion high on the slopes of the throat of the world.
Y'all should be. Y'all should bestow upon you some chicken tendies. Better than wizards.
The Dragonborn is said to be uniquely gifted in the voice.
Ooh.
The ability, if you really are Dragonborn,
Didn't you hear the
they
thundering
can
Well, give me my money.
use your gift.
That was the voice
You've
of the
done a
Greybeards.
great
Give me my
service to
money.
and my city, Dragonborn.
Jarvan.
By my right as Jarl,
At least
I name you
Yeah.
Thane of
I've
Whiterun.
accepted himself
It's the
to
greatest
summon
honor
the
that's
heroes
within
to
my
powers of
power.
I'm a Thane. Can you give me a
I
house?
assign you
I want
Lydia
more.
as a personal housecarl, and this weapon from my armory to serve as your badge of office. I'll also notify my guards of your new title. Wouldn't want them
Wait,
to
he's
think
giving me
about
a
the
woman?
dull and rabble, now would we?
He's giving me a
We are
woman.
honored to have you as Thane of our city, Dragonborn.
Thank you.
Rungar, calm yourself. What does any of this Nord nonsense have to do with our friend here? Capable as she may be, I don't see any signs
You're
of
so
her.
zesty.
I serve Jarl Baldur.
I want a
as
house.
steward. Splendid. There's a house available right
I don't
now.
have the money for the house.
Very well. Just let me know when you're ready to purchase.
You guys told me I could get it for free. You guys told me they'd give me a house for free.
Why, you puffed up ignorant. These are our sacred traditions that go back to the
Okay.
founding of the First Empire.
I've got an idea. Let's see if the stuff in his office respawned. Someone lied. Oh, I believe I have subtitles enabled. Okay, yep. Is she gonna get mad if she sees me steal? Would she turn on me? She doesn't give a fuck if you steal? Okay, that's awesome. I think I already stole everything from here though. There's a glitch you can do.
The business prevents us. We still have a city to defend.
Yes, my lord.
Does stealing things make your sneak skill go higher? I don't have subtitles enabled. Okay, hold on. I think Adept is normal difficulty. Settings. Display. General subtitles. I have dialogue subtitles on, but I don't have general subtitles on, so now we have general subtitles on. Has Mia murdered another village yet? Not yet. Not yet, dude. I want to soon, though. That's my next goal. Feel enough and you can charm snakes? What? Alright, lady. Let's get moving.
The Jarl has appointed me to be your housecarl. It's an honor to serve
My
you.
housekeeper! Ooh, she's sexy.
As my Thane, I'm sworn to your service. I'll guard you and all you own.
I want her
with
to be my
life.
housewife.
The Jarl has recognized you as a person of great importance in the hold. A hero.
She's also
The
sworn to
title
carry
of
your
Thane
burdens.
is an honor. A gift for your service. Guards will know to look the other way if you tell them who you are.
Wait, if I'm a Thane, does that mean I can kill people?
Looks like you've already got someone with you.
Man, she's kind of hot, though. Are they gonna fight over me? Where is she going? Hey, you're my wife.
Long life to you, Thane.
You nope, nope.
Long life to you.
Thank you.
Thane.
My other wife is so fucking scary!
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
My pretty wife and my scary wife. That's the best storage.
Honored to see you again, my Thane.
We'll keep. Not like her, because she's got a. I gave her the wizard robes. So now, as a Thane.
You should talk to Adrian at the forge.
So now that I'm a Thane, does this mean I can start killing people? Let's test this theory out. Don't tell me, chat. Don't tell me. Actually, yeah, don't tell me the answer. Because they said the guards will look the other way. Flowers. Flowers.
Aye, now that's some fine armor. Good old-fashioned stone.
For this armor I pulled off of a dead person. Bring your old wife to the middle of nowhere and leave her there. My wife! Look, she's gonna sit next to me. She'll sit next to me. Or she'll just look at me with her scary face. Flowers. Everybody's in bed. We need it to be daytime. Flowers. You deserve better than her. Well, let's just go into somebody's house and kill them, just to see what happens.
Can I help you?
My Aorland is the finest blacksmith in Skyrim, and that...
Never should have.
Wait, she's gonna...
While you still can.
This should be good. Ah! Oh, he critted me! Okay, guys, the guards still attack you. The guards still attack you if you kill people. Even though it said the guards will look the other way. Even though it said as a thing, the guards will look the other way. Let's go upstairs and take some stuff from them. Whoever their bedroom is. Okay. Da, da, da. The way you play video games is a window into your dark soul. I already stole. Let's go in here. These people are poor as fuck, dude. Oh, this is expensive. I got a certificate of authenticity. I'm stealing their family heirlooms. Killing is a 1,000 bounty. Under 200, dude, this one item is 400. Alright, nothing of value in here. Yep. The wardrobe. Yep, I'm just an honorable thing. Surveying your house to make sure everything is safe. Just to make sure everything's safe. Wouldn't want anybody to get hurt here. So I have to make sure there's nobody hiding in it. I gotta make sure there's nobody hiding in any of the cupboards. I'm stealing their expensive jewelry! Alright, I think we've gotten everything that there is to get here. Alright, I'm pleased to tell you guys your house is very safe, ma'am.
My Aorland is the finest.
Your house?
I can't. I can tell you. My husband Aorland tends the Skyforge. You should ask him well, that and maybe those stuck-up.
Your house is safe, lady.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm repoing their family heirlooms. I actually think if I looked at the certificate of authenticity, it was gonna pull up like a my microphone again. Let's see. Or maybe it's in my jewelry. My apparel. It says stolen! Oh my god. How long does it have to say? That's a circlet. How long does it have to be in your inventory for it to not say it's stolen? Indefinitely? What does fence mean? Will anybody know that it's stolen? Oh. You can only sell them on the Thieves Guild. Oh. That's why I can't sell half of my shit to the merchants, because it's all stolen. Every item is secured by magical NFTs. Fuck me, dude. If I walk through this little pond, I think I'll make my way to the quest area. Hello.
I ain't done nothing.
Here, have a piece of
Sure,
gold.
whatever.
I can give everybody gold. What's my I have 2,000 gold right now.
Need supplies? See Bellathor at his store. Sleazy little man.
Little man. Nothing. Yeah. Vents are people who buy stolen goods. I think the original reference is clean your hands by throwing something over. Oh. Why does this look like that one Skyrim Minecraft mashup pack on Xbox 360? This is just Skyrim. Let's pick this up. Quest. Okay, the quest is over here. I guess we gotta jump over the walls. I can get up there. I can get up there. Come on. There's not an invisible barrier, is there? Shit, there might be a barrier. Yay, man. I can get a horse? No shot. Can I take it? Can I sprint with the horse? I'm like joyfully running around. Wow! It's awesome. We now have our own legally obtained, completely free of charge horse. Yippee! I chose Bratton because it said it was like a mage race. The great, holy shit, I want to go to the fucking blacksmith. This is putting me out on like a whole quest, like the story quest. Is he gonna know it's a stolen horse? Can your horses take fall damage? Oh, they can jump. Holy shit. Well, I have a theory, and we're gonna test out that theory. I have a theory. I have a game theory. I'm gonna go up here. This looks promising. Need to get up this mountain though. The horses have their own stamina bar, I guess. Horses can walk fucking vertical, you guys. What is this? Uh-oh, uh-oh. I'm gonna need to get, okay, this is like a sharp cliff that I can. What is he being found? We just saw a fucking flying horse! Oh my god, I don't have, oh. Ah! We gotta run.
Mia. Now go to the mat pack corner where you belong.
Be nice to me, Limo! That was a fun endeavor. We jumped off a cliff with the horse. And my girlfriend is gone. I don't know where my girlfriend is. Well, okay, we gotta get back to the city so that I can, we gotta get back to the city so that I can, what is it? Go to the blacksmith. She was never real. Dude, what the fuck? What difficulty are you on? I'm on, we're on the adept. It doesn't change. Oh. It's just really slow. Well, now I have to play on fucking Legendary. What is this? What is it? What kind of fucking glitch is this? If I can get it to go to Master. Damn it. Is this a... Let's see what that did. Let's see if that fixed it. Is that some kind of bug? I don't understand. Is this like a bug? Hold on, let me look it up. Stuck on Legendary. Skyrim difficulty slider stuck on Legendary is a search term. It actually is, it is a bug, and sometimes it'll do it to novice too. But what I have to do is I just have to load my last save. I literally just have to load my game.
Huh?
Huh? So let's see if that worked. Well, we're playing on legendary difficulty now. I will probably have to like restart the game. Oh, the doors are all locked now too. They're gonna be mad.
You're not supposed to be in here.
They're hostile.
I'm not going to warn you again. Get out.
Okay, I am on I'm just gonna alt F4 the game. Because, oh my god, fucking god. I don't have, oh no. It's gonna show titties on my screen. Ah! Quit. Quit to desktop. Thank you, Todd, very cool. Delete your config. I could edit the config file, but I would rather just reboot the game. Yeah, the game has a couple bugs. Yeah, Skyrim? No, this game is notorious for running very smoothly. Bethesda games always run very smoothly. Why is he bald? Oh, you can adopt children. There we go. There we go! He's got cancer, be nice. So, oh wait, her house is still locked? There we go. Her house is still locked. Is she gonna tell me to leave?
You're not supposed to be in here.
Is this someone else's house? This is definitely the house that I... This is definitely the house that I looted, isn't it?
Yeah, stop right
What?
there. Oh, forgive me, Thane. I didn't realize it was you. We'll look the other way this time. But even the Jarl's influence has its limits. Be more careful.
Let me check my inventory. As long as I have the expensive shit. Okay, I do have the stolen shit. My fucking almost $1,000 worth of stolen shit. Oh my god, guys, my food got here 4 minutes ago. My food got here 4 minutes ago. Give me just a second, I'm gonna go grab it. We're back. We're so back. We're actually so back. Holy shit. Holy shit, we're so back. Guys, I should play the game. They gave me a little bag that looks... I'm gonna use my chemistry notes as a placemat for that because it looks like it's gonna break. Yay! Mirror check general. Did you get a drink? Yeah. Got a little drinky drink. My treat. My good boy points. What happened in general? You edited the jump and kill. Look like me. What is this? Put this shit on the starboard, bros. What the fuck is this? What is that? You're freaking me out, man. Hold on, let me go to my apparel. Alright, we're good. Change your No, I don't want to change my profile picture to that. Okay, there's like 10 million wet paper towels in here. I don't know what to do, you guys.
Take pity, lady, and spare me a few seconds.
Hold on. I don't know. Hold on, let me turn on the camera because I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do about this. Oh no, that's the chemistry. You guys. Hold on. Look! I asked for the little one. I asked for the little. I asked for little guys. I asked for little guys. And they gave me really big guys. So it's hot. We're gonna have to... I don't know what we're gonna do about that. 5?! That's right. I can take 5 guys. I like 5 guys.
A few seconds for my supper is all I ask.
So I have to find the blacksmith. I also want to find more dungeons. I really want to find more. Blacksmith is near the gate. Okay, let's go to the gate. We can do it. We can do it, bros.
God might get nervous. A woman approaches with a weapon drawn. Cause trouble in Whiterun and I'll haul you into the Dragon's Reach dungeon.
Do you know who I'm a Thane?
You should try Arcadia's
Do you know who you're talking to? I'm a Thane.
My cousin's out fighting dragons and what
I'm
do
a
I
Thane.
get?
You can't fucking say that to me. I'm a Thane. Have I done him with my battle axe? This looks like a blacksmith right here.
This was as stupid as I flew.
Oh yeah, it's her.
Pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
You work the forge all day?
Aye, that I do. I've got to, if I hope to be as good as Yorland Greymane someday. In fact, I just finished my best piece.
Can I have it for free?
It's a sword. I made it for the Jarl, Balgroof the Greater. It's a surprise. I don't even know if he'll accept it, but... Listen, could you take the sword to my father, Proventus Avenici? He's the Jarl's steward. He'll know the right time to present it to him.
Is she in love with the Jarl?
Thanks.
I'll do it. You know what, lady? I'll do it. You know what? I bet the Jarl is gonna give me the sword. She handed me the sword, so like, it's just mine now? Can I just keep it? Can I just hold on to it and keep it safe and stuff? Safekeeping?
Looking to protect yourself or deal some damage?
That's what it looks like when I sip through a straw. They're so expensive, holy shit. Well, she doesn't really have anything cool, I'll be honest with you guys. Did you get fries? No, there's a hamburger in there.
Don't forget to check inside the shop if you need anything. Be careful.
I'm gonna loot it. Hello. Friendly guy. I'm just gonna explore a little bit. What the fuck? They only have books? What kind of lame fucking dude? Come on. Wait, Chad, I have a really good idea. What if I take everything and sell it all back to her? Oh, it's oh shit, it's stolen. You're right. You're right, it's stolen, Chad. You're right, you're right. Let's, OMG, King the Red! Is this vanilla? Yeah, I'm playing vanilla. It's my first time ever. I'm having a lot of fun. I think I'm turning out to be a pretty big fan of this, honestly. Someone came into my house and threw all my shit on the ground.
Nope. Sorry. Nothing. Keep your hands to yourself.
Spare a coin for a poor old beggar? What? Why? Only if I can help it. But damn if I ain't a... Hey, in the Bannered Mare, there's this bottle of
I should hit you.
ale. The good stuff. Get it for... They won't
What are
even
you
know
looking
it's
at?
gone.
I'm not
Come
afraid of you. No. Even if you are my elder. Boys, girls, dogs.
No, remember she pissed me off when I hit her with my axe and then the whole town killed me. We can't do that. Let me at least look at the sword that she gave me. Yeah, it's not better. There's a quest that lets you bully her.
Very often. Oh, what am
I hate that guy too.
I spend a lot of time at the market stall so I can learn the merchant's trade. I need more experience if I'm going
She's
to
scary
run
looking.
someday.
You gotta at least download the Kill Children mod.
Need a blade? You should talk to Adrian at the fort.
You're the best. Can you be my mother?
Who's freaking out?
We are the children of man. Talos.
Talos.
You have come to... Hello, my friend.
What is Talos?
You seek knowledge about mighty Talos. You have most certainly come to immortal life. In southern land, so great was...
I don't care.
The very idea.
I don't care. Mucho texto. Too much text, sorry, but I don't care. The tiny shrine for a buff? Oh! I hope my girlfriend's in here. My real girlfriend, my hot girlfriend.
One of the new servants? Remember that I like my meat rare. Absurd that you can't cook good sweet rolls in the skeever hole of a city.
Who's this?
Absurd that you can't.
Can you
cook
be
good
mean to
sweet
this
rolls
one?
In the skeever hole of a city.
Can we kill this one? Who is this? Little rat.
Father says I'm too young to train with the sword, so I practice with my fists.
Absurd that you can't go
Father
good
says I'm too young to train
in the
with the sword.
ski.
That's all they do is they repeat themselves. I hate them. Your kids are evil little assholes. That's the wizard. That's my girlfriend. Where is oh, here he is. Hello.
I serve Jarl Balgruuf as steward.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
The task of steward is more important than you realize. The Jarl often asks for my invaluable counsel. From Adrian? Ah, this must be that weapon for the Jarl. So eager to prove herself. I'll present it to Balgruuf when his mood is agreeable. Thank you. Please, take these few coins.
Coins!
For services rendered.
Coins! And then, do you have any other questions?
Of course.
What?
It's all in this note.
What?
All this standing around is rubbish. We should be taken to fight with the Stormcloaks.
I'm kept so busy. I don't get to see my daughter as often as I'd like. Perhaps you've met her. Adrian? She owns the shop, War Maidens.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know too much about that. Oh, I won't mess up my girlfriend's place at the table, but... Everyone else?
Come to Dragon's Reach to discuss the ongoing hostilities, like the rest of the great warriors?
If those rebels think they can best us, they have another thing coming.
Absurd that you can't cook good sweet rolls in the skeever hole of a city.
I don't like it when the kids look at me. It freaks me out.
So I
Hold E to pick up stuff and throw it.
Conflict has claimed everyone's passion for weight. Me, I prefer my books and my spells.
Oh. You can't actually... Okay. You can't throw it? Can you charge a throw? Alright, let's leave. Let's get out. Let's get out of here, man. Oh shit, you guys! Do you think we want to try to beat the Minecraft world tonight? I feel like I'll go pretty late tonight.
They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King with his voice.
With his voice.
Shouted him apart.
So let's see. What's this? I want to find more dungeons. Really? Truly? I want to find more dungeons. So let me go to my quests. Wait.
I breathe now in royalty and reshape this land which is mine.
I think I'll actually try to go. Back? I think I'll try to go back to Riverwood.
For you,
Look at you, up to no good.
I love you.
There's a rift here in Sky. Evgir Ornstad has come at last.
My girlfriend scares me.
War.
I think I'm alright.
Looking for my husband Nazim? Check the Jarl's backside. That's usually where he stuffs himself these days.
This was the lady that I was trying to find earlier.
Everything's all right.
You're broke again?
Like from Skyrim to Hammerfell. They care all
Let's go back to the river. Pick all their flowers. Yay. And fast travel to the watchtower? I could join the Thieves Guild. So now is the map. How to make the map zoom? Can I make? Oh shit! Wait, it's over here. I'm a bit worried they're going to try to kill me.
Papas isn't too friendly with strangers, but you seem alright. My father is Alvor, the blacksmith. I'm his assistant. I mean apprentice.
I guess they're not too mean to me anymore. What? Who's that? Alright, we need to find the not the blacksmith, the general goods. They don't seem to attack me on sight anymore. But I know a lot of people here are dead. A lot of people in here are dead. Where's the store? Oh, I don't remember where the store is. I think that might be it. Or maybe this is it? Yeah. Wait, why did you purge Riverwood for fun? His wife is, yeah, his wife is dead in the corner of the room. Game is game.
Back from Bleak Falls. Did you find anything? Show those thieves, not thanks. I only wish Camilla was here to see it. Here, take this.
Yeah, I wish
Riverwood
Camilla was here too. What, don't I? What did he give me? 400 gold?
Thanks for bringing the claw back.
Wait, I can steal it back from him though. The value is actually pretty low. How do I put a bucket on his head? How do I put a bucket on his head? I don't have any buckets. Hold E. Oh.
You and me, we're the only people around who aren't complete fools.
Oh, I think I picked it up on accident. Let me try that again.
Riverwood Trader is everything you need.
Stupid girlfriend's fat ass head.
Maybe you're looking for something particular.
He's really making it hard for me.
We carry just about anything you could need.
What? Wait, Chad, hold on. Chad, hold the fuck up. Chad. I messed that one up. This is best must be like in a cheese. Hold on. Saf, look at this.
What are you doing there?
He really doesn't. Oh yeah, he doesn't like the basket, I think.
What are you doing that for?
This is pretty difficult. Let's try this one last time so I can just steal the swords. I think this one might fit on his head better. Ah, shit. If I can get this on his head, will stay on there, I think.
Thanks for bringing the claw back.
Damn it. His head might be too big for this one. Lean back a bit. I think this one doesn't fit on his head.
Riverwood Trader is everything you need in a general
Only
store.
big ones work. I put a pot on his head. Get him now, a big lady. Okay, let's try this.
Maybe you're looking for something particular.
Ah!
We carry just about
Fuck you.
anything you could need.
Let's try this one. I want to steal the gold from his...
I know some of it looks like junk, but everything's a treasure in the right light.
Okay. I'm focusing really hard right now. I'm still in sneak mode.
You, my friend, need practice.
Well, we took everything of value. I like this. I like stealing like that. Now. Now. I think we should inform the guys of her location. I think we can do it. So let me, we'll go back to Wed Run. We'll fast travel there, and then we'll just talk to the guys. They should be, like, right at the door. Well, it should be. If I put my, hold on, if I just put my drink on my desk, then I can drink it while I play. And multitask, yeah. Oh, maybe it's because it's late. This will be like, what, 7 a.m.? The guys are at the stable. As in outside? Like outside the city? Almost like they told you where they'd be waiting. Yippee! Let's see. There it is. There's a stable. I think. That's a horse, right? Yeah! They're worried about the dragons. They're clueless that I'm a way bigger menace. Maybe they're inside the stables. Yay!
Can't a man have a bit of privacy? Get out of here. This is the last time I'll see it. Get out.
Okay. My bad. I also didn't know. I didn't fucking see your copy pasta, dude. I looked at the general channel of the Discord and I didn't see it. I like peeking in their homes. Well, the guys said they would be at the stable, so I just assumed he was in there. Did you guys lie to me? No way you guys would have lied to me, right? Alright? Right? Chat does not lie to you ever. Are we sure about that? Good night, night, show. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you hanging out with us.
Need a ride?
No. That's weird. I don't know where they are. Wait, you can have quest markers? Are you fucking with me? Hold on. Clueless. Whoa. These are all the stretch goals. We already hit 1250. Mia Draw's chat choice would be a full illustration, like full illustration background and everything. Cello stream is like a karaoke stream, but I play the songs on my cello instead. 2500 is a Daki. 3000 I'll sew a Mioid plushie. And 4000 and 5000 are very self-explanatory. We need to find these fuckers so we can kill them. I want to kill people. I haven't had enough killing today. Good night, Mr. Spanner. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you spending the time to hang out with us. Oh wait, hold on. Is it in? Hold on. Let me see if it's in the settings. Because I might be able to show floating markers. How do you enable quest markers? Click on the quest. Ooh. Or there's a quest this way. Are they bigger the closer they are? This one is inside the city. It's inside the city.
What do you need?
Hunter track. Well, I wanted to see all the quests, so. Okay, this is the only one being tracked. Okay, that's her in the inn. And these
I worry
people.
about the other settlements in the hold. Unwalled, lightly manned. Prime target.
Michael! Hi! Oh my god, it's good to see you! Hey, hold on, let me show you the model. Michael, I'm playing Skyrim for like the first time ever. Wait, here, let me show you. It's cute. It can also do this. And it can do this. Or this. And it can do this. I like it. I've been using the pigtails today though. Yay! Gotta show hoarders, yeah. And it can do this. This. And this. That it? I think that's it. And then let me move my model a little bit to the side. Yep. Yep. And I'm about to turn in a lady. I'm about to turn in a lady. I'm gonna turn her in. She didn't do anything wrong, but there's people that want to kill her, I guess. And I'm gonna tell them exactly where she's hiding. I guess they're over here. Alright. We're almost there. How do I get rid of that? We're literally gonna run across the entire map. We're gonna run across the entire map, but I might actually, guys, wait, I might be able to find like a dungeon on my way there. Maybe? Maybe? My wife will deal with that. Dude, what is my wife doing? What is that? Wife, it's a woolly mammoth. We have to kill that thing. The mammoth is really strong, guys. Wow, the mammoth is really strong. I had a feeling something like that was gonna happen, so That's fine. Giants are weaker than the mammoth, they're stronger. They're probably stronger. Part of my skills, thank you for the follow, I really appreciate it. Up fun hanging out with us. I'm playing Skyrim for the first time in my life in 2023. Skip the thing. Veterans retreat. There's no houses here though. What's that? Give me that. It makes funny noise. Peppa! I didn't take it to me because I just wanted to see it stop moving. My brother and I came in and still haven't gotten around to trying. What the fuck? How close are we? Ah! Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. But let's get moving. Slam! Ah! We hit level 9! Slam! Ah! Ah! My wife can't protect me. It's her only job and she can't do it. So what the fuck, thank you so much! Wait. We're at 59 hours. Ah, who are you?
Take this and hold on to it. I'll be back for it later. I'll pay you good. Don't... No time to talk. Snitch or double-cross me and I'll kill you.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you repeat that? Fuck, I need to see a clip of that. Jesus Christ. That was comical fucking timing. Comical fucking timing. Let's see what he gave me though. Ooh. At least loot the guy. Ah! What is that? What is this thing? An elemental? Can I even hurt her with... I'm in the water, you can't hurt me. Hey. Ah! She's really... My wife...
I see someone run past just now.
What?
Great. Thank you.
Hey!
This bastard stole from me. I'll catch him though.
Jesus Christ. Fire waifu! I don't really want anything he has. They're not very good. Release the off-kai cut. It's gonna take a little bit. I'll do it... I'll do it before I go to bed, just because I'm gonna have to go find the email that has the link to the private video. I'm gonna have to download the private video, and then I'm gonna have to upload it. Alright, we have to find this fucking town. West. We're trekking west. Scammed? Slim, what the fuck, bro? It's never coming out, bros. What the fuck? I'm going to have sex with this female flame Antronac from Oblivion. I find the... What the fuck? Atronac? Atronic? Stop having sex with 3 Skyrim characters! No! No! What is this? Is that a crab? Scary. Alright. We're out of the water though. Let's keep moving. It's over. Wants the flint. Why? There's dogs attacking me. Alright, let's get out of here. Keep moving west. We're gonna get there. And actually, I think once I get there, then I can start fast traveling from there. I'll be a little bit less worried once I see it on the horizon. I gave all the potions to my girlfriend, so I can't do anything. Oh, let's get up here. Alright, I think once I run up this hill, I'll be able to see the town on the horizon, hopefully. It's a cuck thing. Nothing wrong with that. What the fuck? It's not a cuck thing. What do you mean it's a cuck thing? The shiny plant. Okay. There should be a sub goal for playing a horror game. There already is, and we already finished it. We already beat it. We already beat it, bros. I don't see, GG, that's so cool. I know Nick. Ah! What is this? A saber? Ah! Unironically ganked. What the fuck? He just, I don't know, he just ran up to me. Damn it, we lost the fugitive guy. I'm worried if I take the same path, I'm gonna see the fucking saber cat again. Yeah, we haven't decided on it, but it would be played to 100% completion. I think I have to get right here to meet the fugitive. Because he has the hauling boots, and I really want the hauling boots. I really want the hauling boots. Can you kill it at 1,000 like you play? That's true. That's true. Can't run. I'm so tired. I think this was the side I was on? Yeah, this is the side I was on. That event is random? No! He's gone, but I really liked those hauler boots. I really liked those. Does that mean is the fire elemental a random event too then? Always mash F5. Okay, this is where the crab was. The crab was like right over there. Damn it. These animals scare me, dude. That wolf, I remember. If another saber cat attacks me, could I let my girlfriend, my wife, my scary wife, be like bait and get killed by the saber cat so I can run away? I can't? That's good, because I don't have any attachment to her, so. Is Scary Wife killed so we can upgrade to Seg's wife? Yeah, I like Seg's wife. She has a name. Nope, my wives are Scary Wife and Sexy Wife. Have you used any of your perk points yet? I don't think I have. I haven't. I don't know what I want to put them into yet, though. Because honestly, I really just like swinging my axe around like a normal human being. What's this? We're more than halfway there. Wait, you can respec for free? You can behead people? Hold on. Hold on. Hold the fuck up. Limb splitter. So what's this? Decapitation! Oh, does that say decapitate or incapacitate? Decapitate! So, I guess we have to go for this one first. Okay. Oh shit, I need 40 to do that. Alright, and I'm using a battle axe, so I should be good. Let's see. Let's find someone to kill. Let's find somebody to kill to see how much damage we do. Hopefully there's... Oh, are those fucking ghosts? What is this? Pretty good. Well, let's steal from them first, and then we'll see what happens after that. Oh. Hidden laboratory? Let's go read his Let's go read his diary again. Oh. Hmm. Oh, sorry, that was it toggling the tongue? That's weird. Hmm. His wife is a witch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh no. Did I kill the dad? Uh-oh. Oh, my wife killed her already.
I'm still here.
This isn't Baldur's Gate. This isn't Baldur's Gate. She's not gonna give me dialogue. She's not gonna talk to me if I try to talk to her after she kills an enemy. I'm in the basket. Whoa! Shorty! Oh, I just wanted to take her close to see that. She's scary looking. Wow! Okay. I just like to test things here. I don't want to eat the plants. Just, ew. Ew! She's always been a witch? No! Bro! They killed each other! She wasn't a fucking witch, she just liked to make potions. Dude. 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 me and my girlfriend to get out of the way. Excuse me. That's sad. Sag. That's Sag. We fucking killed both of them. But now we can go back to the city and we can finally tattle on that lady. So our own equals which, as it should be. Where's the sun? He's dead. Wait! The sun is just missing. Hold on. I toggled it to track. I toggled it to track. He's probably dead. You passed it? Nuh-uh. We'll go back there later. We have to pass there on our way back anyways. Hello? Oh, that's my wife. Scary wife.
Need something?
Nope. I feel like being a little bit evil this time.
Get it, Sissel. What? What did I do? I told you to weed the garden by sunset, and you didn't do it. Now you're in big
What are you gonna do,
trouble.
the boy? Well, he's dead.
You to do that, not me. Now leave me alone.
Also, good night, Art. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you hanging out with us. I will be here tomorrow.
Do you have news of our quarry? You have? Where? Tell me now. Money, if that is what you wish.
I want
Now
to
tell
kill
me where
people.
she is.
I don't need money. I want to kill people.
We cannot go after her. Not without drawing attention. You must bring her to us. Lead her to the Whiterun stables, outside of the city. We will wait for you there. She cannot hide from us forever.
Oh shit.
Do you have news of our...
What if she finds out? What if she finds out that I'm taking her to meet those guys that want to kill her?
Do you have news of our quarry?
No.
Do you have news of our quarry? Do you have news of our quarry? Do you have news of our quarry? Do you have news of our quarry?
Wait. This looks like a World of Warcraft inn.
If you need a meal or room, I've got both.
Oh, this is an inn. I can't really steal from these. The chests should be empty. Do you have news of our quarry? Alright, so now we can fast travel there. And I'll go back. We have to find the inn, but I don't really know where that is. This looks like an inn.
man. Strike when the shoulders
Someone
fight.
do
He's
something.
giving you openings.
Come on!
Get of our guy.
What?
Just keep swinging.
You think you stand a chance?
Son of a...
This should be good. Get him. Kill him.
Ah! What the fuck? What the fuck? Ah! My wife is gonna kill these kids. My wife is gonna fucking kill them.
I'm getting out of here.
You think you stand a chance?
Whoa, ouch. Help, wife, help! Wife, help, help, wife! Whoa, she said you're kind. My wife just killed them all. Is that really an entire quest line?
I'd be dead if not for Vignar. I had a bad time a few years back, and I turned to drink. But Vignar...
Well, I'm glad you got everything fixed up.
Keep training, though.
Enough with the training. I want to go fight some.
They just watched two people die. They just watched two children die. Only because I wanted to get in a little fist fight. They were punching each other, but as soon as I want to punch them, they take out their fucking swords. Also, good night, Smart Group Potato. I appreciate you stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I will be here tomorrow. Hope to see you then.
I enjoy this work well enough, but I'm ready to retire. I've been thinking of selling me into Isolda. Anyway, what do you need?
I ain't done nothing.
I work for
Bellathor at the
Can you be my mother?
Where's this bitch? My scary fucking wife. I want to give her. Are there like scythes in this? Can she wield like a giant scythe and be like, hello?
Any news of the Alakir? What? How? I thought they weren't allowed within the city. But where will I go? I can't keep running forever. After all this, I have to pick up and leave again? If you really think this is the only way, I trust you. Let's not waste any time.
Let's go. She trusted. You can't trust hoes. Come with me. Come with me, lady.
You're someone who can get things done. I like that.
Thank you.
Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More
No.
inside. Got some good pieces out here if you're looking to buy. More inside.
Come on, lady. Come on, lady. We're going to the stables. I'm 7 whiskey shots in. Let's go! Let's go!
Gods gave you 2 hands. You use them both.
I like that one. The gods give you 2 hands and you use them both for your weapon. I like that.
My cousin's out fighting dragons, and what do I get? God,
Yippee! We just have to wait for her to come over here.
She sold the city. The other noble, the resistance against the Dominion is alive and well in Hammerfell, and they want justice. Now we'll take our friend here back to Hammerfell.
I've missed
she
the
will
lore.
Pay the price for her treason. Not on the way back. Once she gets there, it's not up to me to decide what's done with her.
Hmm.
And as for you, I owe you a portion of the reward, don't I? Well, here you go. Spend it wisely, and if I may, don't allow yourself to be fooled by a pretty face. You're better than that.
You messed it up by talking to him? Yeah, what happened to her? She's frozen. Let me see if I can load back up. I just want to see what happens. Oh, she got hit with the paralyzed spell. I'll talk to him before she gets here this time.
She sold the city out to the Aldmeri Dominion. Were it not for her betrayal, the other noble houses discovered her betrayal, and she fled. The resistance against the Dominion is alive and well in Hammerfell.
Oh, so she's actually kind of evil.
Need something?
She's actually kind of, she has done bad things. She probably thought she was doing the right thing and tried to make the best decision, but
We meet at last, my dear lady.
What is this? What have you done?
Oh, come now. You didn't really expect to manipulate people forever, did you? Your luck had to run out sometime.
what the fuck is that, man?
Now we'll take our friend here back to Hammerfell, where she will pay the price, not on the way back. And as for you...
How much money?
Well, here you go. Spend it wisely.
500! Wow!
Don't allow yourself to be fooled by a pretty face.
We have 3,000 gold. I want to see what he does. Is he gonna leave her there? He's just gonna stare at her. Just like, yep. Now kill them and take all the money for yourself. She doesn't talk because she's paralyzed. I need to find a bucket really fast.
Thank you for your trust. I'm eager to return to my homeland. Careful with that.
This basket doesn't have an open bottom. Ah, hey. Ah! Give me that. I'm gonna pickpocket him.
Careful with that.
He is facing the other way.
Never should have come here.
Ah, bitch! Ah, wife, help! I forgot I didn't have my weapon equipped. The horse sees you. Wait, so even if the horse seeing me translates to him also being able to see me? Wait, what? So if the horse can see me, he can see me? Horse demand. The horse is his tulpa. The horse is his tulpa.
Huh?
Okay, well, let's put my weapon. Now we can really kill him. We can get the money and then we can really kill him. Of all the things that could kill me, that's gonna kill me? What? Do you guys remember when I ran the horse off of like a 100-foot tall cliff and then got back up? See, that's what confused me. I took no damage. I took no damage when I landed here, but if I landed here, I died. The horse broke my fall. Oh, he only has 100 gold. So we do need to complete the quest to get the most gold possible. I still haven't even eaten half of these fries, dude.
We meet at last, my dear lady.
What is this? What have you done?
Oh, come now. You didn't really expect to manipulate people forever, did you? Your luck had it now.
Well, don't. Another maggot to squash beneath my food. Help!
What do you mean, help? Wait, why is my girlfriend attacking me? Why is she attacking me? That was our quest! Girl! Sorry, my intrusive thoughts got the best of me.
Now we'll take our friend here back to Hammerfell, where she will pay the price for her treason. Not on the way back. Once she gets there, it's not up to me to decide what's done with her. And as for you, I owe you a portion of the reward, don't I? Well, here you go. Spend it wisely, and if I may, don't allow yourself to be
awesome
fooled by a pretty face.
I like fighting the NPCs.
Until next time.
He gives us 500 gold. I walk behind him and grab 100 more gold out of his pocket. So now we have to go here. Alright, we gotta go talk to the Greybirds now. We gotta go talk to them. And they're gonna give me more dragon stuff. So I guess I just gotta keep moving. I'm gonna have to cross a mountain. Holy fuck, that's a big mountain. Yeah. They just give you free markers for shouts. They're lame. But that's the main story quest, I think, is talking to the Greybeards. and be like, dragon. Yeah, it is. It is the main quest. Gay beards. I thought my shout was complete. They give a bunch of shouts? Oh. If they were gotchi beards, they would be cooler. Yeah, you're right. So actually, I think we have to go around here. The other way around the mountain. This way. Shots are 3-parters? Oh! Where's my girlfriend? She always leaves when I walk away. Oh wait, is she only my bodyguard in the fucking city? No, she was with me when we walked all the way to the west. She just don't really like me that much. She don't really like me like that. She don't like me like that, bros. Followers have trash follow AI. Ah, there she is. I think my wife just hit me with her arrow. Okay, just right here. What is he trying to do? Can you imagine that? You're a necromancer. You're just continuously casting fucking spells on me and I just keep walking forward and I fucking slice you in half with my axe. Yep. Yep. Maybe I should have stolen a horse to get up this mountain. Loot them. Oh, here's the corpse. Where's his friend? Their bodies should be right by each other. Alright, let's just run. Ash pile. Don't care. What is this? It's just a fucked up rock. Alright, we're almost past the little outcrop right there. That we need to pass this like outcrop. Where's my wife? There's dogs attacking me. So I feel like I should be able to climb. There should be a pathway somewhere. Oh yeah, there is. The yellow brick road. Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing.
Hope I don't draw guard you.
He died. He died like that?
No more. I'm going
They killed my wife? Oh my god, they killed my wife. They killed my fucking wife. They killed my wife. They killed my wife. They killed my wife. Ah! They killed my wife. Like, that's why I quick save, guys. I thought it would be funny if I just tried to slice his head in half.
We're running out of bread. I hope the supplies get here soon.
Talos guide you.
I thought Talos was forbidden from worshipping.
Can't wait to kill another Imperial.
Wait, were the Imperials the guys that I was with in the town? They're rebels.
By the 9.
By the 9, I'm tweaking! If we can pull them one at a time, we should be able to kill filthy rebel scum. Whoa, lady! Have we actually killed everyone here? Oh, he's unkillable. He's unkillable. Hey, lady, let's get out of here. But let's get out of here while we're ahead. He's unkillable. Wife. 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 Hi, Misabder. He's immortal. Hello, Meatceptor. I can't believe you're siding with the elves. I'm not siding with anybody. I just want more people to kill. Nah. I'm gonna do my own thing. So we're climbing this fucking mountain. Yeah, I like bloodshed. It's fun. Now this cringe ass zoomer shit. What do you mean? How far up are we? Not far at all. But as long as I keep on this path, I think we'll be good. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, pretty steep mountain face, isn't it? Well, I'm not RPing as Miles Morales, I'm RPing as the Miles Morales NPC TikToker. It'll stretch my back. Where are we? We've pretty much covered no ground. I'm gonna do my own thing. Thanks for the rose. TikTok NPC livers are so weird to me. so weird. You're better off using the white one stagecoach fast travel than climbing it. Ah. Then I guess we'll just have to walk around the mountain. I'm not gonna go into Glizzy Overdrive. Whoa. Maybe we can sled down the mountain. Yeah. Are you tired of the subathon yet? I would say no. What are we, like 50 hours in? Ish. 50 hours in, that's not too bad. Gotta be really careful. Let me quick save too. And 60 hours to go. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Shit, do we want to die? We don't have to die. If only I had a horse. Ah! Ah! Keep breaking the fall, lady. Oh! Professional fucking skills, Chad. Professional fucking skills. I just have to keep going. Bam, bam, bam. Oh shit! Maybe if I like catch some of these trees on my way down. Maybe. Yeah. Now it's smooth sailing. Smooth sailing. I left and came back and the timer's higher. Surely the branches will break my fall. As long as I don't fall into the waterfall, right? Right? Oh, 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 oh. Oh? Is there a cave behind the waterfall? Please tell me there's a cave behind the waterfall. Dude, come on. Dude, really? Ugh. I think we have to walk all the way around this fucking thing. Terrible game, unplayable, refunded. I like when she just like grunts and groans each time I like throw her off a cliff. Welcome back from work, Link. I appreciate you stopping by to hang out with us again. Yay. I can go up here. Nah. I'm gonna do my own thing. Sorry. I know I can like there. Oh, there we go. There we go. Fuck with it until it lets me jump up there. Yay! Wrong way. This is the way. A rat. Alright. We're gonna get it. You're missing out on killing people by avoiding the road. Oh, shit. But this is like a hiking path. I think this is pretty in its own way. I don't want to fall off of here, man. This is like pretty dangerous, isn't it? We're walking around the outskirts. This is my first Bethesda game that I've played more than like maybe 3 hours of. I played Fallout 4 like a tiny bit when it came out, but I never really got into it. Also, good night, Phoenix. Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. Fallout 4 is bad. I like this. Ah! I fell into the waterfall. Not good. Austin Max, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just chilling, playing a little bit of Skyrim. It is my first time ever playing Skyrim. Isn't Fallout 4 a retard? Let's see. You're gonna run into a mountain lion or bear? That would suck! That would fucking suck! What? Dude, what the fuck? No mountain lions here. Wait, is this the road? This is the road! Alright, so we should be able to kill people here then. Yeah? What the fuck is a winter troll? That's a fox. Oh, we can go in through right here and then we can get to their house. Is this a dungeon? Oh shit! Dungeon. Dungeon. I like dungeon. Okay, let's save the game. And get in there! I have to stretch one more time. Jesus fuck, that scared the shit out of me. Ew, what is that? What is that thing? Polymer? They're goblins? That was an elf? Why are the elves so ugly? And why do they live in caves like dwarves? Ah, what is was that thing?
I'm still here.
I'm gonna let you chill in the dungeon.
Lead on then.
Ew. Nords banished elves into caves and they went feral and blind? What? What? What the fuck? How close are we? We're completely, perfectly west. It's too tall to jump up on, so... What are we gonna do about that? I might have to walk all the way around. Damn, I thought I was gonna clip into the dungeon. That would have been awesome. We're frolicking a little bit. We do a little frolicking. Oh, there's the path. Simple, we just have to follow that path then. Right, bros? I don't know, do I have to, I must have to go further out. Hey, go down! There we go. Yay! We did it! So I guess if I just walk all the way over here, eventually I'll find the village. Just kidding. What the fuck? Isn't the right path. Good night, Pablo. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you hanging out with us all day. Is what the heck? I can only assume that this way is actually the right way. I don't know which way to go, honestly. Probably not this way, right? I'm on the road! Uh-oh, wife. Good job. Ew, eyeballs? So I'd be going up back here. Then I need whatever's gonna put me south. Todd has a plan. Are you sure? Are you sure he does? Are you sleeping there early? Are you sleeping early tonight? Babby much? Dude, what the fuck, Bonatide? I slept for 2 hours the first day of my subathon, and I probably slept for 4 hours last night. We do not sleep a lot. It scares me, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. This is scaring me. It's freaking me out, dude. I feel like if I go the wrong way, it's gonna take fucking forever. Look at how far away I am. Bros, I don't think the road is leading me. I don't think the road is leading me. It's a switchback road. Am I gonna have to just trust you? Oh. Oh. Ah. Where's my wife? Ew. Let's keep moving. Come on, wife. I haven't gotten a house yet, no. Uh-oh. Thank you, wife. Oh, now we're really getting up there. Wow. You can decorate, wait, you can decorate your house? Legit? Dude, you can build it to, like Sims? Not as good as Sims, but still decent. Ooh. We gotta get to here. Is it that dungeon too? Am I in a dungeon? Ah, shit. I really want to do the quest before I do any more dungeons, actually. I think it's good enough to have discovered the dungeon so I can go back to them, but I really think I should do the main quest first.
Hey, watch it.
Hold on. I gotta stand up because I'm getting restless leg in one of my legs. There we go. All right, now we keep moving. Dun, 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 dun. You can cuck someone? That sounds awesome. Like, you're the guy his wife has sex with? You can marry his daughter and have his wife as a follower? Oh, hell nah. Maximum evil maxing? Yeah, dude, I don't know, that's kind of far. Even for me, I don't know if I could evil max that hard, honestly. We're almost there. Oh, I think that's it right there. Yeah, that's it right there. Oh. This is pretty, I won't lie. This is really cool. All right. Imagine dying and having to walk off again. Haha! We're quick saving. Ah! These are the guys from World of Warcraft. No! Oh, he leveled up all the way! Dude, yeah, spiders from WoW. They were invented in WoW. They didn't exist before that. People genetically engineered them to look like the spiders that we see today. Because they liked WoW so much. Where are these fucking dragon people?
7,000 steps. I told you that I didn't want you to go up there.
I know, but you said, but I only wanted to speak to him for a moment.
Well, it stops now, and that's fine.
Let's kill these chickens.
Pitch in a little more around here, dear.
What the hell? It's a chicken! Alright, why a chicken? A chicken? What the fuck?
I help, I do the chores. What else would you have me do?
Oh, I know your sights are set beyond this town, but for now, while you're under our roof, I need you to pitch in a little more.
Yes, Mother.
Alright, we gotta go over here. Probably this fucking cave house.
Oh, you're a traveler. You must have so much nostalgia for that silence board.
What?
The Greybeards have summoned the Dragonborn to fight us.
Where do they summon the Dragonborns? Alright, Chad, give me just a moment. I'm gonna go get, like, soda or some shit with caffeine in it. I'll be right back, yeah? I'll put on some Gachi for you so you don't get scared, okay? One Gachi song, so you don't get scared. I'm gonna go grab a drink. You are not gonna make it up this mountain. I'm not gonna fucking make it. I just need something caffeinated real quick. Chat. It's your favorite. Chat, it's your favorite.
You got me, Nina? Yeah, there we go. All right. Yeah? Yes, yeah? Yeah, okay,
I love it. Don't stop. You make me calm.
Have fun.
Boy next door. I love it. Don't stop. That turned me on. Boy next door. You like what you see? Oh, I'm fucking humming. It's so fucking deep. The guitar majesty. Boy next door.
All right, guys. Yeah.
good news. We have a guest appearance. We have a guest appearance right now. One of my cats really wanted to come in my room, so I'll let her in my room. I let her in my room. I let her in my room. Hey, you! Stop it! She's trying to go. You wanna talk to them? Talk to them? Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that? No! Hey! Hey! Hey, you can't eat that. Stop. I'm gonna get you. Did you guys hear that? Hey! You good. You good? The music is too loud. Hold on. I'll mute it. Come on, baby. Did you guys hear that? Come on, she's talking for you. Come on, guys. Maybe in noise gates they can tell it's not like a human noise or some shit. Come on. Say something. Say something. Hey. Come on, guys. Did you hear that? What are you doing? No? You heard one? Hey. What are you doing? Wait, you go on the bed. Ugh. Stay on my bed. Better sleep on my bed or you leave my room. Hey. You're just going okay. I'm here. I'm here. Kitty. If she tries to go under my computer again, she will be forcibly removed from my room. Unfortunately. Not supposed to. I think she's gonna go suck on my blanket. Alright. I have Sodi. I just kind of did a few laps around the house. I think we're good. I think we're chilling. Let's get this fucking quest. Let's get this fucking quest. Finally. What? We have to get to the top of the mountain. Hey! Alright, she's literally in the corner of my room staring at me. Go on the bed. Go. Don't look at me like that. Alright, she just jumped on the bed because she's smart. On the bed, yep. The bed, no. She's so bad. Nope, make biscuits on my bed, baby. I like to call her sweet baby princess. Baby. The bed. No. The bed or my lap, not under the computer. You can smell the... I think she can smell the McDonald's bag. What? Huh? What is it, baby? You talk to them? She's really quiet, though. She's really, really quiet. Baby, baby. She's hungry. She's not hungry. She's fucking fat. She's fat, and she knows she can smell like fucking chicken nuggets and french fries. Baby. You're gonna act like that. You gotta get out of my room. She's interrupting my stream. Give the cat your food. It's not safe for cats. The fries have seasoning on them. It's not safe for her. Is the french fry? Okay, fine. If I literally eat the outside of the french fry and just give her the inside of it, then she can have a tiny piece. You hear that? Baby. Okay. Alright. Alright. Baby. Oh, that's what you wanted. Oh, yummy. She's so fucking fat. She likes people food. You had your treat. What? She's like frisky now. You're frisky now? Why are you frisky? Huh? Why are you frisky? What? What? She's chatty right now, dude. What the heck? You know she's on camera. No. No, ma'am. She's really frisky. That's not even my vocal cat. She's the quiet one. Okay, you gotta get out of my room. She knows that, like, I have to be staring at her. She likes the attention, dude. We gotta get up this fucking mountain. I don't know what path goes up the mountain, though. I don't know if you want me to move this so you can sleep in the box? There you go. You can get in the box now. You're bad. Stop it. You're bad. Alright, she's getting kicked out of my room, guys. She's very nice, but she's sweet, but she's weird. Yes, you're bad. She knows like the pose I get into when I'm about to like remove her from my room. She'll start crying. She'll be like, no, don't. Hide. She's just sitting there staring. She's just sitting there staring. I told my mom, I was like, do you want her? And my mom was like, no. Become a cat girl. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Just this once. Just this once. I'll allow it. So, Chad said there's a path in the town. So, I'll take that. We'll look for that. Is he naked?
Oh, Rada, Rada. You live among the clouds now, dear Rada.
Huh?
I can't see you, Rada. I can't find you. Why are you hiding? Hide. Don't make me sad. Oh, thank you. Divines bless your kind heart.
Why did he turn normal?
Rada was here, then gone. Went to gather plants.
He turned normal when I gave him money?
Everyone looked and no one could find her. Wilhelm said she'll be back. Told Harvey not to worry. Rada will come back.
What's wrong with you?
With Father, I said goodbye. With Mother, I say goodbye. Rada leaves and Narvi can't say goodbye.
He's retarded.
Makes Narvi very, very sad. Narvi needs Rada to say goodbye.
He's like the childish Jung in Genshin Impact.
With Father, I say, makes Narvi very,
He's just...
very sad. Narvi needs Rada to say goodbye.
Do you think they'll be mad if I just kill him?
My friend. I yield! I yield! The mountain will eat you. Watch the mountain.
Does he fight? He doesn't fight. He doesn't fucking fight. He doesn't fight. He's just like Childish Gambino, dude. Holy fuck, that reminds me. My favorite Gambino song. We'll listen to it. Alright, well, I'm not touching Narfi.
My favorite drinking. Let's get some meat. I miss Rada. She was so nice to Narfi. Narfi's sad he can't be with Rada.
Narfi's sad. So quiet. Hey, flake houses? Like crack dens? Crack dens. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think this is where the path continues. Yes! Kill! Get the drinker! Elk. The elk dropped a silver ring, guys! Oh, what the fuck? A bear? Holy shit. Oh, wait. Oh, what's the button for my... Am I dead already? Oh, no, I did die right then. Where was my girlfriend? I hate Narfi.
Let's get some.
That's even she's not my real girlfriend. So big. So dummy. Did the wrong thing, the wrong one. Mia, did you have this on your playlist because you heard it on TikTok? No, this one's fire. Bonfire's a good album.
Return of the Dragonborn?
About for the threesome. Good problems? Right, wrong. No, I know this song, dude. It's fire. Alright, so we can't get greedy and try to kill the elk. I want to get greedy and kill the elk. Fuck you! Get over here! Uh-oh. I hear bears. Is this path? Oh, I think the path that will take me up the mountain like that, maybe? Like this? Get some out of the GF as soon as she lets you die. Well, she's gone. She dumped me. I should fucking blow your head off. This way! Are we fast, man? I think this is the. Is this the right way? Oh wait, no more music. Pause. No more music. No more music. No more music. No more music. Ugh. The alt tabbing is so weird with this game. It like, my cursor isn't visible when I alt tab, so I just have to like guesstimate. Talk to people in the town. Okay, I guess. My wife is back! I've never seen anyone actually try to read the road signs in Skyrim before. What the fuck? Then why would they be put there with text on them? If not to be read. That's the classic ones? Are the road signs not accurate or something? If we corner this fucking elk, we can really kill it. I don't think they can swim. Oh, it's over for you. What the hell? Nothing? The people in the town are probably scared of me. I'm just like some freak with a giant battle axe and like killing things.
As if Skyrim didn't have enough outsiders. Now we've got mercenaries from
What was that?
strutting about. Guard might get... Damn faithless Imperials. Watch the skies, traveler. We'll show those faithless dogs who this...
Is there like a...
Trouble? I mostly deal with petty thievery and drunk. The gods gave you 2 hands, and you used them both for your weapon. I can respect that.
I like
What
that
is
one
it?
line.
Don't think you can barter with me like... Got to keep my eyes open. Can't wait to kill it. The Imperials. What is it? They say Ulfric Stormcloak murdered the High King with him. I have to wonder. What does the Dragonborn do once he's been summoned by the Greybeards? Staying safe? No
lollygagging.
Learned about you and your honeyed words.
What?
I'd be a lot warmer and a lot happier. By the 9.
By the 9, I'm tweaking.
Stand waiting. By the 9, I hate the waiting.
By the 9, I'm tweaking. He's talking about the guys you sold the lady to? Oh.
You don't look like a pilgrim.
You're like
What do you
fruity.
want? Clinic brings food supplies up to them once every few weeks, when the weather permits it. Other than that, they seem like a quiet lot. Don't really know too much about them.
Imperials seems to say by the 8 because they're cooked by elves.
Clinic brings food. Other than that, they seem like a quiet lot. Don't really know too much about them. What a boring
Keep away from there.
I'm sorry.
If I were you, I'd keep away from the barrow on the east side of town. The Greybeards are a solitary lot. I don't think they've ever ventured outside their monastery. We get the occasional pilgrim passing through here on their way to the summit, but almost all of them have returned disappointed.
Oh. So what about Narfi?
He's harmless. He's been in a state ever since his sister Rada disappeared over a year ago. He just keeps to himself in what's left of his folks' farmhouse across the river. I just said that to make the poor guy feel better. I'm pretty sure she's
no.
dead. Rada would gather ingredients from the small island in the river east of here. Then one day,
she drowned.
Vanished. I tried to look for her, but she never turned up.
Oh, so she is actually dead. We have to find her dead body.
There ain't much more. Look, I've seen
They're
one
ghosts.
of the spirit. Fortunately, certainly isn't helping my business any. Who'd want? If you think there's anything you can do,
I'm just gonna pick up all the
be my
quests I
guest.
can.
I've seen some sort of a cave. Probably best if you avoid it for now.
Oh, that's where Rada
Didn't
died
seem
then.
to
She went into a
Rada any
dungeon.
Sir, I've got no interest in magic users. I don't even like our Jarl having a court wizard.
The court wizard?
If you pass through again, stop by for a drink.
Is there anything of value in here? Whoa! Calm down, scary lady. She freaks me out when she looks at me like that, dude.
Have you spoken to Fastred yet?
No. I'll tell you, Wilhelm. If I could sweep her away from here tomorrow, I'd do it. But Klimek still has so much to learn.
Pardon me, my lady. Would you care to hear me play my lute? If you fancy a bit of music,
Perhaps one day.
I've always fancied it. Anything to break the boredom of living in this
7,000
town.
steps?
I envy you.
Okay, whatever. Let's go back to Skyrim. I feel like I've talked to enough people. Let's just cross the bridge and go up the stairs. Go up the 7,000 stairs. It's... I mean, honestly, I know the game is old, but it, like, in concept, it looks really pretty. Like, the concept of this looks really pretty. The other way, it's not across the bridge. There's no stairs anywhere. It's over this way? It's inside the mountain? What do you mean it's into the mountain? You're telling me it's a hole inside of the mountain? Do you know how road work? I crossed the bridge and they're like, no, you're doing the wrong thing! So I'll go the other way.
I help, I do the chores. What else would you have me do?
I know your sights are set.
On your way up the 7,000 steps again, Klimek?
Not today. I'm just not ready to make the climb to High Hrothgar.
Why not?
Passing through on your way to High Hrothgar? I've been to the monastery many times, but I've never even laid eyes on one of the... Being masters of the Thuum, they could kill you by utter... Well, not that they would. They seem peaceful, but mostly food supplies like dried fish and salt. The Greybeards tend not to get out much, if you catch my meaning. Well, it's kind of an understanding between us. I mean, trouble is, my legs aren't what they used to be. Really? Here, take this bag of supplies. Well, there's the occasional... Other than that,
Wolf
watch
packs.
your footing. In these wintry conditions...
That means there's no bears and shit, so we're good.
Treacherous. Honestly, I'm not certain.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67. 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84. Does this count as 2 or just 1? 2 or 1? $84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94. 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, oh no, that's not, so, road 102. These aren't steps. 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 13, 12, 13, 14, 15. 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. 1, 31, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9, 40. 41, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 150, 51, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
Keep an eye out for
70, 171, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 180, 181, 182, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 190, 191, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 200. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 210, 211, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 221, 222, 223, 224, 225, 226, 227, 228, 29, 230, 31, 32, 3, 4, 234, we're at 234.
221, 222, 247, 576, 235, 287, 420.
239, 240, 241, 242, 243, 244, 245, 246, 247, 248, 249, 250, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 61, 262, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 71, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 280, 81, 2, 3, 4, 5, 25, 6, 7, 8, 9, 290, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 300, 300, 301, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43. We're quick saving at 343. 44, 45, 46, 47. We're at 347. 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 63. Ooh, there's a lot of stairs. 363, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 368, 369, 370, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 380, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 5, 96, 97, 98, 99, 400, 401, 402, 403, 404, 405, 406, 407, 408, 409, 410, 411, 412, 413, 414, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21, 22, 23, 20, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. We're at 432. 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52. That's pretty. 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 460, 61, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78.
Keep an eye out for wolves if you're headed up the path to High Hrothgar.
479. We're 80, 81. 481. We're at 481. 482, 43, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. 497, 98, 99. 500, 501, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 524, 525, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 531, 32, 33, 34, 35, 535. Does this count? 36.
Hey Miia, hope your day and stream is going well. Glad you
536. 536. 536. Holy fuck! 536. We gotta fight the frost troll. Why are they so strong? Jesus. 536. 536. 537, 538. They're at 538. 539,
God
40,
bless
41,
Ratism.
42, 43, 44. 544. 544. 544. 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 70, 71, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 81, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 89, 90, 91, 591, 591. 592, 93, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 600, 601, 2, 3, 4, 5, 605, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 615, 615, 16, 17, 18, 19, 620, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 6, 7, 8, 6, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 55, 56. 656 so far. 656. Right? 7, 8, 9. We were at 656, but now that I know the troll's not here, I'm fine. 656, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 676, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 684, 85, 86, 87, 88, 688, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 700, 701, 702, 703, 704, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Do these count? 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 26, 27, 28, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. This only has 742 steps! They lied! This only has 742 steps, not 7,000! Thank you for the gift subs. What a scam! And title, okay, and thank you for the gift sub to Autism. This doesn't have anywhere near 7,000 steps. I'm gonna need to have a word with these guys. I'm gonna need to have a word with these fellas. How are you guys impressed? Counting's not hard. Go back and do it again, I could. Who is this?
So, a Dragonborn appears at this moment in the turning of the age.
I guess.
First, let us see if you truly are Dragonborn.
Ah!
Just of your voice. Dragonborn, it is you. Welcome to High Hrothgar. I am Master Angir. I speak for the Greybeards. Now, tell me, Dragonborn, why have you come here?
For fun.
We are honored to welcome a Dragonborn to High Hrothgar.
Hey, I'm Lucius. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I've been fun hanging out with us. We're playing Skyrim. It's my first time playing.
That is for you to discover. We can show you the way, but not
58 hours? Dude.
We are here to guide you in that
The way.
pursuit. Just as the Greybeards have sought to guide those of
That's
the
rare. I just pronounced it phonetically.
You are not the first. There have been many of the dragon blood since Akatosh.
Yeah, it's been at 58 hours all fucking day. I think actually we started today with...
That is not ours.
Yeah, with like 58 hours.
You are the only one that has been revealed.
Don't know how difficult that is for 90% of Chubas? That's true. Who are you?
We are here to guide you in that pursuit.
Am I gonna get a graybeard
Just as
too?
the Greybeards have sought
His
to
beard isn't
guide
even gray,
those
it's more of like an
the
ashy, dirty blonde.
You are not the first. There have been many of the dragon blood since Akatosh first bestowed.
Inflation is
that
affecting
gift upon
time now?
mortal kind.
You hate to fucking
Whether
see
you
it.
are the only dragonborn of this age, that is not ours to know. You are the only one that has been revealed thus far.
Don't hit on the graybeard. Well, they're like monks. They can't really date. Ah! Yeah, Daki. Miia. I will draw a fucking Miia Dakimakura cover. And we'll get it produced at 2,500. Yeah, I'm a scammer. Fuck you. I don't want you guys to have Dakis. That's too much power.
You have shown that you are dragon.
I have the inbred gift.
You have the inborn gift. But
I have the inbred gift.
do you have the discipline and temperament to follow the path laid out for you?
No, I like killing people.
Without training, you have already... When you shout, you speak in the language of dragons.
Why is he walking up to me? He's freaking me out. He's like posturing.
Inborn ability to learn words of power. All shouts are made up of 3 words of power. As you master each word,
your shout will become progressively stronger. Master Einarth will now teach you Ro, the second word in Unrelenting Force.
Can't be that hard.
Ro means balance in the dragon tongue. Combine it with Fus, force.
Do I have to do like key combinations to do the different?
Master Einarth
Oops.
is waiting.
Is it gonna absorb? Or do I have to do it in my shouts? Oh, you can just like highlight shit.
You must unlock its meaning through constant practice in order to use it in a shout. Well, that is how the rest of us learn shout.
Listen to him!
As Dragonborn, you can absorb a slain dragon's life force and knowledge directly. As part of your initiation, Master Einarth will allow you to tap into his understanding of Ro.
Ah! Old man juice!
Bruce, go!
Did it. Ah, 3 times.
Use your unrelenting force shout to strike the targets as they appear.
I don't want old man juice.
Bruce, go!
My girlfriend is gonna be the test dummy.
Well done. Again.
I like how they kind of.
Bruce, go!
I'm doing a good job.
You learn quickly.
Feed your girlfriend.
Once more.
If you love her.
Bruce, go!
Impressive. Your thumb is precise. You show great.
I want to hack people up with my axe. I want to hack people up with my axe.
In the courtyard. Follow Master Bori. The others do not speak. Their voices are too powerful for you to withstand.
He doesn't talk. Can I annoy him enough to make him talk? He just like crosses his arms. Let's go! If he spoke, he would die? That's not true. Do you think he'll like, wait, will he like scream in pain if I hit him with an axe? He's non-verbal? Okay. Well, he does wail in pain. He does wail in pain if you hit him, guys. So obviously he can talk. He just chooses not to. He can talk and it wouldn't kill me if he did. He just...
Master Bori will teach you Wood, which means whirlwind.
Wood. Attack them near the edge for surprise.
project it into a thumb.
If I attack them on the edge, do they fall off? Do they fall off the edge? Ah! No, 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 I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it, I don't want it! Get away from me! I just did.
Master Body. X. Now, your turn. Stand next to me.
Huh?
Master Bori will open the gate.
Huh?
Use your whirlwind sprint to pass through before it closes. Stand next to me and prepare your whirlwind sprint. Master Bori will give the signal.
Dude. Wait, okay, so hold on. Hold on, let's try it. Hold on, let's try it while he's right here. I attacked him, now what? I'm gonna try those with my C's. Yeah, I came out halfway. Come on, run after me. He's too patient. Come on.
What's the hurry?
Right there. Was that good? Dude, what the? Can I just farm my skills on him? Yeah, he's walking towards me now. What the fuck? Alright, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Wait, come on, come on. Ah! Ah! Aren't they gonna dash towards me? Genuine! Isn't doing right.
Your quick mastery of a new thum is
My tomb.
astonishing.
My tomb.
I'd heard the stories of the
She's a
abilities
shooting
of
star!
Dragonborn, but to see it for myself. You were given this gift by the gods for a reason. It is up to you to determine how best to use it.
Hololive
You are
reference.
now ready for your last trial. Retrieve the horn of Jürgen Windcaller, our founder, from his tomb in the ancient fane of Ostengraf. Remain true to the way of the voice.
This kind of sounds like these graybeards aren't good enough to get it themselves. And they're just making me do their bidding.
5. Our leader, Parthenax, lives alone on the
Parthenax
of the world. When your voice can open the path, you will know you are ready to speak to him. No doubt, the appearance of a dragonborn at this time is not an accident. Your destiny
It's my
is
God-given
surely
right
bound
and
up
duty
with
to
the
kill
return
every
of the
dragon in the
dragons.
world.
You should focus on honing your voice, and soon your path. There is indeed do not let your easy mastery of the voice tempt you into the arrogance of power. Dragons have the inborn ability to learn and project their voice. Dragons also are able to absorb the power of their slain brethren. A few more. What you have already learned in a few days took even... Some believe that Dragonborn are sent into the...
Why?
Dragons have always... There is no difference in the dragon
Okay,
tongue
shut up.
between
You're
debating
annoying.
and fighting.
You're old and annoying. The dungeon.
Shouting come...
The dungeon is... Where's the dungeon? Parthenax is the dragon form of him, not like other girls. What the fuck?
Hatchery to a dragon as breathing. Speaking. Sky.
Oh, it's just like right here. Back to High Hrothgar. Level up maybe? Oh shit. It's only 37. We gotta get it to 40 before we put more points into it. Points and armor. I just have to not get hit. That's cool. Dude, that's so cool. Holy shit, I have to walk so fucking far. But I can fast travel here and then we can walk there. I want my hair down. Huh? No cat ears. Huh? Aw. Take the cart. Where's the cart? Yeah, I want to walk so I can find all the areas. By the stables. Nah. I'm gonna do my own thing. So north is that way. We just have to get out of this fucking city. Put the cat ears back on. Fuck, damn it. Let me see. Please. Put the cat ears on, Mia, or Ray will have to do it again. Alright, let's...
You tried mercenary work?
You there.
It might suit you.
You're the one they call Dragonborn.
Who are you?
Your lies fall on deaf ears, deceiver. We know you are the false Dragonborn.
Can I kill them?
You shall not stand in the way of the true Dragonborn's return. When Lord Mirak appears, all shall bear witness. None shall stand to oppose him.
I kind of like their masks. I think I'm allowed to kill them. Come on, where's my girlfriend? She's not... Wait. Do I have a healing potion? No. I'm just gonna catch on fire. Yeah, I would call it on fire. I was gonna die. Why don't you use your healing? Because I don't know the keybind for spells. Unironically, it didn't give me any, like, training for the magic stuff because I insisted on killing everybody in, like, the tutorial area. So I have no idea how to cast spells. You equip them like weapons? That's kind of stupid. You can only have one spell at a time. Then. Stupid. I'll just go to a shop and buy healing potions. Ah! Oh, I fell in the pond.
Guard might get nervous. A woman approaches with a weapon drawn.
What if I kill it?
It's not easy being a woman in Skyrim, I know. But stay strong. And men, I miss the days when the Greymanes and Battleborns got along. Ever since the war started.
Well met,
No, don't talk to me. You're scary.
What brings you to Whiterun?
When the Empire surrendered to
You're
the
scary, I
unmarried
think.
elite, they shaved
You
us.
can always eat. I could just eat my food. That's true.
You have committed crimes against Skyrim and her people.
I'm a
What say you
Thane.
in your defense?
My bounty's fucking 5 gold. Now there's cultists after me too? It's probably better to fast travel to Whiterun. Alright, they're already here.
You there. You're the one. You cannot escape. You cannot escape from Dragonborn. Give up what you did. None will stop.
Oh, the guards are fucking attacking them.
You won't win.
Whoa, this one was a girl, guys. The value's pretty good on this. We can sell that. I think the mask looks pretty cool, honestly. Oh, and the gloves give me better armor, so I'll take that. What do you have? Oh, that's probably a quest. Yeah. And we can sell this for a lot of money, too.
God might get nervous.
They were both girls?
A woman approaches with a weapon drawn.
I'm warning you.
Fuck.
By the order of the Jarl. Stop right
My
there.
bounty. You'll never take me alive. I won't stop lockpicking. I love lockpicking. I love lockpicking. Alright, then let's pass some time. Please enter stealth before lockpicking. I guess. Hello, lady.
You're someone who got some good pieces out here if you're looking to... Of course. Don't forget to check inside the shop.
Well, your house is locked. Come unlock your house. Hi, Carlston. It's good to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you stopping by.
What happened?
Shouldn't leave.
I don't claim to be the best blacksmith. Have you met my father? Take a look.
Alright, she's gonna buy my cultist gear. I can't sell. It's not stolen though. It's not stolen though. What the fuck?
All right then.
Does it really count as stolen? It's not stolen, see? Oh wait, no, that's not it. It doesn't say it's stolen. She just doesn't want to buy. Oh, she only buys armor. Oh. Hmm.
A few seconds for myself.
Damn it. Let's pick some other locks. Does this mean the person is still asleep? Anything of value in here? Uh-oh.
You're not supposed to be in here.
I need to find a regular shop though that'll buy them. I need to find a regular shop that I can buy. What is it? I want to unlock this.
Guard might get nervous. A woman approaches with a weapon drawn.
We're gonna pick this fucking lock. Damn it! Damn it, come on, dude!
I've got a recipe for venison stew that I want to try out.
Guys, I have a 56% chance to successfully steal his clothes.
I'll be sure to bring some back for you the next time I go hunting.
Make it cool.
You can't steal his armor!
Storm cloaks, Imperials, Jargons. It no matter to me what I kill. Let them come.
Oh, and now it's open.
Take a good look around. I'm sure you'll find what you're looking for. If not, let me know. I might have it stored away.
She's ugly.
You look rather pale. Ah.
You look
so
rather
you're an
pale.
alchemist then.
Hmm. Potion of cure disease. And now let's sell things to her. Yay!
Ah, splendid, splendid.
Yay!
It's for a special brew I'm working on. A love elixir like none other. Oh, but I suppose you expect some compensation.
These better be fucking healing potions.
Here, these potions should suffice. Why? Because I'm a proud citizen of the Empire? Because the Stormcloaks can rot in oblivion for all I care. I've lived in this city for 20 years.
All right.
20!
I want to put a bucket on her head.
Careful with that. What do you need, my friend?
Ow! What? I believe this is it's a health potion. I need to steal your health potion, ma'am.
Pardon me, but do I detect a case of the rattles? I've got something for that.
Just... It says steal.
I have several elixirs for sale.
I don't want to buy. Vod of Miia does not buy things.
Like you doesn't need a cure-all, huh? What about an invisibility potion? Is someone there?
Whoa, don't hit me.
Back anytime if you need a rest.
Well, well. Another maggot squashed beneath.
Dude, there's guards in there! Let's try this again.
You look rather pale. Could be ataxia. It's quite a problem back home in Cyrodiil.
Oh my god. Oh wait, even though I'm disguised, there's a chance the pickpocket won't work. Oh my god. Those aren't actually potions.
You look rather pale. Could be ataxia.
Why is she so mean to me?
It's quite a problem back home in Cyrodiil. If there's anything I can help you with, you have but to ask.
Well, okay, I stole all of the health potions. The basket only works on the shop, not pickpocketing. Oh.
You know nothing. Nothing of our struggles, our suffering.
Nothing. And what of my son? Hmm? What of Thorold? Is he nothing?
Yes.
So don't talk to me about...
You are nothing.
Your son chose his side, and he chose poorly, and now he's gone. Such is the way of war. The sooner you accept his law...
Increase health. What is my sneak at? Lockpick, pickpocket.
The better.
Trouble?
Alright, we gotta get out of here. Oh, wrong way. This way. We gotta get out of here. This way? He had a skill issue. Okay.
You tried mercenary work? It might suit you.
What?
No, I'm not. No, I'm a Red Guard. My family hails from the Imperial Province. But I left home when I was just a lad. And my Sapphire doesn't like that I've been spending so much time looking for my father's old sword.
Oh, okay, that's her. I was like, what the fuck is this? Alright. And now... Yeah, now we can walk around the perimeter here.
Do you believe all this talk of dragons? Can the ancient ones truly have returned?
They're Chinese, you guys. Now we go north. We did it! And we stole a bunch of stuff. It's awesome. They're Chinese. They're gypsies, if anything. Dude, they're Chinese. They do martial arts, don't they? No. How the fuck are they Chinese? I don't know. It just kind of looks like it. I don't know. Are you hallucinating? No, they... When I saw them the first thing I thought was like, yeah, they're definitely Chinese. We gotta kill this. Rock elves are weird but cool, but only because the guy who wrote them took shrooms. Is that true? What's this? Somebody's house? We could loot it. What are these red dots? Ghost people?
Not so fast. Tell you, you start running so I can stab you in the back.
I'm sorry, what was that? Well, we killed them all, so let's go in there. Okay. Not really anything of value here. No, there really isn't anything. Nothing. Not really anything, yeah. That's okay though. That's just, are these more bandits? Skeletons! What the fuck? This is so much better than my hammer, holy shit. Oh, but it's a hammer. I guess we can put the... do the hammer research. We'll do the warhammer upgrade, and then I can just swap my weapons. Do a little bit more. Alright. It honestly looks like oh yeah, I think it's supposed to be rusted, but it looks like there's blood on the hammer already. And I haven't even used it! I think we're getting closer. Oh shit, yeah, we are pretty close. We're just gonna have to jump off the side of the mountain, I guess? Oh yeah, wait, the fucking glitch XP thing upgraded, so we have to change the color of it. We can change the color, I don't know. I like changing the color a lot, but we leveled up, so we should change the color. We leveled up a while ago, but I think we should change the color. Gauge. Okay, we can do the little rainbow one. There you go. Yay! Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I appreciate you hanging out with us. Hey. I'll be here in the morning. Oh, and you know what, guys? I will put on, when I end up going to bed, I will put on the rest of that fucking 20-hour documentary. Hopefully we can get through it tonight. And just lurk and watch it with you guys, because that gave me brain rot. That should give me brain rot. Yep, and we just have to jump off the cliff of the mountain. His Morrowind video is good too? Fuck, is it like 20 hours long? He's a really good yapper, I'll tell you guys that. We can watch him tomorrow, and then maybe the night after that we can watch Wendigooner. More Wendigooner. Oh fuck, what am I supposed to do about this? I just woke up a dragon. Oh my god. We are so fucked, bros. Can we run away? Let's leave. Ooh, but there's a chest here. Alright, let's loot the chest and then let's leave. Let's search this urn. Let's steal from the dragon's grave and then run away. I can't solo a dragon, what the fuck? Ah! See, he's in the air, I can't kill him. Help! 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 Actually, hold on. Oh, I just sold all of my, I just sold all of my effect potions. Okay, we gotta get up here. How do I fight the dragon? You win these? Oh. These dragons have a lot of health, dude. I don't know, dude. I don't know, dude. These aren't... I don't see myself winning this fight. Are you really supposed to be able to solo these, like, easily? Like, are you supposed to be able to solo these easily? Probably not at your level. Yes. Kind of. But I'm gonna run out of potions. Okay, so is there a way to counter the ice breath? Can you dodge it at all, or do you just have to tank it? Because if there's a way to counter it, just don't get hit, but it tracks you. I don't have potions of frost resistance. So how do I trigger a spell? It's linked to my right hand. How do I trigger a spell? Oh, it's fucking separate. Oh my god, I can't equip my weapon. So how do I de-equip a... Do I have to manually... Well, but now I can't use a weapon. Do I have to manually equip a weapon every time I want to switch? So I have to go into my inventory menu every time? From it, dude. I don't want to fight this thing, man. It's really annoying. It pisses me off. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. No, he damages me faster. That was a waste of my fucking time. It's really annoying. I'm not gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna ignore the dragon next time. Yeah, I'm just not gonna fight the dragon. It was doable. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna fight it. I am just gonna avoid it and just still go to the quest area. I just need to get an upgrade for my stamina so that it restores faster. I really don't give a shit. I'm not gonna fight the dragons right now, dude. That did so much damage. What the fuck? Is this normal? Are there just supposed to be dragons in, like, the plains? They just spawn here? So is it just bad RNG to get back-to-back dragons? Oh, and I don't even have my stronger weapon now. Can I stick with my girlfriend? Whenever the dragon comes back, then we can both fight it. Should be okay. Why won't she follow me? What is this retarded piece of shit doing? I guess as long as the dragon has me targeted, well, it doesn't have me targeted. What the fuck is up with this? What the fuck, dude? That's so fucking ass, dude. So it's just literally the exact same thing over again. What difficulty is this? It's just normal. Are you like 100% sure? Are you 100% sure these are just random spawns? Like, I'm not gonna waste my potions. Oh, and we're just gonna have to sneak. Alright, it looks like that one's gone.
Now ain't this a surprise?
Where does body go? Oh. Hmm. 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 There's not really anything of value on any of them. What is he doing?
I'll show you a real fight.
Okay, and then let's see. That one's good. Yo, boots, steel helmet. Now how do I look? Swag. And we just climb up the mountain. And I guess this time, since the Dragon's Keep is right here, I can just go around the long ways. Or I can jump off the mountain over here. Actually, I think I'll jump off the mountain over here. So just this way. I think... Oh yeah, I think this is a good angle to be able to reach the town. Can I pick... I picked those. Sweet. And my companion... Ooh, what's this? Can I pick the flowers? Oh, it's a blessing! From the guy inside of the circle. A fish? That's 150. Ah! Gold. That's worth 100. Let's see. Okay, I think we can do it right here. Hey! Then I'll just keep moving. And these places should show up on my radar. There we go. What is this shit? What is this? Labyrinthian? Uh-oh. This sounds like some fucked up abomination. A frost troll! We're not fighting a frost troll. You stay in that goddamn labyrinth, motherfucker. He's gotta stay in the labyrinth, dude. Alright, I think we're almost there. Oh, we're pretty close, actually. Okay. It did not end up getting to my burger, but we can save it for tomorrow. House. I don't have a good feeling about this fall. Okay, good. I have a good feeling. It feels like there's enemies here. Oh, it needs a key. What the fuck is that? Ugh. What the fuck? He does a lot of damage. What the fuck? What the fuck? He soloed me. That's insane. Is this a high level enemy? Am I under leveled for the quest that I'm initiating? Well, I did initiate the quest already before I saved, so he is after me. We gotta get here, though. So we've got here, and now we just have to walk to the the horn. And that's this way. Okay, let's keep moving. It shouldn't be too long of a walk to get there. Yeah, we're like halfway there already. Are these eggs? What are these? Fungal pod. Fungal pod. Is this it? I have to jump in that hole? Excuse me?
Now ain't this a surprise? You think I'm afraid of you?
You were killing bandits this whole time? She was like already over here just killing people. Trickster, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I hope you have fun hanging out with us. We're just chilling. Playing Skyrim. It's my first time playing the game. That's weird. Right. I guess they're all dead, so we can go in. I guess. Ooh. Well, let's go in. You've had your stream for 2 days? Wow! Oh yeah, we're gonna keep watching that Skyrim lore video. We're gonna keep watching that. In probably in an hour, maybe?
These thralls of yours are slower than Argonians in a blizzard.
Feel free to grab a pick and help them out.
Is there any other spellcasters? No spellcasters? You have gold on you? No. Anything good? Rocks, money, potions. Hey. Alright, well, let's go in. Oh.
Damn you.
Yay! Shit. What can I steal? Can I loot this? Can I loot this stuff? I think that's the one I have. There should be another one. Yep. Alright, let's keep moving. Good night, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I will be here tomorrow morning. Yay! Money. Money. Wait, I'm gonna see. Nope, nothing here. We just have to go through every room. Oh, that's where I just was. Okay. There's probably a boss fight here. Hopefully my girlfriend comes in with me. Good night, my Thank you for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. I will be here, and I'll be here tomorrow morning. Skyrim's dungeon or shit like a scrotum? Dude, what the fuck? What? There's another one. There's another one somewhere. Somewhere? Somewhere. Every morning is Miia morning. That's right. I bet there's shit to steal in here. Yeah! Fuck you, bitch! Yeah. So I'll take that. And keep moving. Where's my girlfriend? She's lost. Is this suspicious looking? Oh fuck, that's suspicious looking. I do like that I can one-shot those guys. We go up or down. Troll skull. Ooh. Nah. I'm gonna do my own thing. Let's go down here. Oh. There's trees in the fucking cave. Dude. Uh-oh. That's just a fucking skeleton. Uh-oh. Oh, I leveled up! Let's put this into stamina. When our two-handed is 40, so I think I can up the damage now. Yay! Whatever. I think this is where I just walked up. Or maybe I came in over there. Maybe I have to walk down the hill. Maybe I have to walk down the hill. Maybe? Oh yes, this is new. What's this? We got a new word! We got a new word! We gotta get over there, though. So... how do we get up here? Let's go back onto here. Power that turns you into Gunnar, that's fucking awesome. I have to dash? Wait, I think I have to dash. Oh. Or maybe not. I fucked it up. I pressed X instead of Z. Oh, it just doesn't let me walk through it, period. Can you check general? You're really, dude? You know it's really difficult. It's really difficult to alt-tab this game. I'll check that later. It's a long video. I'll check that later. I'll check that once I finish playing the game. Oh, she's allowed to go through. Okay.
Get ready. Trouble ahead.
How do you know that? How does she know that? Are all the dungeon bosses spiders?
Don't see that every day.
This is a fucking cultist. Any other gold to loot? Gold. Ooh. That's a higher damage one. Well, I guess I just gotta keep going. Oh, there's so much gold to steal. I fucking love this game, man. Take some of that. Some of that. That. Ooh. This empty. That's empty too. So now just get out of here. This stupid motherfucker took my relic. He took my fucking relic, man. And it's probably a cultist and he's gonna like murder me. Ooh. Alright, I think that's everything. Gold. Empty. 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 Whoa! Empty. Empty. Hey, this is probably all there is to really... Ooh. Okay. I think this is everything that's in here, so... Maybe. Let's leave. We can just get out of here, I think. Oh yeah, this is everything that was in there. Give your wife white robes. They don't have those. She has black robes because she's an evil wizard. She's really fucking freaky looking, dude. Abby, she's scary.
Huh?
Huh? So my quest is... My quest is gonna be... The Sleeping Giant Inn at Riverwood. Yes. Hopefully they don't try to kill me again, because I massacred so many people there.
Pretty, I'll give you that. Just stay away from
I'm gonna kill her husband.
You're nothing but trouble.
Yeah, Sven hates me because I killed his grandma. I killed his fucking grandma. Why'd you do that? For fun?
Huh? You're that visitor been poking around.
This is the lady that tried to kill us.
I'm the innkeeper. It's my business to... Attic room, eh? Well, we don't have an attic room, but you can have the one on the left. Make yourself at home.
Where are the stairs?
We don't get a lot of travelers here in Riverwood.
This is my... This is my room. I still have to wait for it to be nighttime? Oh, whoa. Hello? What's up?
So you're the Dragonborn I've been hearing so
Wait!
I think you're looking for this.
What?
We need to talk. Follow me.
She went through the dungeon herself?
Not here. Follow me.
Oh, what happened?
She gonna attack me? Wait, so she cleared the fucking dungeon?
Now we can talk.
What? What? So is she Dragonborn?
The Greybeards seem to think you're the Dragonborn. I hope they're right. Surprised? I guess I'm getting pretty good at my harmless innkeeper act. You can't be too careful. Thalmor spies are everywhere.
What's Thalmor?
I didn't go to all this trouble on a whim. I needed to make sure it wasn't a Thalmor trap. I am not your enemy. I already gave you the horn. I'm actually trying to help you. I just need you to hear
Oh, those
me
are the
out.
elves. The elves.
Like I said in my note, I've heard that you might be Dragonborn. I'm part of a group that's been looking for you. Well, someone like you for a very long time.
Oh, they're elf Nazis.
If you really are Dragonborn, then
What?
yes. Before I tell you any more, I need to make sure I can trust
I'm gonna
you.
kill her with my...
We remember what most don't, that the Dragonborn is the ultimate dragon slayer. You're the only one that can kill a dragon permanently by devouring its soul. Can you do it? Can you devour a dragon's soul? Good, and you'll have a chance to prove it to me soon enough.
What? Kill her?
I knew the Greybeards would send you there if they thought you were Dragonborn. They're nothing if not predictable. When you showed up here, I knew you were the one the Greybeards sent, and not some Thalmor plant. Dragons aren't just coming back. They're coming back to life. They weren't gone somewhere for all these years. They were dead, killed off centuries ago by my predecessors.
What?
Now something's happening to bring them back to life, and I need you to help me stop it.
What?
I know they are. And I figured out where the next one. We're going to go there, and you're going to kill that dragon. If we succeed, You should know. You got the map for me from Bleak Falls Barrow.
Good night, Crowbar!
Dragonstone
Thank you for
was a
stopping
map
by.
of
I hope you have a good
ancient
rest of your
dragon
evening.
burial sites.
For
I've looked
for
at
your
which ones are now
legacy,
empty.
we are going to keep
The path
watching
is
that
pretty clear.
fucking Skyrim video
It
in a
seems
little
to be
bit.
spreading from the southeast, down in the Gerals near Riften. The one at Kynesgrove is next. Kynesgrove. There's an ancient dragon burial near there. If we can get there before it happens, I need to get into my traveling gear. Give me a minute and I'll be ready.
If she leaves the room, I'm fucking stealing everything.
That's better. Let's get on the road to Kynesgrove.
It's not even stealing? Okay. Oh, it's empty.
You just find that lying around? Must be your lucky day.
What are you doing here? Yeah, I did just find it lying around.
You're kind of fuzzy. What's wrong with you?
Oh, he's drunk. Yippee! Alright, let's go to Skyrim.
Huh? Travel together or
Huh?
split up and meet there. Your choice.
He broke into the most secret room of the. He broke into literally the secret room of the inn to hit on my character. Oh, let me see something. Wait, hold on. Let's keep fucking going, man. Come on, lady.
If my analysis is correct, the dragon buried near Kynes Grove.
Why is she such an important character to the story?
Come on, we've got to get to Kynes Grove.
Come on.
Huh?
My scary wife. She's a blade? What does that mean? What does that mean she's a blade? Someone at Bethesda has a fetish for scary women? I can see that. Most of the characters in these games are bitchy. Even even Fallout NPCs are really bitchy. She's strong. How far is this? That's far as fuck. Dude, what the fuck? Animate! What is this? Kill him.
I'd stay away if I were you.
What if I shot you? Let's keep going. Who are you? Is that a girl? Huh?
Never should have come.
The hell? Who hired you, pussy? Who hired these people? They're shitty. Oh, they have a lot of money though. Wait, guys, don't leave. I have to loot their corpses. You guys can't leave. I wish it was socially acceptable to use other people's Twitch streams as background noise while you're streaming, cause like, fuck. I'm so used to watching people's streams while I'm playing games. I think the Nordic ones have the same. Oh shit, no, they're 14. Okay, I'll get rid of those. And we can loot her gauntlets. There we go. I do have 2 monitor. Yeah, but no, I'm not losing my voice. It's more just a little bit hoarse because I've been, you know, talking nonstop for the last 50 some hours. The last 50 some hours, you know? It happens. Oops, alt. Besides, I accidentally tab in. It's like, cause I go to my creator dashboard and then I go back to my Twitch. And it's like, fuck, Mike is streaming. Motara's streaming, Peppa's streaming, Hina's streaming. Like, man, dude, these are the streamers I watch. These days can't even handle a little talking. Yeah, you can get this tomboy voice. Is that what you wanted? Stop it, I don't want to talk to you. I want to pick the flowers, bitch. Alright, come on, lady. Come on, lady, come on, come on. Come on. We can go this way. I don't have stamina, I'm an old soul. Please, lady.
Remember, we're not looking for trouble.
I'm not looking for trouble, I'm looking for flowers.
Alright,
Huh?
hand over your valuables, or I'll gut you like a
What the fuck?
Nice try. I'm not gonna ask again. Don't you walk away from me.
Fucking idiot. I do like being able to one-shot people.
I doubt the Talmer are aware of it, so we should be safe from them at least.
Okay, no elves. That's good because the only thing I don't like, what I don't like about this is the elves in this aren't sexy. They're not sexy elves. I like sexy elves. These are just scary looking, weird. Oh, there's more flowers over here.
We better keep moving.
What are you doing, lady? You do know the way, right? Yeah, it's not sexy. They're creepy elves. I want sexy elves. I don't want creepy elves. The only creepy-ish elves I'll tolerate are the Warcraft elves. Bethesda does not know how to make appealing characters. They make them ugly on purpose because they think ugly characters will appeal to... Can I catch the butterfly? Yeah, butterfly! They think ugly characters will appeal to girls more. They think girls don't like sexy characters because it's objectifying. It's bad for feminism. But the truth of the matter is, girls like sexy characters too. I like big booby characters where the armor only covers the boobs. Hello. Tessa, thank you so much for the 2 months. I really appreciate it. Also, hi, Peanuts. You get it. Peanuts, you fucking get it. There are mods to fix this. Yeah, but I can't go on like the creator hub on stream because you saw when I opened it up before I started playing the game, it was literally all tits. It was all tits. Bethesda's taught in his high school friends they have an abnormally high retention rate? Dude, really? Not to sound like a boomer... Not to sound like a boomer incel, but I'm a little bit worried about GTA 6. What if they make GTA 6 cringe? What if they make GTA 6 cringe?
I hope.
Zeracto, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. It'll be fun hanging out with us. And Anime, thank you for the 5 gifted. Dude, I'm gonna be really fucking pissed if she left. Oh, she's... What the fuck?
Better to stick together. I don't want you to get yourself killed before we even get there.
What was I gonna say? The timer's still higher! The timer's still higher than when I started! Dude! The timer's literally still fucking higher. It's 3 hours higher than when I started. Let me pick these flowers. Pick these flowers. Ooh, more flowers. Two flowers. More flowers here. It's almost like you're gonna be stuck here forever. Forever? Forever, ever, ever?
Remember, we're not looking for trouble. We need to get to Kynes Grove as fast as we can.
Mike! Mike! Can you believe it, guys? It's Christmas, just 6 weeks away. Christmas is in 6 weeks. Woohoo! I'm so happy about this information. Christmas, just 6 weeks away. Oh wow, can you believe it? Christmas, just 6 weeks. It got here so fast. Christmas, just 6 weeks away. Mike, dude, how was your stream? Hold on, let me get you your shout out. Shout out. See, I'm finally playing a video game when you come into my stream, so you can't call me lazy. I've been grinding the fuck.
I'm on your side.
Sorry, I've been grinding the fuck out of Skyrim. Hold on. Hold on. I'll even play, hold on. Just for you. Hold on. Just for you. YouTube. Get her! That's right. Can you guys hear it? This is for Mike. You're welcome. You are welcome. It's a little bit loud, isn't it? There we go. That's a little bit better. Christmas! I wish I could kill her. Shit, there's flowers, 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 flowers. Josh was here the whole time!
Just lube it up.
The kettle noises are coming back, man, because my voice is getting hoarse from talking so much. Oh, we should kill this guy on the bridge. I don't need to talk to him here. Belle, don't worry, Belle Delphine. Don't worry, don't worry. I'm coming to kill him. I'm coming to kill him. No, I'm coming. It's okay. Don't worry about it.
Another maggot.
Whoa! Chill. Whoa! What the fuck? Yeah, this is Icky unmodded. We gotta do the whole journey again.
My analysis is correct. The dragon buried near Kynes Grove.
Let's go.
Billy Harrington. Pants.
Man, fuck Belle Delphine.
Spanking.
That turns me on.
Where is she? Did I leave her behind?
It's a long process to keep the whole arm up there.
It's an intense feeling for the other person.
Did I
think
leave
for
her here on
myself, too.
accident?
You go in places that, even though it's physical,
No, she ran in
with
front
your
of me.
hand, for some reason, it's also more emotional.
It was a
More
random farmer.
psychological, too,
Well,
and we both reached the
you
same
can never.
place.
It's better
Really
be safe than sorry. I would rather kill somebody on suspicion of them being a bandit than not kill a bandit. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. I feel like I've already gone the wrong way.
fucking coming.
She should be walking the path though, so it's weird that I haven't crossed her yet. Aren't I a bandit? I guess. Yeah, this is definitely the wrong way. We went the wrong way. Alright, there's your... that was your Christmas gotchi. So actually, fuck this lady. I'm gonna return the thingy. Oh, if you don't travel with her, she just TPs. Oh. That's alright, I guess. I hope that wasn't supposed to be like an offering or something, because I'm taking their shit, man. I don't care. Hello. What the fuck?
Ah, you've retrieved the horn of Jorgen Wimco.
Yes.
Well done. You have now passed all the trials. Come with me. It is time for us to recognize you formally as Dragonborn. You are ready to learn the final word of unrelenting force. Da. Which means...
Da.
With all three words together, this shout is much more powerful. Use it wisely. Master Wolf will now give you his
What the fuck?
You have completed your training, Dragonborn. We would speak to you. Stand between us and prepare yourself. Few
What the fuck? They're gonna kill me!
The unbridled voice of the Greybeards, but you are ready.
I can't handle 5 guys. Ah! Hit it. Ah!
Meis nu ismir, Dovadebrom, Dama, Da, Rock.
Paul. Imagine living on a mountain your whole life just to learn how to speak Klingon.
Tasted the voice of the Greybeards and passed through unscathed. High Hrothgar is open to you.
Let me quick save, see if I can. Can I? You just get scared a little bit. I like that.
Your training proceeds well, Dragon. We spoke the traditional words of greeting to a Dragonborn who...
They were just saying hi to me?
The same words were used...
That sounded scary.
Talos when he came to High Hrothgar before he became the Emperor Tiber Septim.
What?
Ah, I sometimes forget you are not versed in the dragon tongue as we are. This is a rough translation. Long has the storm crown languished, with no worthy brow to sit upon.
Are the translations for these things legitimate? Like, can you actually translate the dragon speak into English as a consistent language? Like it has grammar constructions and everything? No. No grammar, just words. Okay.
No doubt, you should focus on honing your voice. You have learned some, but there are many words of power in Skyrim.
They actually made... Okay, I think that's enough to call it a real language, honestly.
Finding these lost words would be a sufficient test. We have felt the whisper of a word.
A whisper of a word.
Give me your map and I will show you where... As I said, you will know you are...
We have to kill Parthernax. Parthernax. We have to kill him. I just feel like he's a bitch.
No doubt, the appearance of a dragon...
I just feel like he's a bitch, so I think we should kill him. Now, can I talk to the other guys? Are these their rooms? Shit. Oh, shit. I can go through this place now. Oh, it's big. Can I pick their flowers? Oh, my God. Yay! Hat. Minor clothes. Yeah, please kill everyone. Low dust? Slaughterfish? What? And his dresser? Tender cotton? Lavender? Lavender? Oh. Flower? 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 A regen potion. Money? I guess they all sleep in the same room. This is their little bedroom. Flowers. Flowers. Mushroom. Mushroom. Well, I stole everything. I stole everything. I want that. What else do I want? I want that. Let's check the other side. Yep, we have to eat everything. We just have to shove everything in our mouths like fucking wild animals. Just to see what happens. Just for fun, see what happens when we eat it. And the potions, just wine. Anything? Berries? Anything? Just wine. I guess it's just all wine in here. Oh! Oh, oh fuck. Oh, I'm so clumsy. Oh fuck, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Go upstairs. Jesus, this place is big. Oh, but that one doesn't have collision. That one does, though. Alright, let's go this way. This place is seriously huge. Teehee. Teehee. I can listen to them. They have fucking prayer rugs. That's awesome. He said Dovahkiin though. He talked to me, bros. We're so in. Flowers. Flowers. Bug. Puff pot. I'm a huge fan of prayer rugs. So see, that's what he says to me. But I have to talk to all of the other guys to see exactly what all the other guys say to me too. I just need to find them. I think they might be in the back. The courtyard, maybe? Maybe the courtyard! They can't speak! Yes, they can! Yes, they can! He said Dovahkiin. They can talk Dragonish. No, I want to talk to the guys. The graybeards. Wait, is this another door? Just this guy. We gotta find the other ones. See? Have I been in here? I must not have been in here if there's still stuff on the table to steal. Yeah, that fucking potion. Give me that. A drum? I'll take that. I think that would be fun to have. Wait, can I play the drum? Can I, like, equip the drum and play it? Is that possible? No. Damn! That would have been such a good feature, though. Like, it literally would have been genius tier. That's fine. That's fine, though. I don't know where these pesky little bitches want to hide. I don't know if I can look up to see where they hide. Where are graybeards after main quest? This is like after finishing the entire game. But I don't know, man. They're just chilling. They're just chilling somewhere and I don't know where they are? Man. Man. Dude. Man. Whatever, that's fine. That's fine. We'll find them eventually. But I think what I'm gonna do, because it's 2 a.m. I think we might react Andy for a little bit, then I'm gonna go sleepy sleep. How do we feel about that? How are we feeling about some sleepy sleep? Some little nappy time? Bedtime for baby? Yeah, it's bedtime. Yes. We can watch the fucking Sky. Yes. I like your game, Gay Todd Howard, and we're gonna watch the fucking, we're gonna watch the video. We're gonna watch the Skyrim video. We're gonna watch, you guys, we're gonna watch the Skyrim video. I saved it to my watch later, so hopefully it saved the spot that we were at. Because let me tell you guys, I actually specifically meant to, play games until pretty late tonight because I wanted to make sure that I didn't sleep longer than we had left in the video. So let me see if it's in my watch later real quick. I don't know if you can see my window. Let me see it. In my watch later playlist, but I don't know how to. How do I see my watch later? I see like, oh, here, watch later.
To portray the idea that
we're gonna exit out of that. We're 4 hours in. We're 4 hours in, so I would have to queue. I would have to queue something else up. I would have to queue something else up. I don't know if you guys want to see my saved videos. It's a Korean animation. One of the fucking Sigma musics. Another Korean animation. Splatoon. Live 2D tutorial. Live 2D tutorial. Live 2D tutorial. Fucking... The Temple OS down the rabbit hole. The Temple OS down the rabbit hole is also saved to my watch later. How do we feel about that one after the Skyrim video? Ah! Nice, Rain. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted. What the fuck? Did I really appreciate it? The timer has literally gone up. I'm gonna go to bed soon and the timer has gone up. I don't know what to do. No time has passed. So I'm just gonna remove everything from the playlist. Remove. I mean, granted, I don't even need these live 2D tutorials in my save videos playlist because I'm done. I'm done live 2D'ing. We got our model. We got our good model. Yeah, no, unironically, time only passes when I sleep because literally last night was the only time. Last night was literally the only time. So we're literally at exactly 4 hours. Okay, whoops.
Forced here. Necromancy.
Uh-oh. Hold on. Wow, the complete Metal Gear timeline. Dude, but I want to watch this one! I want to watch that one, though. What about the Wendigoner Faith? Dude! Okay, we're gonna save this one, too. Fuck. The ultimate Grand Theft Auto. Dude! There's too many video essays I want to watch. Here's what we'll do. We have 7 hours on this one. Okay, so we have 7 hours left on this video. We've got 1.5 hours on this one. So that's going to put us to about 8 hours of sleep, which makes sense. So we will probably... I might be awake before this one would start. That seems pretty good, right? So I have to remember how I set up my monitor so that I could... Because I do a little bit of work before I actually go to bed.
As any other.
So I have to set up my monitor so that YouTube is running. YouTube is the only thing running on this monitor. Just so that we can, you know, do whatever, stuff like that, you know. Let's full screen it. Let's play it.
Type of magic is a tool to be used.
We can turn it a bit louder for you guys.
Of course, non-mages may not see it that way.
Let me know how the volume is, you guys. Because I'm going to sit and watch this for a little bit.
Skyrim doesn't even really have a rule about whether or not Draugr are attached to necromancers.
Blood is yapping.
Sometimes the game uses Draugr to portray the idea that necromancers are reanimating the dead, and sometimes it doesn't.
Volume is good?
The necromancers are engaging in some kind of flashy ritual to bind the Wolf Queen Potema to their will.
Then I'll put a little
It's
blinky
kind of
on.
cool because unless you're versed in the lore, you won't know at the time what exactly the implications of this ritual would be.
We got a little comfy blinky on.
But you don't need to. Just look at it. It's obviously not going to be a good thing. So who is Potema? Well, the story goes back to Daggerfall. Lore books. Potema started as a minor character in the story of Emperor Pelagius the Mad.
Good?
Then in Morrowind, she got 2 separate lore books, both examining her character. The biography of the Wolf Queen is a shorter historical account. The other story, simply titled The Wolf Queen, is actually an 8-part series detailing her entire life.
And I think I will start at...
The origin and veracity of this document are not
I think I'll start at 11 a.m.
11
a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. That's going to give me, hypothetically, 11 a.m. will give me 8 hours of sleep, and then 30 minutes to shower, brush my teeth,
This is actually
brush
the
my
very
hair,
same
whatever,
war that Sir Beric took the
get
sword
dressed,
and greaves of Pelennor
do all that
Whitestrike
stuff.
to, leading to the downfall of the original Knights of the Nine.
That kind of stuff.
Potema was actually a capable conjurer and necromancer.
I'm very picky. I don't know how to explain it, you guys. I'm very picky about the subathon type stuff.
She would even be tended
I don't
want
to make it seem like I'm doing more sleeping time than I need to.
It's said that her residual spirit, even after her
pinky
death,
promise I'm
caused
doing
Emperor
like the bare
Pelagius to
minimum
go
of
mad.
sleep time.
This is frankly part of what I love about Elder Scrolls.
Because I want to do a lot of content.
Most of that is just in a lore
do a lot of
document
content.
available for extra reading
Let's find my
at your
little
leisure.
text.
The people involved in this quest don't exposit the story at you, which is how pretty much any other fantasy setting would handle the story.
And I want to do some homework too. I do want to get at least one homework assignment done tonight, so that I don't have to do that much homework tomorrow on stream.
Instead be that most of its best material came from other games.
Let's see what we can do here.
As interesting as the Wolf Queen is, she was just as interesting in Morrowind, where most of that lore came from, and Oblivion, which also had the same books. You'll come to see that the quest itself is not going to do the Wolf Queen justice for the description that I just gave her. So we crash the ritual, although Patema's spirit seems to leave the cave. Falk is obviously shocked at the news that not only was something going on there, but that he had nearly enabled the return of the Wolf Queen. He doesn't wonder why Sabella Stentor wasn't able to detect the ritual, or guess that we might be lying about what happened to try and get a bigger reward.
But there are still more than enough details that are I like to awake Max.
For instance, the Ritual Master has bound the Draugr to his will.
So I'm going to turn off the tracking on my model so I can charge my phone. I actually have my phone charger plugged into a wall by my bed. So when I stop streaming, I just unplug my phone from the dock that I have here, and I just plug it into the wall.
He sends it to us.
Let's get a good.
I mean, he has the letter a little too early, but still, it's another intentional detail that's easy to miss. That is cool. Of course, at some point, the letters we received would be in the possession of their senders. Someone had to intentionally put it in his inventory. It's more work. Falk is going to ask us for our help.
The eyebrows, I didn't do the eyebrows right. I'm forcing the face.
Obviously, why would such a popular quest be over if it was so simple up to this point?
We're gonna get it going.
Before that, though, we need to talk to Elisif. She actually admires us for what we did in the cave and has a favor to ask of us.
I try really hard. I really do.
A traditional Nordic burial. However, she's
so I will go ahead and mute my mic. I will be back here
Talos, which she personally
at
doesn't believe in
11 a.m.
Talos worship.
At the very latest.
We take the Shrine of Talos and then return to Elisif,
okay. I'll still probably be in chat for a bit, lurking, watching the video essay. But then I will see you guys tomorrow, 11 a.m.
Bethesda's
probably more Skyrim,
what is supposed to happen
more Minecraft, because we're going to beat that world during the subathon, and probably a little chill time where I do homework and just chat with you guys. Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
I always at least glance at the article for the quests I cover, just to be sure. It really is baffling that Bethesda has kept selling this as a core product, but can't even assign 1 or 2 employees full-time to just go through with a comb and gradually patch the game up. Why would they? The community does it for free.
The mod community is gonna do what they will. And sure enough, there's like a complete like Thief plugin with all of Garrett's tools from Thief. You know what I mean? Like water arrows and moss arrows and the blackjack and all this stuff. So I sort of knew that was gonna. I was like, this is gonna happen anyway.
It turns out we stopped the ritual, but not Patema. The local priest of Archaea offers some guidance on how to tackle the Patema problem. Apparently there's supposed to be a connection between us and her due to our attendance at the ritual. So is there a connection between Patema and J'zargo as well? Yeah, I'm not really a big fan of this premise. I am, however, a fan of Patema's catacombs. It actually makes use of assets in a new way, with the early part of the ruin taking place in the Solitude building tile set. It's also a blending of vampires and Draugr enemies, which I don't think happens anywhere else in Skyrim. Sadly, it is still a linear Skyrim dungeon. A funny part is that you can't tell Ulfric about the secret back entrance of Solitude that leads directly into Castle Dour. Seems like while the Stormcloak army is fighting at the gates, we could send our best warriors through this entrance. Anyways, Patema wants us as an undead servant, and we have to fight our way through her little army to get to her. About the vampires, though, shouldn't they all be blood-starved? It's been 400 or 500 years. We have an interesting little boss fight with her. She's throwing a beam of lightning around the room while animating waves of Draugr. I realized that what makes a good boss fight in Elder Scrolls differs based on playstyle. Magic's a lot more fun when you have a lot of enemies to deal with because crowd control actually becomes useful in that situation. On the flip side, these encounters can be nightmares for stealth and melee characters because they lack the mechanical depth needed to make fighting multiple enemies interesting. Especially when those enemies are tanky, beefcake Draugr death overlords with absurd health pools. Then we take her skull and return it to the Hall of the Dead, which he'll bless. I just noticed, but in my recording, I talked to Falk before returning the remains, which completed the quest and gave me the reward, meaning that you could actually hold onto the remains of Patema if you wanted. You can't do anything with them, but it's funny to imagine her rematerializing at some point in the future and Falk realizing that he probably shouldn't have trusted us. And that's the quest. To be honest, you can see how as we get down the list of favorite quests, the quality is rapidly dropping. In terms of quests about cities, this is the most irrelevant, choosing to be about a historical figure instead of anyone current. We haven't learned much about modern Solitude, and I think I know why that is. This is the Shield of Solitude, and its stats are leveled. So yeah, this quest might be super basic because it was actually made early in development. Leveled quest rewards was a staple of Oblivion. They are in faction quest lines because the rewards were probably in the design document very early, but them being here means that this quest was likely prototypical for Skyrim. This does unlock a third leg of the quest line though. You might be confused if you've played Skyrim before. So let's talk about the third quest, Let Sleeping Wolves Lie. A while later we receive a note from a courier, this time from Elisif's housecarl Bolgir Bearclaw. The note tells us in one sentence that a necromancer is attacking the coastline and that he has strange minions. Sure enough, there's a necromancer accompanied by bone wolves. If you don't remember any of this, that's because it's part of the Creation Club. However, the note arriving after completing the Patema quests was actually a change. Originally, Bolgir would send you the note straight out of Helgen, which was quite amusing. I have a video on my second channel of how the game would add quests to your log for 5 literal minutes before the Anniversary Edition updated most of the creations to have more natural integrations. As far as the Bone Wolf goes, he's a typical Creation Club pet with one notable detail. He increases the effectiveness of your spells against undead when you have him with you. That includes reanimations. But having him with you is annoying because he likes to get in the way and doesn't contribute to fights. Anticipating this, Creation Club made most of these pets summonable. They can teleport to you on demand, mostly so you can give them stuff and then immediately send them home. That's convenient, but also really stupid. Now you may have noticed that I've been picking popular quests from each major city, which takes us next to Whiterun, because the quest about Riften actually just seems to be the Thieves' Guild. Locals in Whiterun are bothered by the Gildergreen tree, particularly, it's dead. Can't you tell? I always kind of forget about this quest. Skyrim is such a colorless game that I can easily look at the tree in its initial state and assume that's just how the tree is supposed to be. I mean, even when the tree is alive, it just still creates this sterile scene. Now, the local temple in Whiterun is dedicated to Kinnereth, and its priestess, Danica Purespring, does want to solve the problem, only she's busy due to the war. Wait, what? So this is kind of a problem. She's swamped with wounded from the war, even though Whiterun is still neutral, even when the war is paused during the main quest, and even after the resolution. Seems like an easy fix would be to delay this quest until after the Battle for Whiterun happens. This simple change makes things better in multiple ways. You would get to see a healthy Gildergreen first so you understand what was lost. You can say the tree is damaged during the battle so there are actual tangible consequences to the battle that we now have to try and heal, and you make the city more dynamic. Just when you think you've exhausted Whiterun of its quests, the battle suddenly unlocks more. Obviously, the only reason Danica is so busy is to justify why she cares about the problem but hasn't actually done anything about it yet. If only the temple was across the street from a guild hall of a faction of mercenaries, I'm sure at least one of the companions actually liked the tree and would be able to help her out. I mean, technically yes, but it's us. Danica says that the tree needs sap from its parent tree named the Elderglean. Okay, so to fix one ancient tree, we need to go find an even ancienter tree. The problem is that normal weapons can't cut the tree. Not to fear, we don't have normal weapons. J'zargo has a Daedric sword, which is not a sword created by Daedra, but is actually a Daedric spirit channeled into the shape of a sword. Is that abnormal enough? How about literally any of the weapons that the Creation Club adds? No, of course not. Because she has a very specific dagger in mind, which is obviously kept in a museum up at Dragon's Reach. Actually, it's in a dungeon, obviously. Its name is Nettlebane, and it's apparently created especially to sacrifice Spriggans. Wait, I've killed Spriggans before, and I didn't need a special knife. It's a very cynical quest, isn't it? Everything about it is justification for you to have something to do, which is obviously just what quests in video games are for, don't get me wrong, but usually you try to be subtle about it, and give the right context for why the events are happening. The only reason we need a special knife is because the designers want us to go fight some hag ravens. After we get the knife, we are going to be going to another dungeon area. In essence, if the quest has been done only slightly differently, it could have been just one dungeon. Patema's quests had us run 2 dungeons, serving as a good point of comparison. We didn't go to Wolfskull Cave to get a special knife to stop Patema, we went there for completely different reasons. It doesn't feel like a waste of time to run 2 dungeons because the quest is framed well enough to justify why 2 is necessary. Here's how I justify running 2 dungeons. After the Gilder Green is damaged in the Battle of Whiterun, Danica's puzzled why it isn't healing. It is Skyrim, and this obviously isn't the first time the tree was set on fire. It's a holy tree, and that includes the property of bouncing back from damage, but for some reason this time it won't heal. That's when a witch enters the room. A coven of witches has cursed the tree and are slowly killing it. They want gold to undo the curse, and then she teleports away to really sell that she's evil, because only evil people know how to teleport. Danica says that she can undo the curse in a ritual, but needs sap from the Elder Gleam. She figures that in order to curse the tree, the witches had also used sap, so they must have some tool purpose-built for getting it. Thus, we go and kill 2 birds with 1 stone, quite literally. When we return with the knife, because Orphan Rock isn't notable, Danica's being harassed by a pilgrim named Maurice Jondrell.
What has happened to the Gilder Green? I have traveled long here to worship beneath its branches.
It was taken by a lightning strike. Wish I had time to deal with it, but it's hard enough with all these wounded from the war.
Please, don't just let it stay like this. It's disgraceful.
I really don't have time to deal with you right now. Please just let me get back to my work.
But this is supposed to be your work.
Oh no, he does have a point. 2 people shouldn't be this difficult for the master trainer in restoration to heal. That said, he does come off as a prick. I traveled so far just for you to tell me that the ice cream machine is broken? Like, yeah, it sucks that the tree is withered, but maybe that's intentional. Which of the divines do you think is also responsible for lightning strikes? Trees being struck by lightning and burning up is a natural part of life. You can still meditate on its branches, on the meaning of that, instead of being mad that you didn't get to have the same experience that every other tourist had meditating under the living tree. Danica instructs us that we need to go to the parent tree, the Elder Gleam, and use Nettlebane to retrieve some sap. Maurice overhears this conversation and asks to tag along, because he wants to see the Elder Gleam. I don't care for Maurice. There are a decent number of religious pilgrims in Elder Scrolls, most of whom are not very smart, but Maurice is something else. I think it comes down to his overly judgmental cadence. My instincts to bully people are just screaming at me to shove them in a locker for the good of everyone else. We need the Elder Gleam Sanctuary, and it's all nice and peaceful, but the core of the conflict here is that the followers of Kinnereth don't want us using Nettlebane to retrieve the sap. They think it'll hurt the tree. Does tapping a tree for sap once hurt them? Well, it doesn't hurt maple trees, which are much smaller and tapped much more frequently. Is it because it's a special knife? Well, whose fault is that except the giant tree that can only be tapped by one specific blade? But we need a choice in the quest and some conflict. Maurice and the worshippers don't want us to hurt the tree because we should respect nature and be peaceful, man. That's why all those wolves and bears out there ignored us as we traveled out here. However, if we tap the tree, then a bunch of angry Spriggans show up and slaughter everyone. Good, I didn't like them anyways, and I needed some Spriggan sap. I appreciate the message that nature is something to be conserved and respected, but Kinnereth worshippers usually come off as the same caliber as YouTube comments on animal videos. Those kinds of people are misanthropes who value nature above humanity no matter how drastically misinformed about the natural world they actually are. The choice also comes down to the actual quest resolution, the primary consequence being how thick the tree you ignore as you run past it is. Maurice's path leads to him praying to Kinnereth, which gives us a sapling to plant. Our path leads to the sap, which restores the tree.
You should take it to Whiterun. Danica will want to see that the true blessings of nature lie in renewal, not her slavish maintenance.
Okay, but your path isn't renewal, it's replacement. The Gilder Green isn't dead. Danica says as much. It's slumbering, and the sap will awaken it. The only reason we're trying so hard to awaken it now rather than letting it naturally return on its own is because people like you were complaining that the tree didn't have leaves. You are entirely the architect of your own demise. Why is it valid to preserve this ancient tree but not a slightly less ancient tree? This is like saying the way I should handle my grandmother being on dialysis is to pull the plug and find a newer, younger grandma at the bingo parlor, because the true blessing of nature lies in renewal, not slavish maintenance. Plus, Maurice's option bugs out because the quest isn't scripted to remove the tree. It really is funny to see how many minor, easily fixed bugs are still present in the games. It's literally no work to add the command to the quest scripting to remove the tree. So what do I think of this quest? Well, for one, why isn't she called Kine? You didn't use the name Kinnereth because that's what she was called by the Imperials during the Knights of the Nine quest, did you? Instead of taking the golden opportunity to use this quest to flesh out a patron deity of the Nords, it's just a generic quest about nature. One of the advantages of my proposed fix is that you would have to be Dragonborn to complete this quest, which I think is important due to the relationship between Kyne, Paarthurnax, and the Way of the Voice. The only reason this quest is rooted in Whiterun due to the giant tree. We don't really learn about how the tree is significant to the people of Whiterun because Maurice is the primary character speaking to the perspective of healing the tree, and he's not from Whiterun. How about this? Due to recent events, focus on Talos worship is central, which is actually causing issue with the worship of the other 8 divines. Maybe the Nords see worshipping the 8 divines as worshipping elven gods, and so the practice is dying down. Danica then notes that the sudden rise in Heimskir's service has led to a withering support for her own temple, contributing to her inability to deal with the Gildergreen. The Gildergreen withering is a consequence of Whiterun's abandonment of Kyne over Talos. That way, the story actually has something to do with Whiterun other than simply being set there. The Book of Love is less a single quest and more 3 subquests built around the same theme. A priestess of Mara in Riften, Dinya Baloo, will give us tasks to spread Mara's influence. Our first task takes us to Ivarstead, to a young woman named Fastred. Fastred is in love with a man, but her parents don't approve of the relationship. Her mother's apathetic, but her father disapproves, mainly because it would involve his daughter moving to Riften. He thinks the romance is fleeting, just like it was with her previous boyfriend Klimek. This is pretty much the inverse of the Camilla situation, where we're starting from the perspective of the girl. Bassianus Axius is a Nordic man with flowing red hair who catches fish for Klimek, who is the man responsible for delivering food to the Greybeards. Klimek is far more Nordic than Bassianus. The whole affair is really a metaphor for the setting. Fastred is Skyrim being forced to choose between the more imperialized Bassianus or the more Nordic Klimek. That said, our choice ultimately doesn't matter. Baloo and Mara will accept either outcome, so it's more about which man you think would be better for Fastred.
You don't look like a pilgrim. Why bother visiting Ivarstead? What do you want? What a boring conversation.
Wait, you mean I should just tell her? Tell her how I feel?
No. Rule number 1, boys. You never tell a girl that you like her. It just makes you look like an idiot.
Ysmir's beard, you're right.
The only reason we're here is that she prayed to Mara, because I guess her parents wouldn't approve of Bassianus. She's really no help in establishing her tastes beyond the fact that she finds Ivarstead boring and wants to adventure. But I don't think Riften's a step up for her, so I talked to Klimek and told him to be more assertive. Alright, a bit basic so far. Priestess Baloo sends us to Markarth next to speak with Calcemo. He has been infatuated with Falin, who is Jarl Igmund's housecarl. Despite the obvious age gap, he, for some reason, needs our help in negotiating the situation. I get what they're going for, right? Calcemo, like a lot of Elder Scrolls fans, is a massive nerd who doesn't know how to deal with women. But why is it Calcemo and not his nephew Eikentar, who is much younger? This may also be a metaphor for the Aldmeri occupation of Hammerfell, although it isn't as strong upon closer examination. The worry is that Falin is a tough case. You know, from the nerds I've hung out with, I've seen this kind of dynamic fail only about 100% of the time. I think nerds are attracted to women like this because they see them reject bullies, but it never really works out. But whatever, I only help out like that when it's someone I know. I just have to get this car running long enough to sell it to someone else. Calcemo recommends we talk to Ingvar because he's popular with the ladies. Wait, isn't that what we're here for? Why are we subcontracting? Well, it works out because he knows that Falin secretly likes poetry and can adapt something for us for 200 gold. But I graduated from the Bard's College, surely... Never mind. We have to deliver it for him, but it works and the couple's united. Okay, this quest plays out funny if you've done the Civil War because Ingvar and Falin can both be exiled from the city despite serving opposite sides of the conflict. The final leg is to reunite 2 ghosts who were tragically separated by war, and our reward for this is the permanent 15% magic resistance effect, but man, I am amazed this quest was recommended multiple times, although one person only recommended it because of the novelty of its reward. I mean, it is a pretty wholesome quest, especially for a game that's first instinct is to make us fight undead in a dungeon. The priestess does have a second quest though. She just wants us to pass out 20 pamphlets to spread the word about the temple in exchange for a potion.
Had only Mara saved that poor animal.
Other than the amusing responses you can receive though, and the opportunity to talk to people in Riften, this quest is also pretty basic. And we have very quickly gone down the list of recommended Skyrim side quests. There seems to be less fan favorite quests compared to Oblivion, at least when you subtract the Daedric quests. As an addendum towards the end of editing this part, the Daedric section of this video is going to be talking about a lot of artifacts. Not just the ones in Skyrim, but the ones added by the Creation Club as well, so it's probably good to lay out some basic facts that are universal for all of them. The UESP, funnily enough, defines an artifact as having all three of these requirements. Artifacts must have a unique appearance, appear only once in the game, and have a unique and useful enchantment. The enchantment rule is dumb and broken quite a bit. For instance, the Sword of Jiggalag is listed, but it has no enchantment in Skyrim. Many enchantments are not unique. The most generic enchantment a weapon can have in Skyrim is just fire damage, and most of the enchantments are rather weak. In my view, an artifact by necessity should be a unique weapon. It should offer something that generic weapons you can craft or loot in a dungeon do not. There should be a competitive reason why you would use that artifact over an equivalent crafted and enchanted item. Skyrim breaks that rule quite a bit. Probably half of its artifacts are outclassed by generic gear. In past games, this would be accomplished by either making the artifact a best-in-slot item, giving it a unique enchantment, or giving it several enchantments at the same time. That last one is important and somewhat overlooked in Skyrim. By complete coincidence, I'm being genuine, I completely forgot about this bow while playing Skyrim until I revisited my Oblivion save. In the endgame of both Oblivion and Skyrim, I ended up crafting a Madness bow enchanted to do a ridiculous amount of damage. The best I could do in Oblivion was to give it 25 points of absorb health, but because I can get a perk at enchanting 100 to allow me to place 2 enchantments, and I can take potions to make my enchantments more powerful, as well as temporary weapon to do more damage, well, the fact that the bow has a value that has suffered an integer overflow tells you how ridiculous it is. There is no bow artifact in Skyrim that can compare to this thing one-shotting every enemy in the game. But that's an exploit, and boring. Even if you stayed within the confines of how the system is probably meant to work, however, the fact that you can temper and perform 2 enchantments invalidates a lot of the unique artifacts in Skyrim. I'd hate to call upon Dark Souls yet again, but that is a series that provides weapon progression for both generic weapons and powerful artifacts, without either invalidating the other. While I can try my best to give each artifact a fair shot, ultimately there are simply too many now for me to dedicate what would probably be enough time to really evaluate their usefulness. That's the domain of some dedicated Elder Scrolls YouTuber to go figure out. I'm just focused on whether or not the item is a good reward. A lot of them aren't. Another thing to note that is fairly universal is the charge cost system. Enchanted items have a charge and cost value dictating how many uses you can get out of that item. Once depleted, the only way to recharge that item is with a soul gem. Initially, I thought that was it, but then I learned that this ratio is affected by magicka cost reduction effects. Depending on the school of magic, typically destruction, wearing gear that reduces magicka costs also reduces the enchantment cost of that item, increasing the amount of usefulness you can get out of it. Here are my problems with this idea. Firstly, you have the issue of needing to recharge items with only soul gems, so you either have to be capturing souls or buying them from court wizards. This can make some weapons annoying to use. My example would be Volendrung, but this generally applies to any two-handed weapon, or any weapon with a low charge cost ratio. But I'm fairly certain the game does not tell you how enchantment drain works unless there's some loading screen tip I missed. If you're playing a warrior character, trying to make use of a melee weapon, you would look at a ring that reduces destruction magic cost by 20% and assume that's purely for wizards casting spells, because it doesn't really make sense that the ring would make the enchantment on your weapon last 20% longer. So, for example, an item having a charge of 3,000 and a cost of 150 has 20 uses, but wearing the 20% ring would reduce the cost to 120, giving us 5 more uses. So if you strive for 100% reduction, then weapons will have infinite charge, at the cost of having more useful enchantments like fortifying the damage of the weapon outright. This is just the classic case of Skyrim not informing a player about all of its mechanics. Moreover, enchant as a skill is back. In Morrowind, this directly affects the charge cost ratio, as well as how quickly items would recharge their enchantment. Because using soul gems to recharge items was designed as a short-term option for keeping the enchantment topped off while in a dungeon, but it would come back on its own. This made enchant a valuable skill even if you weren't planning on actually trying to enchant anything. Enchant doesn't really do anything like that in Skyrim. Other than a couple perks providing slightly more efficiency to weapon recharging, there are not perks that make items use less charge. So if you see a disparity between how many charges I say a weapon has and how many times you see me swing that weapon in footage, you can thank Bethesda for being unclear with how their system works. I do not have a problem with the premise of enchantment charging. It provides some modicum of enhanced performance in exchange for maintaining my equipment routinely. What I do have a problem with is forcing pretty much every player into becoming a soul thief just to keep their gear topped off. People are dying out there just so I can keep doing 15 points of fire damage. This is exactly the same as forcing every player to learn how to lockpick because you removed the alternatives. Soul trapping is not a good mechanic, for several reasons. The first is that Skyrim preserves the tradition of making it so you can trap a lower soul in a higher gem. That would be fine because it means you have to pay attention to your supply of soul gems as well as learn which enemies give what level souls, except doing that is super fucking tedious in Skyrim thanks to its horrific inventory interface. If this is how I'm supposed to play, please put soul gems in their own category in order of magnitude. They also made it so you can't hotkey Azura's Star anymore. In Oblivion, this was super useful for keeping weapons recharged. I had a custom spell that would soul trap souls and do 100 points of drain health hotkeyed in order to finish enemies. Spellcrafting is another component of why soul trap is not good in Skyrim. And then I would use the star hotkey to recharge my weapon. This was a very smooth system. Skyrim makes it so you have to go to the inventory and charge the items there, which just adds more to the tedium. And then you have to remember to actually soul trap. Your options are a janky spell, a different enchanted weapon with the effect, or a dragon shout from Leighton Dawnguard. Pick your poison. Imagine for a second needing to hop into the interface, equip something to trap a soul, and then killing that enemy, and then going back into the interface again just to charge the item you wanted to use in the first place. And remember, Morrowind and Oblivion had these problems solved already. It was something you could wait or spend money or use hotkeys. I laugh when people complain about the older games being clunky, when Skyrim literally removed the smooth edges of the enchant system and for no reason. I find all of this extremely baffling. Artifacts should feel unique to use, but I think a lot of players turn down the difficulty to use them, which in turn means that whatever uniqueness they provide is lost because players are more focused on trying to make the experience less tedious to play through. Ultimately then, outside of a couple actually unique items, the reward of these quests is more so the experience itself than the actual reward, if you can call it that. The Daedric quests are a tradition with Elder Scrolls since Daggerfall. Although Morrowind would only do quests for 7 of the original 16 Daedra, those 7 specifically were all members of the Dunmer Pantheon, and some received multiple quests. Each game, in fact, has had wildly different approaches to this content. In Daggerfall, the Daedra would have specific days out of the years which they could be safely summoned. Performing the ritual was extremely expensive and had a chance of failure, both factors being determined by your reputation. Then you would add that Sheogorath had a small chance of randomly deciding that he wants to be summoned instead. Witch covens could do the summoning all year, but if the ritual failed, you would be attacked by Daedra. Morrowind would rein this in. Instead of summoning Daedra on specific days, since time passes much more slowly, now you would find their shrines where they would task you with a quest. I think this change was made for 2 reasons. Daedra worship is more accepted in Morrowind, so it's incorporated into the world as being something relatively normal. And Daedra quests would be rewards for exploration. Personally, I would have preferred if the Daedra who weren't part of the Dunmer Pantheon still had summoning rituals, as the idea of going out of your way to summon a Daedra is itself a good premise for a quest. I would probably tie it to the phases of the moon though, rather than specific days of the year. Oblivion upped the count to 15 but took away the Daedric ruins and instead placed the shrines out in the world to be found through waypoint markers on the compass. Instead, it would gate the quests through level requirements, as well as requiring donations to the shrine. I like the donation idea, however I felt some of them weren't strict enough. It would be great if every Daedric shrine also had a 1,000 gold requirement, which the priests take to finance their services. It would actually give us something to spend our currency on. Having all 15 Daedric princes represented in Cyrodiil did not require a huge leap in logic, considering the region is a cultural melting pot. But Bethesda likely realized doing the same thing in Skyrim could be an issue. So they did away with the majority of the shrines and had many more seemingly natural ways to start the quest. However, many of these are very in your face. One of the common observations I've seen made about Skyrim is that the Dragonborn is a slut who has pledged themselves to every god ever. This is also true of the Champion of Cyrodiil, Nerevarine, or the Agent, but those quests didn't force themselves upon the player the way that Skyrim does. I think the fear was that Bethesda didn't want to invest in this content without some guarantee of a return, that being players engaging with it and hopefully praising it on the internet. So they implemented a variety of methods to make sure the player is aware of its existence. Some of it is fairly simple, like being approached in the street by someone who isn't obviously associated with a Daedric quest. For instance, Clavicus Vile's quest begins because a guard asks if you've seen a dog out on the road. Others are less subtle, like receiving a note or being approached by someone who is obviously attached to an important quest. I've decided to order the quests by how overtly they advertise themselves to the player rather than my Oblivion approach of doing the quests in order of level requirement. To be honest, the level requirements in Skyrim are almost entirely superfluous anyways due to the changes in level pacing. Only a couple quests are unlocked after level 20, so you can unlock most of the quests in the first couple hours of playing, compared to unlocking Daedric quests over the course of an entire Oblivion playthrough. If we're going to talk about overt quest advertisements though, then we have to talk about
A new hand touches the beacon.
Meridia's quest is well known because it's impossible to avoid. What's funny is that I found the beacon sitting next to a totem of Hircine. In a spider cave I was pointed to radiantly. Meridia's beacon has a random chance of spawning in any boss chest in the game you open after level 12, and when you touch it, she'll proceed to blow out your speakers or headphones due to terrible audio balancing. Oh yeah, terrible audio production for the Daedra is also an Elder Scrolls tradition, so it's good to see Bethesda still hasn't dumbed that aspect down yet. To double down, Meridia also has an easily located shrine on the road between Solitude and Dragonbridge, which you'll likely pass during multiple quests in this region. Since fewer people have probably heard this though, I will play it for you.
A new supplicant approaches. Listen, hear me and obey. A foul darkness has seeped into my temple. A darkness that you will destroy. But first, you must restore to me my beacon. I shall guide you unto it. Find it and return here, and great shall be your reward.
If you start with the statue, then you're sent to a radiantly selected dungeon to go get the beacon. I find that pretty amusing. Running into the beacon the first time was a pleasant surprise that would likely be an additional reward for the dungeon you were already doing, but being told to go do a random dungeon that has nothing to do with anything to get the beacon is lame, even though it's technically the same thing. It's pretty improbable that players will do it that way though, given how much has to line up for you to arrive at the temple at level 12 without having done anything that could chance you getting the beacon first. Meridia is bothered that no one is maintaining her temple, so this is going to be a quest where we find some followers for her, maybe even a man who will carve a new statue in her honor. No, we're going to fix this problem by killing a necromancer squatting in her dungeon.
Look at my temple lying in ruins. So much for the constancy of mortals, their crafts and their hearts. You will enter my temple, retrieve my artifact, and destroy the defiler.
You see what I mean? Now you might ask, Pat, is this just going to be a dungeon? And the answer is yes, followed by a but. Technically, this is just another Nordic ruin, but littered throughout are these desecrated corpses. There are Imperial soldiers and Stormcloaks, and it looks like someone ported them to the PlayStation 2, then sucked the life force out of them. The main enemy here are these corrupted shades. They are technically just reskins of normal skeleton enemies, but I think there's a pretty cool effect being applied to them. I think it's important to note that it's not the fault of this quest or its designer that there are so few enemy types in Skyrim. I think that all things considered, being able to make a distinct enemy type out of existing enemies just by giving them a new look and a fancy effect is pretty creative, given the person who made this quest probably didn't have the time or authority to create an entirely new enemy type. And for some reason the desecrated corpses are loaded, like minimum 25 gold per body. What's a little more desecration if we just take the money out of their funeral fund? I've always thought each time I've done this quest that it was a missed opportunity to not have the quest play out differently based on the number of corpses you loot. Like Meridia straight up chooses not to reward you if you loot more than half the bodies. Obviously the problem with that is that the game has not established that looting corpses is, a moral evil. Like, it's pretty okay if that person attacked you on the road, but most people who play Skyrim tend to be fairly prolific grave robbers, because the game only ever playfully calls the player out for it. It just seems like with the new Radiant system that taking things off the body of the dead in town would result in a confrontation. Like, imagine if a police officer died, and then someone ran up and started stripping his body. I think the other officers are going to have an issue or two with that. The dungeon is otherwise generic. There is a gimmick with a beam of light we're guiding through the ruin, but it's just a gimmick. We aren't given the option to manipulate the beacons to move the light source around the room, unlocking optional paths or completing puzzles or anything complex like that. If you have the Atronex stone, you can use the beam of light to train restoration, since you'll absorb a ton of magicka while taking small amounts of health damage, allowing you to constantly gain skill XP. Finally, we get to Malkoran, who was a surprisingly tough fight for me. He has 6 shades and a phase 2 where he reanimates into what I assume is supposed to be a lich. Unfortunately, the difficulty stems not from any kind of strategic complexity, but simply because his numbers were really big, and my numbers weren't as big yet in the playthrough. Yet by default he's already a better designed boss fight than Mana Marco from Oblivion. When he dies, Meridia tells us to draw Dawnbreaker from the pedestal. Funny thing is that you can duplicate Dawnbreaker, which I did accidentally. It's a Skyrim original artifact, meaning that it looks like a paddle rather than a sword. It's a mid-tier weapon, barring its one unique property, Meridia's Retribution. It says that when it kills an undead, it will occur, but it can actually still happen even if the target hasn't died yet. When used against undead forces, the sword can create an explosion of light. Any undead caught in the radius are set on fire and begin to flee, disintegrating if they die from the effect. That's actually pretty awesome, and other than a minor labeling error, is a pretty creative effect to have for a weapon. The problem, which is applicable to Oblivion and other artifacts in Skyrim, is that Dawnbreaker is a mid-tier weapon. The effect is cool, but it's not enough to make it compete for the spot of best weapon. The issue, as always, is scaling and boring combat. Look at the Morrowind Mace of Molag Bal. It's one of the best blunt weapons in the game. It has a good effect and very good damage. Then you get it in Oblivion and wonder what idiot made the effect with a duration of 0 seconds. It's still pretty good in terms of damage, but it's a much slimmer margin. Then you have the Skyrim Mace, and it's now worse than stuff you can make yourself. You also have to look at the ease of getting these items. In Morrowind, the mace was a reward for a tough Daedric quest located in a remote ruin. In Oblivion, the shrine is a lot easier to find, but the quest is still high level. In Skyrim, you can unlock the quest at level 1. The designers seem to hold the weapons back out of fear that players might find a weapon early into their playthrough that they'll decide never to replace, who will then say that the game is boring because they aren't getting better weapons with bigger numbers. It seems like a catch-22. They want to make the quests available early on, which is why you unlock most of them within a couple hours of starting your character. That's a desirable goal because you want players to do these interesting quests before they get bored. However, you don't want them getting an uber weapon, so you make a weapon that is powerful for the precise moment that they do the quest, but later drops off in comparison to generic items found in dungeons. This is also predicated on faulty assumptions about players. I assume. I don't think people are as bothered about using the same weapon for a long time in these kinds of games, because there are many people who will get the sword Umbra in Oblivion at level 1 and use it for their entire playthrough. It's also faulty because it's implying that there are meaningful differences in weapons. The only two things that meaningfully differentiate an Iron Sword and Dawnbreaker is the damage number and the enchantment. You could randomize the weapon models in Skyrim, and as long as you don't show weapon stats, you probably won't be able to tell the difference. Compare that with a Souls game. The Greatsword and the Uji Katana are two very different weapons, but Skyrim would just classify both as two-handed swords. As far as Dawnbreaker goes, its usefulness is situational to Undead Ruins. This is akin to using holy damage in an area with skeletons in a FromSoft game, except using a mace enchanted with holy damage will actually kill skeletons, while most other weapons just knock them down. It's an area where certain playstyles have a distinct advantage over others that they normally don't have. In Skyrim, you can just make up for not having specialized anti-undead weapons by having weapons that do lots of damage. I didn't mention it, but when Meridia talks to us, she pulls us up into the sky. A cool effect for Skyrim if you forget that Knights of the Nine did it first. It can also cause a ton of bugs. It's also strange that they placed the shrine here. In Oblivion, this scene took place in the center of the map, so you could look around and see the entire open world from a new angle. Whereas in Skyrim, we're near the western border, so there's a lot less for us to see. Meridia wants us to take Dawnbreaker and purge corruption from the world so that her religion will grow. We can affirm or reject this, but it doesn't matter or change anything.
It matters not.
You said it, not me.
The plant cares nothing for the rays that bring it the warmth of the sun. As you carry Dawnbreaker, so will my light touch the world.
Meridia is another on the long list of victims of Oblivion. She was supposed to be a fairly important deity to the aliens, but was lost during the Great Glossing Over. Skyrim was not the time to contextualize her because as far as we were aware prior to Skyrim, she had nothing to do with the Nords. It's a shame because she is interesting. It's true that she's kind of a generic, undeath-hating golden angel archetype, but she's unique among the Daedric princes for seeming so benevolent. At least on the surface. She is actually an incarnation in the idea that heaven and the angels might be as horrifying as hell and the demons, a force of order and holiness that does not tolerate mortal imperfection. She could be interesting, being one of the superficial good Daedra like Azura, but in reality being as terrible a force as any of the others. A gateway drug of Daedra, but she's not. Other than a harsh tone, she's just a good Daedra. There are plenty of women in Skyrim with harsh tones, so that alone doesn't really communicate anything. Meridia's forceful insertion into the playthrough makes her a commonality in Skyrim discussions. If Bethesda had thought this through, they might have tried to make the quest or reward more interesting, which is why I think the beacon showing up in boss chests was a mild oversight. They didn't realize how early into a playthrough players would hit the level requirement and find this beacon compared to every other possible Daedric quest in Skyrim. The next quest to talk about is Hermaeus Mora. He's gone from being the last Daedric quest you can do in Oblivion to probably one of the first, as his quest begins during the main quest, specifically during the quest to retrieve the Elder Scroll. There's actually a really good reason they made this change, narratively at least. You also aren't forced to do the quest as part of the MQ, only to start it. So if you decide to ignore the crazy old man because you have a world to save, you're given the option to do just that. Funny thing though, the quest still has a level requirement, which is confusing because the main quest does not. But yeah, Septimus will blow you off if you haven't reached level 15 when you return to him with the lexicon. I have never experienced this because level 15 is nothing and I usually hit it just by doing the main quest. I would guess this is a fairly common experience, unless you're doing the questline entirely hand-to-hand, unarmored, letting followers fight everything, or not activating level ups. It's weird that there is a level requirement to this quest at all. So obviously, the first part of this quest involves a large dwarven ruin and a visit to Blackreach. I hope you didn't forget to grab the lexicon though, otherwise you're going to have to go back and get it. Honestly, I am surprised the lexicon isn't just automatically added to your inventory as soon as you complete the puzzle, but that's probably just an oversight. Septimus knows the Dwemer puzzle box can only be opened with Dwemer blood, a conveniently specific mechanism to associate with an extinct race of people. But wait, what if we just harvested the dried blood of the armor of a famous dwarf? Does anybody else remember that part of Oblivion's main quest? Oh, that doesn't work anymore. Instead, Septimus figures that a facsimile can be created using the blood of modern elves. You might say, gee, that sure sounds familiar to Hermaeus Mora's quest in Oblivion, and you would be right. It's actually less commitment though. You need half as many samples, and instead of stealing their souls, you're just taking a blood donation. However, that's not how blood magic works. If it was, there wouldn't be any point to doing it. If the goal of such a system is to prevent anybody outside your racial group from acquiring the item inside, maybe because it's too dangerous for the less advanced races, or you're just being a selfish prick, then being able to bypass that defense by smashing together the blood of other types of elves would defeat that entire purpose. There were already 3 different elvish racial groups in this area before the Dwemer even disappeared. Further, I don't track the logic here. When this system was designed, the Dunmer would have actually been the Chimer. Would their blood not have changed during Azura's curse? That same logic applies to the Orsimer, who were also transformed as a race. What about the Falmer? They might be similar to the Dwemer, except the Dwemer did something to them that changed their physiology. Why would the Altmer and Bosmer be able to contribute to this either? Both racial groups split after the Dwemer's departure and lived across the continent from them. If the goal was to create pure Altmer blood, then maybe it's a sign that each racial group contributes a different aspect of that blood. But why do you need 5 different branches of elf blood to recreate a 6th branch? It's not even necessary. You didn't have to introduce this idea of blood seals, but now that you have to answer how we're going to get Dwemer blood. That is a tough premise to write yourself out of, hence why you shouldn't have dug this hole in the first place. All Herma Mora wanted those souls back in Oblivion for was a divination that his followers were doing. How about this? Instead of needing the blood of a Dwemer, you need a bunch of black souls from non-Dwemer. It's like a sacrifice, a test of whether or not you're a dwarf. Dwarves would have no issue killing a bunch of pink skins to open it. This really only works in conjunction with my proposal to only have named NPCs give grand black souls, so you need to kill 5 named NPCs to complete this quest. The reason you need the NPC sacrifice element is, well, there are plenty of bandits and generic NPCs we're able to donate to the blood drive. Make no mistake, Oblivion absolutely had the same issue with this quest. It was easy to get soul donations from generic unnamed NPCs, so you never had to pick and choose amongst the civilian population. As we go to leave, we're confronted by a love-curly tentacle monster. If you were wondering where Hermaeus Mora was in Hermaeus Mora's quest, he's finally arrived. Herma Mora indicates that once Septimus has opened the box, he won't be necessary anymore, and that we should take his place. We're given a binary dialogue response, and we either choose emphatic support or extreme prejudice. It changes nothing, which is why I wonder why there isn't a middle-of-the-road option. It's just one more line for Hermaeus Mora and an opportunity for the player to sit on the fence a little while longer. By the way, that wretched mass of tentacles actually used to be a void, but this was changed after the Dragonborn expansion. He has lines if you completed that questline first, but it's just an acknowledgement of having already met. I should mention here, because this kind of turns into a repeat problem with these quests, but the designers are big fans of writing the Daedric princes as being treacherous in Skyrim, especially Hermaeus Mora. So much so it's pretty obvious the player really should not be hanging around with these guys, which is out of character. In Daggerfall, Morrowind, and Oblivion, if the Daedra wanted someone dead, it was usually either someone else's servant or someone who had pissed them off. In fact, the motivation of some of the princes was actually to kill someone who had been bothering their loyal servants. However, Mora says he intends to replace Septimus as soon as we get the lockbox open, and this won't be the last time something like this happens. It is a minor detail, but it changes the nature of the Daedric princes somewhat. The Daedra made sense to serve from the perspective that they take care of their own as long as you are both loyal and capable. But Mora presents the situation like his payroll is only allowed to have one regional servant. Surely having both Septimus and ourselves would be useful to him, unless he's trying to save us the awkward conversation of trying to split the reward. Another thing to note is the presentation difference. Part of the change in perception of the Daedra can be owed to their more material presence in Skyrim. In Daggerfall you'd meet them in person, but it was sort of meeting them in the middle. Plus, nobody really remembered Daggerfall until Jeweler made his video. In Morrowind and Oblivion, you would talk to their statues. It made the rare few times you actually encountered an in-the-flesh Daedric prince all the more special. You only met Azura at the end of the Morrowind and Tribunal main quests, and Herstein at the end of the Blood Moon. You saw Mehrunes Dagon at the end of Oblivion's main quest, and you directly interacted with and served Sheogorath during the Shivering Isles, and fought Jiggalag after becoming Sheogorath. In Skyrim, we are going to meet 4 Daedric princes in person and meet aspects of another 4. Nocturnal and Hermaeus Mora would be fine as the 2 princes we meet as part of questlines, but there are other princes we will be meeting in person for no real good reason. I do not recall any Oblivion videos complaining about the Daedric quest statues in Oblivion being structurally repetitive, even though you could make that claim. Now, I don't want to get into any Catholic reasons why these changes to the Daedra may have been made. I think most of it can be chalked up to differences in presentation, but the gaps between the gods and the player character is certainly smaller in Skyrim than past games, and that is something that a lot of people notice. Searching for donors for our project is a rather free-form affair, which I actually do appreciate. We need a thing, it's up to you and your experience with the game to figure out where best you're going to get that thing. That's a good quest prompt for an open world style game. It's simple, and it means that every person's account of this quest is going to differ. You can try to find existing corpses, you can try to find living hostiles, or you can murder people for their blood. It all hinges on you, your character, and your choices what happens. With the blood drive complete, Septimus opens the cube, which has a non-Euclidean interior, and reveals that it's not Lorkhan's heart inside, but a book. Herma Mora then kills him, gives us the book, and the quest is done. Why, both in-universe and narratively, was it necessary to say that Lorkhan's heart was inside the box? In fact, why would Septimus even be interested in finding the heart? True, it is powerful, but without Kagranak's tools, there's not much you can do with it. Maybe he doesn't know that, although one wonders how he would even know about the heart then. The heart of Lorkhan was not public knowledge, and apparently since it's canon that the Mages Guild character of Morrowind did not have their research into the dwarves published, then it's fair to say the relationship between the heart of Lorkhan and the tools of Kagranak likely died before the turn of the Third Era with the Tribunal and the Nerevarine. I don't quite track why Septimus, a scholar who had studied the Elder Scrolls, would be more interested in Lorkhan's heart and less interested in a book the dwarves deemed necessary to lock away. Narratively, I also don't quite understand the point of all this, other than a callback. Most players aren't even going to know what Lorkhan's heart is, or why it's significant. In fact, more players might actually respond if you said that it was the Ogma Infinium, because there's a higher chance people would know what that is from having played Oblivion than from having completed Morrowind's main quest. And now we have to ask what exactly the Ogma Infinium is doing here. Oh, of course, Daedric artifacts don't exist linearly. They can travel around and exist in multitudes. That's a really neat band-aid fix whenever you have a continuity issue. If the lockbox is truly dwarven, then the book has been here for centuries, not millennia. I'm going to chalk it up to Hermaeus Mora saying centuries instead of millennia, as Bethesda's usual habit of not understanding how calendars work. If the lockbox isn't dwarven, but in fact the fabrication of some entity faking a lockbox and putting a theoretically impossible to solve blood seal on it, then at most it's been here for, 200 years? But who would do that? And why? The answer? Well, of course, that Daedric artifacts don't exist linearly and manifest and unmanifest at whim to service the need of the writers. It's basically the same problem with the Elder Scrolls having their own intelligence and performing necessary actions to facilitate the plot. If you're going to write that the items and gods are capable of doing literally anything, you're by proxy stating that the Elder Scrolls and the Ogma Infinium are willingly trying to be in boring stories. Given the 200-year time skip, there are certainly ways to justify the book being there, even as simply as saying Herma Mora put it there as a test and he was just toying with Septimus. If Hermaeus Mora can just take the Ogma Infinium out of the lockbox at any time in order to give it to adventurers that serve him, then why does he even care that the dwarves locked it in a box? Shouldn't he just laugh at them and reclaim it? Why do you even need it to be the Ogma Infinium? It was in most of the games, except Morrowind, so I guess they just figured it was a tradition and they weren't going to let lore get in the way of the story. Why not create a new artifact? We aren't told the Infinium is inside, so it's not like Bethesda hyped us up for an item and then switched the item and oh, wait, no, they did do that. How about this? Inside the box is a scroll. Septimus says that it's an Elder Scroll, then inspects it and realizes that it's actually a dwarven attempt at creating an Elder Scroll. Before he tries to read it, he turns to Ash and Hermaeus Mora tells us to read it. We do, and we're instantly taught a dragon shout called Stop Time. There are a lot of ways I think this works better. You've already tied this story to the main quest, which actually creates new opportunities because it means you can just assume the player at this point will accept that they're the Dragonborn. It also matches what was going to happen in the Dragonborn DLC, which I've always assumed Bethesda knew was going to involve Hermaeus Mora.
Be warned, many have thought as you do. I have broken them all. You shall not evade me forever.
Stop Time is also a universally useful ability for all playstyles, as well as being a fittingly powerful reward that's going to make serving Mora in the future all the more tempting. If you're working under the assumption that Bethesda always meant for Dragonborn to play out the way it does, then you could even have a word of the shout be unlocked by each expansion. We learn the first word here, which is also fitting because you have to do the Elder Scroll quest in Dawnguard as well. Then maybe we see Mora again in Dawnguard, who gets another quest that can reward the Infinium and the second word, increasing the amount of time that is stopped, and you get the third word in Dragonborn. I know it's a bigger ask than I'm usually comfortable doing, but I feel like creating something new for Mora to give us is a lot better than reprising an old artifact that still generally does the same old thing, especially when having that artifact be there creates unnecessary questions. The Infinium itself hasn't changed much, but has gradually gotten weaker. In Arena, it would give you 50 extra stat points to assign to your attributes. In Daggerfall, it was reduced down to just 30 bonus attribute points. In Oblivion, it did just 20 bonus attribute points, but would do 30 skill points, but all in preset amounts rather than at the player's discretion. In Skyrim, we get 5 points for each skill in the specialization of our choice, or 30 skill points in total. You also cannot use the book to fortify skills past 100 anymore. Basically, you just determine which skills you find the most tedious to level and decide from there. Once you get into the late 80s in the skills, you get all the free skill ups from quests, then read the skill books, and then read the Infinium, and you should be pretty close to 100 in everything. Skill points are a lot less valuable than attribute points, but there are no attribute points anymore. No, wait, fuck, they are in the Skyrim tabletop wargame. You would think that you might also get a plus 50 or something to the juice of that specialization, like Path of Might gives you plus 50 health in addition to all the level ups. How do we get the most bang for our buck from the Infinium? Well, the magic tree levels up magic skills in general, which can be annoying to go from 90 to 100 without using free magicka exploits. The problem with combat is that it levels archery, one-handed, two-handed, and block, so you're likely to level combat skills you don't use just to get 5 points in 1 or 2 that you do. Smithing is under combat, but is actually one of the easiest skills to grind. Stealth has a couple of the more tedious skills, like sneak, speech, and lockpick, but then alchemy and pickpocket are some of the easier skills to level. Plus, stealth doesn't level any of its combat skills because one-handed and archery are in the combat section. So, yeah, I think Path of Magic's probably best. Anyways, this quest isn't too bad, although one would hope so given that this is likely what they intended to be the most obvious Daedric quest. Mehrunes Dagon's quest begins similar to most Creation Club content, through the Courier. I guess technically you could start it if you happen to be walking the streets of Dawnstar after level 20. The reason I've placed this third in the order of Daedric quest pushed onto the player is because it is literally hand-delivered to you after level 20.
Got something I'm supposed to deliver. Your hands only.
It's the Dagon Museum
Let's
pamphlet.
see here. There's a new museum opening up in Dawnstar.
That makes it one of the highest level requirements in the game, but level 20 is much quicker to reach in Skyrim than previous titles. An unintended side effect is that many of the pieces of Creation Club content begins in an identical manner. A courier runs up and hands you a note, beginning the quest. So if someone were to be playing Skyrim for their first time, post-Anniversary Edition, there's a chance this quest might get lost in the myriad of times the courier comes running up to throw more quests into your journal. The pamphlet is for the Museum of the Mythic Dawn, which has opened in Dawnstar. That's... well, it's something to be sure. The fact that Silas Vesuvius has opened his museum in his house in Dawnstar without charging money for admission, but paying to advertise, says that this is a man who has probably worked his entire life and is having a midlife crisis.
It's no secret that my family were once members of the Mythic Dawn. One of my forefathers was even chosen to assassinate Uriel Septim himself. We hid from our past for years, became tradesmen, people of coin and influence. But I realized that the Mythic Dawn's importance, our importance, to history cannot be denied.
Well, it's good that you have a passion for history.
I'll see everyone in Tamriel remember that for a moment, we held the fate of the world in our hands, for good or ill.
Yeah, it's definitely a midlife crisis. The local court wizard is trying to convince Silas to not do this, but she says that he shouldn't because his ancestors wouldn't want it. His ancestors were members of a cult. They actually probably do want this. What's surprising is that the Jarl allows this. You would think both Skald the Elder and Brina Morales would both have an issue with how Silas is operating his museum. It's one thing to showcase a collection of items from the past, see any Civil War museum in America. It's another thing to have those items on display because you think it's time that people acknowledge your significance. Silas will give us a tour through his museum. Here's my issue. Silas has a small museum because it's inside his house. However, Skyrim's portrayal of an actual museum is not much more impressive. It fits that the Mythic Dawn Museum is small and pathetic because it's a reflection of its owner. But then you have a famous researcher of the Dwemer, and his museum is both closed to the public and has even less items of significance. Silas has the scabbard of Mehrunes' razor and a page of the Mysterium Xarxes. There's more value in his shack than the entire Dwemer Museum, at least without the Creation Club. This is an issue Skyrim runs into a lot. It wants to portray an epic battle, but it'll only have 10 people participate. It wants to portray a grand elaborate ruin, but it makes a really long hallway. It wants to create a complex puzzle and then has you mash buttons. I wouldn't be surprised if Silas in the design doc is supposed to be a wealthy, retired businessman living inside of his manor, and then this is how that vision got executed. This quest is, of course, predicated on a lot of Oblivion nostalgia, but I do not consider it to be nostalgia bait. The quest isn't trying to ride on the notion of, remember Oblivion? It's fitting that Mehrunes Dagon's quest following the game where he was the principal antagonist is going to tie together the Mythic Dawn and Mehrunes Razor into one story, since the Razor was actually DLC for Oblivion. Speaking of, there is a piece of Creation Club content I want to discuss that is fitting with this storyline. It was originally $9 and titled The Cause, and is about a group of Mythic Dawn cultists trying to open a new Oblivion gate.
The amulet is shattered. Dagon is defeated. With the dragon's blood and the amulet of kings, we have sealed the gates of Oblivion. Forever.
Listen, I know that Sheogorath bent the rules to say that as long as his gate was just an invitation, that it wouldn't violate the rules of the ending of Oblivion. But I'm pretty sure opening an Oblivion gate to the Deadlands is a violation of those rules. The ending of Oblivion was actually about stopping specifically this from happening. This quest also starts with a letter from a courier, but this time at level 46. That's a curious place to put it. As you may recall, most leveled items in Skyrim reach their final tier at specifically level 46. And as I've noted before, most reviewers will not reach this point. I don't know if that makes it fitting to put this creation at this specific level, but sure. The Mythic Dawn are still kicking. It was mildly implied that the cult hinged around its leader, like most cults do, Mankar Cameron. He, died in the events of Oblivion. So them managing to still be around after 200 years is definitely kicking dirt on the legacy of the champion of Cyrodiil. I guess after the Nerevarine, it's his turn to have his legacy ruined. Were the Blades not able to track these guys down? There is a difference between Silas's family managing to survive and the cult being able to reform and continue operation. The reason that Rajneesh's cult Osho was able to reform and continue their operations after the death of their leader, even after a bioterror attack and an attempted assassination, was that the FBI didn't have the legal authority to exterminate their new leadership like the Blades would have had with the Mythic Dawn. And I mean, that's not to say that, like, the Osho cult is full of domestic terrorists, like the Mythic Dawn. Then again, the whole point of the Creation Club seems to be to cash in on nostalgia, even if it means further corroding the legacy of prior protagonists. In essence, this is what nostalgia bait actually looks like, cashing in on things that should be, well, impossible, simply because exploiting nostalgia for cash is profitable. For starters, most of the story here is almost entirely told through written journals. Given that the DLC is the creation of one person, that being Rob Vogel.
Hi, I'm Robert Vogel, Vogel Dynamics, and I'm going to talk just a little bit about the draw.
This quest is mostly just a showcase of levels, and the story just exists to justify why we're seeing this stuff. Which is pretty weird because there are ways to do that without bringing back the Mythic Dawn or an Oblivion Gate. Over the course of looking into these Mythic Dawn guys, who do not conjure their armor by the way, we end up in an Ayleid ruin called Riel. This is kind of cool. However, instead of using updated Oblivion assets, it's actually using Blades assets, which means that the parasitic relationship is now going both ways. Instead of Blades just stealing stuff from Skyrim, now Skyrim is also stealing stuff back from Blades. However, it does mean that I can easily show the difference in the two styles of dungeons. I would say that if the Ayleid Ruin wasn't Skyrimified. By that I mean these urns have been placed everywhere that they wouldn't be in Oblivion, and the enemies are all reskins of Draugr. I will say the reimagined Ayleid assets actually look like improvements over Oblivion, unlike the Dwemer ruins. But it was gut-bustingly hilarious to enter this ruin, get excited that a Creation Club quest was actually doing something new and cool, and then realizing it was actually just Blades assets filled with reskin Skyrim enemies and level design philosophies. It's cool that they added this tile set to the Skyrim SE Creation Kit because it means that people have access to these assets, but it is amazing that even a decade later, Skyrim's level design ethos is present in mods for the game. It implies that the designer was angling to get a job at Bethesda like this was his resume, and that he's trying to show that he can make the terrible dungeons too. So after we fight a reskinned dragon priest that is supposed to represent an Ayleid Lich, the Vigil of Stendarr show up. I guess spoilers for Dawnguard, but these guys got wiped out. That's what I love about the Creation Club. I can't stop imagining someone's first time playing Skyrim being the Anniversary Edition, where they stumble upon this quest that's done entirely without dialogue, in an area type they've never seen before, and in an order they were told that likely doesn't exist anymore, shows up to take control of the ruin. It's not a stretch either. Again, based on the average level of reviewers, I can say that most players barely even reach level 46 before they've played most of the game's content. We came to Riel to claim a Great Welkin Stone, and now we head to the Mythic Dawn base. Okay, I feel like someone has misunderstood the story of Oblivion. The Great Welkin Stone was needed for the portal to Paradise, not the actual Oblivion gates. We're given the option to sneak through the Mythic Dawn base by wearing a set of their robes. That's basically the extent of it. You wear the robes and they won't attack you. At this point, I should mention that this is very similar to the infiltration of the Dagon Shrine during Oblivion. However, copying that quest is a blithe reference. There was a similar quest in Shivering Isles, Symbols of Office. One of our objectives of this quest is to acquire one of the eyes of the leader of the Apostles of the Light. While you can cut a bloody swath through the dungeon, you can also acquire a set of apostle robes. However, the quest differs because you are given the option to supply some rebels among the apostles with weapons in order to take out the leader. Of course, that is nothing to say of the Thalmor Embassy quest. Copying only the robes aspect of the Dagon Shrine quest is to miss later attempts to develop this idea. Now, this quest is certainly punching up for a Creation Club piece. My argument is not that its creator did not at least try. My argument, really, is that it should have never been created in the first place. Are we really supposed to celebrate what is almost a parody of bad design? Had I known about this creation when I was making the Oblivion video, I might have shown a greater appreciation for the effort involved. We defeat the head cultist summoning Mehrunes, but the journal informs us that it was a trick and killing him was actually the final step of the ritual, causing the Oblivion Gate to open. Again, I was mildly excited by this. There is no way this creation is going to do an Oblivion Gate. Is there? There absolutely was, and this is not that bad. It's pretty cool to see a modern incarnation of the Deadlands, and it's not as badly Skyrimified. It is pretty small, and you don't get to close the gate because I think they wanted players to be able to get the ported over Oblivion ingredients, but that means we don't get a sigil stone out of the deal. The Vigil of Stendar secure the cave, but I guess they're just going to watch the gate and stop things from coming out of it. Forever. And we get a couple of things from it. We get a new Daedric horse that we can summon, and we get the weapons Torment and Scourge. They're pretty alright. Torment is a new creation, but it's based off the Daedric longsword model from Morrowind. The Daedric weapons in Morrowind looked way cooler and less edgy than Oblivion and Skyrim's versions, and it's not really nostalgia bait since this is a new weapon. The other one is Scourge. With this one, I think they were trying to reference another weapon from Morrowind, not realizing it actually comes from Battlespire, and was notable for banishing a Daedra that once tried to wield it. The designers didn't know that, and they put it in the hands of a Dremora. So yeah, a nostalgia-baited creation that kinda did some cool things by adding in assets from the previous games. Not the worst, but not $9 in content. Dawnguard was originally $20, meaning that this is being priced at almost half of Dawnguard. Now that you've seen this, it should be immediately apparent what the difference between a quest like The Pieces of the Past and The Cause is. The Cause is entirely predicated on being excited to see stuff that you remember from Oblivion. But if Skyrim was your first Elder Scrolls game, then you might not even understand the significance of what is happening. You can't say the same for Pieces of the Past, which is a self-contained package. Knowing about Oblivion is nice, but unnecessary to understand what is happening, and not simply because Silas exposits about it. You don't need to have played through the Mehrunes Razor DLC or have gotten it in any of the previous games to understand why it's significant here. It is significant because an order of men that split the weapon into pieces exists. If people are trying this hard to stop us from completing the Razor, then that suggests that it's a dangerous weapon. We're given instructions about the 3 divisions of the weapon and where they're located. Silas is paying us, of course, because he's interested in having the completed weapon for his museum. We can chalk that up to a historical misunderstanding, since Mehrunes Razor didn't actually have anything to do with the Oblivion Crisis or the Mythic Dawn, although Mankar Cameron did apparently have it at one point. There are 3 locations, and 2 of them are dungeons. The pommel is in the hands of the Forsworn at Dead Crone Rock. The shards of the blade are kept in the vault of a stronghold of Orcish bandits, and the hilt is in the possession of a mill owner in Morthal. I've always liked that division. Sure, the pieces ended up with the descendants of each person, and 2 of those were militant orders, but one of those is also just some guy that you have to persuade. It would have been very easy for the designer to make us run a Dwemer Ruin or a Nordic Crypt for the 3rd piece. I'm glad they didn't. With all 3 pieces, Silas will compensate us for the job and then offer us more gold to meet him at Mehrunes Dagon's shrine. This part starts to grate on me. Don't get me wrong, it's a cool shrine and someone definitely put in the work. But why is it here? There's not even an old journal inside from the original builders explaining who built this place. In the history of surface shrines and Elder Scrolls, we go back to Morrowind. Both Boethia and Azura had open-air shrines, although Boethia's was at the bottom of the ocean. Thing is, it makes sense. Both were considered to be the good Daedra in the Dunmer pantheon. In Oblivion, most of the Daedric princes had open-air shrines except Mehrunes Dagon. His was in a cave. This seemed to be a gameplay thing rather than an actual implication about Imperial culture. They just wanted players to be able to easily find all the Daedric shrines for quests, and Mehrunes Dagon's had to be in a cave because it's, part of the main quest. In Skyrim, Azura and Boethia both have open-air shrines. Makes sense, a lot of Dunmer moved into the region, the shrines are in areas they moved to, and there was a cultural revival in the Dunmer worship of Daedra, and Azura's shrine is even stated to have been constructed as a consequence of the Red Year. And then you have Mehrunes Dagon, with this absurdly big and detailed shrine located in a difficult region to access. I know that the idea is supposed to be that Skyrim is massive, so there's bound to be something like this out there. It just strains my suspension of disbelief. Organized and morally accepted religions making massive temples and shrines is one thing, although even Talos or Shore have not received shrines this massive. Let's compare this to the real world. Mount Rushmore is a massive sculpture which has 4 faces of former American presidents. It was conceived to increase tourism to South Dakota, and is extremely controversial. The project had received federal funding, an equivalent of $17 million in today's money. However, it ended before being fully realized because the man in charge died in 1941 and the project ran out of money, probably because there was a world war being fought at the time. What's there is how much of the sculpture they were able to complete after 14 years, despite having the blessing of the federal government, adequate funding, decent seasons to work in, 400 workers, and advanced technology like drilling and dynamite. The project was ostensibly an expression of American expansionism. It was done by a man who was involved in KKK politics and contributed to the Confederate memorial carving, which depicts Jefferson Davis, Robert Lee, and Stonewall Jackson. However, the purse holders hated him, fired him, and destroyed his contribution to the project, and there was even a warrant issued for his arrest in the state. Gutzon Borglum would then, only a couple years later, begin working on Mount Rushmore, which ended up including Abraham Lincoln, an American president that Borglum was such a big fan of that he even named his son after him, who, if you don't remember, was the president of the Union during the Civil War. The guy was just a big fan of Americana. Mount Rushmore ended up being a massive point of contention with the Sioux Nation. A controversial response to Mount Rushmore was the Crazy Horse Memorial. It had started actually as a letter written by a Lakota preservationist named Luther Standing Bear to Gutzon Borglum, requesting that the face of Crazy Horse be added to Mount Rushmore, which was ignored. My dad gave me a book about Crazy Horse as a kid, so I was surprised at how few people actually knew about him or his history. He was a Lakota war leader in the 19th century who joined the war against the US government over treaty violations. He's best known for the Battle of the Rosebud, in which he delayed reinforcements to Colonel Custer, leading to a native victory at the Battle of the Little Bighorn. However, Crazy Horse generally refused to allow himself to be photographed, and was buried as such to prevent memorials ever being built on the site of his grave. Like a lot of revolutionaries, he wanted his legacy to be justice for his people, not remembrance of him. A common criticism of the Crazy Horse Memorial then is about whether or not it actually should exist. Its builders are allowed to construct it legally, but have refused funding from the government, instead sourcing their own money from visitors and donors. The real point here is to contrast these two real-life sculptures and the difference between the ease of their construction. Even with years of time and adequate funding, Mount Rushmore was a fraction of the intended final project. What is finished is still massive. However, Washington's face is 60 feet or 18 meters tall vertically, which by my rough eyeballing is still larger than the entire Mehrunes Dagon sculpture, which is at most 16 meters tall. But this part of Skyrim is extremely remote and would be difficult to work in. Whoever built it also didn't have funding like Mount Rushmore did, or the blessing of the American federal government. So it should be closer to the Crazy Horse Memorial, which is just a face. Granted, it's a big face at 28 meters tall, but it also took 50 years to carve. Yeah, between 1948 and 1998, all that was accomplished was just the face. This is because the project is done entirely by donations, but even with modern advancements is still extremely slow going. Now sure, the people in charge are not cultists trying to secretly construct an unsanctioned monument out in the wilderness. This is all just a fun excuse to have a little bit of history mixed in with the statement that the sculpture of Mehrunes Dagon is silly. You might answer that the builders had magic, but that isn't really an applicable excuse. Fireballs, I guess, could be an adequate replacement for dynamite, but Elder Scrolls is low fantasy in the sense that its magic isn't just a do-whatever-you-want solution, unless the secrets of rock-carving magic has just been lost with teleportation and flight. We actually participated in the creation of a Daedric sculpture in Morrowind, and it was done by a barely literate orc who was certainly non-magical. He just needed a giant rock and some money to pay workers. He did get it done in 3 weeks though, which is more a gameplay thing than an actual statement about the grind set of sculptors in this setting. If the banners inside are supposed to imply that the Mythic Dawn built this shrine, then hilariously, this could be a pretty big piece of evidence that Mehrunes Dagon got what he wanted out of the Oblivion main quest. Hard to imagine he would lose the Oblivion Crisis and then commission a giant, difficult-to-build statue of himself. I have no doubts he would want the statue built, but would he allocate those resources and followers to it if he hadn't just achieved a massive W? Mehrunes is not thrilled to repair the Weezer. Mehrunes is not thrilled to repair the Weezer for a weak man like Silas, so he asks us to kill him. Mehrunes is not thrilled to repair the Razor for a weak man like Silas, so he asks us to kill him. It's technically a choice, but it's one of those choices that's overwhelmingly one-sided. Sparing Silas nets us 500 gold, and that's it. Killing Silas results in us receiving the rebuilt Mehrunes Razor. Seems like an obvious choice to me. I'm personally in need of a new letter opener. You can make it a self-defense situation by not answering Silas, which causes him to attack you. So, funny thing, the Razor is completely unchanged from Oblivion. It doesn't disintegrate armor anymore because armor durability is no longer a mechanic. It has a chance to instantly kill the opponent, but that chance no longer scales with your luck value because luck as a mechanic is removed. Since that means we have the lowest luck value possible, the chance to kill is still just 2%. It's still a novelty. It has infinite charges on its enchantment, it does decent damage, so it's just a fun little combat dagger that isn't actually suited to assassinations because of how stealth damage works. Dagon also sends 2 Dremora to kill us as a final test, which opens another reward of the quest, the Shrine. It's a 1-room dungeon full of valuables as well as some Dremora, which you can kill for their hearts and use as dead thralls, allowing you to have a wild posse. All that said though, it's hard to really claim that this is somehow better than the Morrowind era of quest design. We're just running 2 dungeons and bringing a knife back to him, which is slightly more ceremony to distinguish the Skyrim version. Whatever upgrades in voice acting and quest scripting loses that element of getting the knife being an actually dangerous endeavor back in Morrowind. Sanguine's quest starts in the first tavern you enter after hitting level 14. It doesn't immediately present as such, so if you're busy, there's a chance you might just miss it. It's kind of unfair placing Sanguine 4th on this list. I mean, technically, it's one of the most intrusive quests since Sam Guavine will show up at any inn you visit after level 14, a low bar. But it also doesn't make it obvious that it's even a Daedric quest. You might perk your eyebrow up at the Black Robe, or the fact that the Sanguine quest starts with a guy named Sam Guavine. But I don't know. It's still a good kind of subtle. Sam challenges us to a drinking contest, offering us a staff if we win. The main thing I like here is the lack of urgency and the ease of which you can just blow this off. Sam just kind of hangs out until we get around to doing this. It is not important or time sensitive. It only becomes so if we agree. Sam loses after 2 drinks, which is pretty amazing. Skyrim's alcohol isn't exactly impressive. Blackbriar Mead is a beverage produced in the city of Riften. Circa 2nd era 582, Blackbriar Mead was an especially potent drink popular with the local Wait, what?
Holy fuck, is this wrong?
This is the kind of thing that really makes me hate ESO. It has Blackbriar Mead because Skyrim had Blackbriar Mead, no matter how little sense that actually makes. ESO takes place in the 2nd era, 300 years before Tiber Septim conquered Tamriel. That conquest itself was over 400 years prior to the first 4 Elder Scrolls games, which themselves were over 200 years prior to the events of Skyrim. If you're doing the math at home, that's over 900 years between ESO and Skyrim. Remember further to add another 50 years to that. And also remember that ESO establishes Blackbriar Mead as having already been provincially popular during ESO. There are many things to hate here. The main thing I dislike about this is the slap in the face to Maven Blackbriar. It's obvious she inherited the meadery and has no personal passion for brewing, but she is an extremely dangerous girl boss who took a family business and made it an empire. If the mead had over 1,000 years of history, you best believe she would print that on the bottle. But if we take ESO at face value, then Maven is just the latest inheritor in a long line of nobility, coasting off the value of a business so old she doesn't even know who started it. Can you see the impact that shoving nostalgia in one game can have on the actual characters from that game, and why I often choose to ignore it? How about the fact that 70 years ago, Riften actually burned down to the ground? ESO gets that detail right, but this means that somehow the meadery and family business survived through a city-destroying fire. No, I firmly believe the reason the Blackbriars became a thing was due to that fire creating an opportunity. It's like a forest fire. The old growth burned away and made room for younger families to come in and blossom. The family business being at most 70 years old means that it's old enough for Maven to have inherited the business, but not so old that it undermines her accomplishments. It also explains why we hadn't actually heard of it in the prior games, or about the Blackbriars in accounts of the city of Riften, such as the famous story of Queen Baronzaya, the very story the city of Riften in Skyrim was built upon. I apologize for getting off topic. I almost started discussing millennia-old wineries in the real world, which do actually exist. The reason I got sucked down this rabbit hole was that I was looking into Skyrim's alcohol, particularly how strong it is to give up after 2 drinks and black out after 3. Now, I've never actually had multiple drinks in one sitting, or even in the same year, since my genetics are a history of violent alcoholism that I've taken steps to not repeat, so most of my thoughts here are from reading from other people who do drink. There is a story that is told that Emil Pagliarulo actually made mead during the development of Skyrim, which might have been a research thing.
Emil Pagliarulo, who is the lead designer and writer on Fallout 3, great writer, and tasked him with coming up with the dragon language. And he literally went home one weekend and made mead, and came in the next Monday and said, "Here you go." And we're like, wow.
What he probably didn't realize in doing so is that mead, even homebrewed, is much stronger today than it was even a few centuries ago, let alone during the era of Vikings, and that the Vikings preferred beer as a day-to-day drink and treated mead and wine as drinks of opulence. Here are some things that modern mead recipes have that make a big difference: chemical sanitation, filtered water, airlocks, and commercial yeast. Another big thing is honey. People have attempted to recreate mead using historical methods, resulting in weaker products, but even then it's not the best those experiments can be, as they generally still make use of modern yeasts and honey. Yeast has not changed too much, but it is important to remember that it wasn't being manufactured until the 18th century. Before it was sold commercially, there were many different methods of trying to make use of yeast because distillers understood that they needed it, but not really what yeast was or how it could best be propagated. I was not able to conclusively answer if honey itself has meaningfully changed either. Selectively breeding honeybees seems to be a dubious concept. Unlike dogs, horses, or cattle, honeybee reproduction is not intuitive to humans, easy to manipulate, or long-lasting. It wasn't until the 18th century, again, that we even knew how or when queen bees were fertilized. This was despite beekeeping having been common thousands of years before the domestication of cats. Being able to extract the honey without killing the colony only became ubiquitous after the 18th century, when it was rediscovered how the ancient Greeks managed to do so using movable honeycombs. I say all of this to really emphasize that we are a massive lightweight for going down after just 3 drinks. Of course, we don't know what we were drinking, and given this ends up being a sanguine quest, we can just assume that it was the highest possible quality alcohol fermented with Daedric yeast or some other excuse. I can chug Blackbriar mead all day and not feel the effect, which means this quest could have been a great excuse for the developers to implement actual drunkenness. It's not as big a missed opportunity as cold weather mechanics, since pretty much every civilization on Earth figured out alcohol. But we are a world away from the days of Sajama and Flynn. We won our drinking contest, and Sam invites us to a place where apparently wine flows like water, before we black out and wake up with an angry priestess yelling at us. Cinna gives us a few hints at what happened, but we need to convince her to give us more information. Otherwise, we need to clean up the church for her. The oddest thing is that for some reason, Cinna thinks said information is important enough to stop us from just leaving and going on with our lives. Missed opportunity to have her press charges if we don't resolve our mishaps at the Temple of Dibella. Or maybe a Knight of Dibella will track us down. Speaking of, it's interesting that this quest deposited us at a Temple of Dibella, an Aedra associated with love, or for people who aren't prudes, raucous sex. Sometimes they even give her statues nipples. Anyways, it's funny that our sanguine adventure took us to this temple. I've never actually cleaned the temple, so I didn't know that the items strewn about are clues as to the rest of the quest. A giant's toe, 2 bottles of Alto wine, and a note from Sam telling us to bring those items plus a hagraven feather to fix the staff. I had no clue about any of that because I always just passed the speech check. So retracing our steps, we head out to
Rorikstead. I'm from Rorikstead.
We'll quickly come across Ennis, who is angry about us stealing his prized goat to sell to a giant. Again, he doesn't press charges if you just leave, but he's much harder to convince than Senna. If you aren't me with a maxed out speech skill. Grok the giant only gets mad at us if we take Gletta from him, but I usually just compensate Ennis for his missing goat. Apparently it's a prize winner, which... What contests are there in Skyrim for this kind of thing? Seems like maybe this goat should have a unique model, or at least be much bigger than normal goats. Our next leg is to a woman we owe money to named Ysolda. Yeah, our wife. Even funnier is that we owe her 2,000 gold because we purchased a wedding ring from her on credit. Okay, many things. We're having this conversation in our house, after which she will cook us dinner and give us lover's comfort, or for people who aren't prudes, raucous sex. I guess she's just canonically okay with this outcome. I actually think it would be better if she had additional dialogue if we were married to her already, instead of fixing this by just making it impossible to marry her. It's also strange that we're specifically using a wedding ring here, when in Skyrim they use amulets of Mara. You can convince her to pass us on, otherwise we have to reclaim the wedding ring from our fiancé, who is a jealous hagraven. Quite literally. Either way, Ysolda sends us to Morvenskar, which is where our wedding was supposed to take place. Sam's note indicates that we need the giant toe and the hagraven feather, and we were at the Temple of Dibella for holy water. I am mildly confused why we already made the trade agreement with the giant and had the toe, but had not gotten the hagraven feather yet. Morvenskar is a generic conjurer dungeon, but inside it is a magical gateway taking us to a misty grove, where we meet Sam and some other partygoers. This is when Sam reveals he's actually the Daedric Prince Sanguine. He also didn't need the materials to fix the staff, which makes sense. He just gave us the list so that we could go out and spread merriment. Right, because Senna, Ennis, Ysolda, and Moira were all happier after we came into their lives. And that's the quest. I've never been a particularly big fan of this one, probably because I have a general issue with stories built around retracing the steps of a character's wild night, aka I hate fun. Yeah, it's really interesting all the crazy shenanigans my character got up to while I wasn't in control of them. How about, instead, we go through the crazy events ourselves? Put a slight vignette effect on screen while Sam gives us a to-do list, we follow it, and then pass out right as we go to get the holy water. Then we wake up and our character in dialogue has no recollection of what happened, and the quest has us retrace our steps, but this time showing there is a big discrepancy between what we saw happen when we did it and what actually was happening. Sort of like the Histsap reveal in the Oblivion Fighters Guild, but less overt. We shouldn't slaughter Rorikstead. Maybe it starts with us asking Ysolda for hagraven feathers, and she points us to Witch Mist Grove and we kill a hagraven, only for it to be revealed that we didn't ask Ysolda for feathers but the wedding ring, and we didn't kill the hagraven. I wouldn't have the biggest issue with the quest not doing that if it was actually creative with the mechanics or implications. We should get a jail sentence for public drunkenness and some of the outright crimes we committed. Instead, it's all just brushed off because it would be terribly inconvenient to penalize the player for something that they weren't a witness for, even though half the fun of the quest could be actually trying to navigate the consequences. Take Sanguine's quest in Oblivion. Simple but effective, only annoying because it broke another quest when I did it. In that one, you sneak into a dinner party and then cast a spell that strips everyone down and causes them to start partying hard. It tried to do something mechanically creative, and if you weren't clever, you'd actually land a bounty with no gold to pay it off, meaning either an escape from Leowyn or a day in jail. Fast travel deflated the quest a little bit, but it was a good foundation. This is just quest markers and speech checks. The Sanguine Rose is also made worse.
I never thought to see this again.
Right item, wrong game, Martin. Where in Oblivion the Rose would summon a random Daedra for 20 seconds, which was not friendly, Skyrim's Rose summons a level Dremora for a full minute, which is just another ally for the roster. You can give it to a follower so they can infinitely summon even more friends for the party, But the fact remains that being able to summon a helpful Dremora is not as cool as throwing a wild card into fights. Obviously, the Rose has questionable usefulness for anybody already able to summon Dremora Lords in combat. The Valkanaz the Rose can summon after level 46 has 200 more health than Conjure Dremora Lords, but the Lord's Sword will do twice as much fire damage. Either way, the Rose can be a pretty big edge for anyone playing on higher difficulties and not already making use of Conjuration summons. There's also apparently supposed to be a random encounter with an Argonian, claiming that we owe him 10,000 gold for a bet, but I have personally never seen this actually happen. I would probably say that's because I don't often do this quest, more than it being a sign that Skyrim always has some new surprise for the player. And yeah, it's surprising how little there is for how highly rated this quest is. Maybe Skyrim is such a boring game that being pleasantly surprised by a Daedric drinking game is enough to stir people from their stupor.
By Azura, by Azura, by Azura!
Oh, Azura. She's had quite the journey. She went from being the most important Daedric prince in a game, to having a sideshow in the mountains where we kill a couple vampires, and she skidded back into relevance thanks to the Red Gear. You can chance this quest in 3 ways. Meet a wandering Dunmer who says he's on his way to the shrine, hear a rumor at an inn about the shrine, or investigate it yourself. The last one is unlikely as despite its gargantuan size, the LOD model doesn't actually load at that far a distance. This has been fixed as part of a mod since February of 2012, unless Azura's shrine is supposed to be hidden. Well, it was built by Dunmer refugees as a beacon, and Azura's quite prideful, so no, I doubt it's intentional. And you've heard my bit about ridiculous statues, although this one is far more plausible given its location and, significance. I've heard the devs talk about how the horses originally went too fast for the engine to keep up, so I'm going to imagine that this is simply a hardware limitation that wasn't ever really fixed, as per usual. I rank this one pretty highly on the intrusive list just because of it being an in-roomer. I would go so far as to say Azura has been used both in Oblivion and Skyrim as a gateway to the Daedric quests. In Oblivion's main quest, when you needed a Daedric artifact, you were pointed to Azura's shrine, which is still funny to me. We journey up to the shrine. This is where survival mods usually tend to break down, because while it seems like Skyrim was built around cold weather dynamics, that doesn't mean it actually is. It is close to Winterhold, yet I usually almost always freeze to death on the way up. And there is someone living up there. I think this is a scale issue, like time moves faster in-game and distances are squished. But usually the end result can still be annoying because certain quests just are not meant to be played with survival mods on. Granted, the cold isn't the only thing that's killed me at the temple.
But his soul still resides within, protected by his enchantments. Until he is purged, my artifact is useless to me.
You must go to a fortress, endangered by water, yet untouched by it. Inside, you will find an elven mage who can turn the brightest star as black as night.
Oh, right. Azura is doing that thing Mephala did back in Morrowind of not speaking to us. Granted, I think what's actually happening here is that Azura has given her priestess this vision and is waiting for someone to actually follow up on it, at which point Azura will retroactively claim that we were destined all along. I've played Morrowind, I've seen this scam before. It doesn't take a Daedric Prince of Prophecy to foresee that the Ministry of Truth was going to destroy Vardenfell. That actually was the goal when Sheogorath threw it in the first place. Azura just loves to take credit. Our big clue is to ask over at the college, although my first time I started at the inn, which was the answer. Most of the college people just cryptically hinted there being an experiment that went wrong and resulted in the people responsible getting exiled from the college. One of those people being Nelacar, which if you remember was the high elf living at the Frozen Hearth who was probably supposed to play the role Inthier played in the Thieves Guild.
You're working with the Daedra?
I understand.
Right. Now tell me the one about the Argonian maid and the lusty baron.
Wait, why is that hard to believe? It's really weird that this is his response to a failed speech check given his intimate involvement in the original events. Also, the speech check is against his own speech skill, not ours, so it actually always succeeds. For him. Good job. Malin Varen was a teacher at the college that was researching Azura's star as a potential solution to become immortal. He was obsessed with it and eventually killed a student for her soul, after which he got kicked out. Wait, so why was Nelacar banished over this? Would we have gotten kicked out if Tolfdir decided he was tired of having his Alembic stolen and decided to blow up the Hall of Elements? Even if Nelacar was a member of the little cult following that Varen had, I don't quite track the punishment. Varen's cult took off to Fort Ilinalta, which is now Ilinalta's Deep, because the engineers were not kidding when they were talking about terra firma. This dungeon is like 50% of the reason people like this quest, because it takes the typical mold of a necromancer fort ruin and makes it more interesting than it has any right to be. The fort is sinking, so we have to see how the necromancers are working around that. Plus, people like the spooky skeletons. Malin Varen has to be the coolest guy ever to still have a cult following sacrificing souls to the star after he died. I sure hope we get to meet him. With the broken star in hand, we are given a choice, which was hinted at back at Nelacar. We can take the star back to Azura or to Nelacar. He does not want us to return the star to Azura on account of all the trouble it ended up causing, and Azura obviously just wants her stuff back, in a way that is amusing and punishing for everyone involved, as is often her style. Either way, we end up being sent into the star to exorcise the soul of Malin Varen. He's not very cool. He's just a generic evil necromancer, so we don't really understand what it was that made his cultists want to keep his soul alive, given the amount of effort involved in doing exactly that. Plus, most people would probably look at living inside of the star as a prison sentence. Yet Varen was apparently so cool that someone will send necromancers to kill you as an act of vengeance for doing this. Was he the last man born with a personality stat, or what? The encounter within the star has the potential of being one of the more difficult fights during the Daedric quests. This is a mix of the fact that this is a level 1 quest, as well as the high number of high-level caster enemies. Ilinalta's Deep has a level of 8, meaning that is the minimum level of enemies in the area. Not a big deal, but high-level necromancer enemies make heavy use of Ice Storm. It is, however, manageable. Inside the star is a different story. You're locked inside and given little chance to hide, your followers don't come with you, and notable are 3 random Dremora warlocks that are here, for some reason. Past level 19, these guys start using mid-tier ward and armor spells and fireballs at the same time, and there are 3 of them. Combine the barrage of fireballs with the tight space you're trapped in, and this becomes a surprisingly hard fight. I don't have a problem with this being a difficult encounter. In fact, as a Daedric quest, I would prefer it to be difficult. Rather, it's the inconsistency of it that bothers me. This is pretty much the only time the game does something like this. Suddenly, you are expected to completely change the tempo of how you play, but only this once. It would be great if the Daedric quests leaned into this style of design regularly. The Daedric quests in Morrowind are some of the most difficult in the base game, usually because they employed Daedric enemies. Malin flees to the middle of the star, so you can hang back and snipe him from the start without needing to fight the Dremora, though. If we take the star to Azura, then we're awarded Azura's star, and Ariana will be willing to become our follower. If we take the star to Nelacar, then we're awarded the Black Star. As usual, there isn't much of a choice. Infinite white souls or infinite black souls. It's that general problem with black soul gems times, well, infinity. Generic low-level bandits have higher soul levels than most creatures in the game. When you want to get a grand soul, are you going to go fight a mammoth or bandit number 68,031? I continue my position that named NPCs should have grand black souls and generic NPCs should have lesser black souls depending on their level and difficulty. That way there's some measure of actual evil involved in using the Black Star beyond what is told but not shown in the Dawnguard DLC. This quest is pretty basic, but it also didn't really make the list of favorite quests because of its content, but rather its reward. It was the same way in Oblivion. Azura just had us run a vampire cave and the real benefit was the infinite soul gem. At least in Morrowind. Azura's quest, her secondary one, not the main quest, had us stopping Sheogorath from interfering with a bet by slaying a bunch of Daedra. Plus, Morrowind didn't have Black Souls. It had different levels of Grand Souls, so Golden Saints and Gods would power artifacts at different levels.
By sure. Is that Azura's star? How did you come to possess such a rare treasure?
This one deserves to be high up on the list. The second time you enter Markarth, after the dramatic scene at the market, a vigil of Stendarr shows up asking about one of the houses here in town. Tyrannus here is sitting on one of the few routes through the city, which is only a problem because Markarth is so small. I was watching a video of someone doing the Book of Love quest, and it included Tyrannus just because of how intrusive he can be. This is the only quest to focus on the Vigil of Stendarr in base Skyrim. So who are these guys? Well, they are a religious order of Stendarr, obviously, and their primary mission is to hunt Daedra. They'll claim other causes, but their primary focus is Daedra, having been founded post-Oblivion Crisis. So they're the Knights of the Nine then. Oh no, a different religious order. They are a bit of a curiosity. You can run into them on the road quite a bit, either patrolling or getting into confrontations with the various undead in Daedra. However, their most interesting interaction never actually happens. It was supposed to be that if you were carrying a Daedric artifact, which I often was, then they would confront you and demand you turn it over, which if you did, they would hint where they would take it, I assume, so you could go recover it. But then this event never actually happens. I can only speculate upon why, however I have to imagine that it was decided that the player should not be punished for having Daedric artifacts. Personally, I would consider this a pretty cool price to pay for having super powerful items. If all the artifacts were the best of their respective category of items, but you had to constantly deal with witch hunters or jealous worshippers harassing you, that's a pretty cool trade-off. It might even make the Vigil's destruction at the start of Dawnguard all the more interesting. Imagine hating these guys for constantly bothering you, and then suddenly a force comes along and wipes them out. It might make a fellow curious about joining the ones responsible. All you had to do was say that they were an offshoot of the Knights of the Nine. Stendarr was the god to perform a generational curse, so maybe Sir Casimir decided to create his own order of Daedra hunters, and they have generally turned into the fanatical order they are now. Speaking of Knights of the Nine, I have a quick creation to discuss. The Divine Crusader at creation adds the armor of the Crusader to a random overworld dungeon area. Used to be you would immediately have the quest, but someone took the extra effort to bang out a journal entry and side quest to perform a pilgrimage. This one is still absurdly lazy, even with the changes the Anniversary Edition made, and they wanted around $5 for it. I guess outside of beating Umaril, the Knights of the Nine story was pointless because it didn't take long for the Order to fall apart again and lose all their artifacts. But if you really hate money, you could spend $6 on the Vigil Enforcer armor set, which adds some armor sets for the Vigil that you have to retrieve from a cave where a vampiric Vigil was sacrificing his comrades while seeking a cure to vampirism. Man, his task was more straightforward than in more... Oh, they actually referenced that quest by including the book you needed to find the clue to start the vampire cure quest in Morrowind. Never mind. Anyways, Tyrannus thinks that one of the houses in Markarth is being used for Daedra worship and wants to investigate it. But he won't actually do it without us. Unlike Sanguine, who could have reasonably been left hanging, Tyrannus has to awkwardly loiter until we decide we're tired of hearing him talk every time we go down Main Street of Markarth and actually oblige his request.
Weak. He's weak. You're strong. Crush him.
Surprise, the house is haunted. I guess it's a pretty cool effect they made for it, having all the clutter go flying around. Tyrannus is getting the same DMs and eventually attacks us, and had to be put down to restore the peace. Yeah, that was the Vigil's only quest, and he died in Act 1. You can't even report his death to Keeper Karset at the Hall of the Vigilant.
Get out of my head, Daedra.
You will kill or you will die.
I don't want to die. I can't die here.
He is fucking you up.
It's you or me.
The disembodied voice offers to reward us before putting us in a trap. This is always funny with followers, plus you could just leave. The bars are wide enough to escape. But we decide to indulge Molag Bal, and all roads lead to him complaining about how Boethia has been sending a priest to desecrate his shrine and how he wants revenge. We need to rescue the priest from the Forsworn from one of 6 radiant locations. That means there isn't really anything special about this part of the quest. We find the priest tied up at the end of a Forsworn dungeon, and there's a speech check. He's naturally suspicious since he figures nobody knew he was gone. Also, funny thing, he's not essential, and you can actually fail the quest if he dies on his way back to Markarth. He usually doesn't though, which is why him being non-essential is notable. Here is an important quest NPC that is non-essential, that gets killed by random events so often, I have yet to see a single Skyrim review or analysis even mention his untimely passing. Logrowth goes to desecrate the altar, which Molag Bal uses as a trap.
Molag Bal, you think you can best Boethia's faithful? I have won this contest before.
Ah, but I have my own champion this time, Logroth.
We beat him to death and then Molag Bal revives him and we do it again. This is a quest that actually works better in VR. Played flat, we're just left clicking on a guy and going through the motions. In virtual reality, we actually have to physically beat him with the rusty mace. It's really cool, until it breaks. When Logroth goes to get back up, he will step backwards out of the trap. I mean, Molag Bal can just lock the doors again, but this was a replicable bug within the sequence. Which is hilarious because this was one of the few times playing a quest in VR actually enhanced the experience, and it was immediately undercut by a bug. With that, we're given
the Mace of Molag Bal. I give you its true power, mortal. When your enemies lie broken and bloody before you, know that I will be watching. Now, I have a soul in oblivion that needs claiming. Take care of the house while I'm gone.
And that's the quest. If it weren't for the use of radiant locations, I would say that this is an Oblivion tier quest residing in Skyrim. No random branch off and not particularly interesting. In Oblivion, Molag Bal had us get killed by a man that swore an oath against violence, which was a far more interesting premise. I guess they didn't want to outright copy that quest, so they switched things around. But most of Skyrim is just beating people to death anyways, so we need to add the trap element. But there were places where we could have taken this quest. Maybe we turn the shrine over to the Vigilant, or we protect Logroth for the benefit of Boethia. If you had just played Skyrim, you probably wouldn't really be able to tell that Molag Bal was one of the bad Daedra of the Dunmer Pantheon. I know this is the Nord game, but if you are going to heavily focus on the Dunmer in other areas, then maybe their respective gods should have something to do with their culture. I do not see a good reason why Molag Bal's quest is in Markarth. It has nothing to do with the broader story or culture of the people who live here. It's like there was a list of generic Daedra quests to be passed around cities without enough content, and Molag Bal's just happened to end up here. Which is funny because Morthal would have actually been a much more appropriate setting. It's closer to the Hall of the Vigilant, it has a vampire problem, and it's more plausible to believe there would be an abandoned house there. And so, it is time for the return of the Mace of Molag Bal. In Oblivion, it was broken. Not overpowered, but literally broken, because its enchantment had a timer of 0 seconds. Thankfully, they didn't repeat that mistake. Unfortunately, they did take away Absorb Magicka in favor of Damage Magicka. Also, it has Soul Trap now, and only has 35 charges, so I guess you'll want Azura's Star to constantly keep recharging it. Otherwise, it'll run out of charge after just a few enemies. There are other ways it's broken. For one, it has no upgrade perk, meaning that it cannot be upgraded as highly as normal weapon types. It also has fire damage associated with it, meaning that it benefits from perks that increase fire damage. It also just looks stupid. Morrowind had a clean design that still sold the idea that it was Molag Bal's weapon. Oblivion's mace was a little gray and it looked like it wanted to be a tower in The Lord of the Rings. Skyrim's mace looks like it needs a weight loss program.
That mace, get it away from me. Get it away.
I have not been looking forward to this moment. So, at the time of Skyrim's release, the last Elder Scrolls thing was Shivering Isles, a DLC focused on Sheogorath. Obviously they need to pay that off, although I and many others have long lamented the lack of a Jiggalag quest in Skyrim. So, what have you got for us? There's a new homeless man in Solitude, although most people probably didn't realize he was actually new to the city. Apparently, his master is up in the forbidden wing of the Blue Palace. You can ask Falk for the key, which given our assistance in other matters he will grant, otherwise you can just ask the help. Firebeard doesn't want people going into that part of the palace as it's associated with Pelagius the Mad, a Septim Emperor from Solitude who earned that title. Do I even need to explain how long ago that was, or do you get the point already? Well, when we enter the wing, we find ourselves transported into a realm and confronted by Sheogorath and Pelagius having lunch.
Besides, I have so many things to do. So many undesirables to contend with. Naysayers, buffoons, detractors. Why, my headsman hasn't slept in 3 days.
You are far too hard on yourself, my dear, sweet, homicidally insane Pelagius. What would the people do without you? Dance, sing, smile, grow old. You are the best septum that's ever ruled.
You may have noticed that we have increasingly been seeing direct manifestations of the Daedric princes. But of course, we have to see Sheogorath. I mean, come on, the Shivering Isles happened. Just like how in Oblivion we had to see Azura and Hircine. Right? You may also have noticed his unfortunate state of Skyrimification. His regal new Sheoth clothing has been replaced with a boring two-tone doublet. Get it? He's split down the middle because he's crazy. His cat eyes got replaced with generic blind eyes reused from other NPCs. His slicked back hair is just generic long hair now, and his beard is remarkably unspecial. They didn't even give him a cane. If you aren't going to go the full mile to recapture the character from Shivering Isles, then maybe it's better that we don't see him. Instead, we get this lame redesign. Further, remember how I said Sheogorath was responsible for the Red Year? He's actually a Dunmer god, yet he's out here playing second fiddle in Solitude and being used for old Skyrim lore. And then you have that cock thing.
Well, except for that Martin fella. But he turned into a dragon god, and that's hardly sporting.
But you would know. You've covered me in depth in your videos that are all so very long. I sat down to watch one, and the next thing you know, there was gray in my beard. Gray in my beard. Not 12 hours. 12 hours is nothing. That's what you devoted to one. But then, what, 48 hours to another? How about an entire week? A month? 2-year-long video YouTube. There's your challenge. 2 years. I want to see from you, Patrician.
You know, I was there for that whole sordid affair. Marvelous time. Butterflies, blood, a fox, a severed head, and the cheese to die for.
What was fairly obviously just a fun reference to the events of a previous game is now, of course, lore justification for why every cock everywhere had to become Sheo. Well, if this is my Oblivion character, then he's holding out on me here. Where's my stuff? Do you still have my spellcrafting table or all those sigil stones I duped? What about my Royal Guard armor? I've been missing that.
How rude!
Oh yeah, the quest. It's just a retread of Through a Nightmare Darkly. That one in Hinatir's Dream where you complete a bunch of trials while deprived of your equipment to affect someone's mentality. The premise is that we're given the Wabbajack, which has a bunch of scripted effects you use to affect Pelagius, like making him more confident or justifying his paranoia. This quest is novel. Once. Nobody even mentioned it when I asked for a list of favorite side quests. One problem is the lack of impact on the world. We're in the head of a man who's been dead for centuries. Imagine instead if this quest took place in the head of a currently living Jarl, and we saw the drastic impact we had when we came back to reality. The potential creation of a new Pelagius the Mad. In Oblivion, we permanently scarred a town by trolling them into believing the end times had arrived. I think there was a grand vision to this quest, and it just didn't pan out. My consistent observation with Skyrim is that it just lacks the mechanics needed for interesting quests that are not built around combat. If they could not spare the artist time to do Sheogorath's model justice, then I doubt the quest designer had time to really flesh out his mechanical ideas, because I think there's a strong foundation here. You could have the therapy session go many different ways, just keep adding things the Wabbajack can do and consequences. Add a second ending where we actually make Pelagius even worse than he was before instead of better. I mean, it doesn't even really make a whole lot of sense that Sheo's task is to make Pelagius better. This goes beyond the label of him simply being the mad god. In Shivering Isles, he's outright depicted as being interested in inflicting madness upon people. Remember when we psychologically tortured an adventuring group, or fed into someone's paranoid delusions? Wait, that was regular Oblivion, but still. If we have to go by the canon that the Oblivion player character is Sheogorath, then you've opened an extra dangerous can of worms, which is why I generally operate by the rule set of every questline being done by a separate version of the player character. But more than that, it kind of speaks volumes that one of the main quests to call back to Oblivion is so low effort. I mean, this is probably a good instance of being able to tell just how low effort this area is just by the footage alone. Low effort doesn't imply laziness. There are a whole host of factors that could have led to this quest being this way. But because this quest wasn't given priority over others, despite its obvious importance to fans of Oblivion, well, that does say something. The only new assets in this area are Sheogorath's clothes and the Wabbajack. Otherwise, everything else is repurposed from elsewhere. Are Pelagius's guards wearing Dwemer armor and intentional detail just to suggest he was weird? Or an oversight? The majority of the runtime of this quest is spent on dialogue. Very little time is spent on travel, and there is no combat. Well, when I say dialogue, I mean exposition. And lots of it. This is just not a very graceful follow-up to the creativity that was on display in the Shivering Isles. Instead, I want to talk about the 6 different creations built around Sheogorath. Shadowrend and Ruin's Edge are both simple creations, basically just adding their respective gear to the game. Shadowrend has us fight a shadow of ourselves, which we're drawn to for no reason. The quest is just deposited into our log. Like in the Shivering Isles, the shadow knows everything we know. I don't know why RPG's obsessed with this idea. I have consistently stomped every shadow clone of myself in games. Shadowrend is pretty lame. It has infinite charges, but for 15% weakness to magic. Like, what the fuck? Am I supposed to hit them with the axe and then switch to using magic? The Enchanted Shivering Isles was weakness to magic and damage health, so follow-up swings did more damage. $3 for this. Ruin's Edge was $4. It adds the bow to a random cave, which I was actually radiantly sent to as part of another quest. Like the original bow, Ruin's Edge randomly does a magic effect from a list. Like the original bow, the list of effects is kind of lame. Except 1,000 points of Drain Magicka, holy shit. Actually, it does that to fake a silence effect. Staff of Sheogorath is $2.50, which basically recreates the Morrowind Sheogorath quest, where you are tasked to kill a bullnetch with the Fork of Horripilation. It gives the titular Staff of Sheogorath, which... what? The staff in Shivering Isles was integral to Sheogorath's power, not some artifact he gives out willy-nilly. It's pretty powerful too, paralyzing in an area of effect of 75 feet for 10 seconds. It's kind of a typical creation, awarding a super powerful item for next to no effort. Rare Curios was originally just $1 and adds a bunch of miscellaneous ingredients from Morrowind, Oblivion, and the Shivering Isles. As far as I tried, you cannot grow any of these, only purchase them from Khajiit caravans, randomly, which heavily limits their usefulness. You would think they would have given that a second pass, given that one of the other creations in Anniversary Edition is about setting up a farm. Plus, it is a bit weird, like the big thing I was supposed to be nostalgic about from Morrowind was bittergreen petals. Dawnfang and Duskfang was $5 and added, again, the titular sword. There's a short dungeon you have to run in the Rift and Ratway, and the reward is the sword. Minor storytelling via journals as per usual. This one is probably on the better end, honestly. There's also another blood drinker named Bloodthirst, which you get from a side quest by reading a note and then finding the sword. Finally, you have the big one, Saints and Seducers, for $15. This one adds quite a bit, although if a statement ever needed a caveat, that is one of them. This is one of the ones that was made free for owners of the Special Edition when the Anniversary Edition came out, you know, to really sell you on the idea. Balance of Power is a quest about some bandit gangs that are using Saints and Seducers war gear and apparently are having a similar rivalry. It's a really stupid way of trying to explain why we're cramming Shivering Isles equipment into Skyrim. Like, Golden Saints were out and about in the Vardenfell countryside. Each gang has a camp and then a journal which leads you to another camp, and that's it. There's also a few Elytra nymphs you can claim as pets. I think the craziest part is that after wiping out 2 separate bandit gangs armed with Daedric equipment, we are awarded 300 gold. It's a flat fee, no level scaling. One of the 6 journals will tell you that the gangs are being funded by a guy named Thoron, and we're led to the Solitude Sewers, inside which is a root cave modeled after the ones in the Shivering Isles expansion. This creation is just flying through the justification for all this. He's got the Ring of Disrobing from Shivering Isles, while in this cave is the Sword of Jiggalag, which I thought we weren't mentioning, and from here you can start the quest to unlock the ability to craft Amber and Madness equipment. Also, we can summon Golden Saints and Dark Seducers now. Yeah, that power that was limited to the nobility of Mania, Dementia, and Sheogorath, ours. That powerful conjuration spell to summon a deadly Golden Saint? It's just down in the sewers, dumbass. A courier comes up to us with a note requesting we meet under the Solitude Arch, and it's Stada. Yeah, her. Here's a supercut of her dialogue.
Speak quickly.
Indeed. Fool, what do you think you're doing? You're dead.
Hey, remember that thing where I showed that Oblivion horse armor had no new dialogue because it was super lazy? I mean, that's the Creation Club standard, if not the high watermark. Horse armor is actually in Skyrim. It's exactly the same.
Well, either way, you have to have them to sell horse armor, right?
We're gonna do that regardless.
You can also get Nerve Shatter. Yeah, that weapon that had a useless weakness to shock enchant for 0 seconds. It's here too. There's Amber, Madness, Dark Seducer, and Golden Saint gear, and that's it. That is the $15 creation given for free to sell people on the idea of Creation Club. You'd think Bethesda might have stepped in and gotten them some voice talent for that one at least. The thing is, I think the rules for Creation Club might have been too strict or something. You have to find some unused corner of the world to stick things, but you don't really have the resources to flesh your creation out to make finding the new gear interesting, so you have to make sure it's not too powerful. The end result is that my armory is full of novelty toys that go unused because most of it is trash and is only notable for its unique model. Like, thanks for adding the Sword of Jigalag so I can have a constant reminder that he didn't get a quest in this game. I should actually talk about the Wabbajack before I move on, given that it is the reward to Sheogorath's actual Skyrim quest. The Wabbajack is a staff that has a listed effect of an unpredictable effect. It did this in Oblivion as well, but poorly explaining magic effects is now just par for the course in Skyrim. In Oblivion, its effect was to transform creatures into one of several other types, sometimes much weaker and sometimes stronger. While it can still do that, Skyrim adds additional effects like elemental damage, absorptions, invisibility, healing, and instant kills. Its most interesting, i.e. broken effects, are to transform the target into a sweet roll or shower of coins. However, it's an otherwise exceptionally unnotable artifact. This is because in Oblivion it would have a random transformation, but would consistently be a transformation, allowing you to use it for crowd control. Because there's no guarantee of what can happen, unless the enemy is a giant or a dragon, and the hassle involved in recharging staves, there's a lot of bias you have to work against to justify ever using this thing. They also changed its appearance. In Oblivion, it looked like a gray crystal, which actually fit due to Sheogorath's relationship with Jigalag. But now it just has soy jack faces on it. The Wabbajack as a reward, combined with the tedious nature of the quest, is probably why nobody recommended it to me. In Dawnstar, everyone is having trouble sleeping. It's just kind of an odd quirk of the town, unless you happen to head inside the Wind Peak Inn, where a priest of Mara is giving reassurance to the townsfolk. He then gives us reassurance that everyone in town is not, in fact, alright. You might want to do that somewhere more isolated. Arandir has a shrine set up at the Nightcaller Temple, which he wants us to head up to in order to help deal with the problem. This is another one of those quests where you freeze to death as Arandir takes a leisurely stroll up to the temple. Arandir reveals that the giant tower on the hill overlooking Dawnstar is not, in fact, a one-room shrine. It was actually a military fort later used by a cult of Vermina. This is a reference to the side game Dawnstar, which was created for mobile games as part of the series spanning 2003 to 2006. Just kidding. This quest has nothing to do with the events of the standalone Dawnstar game. This quest has us progressing backwards to the events of a day, gradually peeling back the layers of the story. In summary, there was a cult of Vermina, they were engaging in general fuckery with memories and dreams. In the process, they angered an orc tribe by messing with them the same way Dawnstar is currently. The orcs invaded the temple, and fearing defeat, the cult released a miasma named the Miasma, which put everyone into sleep mode, including a lack of aging. Arandir was actually a member of this cult, originally having the name of Casimir. We use another alchemic creation of the cult called the Dreamstride to gather most of this information, even seeing events from Arandir's perspective. As we fight our way through the awakened cultists and orcs, we eventually confront the leaders of the cult and finally the Skull of Corruption causing all of these issues. This quest is a character piece on Arandir more than anything, although the clunky Skyrim dialogue creates some issues. Here are 3 different branches of the same dialogue option.
And what would you have me say? Sorry for following the misguided teachings of a mad divine? Sorry for stealing memories from children? Do you realize when the orcs attacked, I was only concerned with myself? Yes, you're right. I should have. But I didn't know what to say.
But the third empathetic option gives us this.
When the orcs invaded the temple, I fled. I left my brothers and sisters here to die.
Problem is, I didn't play the full parts of the dialogue.
I was only concerned with myself. I fled. I left my brothers and sisters here to die.
We are given 3 dialogue options, but they all end at the same point, and the best response is given to the worst option. This is all too common with Skyrim dialogue. You could have a single option that is really good, or 3 options that lead in different directions, but instead we get this awkward middle ground, where we get 3 options that lead to the same point, and sometimes one of them might be really good. This quest is about Arandir, so having options should be getting different in-character perspectives on this person. Maybe you think he made the right decision in abandoning his cause and seeking redemption. Maybe you think he should have stayed loyal to his brothers in the cult and stayed behind. Maybe you don't care and are just seeking a reward. Arandir could stage a part of his story to you, and how you respond could shape his evolution through the quest. Instead, there is a preset end, so every branch has to quickly return to the main line as quickly as it started. It is Oblivion dialogue, just with a layer of makeup to make it seem more like Fallout. As per usual in Skyrim, we are presented a branch right at the end as to our reward. We can allow Arandir to complete his ritual to purify the shrine, destroying the Skull of Corruption and opening him up as a follower. This is actually more tempting as he has a lot of unique dialogue compared to the other followers that the game offers.
I was a student at the Bard's College for a short time, until my affiliation with Vermina was discovered. I haven't been back to Solitude since. I've always wanted to make a pilgrimage here to the Temple of Mara. Thank you for bringing me here. You've made me quite happy. The College of Winterhold is an amazing sight. I've never set foot on the grounds, but always wanted to.
No, you really don't.
Already helped me grant one final wish for my life worshippers.
My fellow priests were caught.
They were suffering so from vampirism.
The other option is the Skull of Corruption itself. It's been changed quite significantly, likely because its Oblivion effect tended to cause issues. Where before it would create a clone of its target, now it just does damage. It can be charged up to do more damage if you use the staff on someone who is sleeping, but it's not very impressive. Given that it has to be charged with both a soul gem and a crime, you would think it would do a ton of damage. But there are generic staves you can find in boss chests which can easily do more damage for less hassle. This quest is overall a letdown. It's called a waking nightmare, yet it doesn't take the opportunity to utilize any of the strange imagery of Vermina's quest from Oblivion. The first time you enter Falkreath after level 10, one of the guards will ask if you've seen a stray dog outside of town. The local blacksmith is looking for a companion and gives us bait to catch this dog. You can even ask for gold up front. When we head out looking for the dog, we are approached.
You are exactly what I was looking for.
Ah, fuck, a talking dog. This means nothing has to be realistic anymore. Might as well stop obeying gravity and needing to eat food and start teleporting everywhere because there's a dog that talks in this universe. I mean, good boy. This is Barbas, also known as Clavicus Vile's dog. He wants us to settle a disagreement between him and his master, for some reason. Reads like a scam. I bet you guys heard about my exploits and want me to go do some boring dungeons, so you made up that you're having to fight to manipulate me. We make the journey to Haymar's Shame, which of course is a vampire dungeon, and...
By all means, let's hear it. It's the least I could do since you already helped me grant one final wish for my last worshippers. They were suffering so from vampirism and begged me for a cure. Then you came and ended their misery. I couldn't have planned it better myself.
How literal is the expression, your last worshippers? What's the deal with the monkey's paw thing in this game anyways? Sure, the origin of the mask is a story about an ugly woman he gave the mask in order to elevate her position in society, only to have the mask taken away and for her to be banished. But I don't recall Clavicus making deals that put himself in a worse position.
One of Clavicus's little Jess, a wizard named Sebastian Lord, had a daughter who worshipped her scene. When the daughter became a werewolf, it drove Sebastian over the edge. He couldn't stand to see his little girl take on such a bestial form. The wizard wished for the ability to end his daughter's curse. Clavicus gave him an axe.
Yeah, see, like, why wouldn't you make a deal where you'll cure the daughter, but you have to sacrifice the wife's soul? Get something out of it. Oh, because the axe he referenced is a literal item we are being sent to retrieve. You know the thing I love about no fast travel playthroughs? trekking across Skyrim repeatedly to do quests that give me items that either sit on my wall or in my chest. Like, I don't know why anyone would want this thing. It's a two-handed weapon. Even worse, its enchantment does stamina damage.
'Tis a wicked axe you wield there, friend. That blade looks sharp enough to cut through a god.
Really? Because it does the same damage as a glass weapon, and this thing is supposed to be tempting enough that Clavicus Vile thinks we'd actually want it, and tells us that we can have it if we kill Barbas. The alternative is not killing Barbas, which he will then reunite with Clavicus and will receive the Mask of Clavicus Vile. Daggerfall, improve reputation. Morrowind, fortify personality 30 points, which means a blanket 30 points of extra disposition, especially good with merchants. Oblivion, fortifies personality but only 20 points. Skyrim, prices are 20% better, fortify speech 10 points, 5% faster magicka regeneration. Obviously, this is a byproduct of the related mechanics being cut. No disposition and no haggling, so now we just have this 7-pound hunk of metal for whenever we go out and sell loot, if you even bother to remember to bring it or put it on. Plus, like Oblivion, you can't spend money on training, so the only way this is even really useful is if you have some kind of economic overhaul mod installed that creates mechanical value for gold again. But what about the quest?
Really? Power? You're a Dragonborn. You already have more power than most people who aren't immense fire-breathing monsters. As much as I hate to say it, you're almost as powerful as I am right now.
Wow, thanks for noticing. This is an extremely middle-of-the-road Daedric quest for Skyrim. It's not too intrusive, but it's also not terribly interesting, which is kind of funny. Clavicus Vile's Oblivion quest featured Todd Howard as a voice actor.
Immortal! Wonderful. Always a pleasure.
And there were 2 novels, The Infernal City and Lord of Souls, where the outcome of Clavicus Vile getting his hands on Umbra was the inciting incident of the story. Hell, Lord of Souls was published just a few months prior to Skyrim's release, so you would think anything from those 2 books would actually get mentioned in this game. Instead, we have a Daedric quest which involves running a dungeon, then doing an errand to go kill some guy in a cave on the far side of the province, and then returning and making a choice between 2 items the player isn't really given enough information to make a decision about. Really, the problem comes off that the quest isn't fleshed out enough. As evidence of this, we have the Oblivion Walker achievement. The goal of this achievement is to collect 15 Daedric artifacts, which should be pretty easy considering how many of them the Creation Club adds, but those don't count. You can 100% Skyrim without acquiring this achievement depending on your choices in a number of quests. Now, of course, that's pretty straightforward with something like the choice at the end of Vermina or Mehrunes Dagon's quests. But it's also true of this quest, because while the Mask of Clavicus Vile is counted as a Daedric artifact, the Rueful Axe is not. The choice is also influenced by 3 factors. The first is your moral decision about whether or not to kill Barbas. That's actually fine. It's better than the game simply demanding I kill Barbas without any choice in the matter. The second factor is whether or not you actually examined the Rueful Axe or used it before this point. I'm going to guess that most people just picked up the axe, left the cave, and immediately fast-traveled here. It would be a more tempting offer if we had actually used this weapon to kill Sebastian, instead of simply picking it up off his coffee table. The third is how much you're willing to gamble. We are not told up front that we'll get the mask, but his statue's holding it and this is Skyrim, of course we're going to get something for all this effort. But it is still a gamble even if you know it's the mask because you don't know how valuable it may or may not be. That actually also would be fine if the story understood Clavicus Vile. Remember how this all started with us looking for a dog in the woods? The Falkreath blacksmith asked us to do that, and we can in turn try to pass a persuasion check to get paid in advance for doing the job. In reality, this persuasion check is impossible to fail, literally. But there is a good foundation here. Clavicus Vile is a sort of mercantile god, but for people with looser moralities who might be uncomfortable with Zenithar. As such, there should be a more mercantile presence in this game. Lodge should actually have a mid-level speech check. We should have the option to bribe our way into the shrine and buy the Rueful Axe off of Sebastian Lort. Clavicus should also not be written as this devilish trickster god. He can be shifty with the terms, but a deal is a deal to him. I find some of the details of this quest interesting, particularly the fact that Lort's daughter was a werewolf. Vile's Daggerfall quest was to kill a werewolf. However, if this quest is referencing that one, then the designer missed the part where Clavicus Vile offered the mask up front as terms of the arrangement. Instead, we are doing all this so Clavicus will take his dog back. Barbas tells us we will be rewarded, but not to trust Clavicus. So is Barbas supposed to be the good-natured aspect of Vile, so him running things into the ground is an intentional part of the story? The other detail I notice is that the two wishes we hear about in Skyrim both have to do with curing a divine disease. The worshippers wanted to cure their vampirism, while Sebastian was looking for a cure to his daughter's lycanthropy. It's possible this is his solution because he can't actually perform those types of cure, otherwise they wouldn't be such prolific problems. But the story never goes there. It's as straightforward as it seems. We can only speculate on the true meaning of what is a bad quest with worse rewards. Which brings us back to those two books I mentioned. In those books, the sword Umbra that Vile was lusting after in Oblivion got destroyed. Morrowind had the sword be in the hands of an orc warrior who reduced his life down to the blade he wielded. Oblivion then suggested that Umbra was actually a soul inside of the sword that Vile had dealt with before. Clavicus Vile's relationship with the creation of the sword was furthered in the novels. Well, sure enough, we can get our hands on it in Skyrim thanks to the power of the Creation Club.
No one's ever really gone.
The mod adds a Draugr crypt. Wonders never cease. We progress through this dungeon that is actually an in-universe theme park. The journal at the start, written of course by a member of the Vigil of Stendarr, actually says that's what this place is. See, Nords want to prove their machismo by fighting with each other, here specifically. They did it so much that the Dragon Cult came up with this arrangement. You can go left or right, at the bottom are some Draugr and a picture block puzzle. Then you do the other side, which is identical, and once both sides are lit, you progress to the next stage while the Draugr reconstitute and reset everything for the next Nord warrior trying to prove his worth.
Welcome everyone to Bethesda Land.
At the bottom is the Ghost of Umbra. I think this fight broke my first time because he just stayed permanently invulnerable. He's supposed to summon these soul spirits that allow you to damage him after they're killed. Ah yes, a classic, ending your invulnerable state for the benefit of the player. We have to do this while listening to Oblivion combat music anyways, even though the Umbra that they implemented is a two-handed sword, which would have been the Morrowind version. Honestly, this creation is the most in line with the original Skyrim. We ran a dungeon to get an item. The only thing that's missing is the story. I had to really resist the urge to put boring in front of all three of those parts. You could return to the Falkreath blacksmith, who will give you another amount of gold despite not returning with his dog. Is ripping this guy off supposed to be part of Clavicus' story, or is he just a really good guy? And then there's a creation that adds the Bitter Cup. Oh god, it never ends. Actually, it's only $2 and adds 3 quests in the Bitter Cup, but even I have my limits. I didn't do this one. But all's not well in Falkreath. The first time you visit, potentially before you even unlock the last quest, you can stroll on over to the city graveyard to find the last rites being performed. Turns out the village Little Nord Girl was murdered by the village migrant worker. It stands out because instead of your routine village murder, this Little Nord Girl was ripped apart. Well, we can try to investigate by paying a visit to the village jail to meet the village murderer.
Come to gawk at the monster. A little girl is dead because of me. Believe me, it wasn't anything I ever intended to do. I just lost control. I tried to tell them, but none of them believed me. It's all on account of this blasted ring.
Wait, they didn't confiscate the ring? Or did you hide it? Well, just you wait, because he's going to give us the ring, and then... We're not far in, and we already have problems. So the Falkreath jail doubles as the well, which is a recipe for a cholera outbreak. This well is completely escapable from the top, and the only defense is assuming people don't have the agility to climb out, or a friend that can throw them a rope, or maybe it's like that jail from The Dark Knight Rises, where you're allowed to leave if you can climb to the top. I guess if you're capable of doing that, you're too dangerous for the guards here anyways. It's a cell for drunks to sober up, because Falkreath is such a small village that it never has any kind of crime. Sending's ring is actually the Ring of Hearsing, last spotted in Blood Moon. It was notable for allowing the player to manually turn into a werewolf instead of just waiting for the moon to rise. Only here it's corrupted and causes random transformations instead, apparently because Hirsine was mad that Sinding took it. It's a bit of an odd story because outside of the companions, the case can't really be made that lycanthropy is a curse that can't be controlled. Why would Hirsine need the Curse of the Ring if Sinding wanted to control his transformations? That's how it works by default now. That was absolutely the case in Blood Moon, though. You would meet raving lunatics in the wild that would turn into werewolves at night. It was obvious that people's nightly bloodlust was creating trouble on Solstheim. It wasn't until Dawnguard that there were even world interactions involving werewolves, like for instance, an encounter where a guy turns into a werewolf and then murders his wife and fights you. But, and I'm being completely genuine here, I have never seen those interactions. And I realize, by looking at their requirements, why. They require the quest Proving Honor from the companions to be complete. That's before the hazing quest, but I generally don't ever do any companions quests, so of course, I have a far lower chance of having ever seen this encounter, and even then, it took the vampire expansion to remember that if you want people to believe that lycanthropy is a problem, you need to, show it. Because as it stands, it's hard to believe Sinding's story about him losing control. Everything else we've been shown in this game indicates that lycanthropy is completely controllable. Funny thing is, people I would consider Elder Scrolls plebs actually know the names of the moons of the sky in these games. Master and Secunda are a pretty prolific part of the skybox. I understand why you wouldn't want the player transforming every night like in Blood Moon, because it was really annoying in Blood Moon, but forced transformations tied to the phases of the moon like, typical werewolf stories would go a long way in helping sell the danger of werewolves. Once we take the ring from Sinding, it forces itself on our ring finger, and this causes us to randomly transform into a werewolf. Just kidding. It only does that if you are already a werewolf. Now that sounds like an interesting premise, honestly. Why don't we make it so that unlocking this quest requires having been initiated into the circle as a werewolf, or that wearing the ring forces everyone to become a werewolf at some point, like when they get near the stag? Give the player some perspective on Sinding's plight. Alright, so to stop the curse, we need to hunt a white stag to appease Hirsine. Alright, cool. I won't fast travel. Let's go on a great journey and have some hygiene. Oh, now you decide to not make me trek across the map to complete an objective, when it would actually be interesting to do so. You can tell with how close the stag is to Falkreath that Bethesda didn't want to annoy players with the random transformation earning them a bounty, so it's practically as safe as possible. It's a 10% chance every in-game hour if you're outdoors, so it's extremely likely you will not experience a forced transformation. For context, the fast-forwarded clip you're potentially watching is about 100 seconds to get from Falkreath to the stag by foot. However, an in-game hour is 210 seconds. There is a 1 in 10 chance per hour of suffering a random transformation, not counting the first hour. And of course, this doesn't include fast travel, or the probability that a player completing this quest would even still be a werewolf. Again, Sinding must be lying. He says he was going to hunt the stag and had tracked it down, but then the random transformation happened. Why would you track an animal like this only to retire for the day and go back to your regular-ass lumber mill job? Hell, why did you take the job in general? Aren't you a worshipper of Hirsine? Can't you hunt animals? Oh, right, so the murder could happen and Sinding could be put in jail for the player to meet.
Well met, Hunter. I am the spirit of the hunt. Just one glimpse of the glorious stalker that your kind calls Hirsine.
There was a lot more ceremony to this in Blood Moon.
You have proven yourself a worthy hunter, and so you have been given this honor. You and the others are to find your way to my hunting grounds. Take great care, as only one of you will earn the glory of facing the hunter himself in battle while the blood moon lights the sky.
Hirsine didn't pop out of a random animal. He made all of his servants participate in a battle royale, and then fought us as the last survivor with only a fraction of his power. This quest is a combination of the Blood Moon questline as well as Hirsine's quest back in Oblivion. I doubt it is a coincidence that we are hunting a white stag, considering his Oblivion quest was to hunt the last living unicorn. At least until the Psijics randomly decided to bring a unicorn forward in time to Skyrim, so we can tame it and use it as a mount. Wild Horses is one of the more bizarre creations, $5 to basically add some Red Dead mechanics to the game. You can find a journal at the college pointing you towards the unicorn. This biologist guy, yes, in a fantasy setting, that's the premise, got tired of documenting animals and decided to track down an elusive unicorn. He says that Tolfdir said the Psijics brought it forward in time because they thought it was a wrongdoing that the Oblivion Hearsing quest happened. That doesn't make sense on 3 levels. It contradicts everything we were told about the Psijics in the college questline, about their non-interference policies. While the Psijics had time powers, they were not time travelers. Even if they decided to interfere, they likely would have transported the unicorn to Artaeum, where they could protect it. This is also in violation of ESO lore. Yes, the Creation Club and ESO are at odds about what unicorns are. According to Elder Scrolls Online, unicorns are actually a native species of the hunting ground, Hircine's Plane of Oblivion. So if the unicorns are something native to Hircine, why would the Psijics care about preserving this species? Ultimately, we have 2 non-canon sources trying to retcon the mistake an Oblivion quest made of killing off this species. The unicorn itself cannot be killed for its horn, believe me, I tried. Instead, all you can do is tame it. Thankfully, the Creation Club writes an injustice that is 15 years old. Back in Oblivion, you could technically keep the unicorn as a mount, but the game did not consider it as such, so you couldn't equip it with horse armor. Well, now you can. Thank Todd someone made sure to include this. Anyways, while the hunt for the White Stag is a partial recreation of the Oblivion Hearsing quest, the latter half is a recreation of the Blood Moon.
But you must first do a service for my glory. The one who stole it has fled to what he thinks is his sanctuary. Just as a bear climbs a tree to escape the hunt, but only ends up trapping himself. Seek out this rogue shifter. Tear the skin from his body and make it an offering to me.
By Azura, by Azura, by Azura!
Hircine wants us to participate in a hunt for Sinding. Sure enough, a hunt is underway, although Sinding makes a counteroffer. Help him, and he'll never return to civilization. Also, I have to say, I have always loved the framing during the conversation with Sinding, placing him high on a rock in his silhouette against the Blood Moon. It is unusually creative imagery for Skyrim that goes beyond pretty much everything else that came before it. It's a brief glimpse into what could have been. Hunting Sinding results in us getting the Savior's Hide, while helping him results in us getting the Uncursed Ring of Hircine. However, this quest can actually be exploited to get both rewards. If you help Sinding kill the hunters, initiate the dialogue with Hircine, then kill Sinding, and then turn in both branches, you get both rewards. It would actually be cool if Hircine acknowledged you playing both sides instead of just trusting the player to honor the binary choice that they were given. I mentioned the ring when discussing werewolf mechanics because the ring is only a reward for werewolves. It's weird to present a moral choice to the player and then have the rewards be tied to mechanics. Some players who do the Totems of Hircine quests as part of the companions might decide that loyalty to Hircine is the correct option, yet you would get the Savior's Hide as a reward. Other players might think that helping the literal underdog in the situation is better, and then get a ring they have no use for as a reward. It also reaches into a broader issue with this quest and the broader mechanics of lycanthropy. If it seems like the quest hasn't really acknowledged us being a werewolf, that is correct. You cannot talk to Sinding about being a fellow werewolf, even though werewolves can smell it on each other. Hircine will not acknowledge your progress collecting totems for Aella, nor you slaying the Glenmoral witches or curing the companions. Outside of random transformations that don't ever seem to happen, and the fact that the ring is only useful for werewolves, the actual narrative itself does not address what would actually be a pretty major detail. The Blood Moon, which this hunt directly calls back to, also had 2 competing narratives based on your lycanthropic status. But the narrative itself referred to it, not just the mechanics. This is likely because, as I stated during the companions, werewolves did not seem to be a guaranteed feature of Skyrim during development, so this quest was likely created before the companions, and then retroactively the player was given the option to assist Sinding for the ring. But that's not the full truth. If that were the case, dialogue would not have been recorded for the other option. If you pay attention, however, it is noticeable that the ring is never directly mentioned as a reward. Hircine simply says that you have his blessing. So maybe Bethesda figured that this would be a stretch goal which could be cut if needed if werewolves mechanically didn't work out. Either way, the end result is that we're making a moral choice instead of a mechanical choice. Savior's Hide is a light armor chest piece with a fairly low armor rating, but sporting 15% magic resistance and 50% poison resistance. The Savior's Hide was the only item in the game to support magic resistance. That was until the Lord's Mail creation, which has much higher stats as well as 17% magic resistance, 75% poison resistance, and a unique cloak effect that absorbs health from enemies around you. I love the creation clip so much. It's such a beautiful thing. Savior's Hide is a pretty situational item. I guess it's useful in the early game for fighting Falmer since they use poison and magic. 15% magic resistance is pretty lame, and the only reason it's notable here is that Bethesda tried to make it difficult to use as an enchantment effect. Difficult, but not impossible. I've done this already in Oblivion, but Savior's Hide has become progressively weaker as the series has gone on, probably because Bethesda has continued to refuse to rework enchanting into a better system that actually implements negative effects or has any kind of system to prevent stacking huge amounts of magic resistance. Like, 60% magic resistance in Morrowind is a lot. Once you hit 100%, you would be immune to magic. Skyrim hard caps the resistance to 85% to prevent this, but that's a lazy man solution. Make it so that stacking magic resistance is difficult and comes at the cost of other essential effects. Or that you would have to add negative effects to give yourself enough points of magic resistance to make a difference. Or, instead of a percentage system, have it work off of point negation. So 15 points of magic resistance lowers the damage of a magic spell by 15 points. Obviously, you would have to play with the numbers a bit, as an effect like that would mean that destruction spells often used by wizards could be negated by low levels of magic resistance. It would take some design work, hence why it's easier to just artificially cap magic resistance and try to limit players from ever getting their hands on it. Overall, given how important a role werewolves were supposed to play in Skyrim, and Hircine's role in the Blood Moon expansion, this is definitely just an instance of Skyrim doing what Skyrim does and making cool things lame. Speaking of, goblins. $4 to port goblins over to Skyrim, and not cool Tribunal style or even lanky Oblivion style goblins, Bethesda Game Jam style goblins. To start this creation, you either have to find the new dungeon or a letter at the inn in Riften. The dungeon is Grom's Pass. Is that supposed to be a reference to Grom from the Oblivion Dark Brotherhood? Anyways, the dungeon plays Oblivion music, features some steel blue Intaloma, which was immensely useful for fortified destruction potions, as well as Gog. Gog is a champion. Literally, he wields the Spear of Bitter Mercy because he's a champion of Hircine. That's not a joke. He also summons Storm Atronax, which is supposed to be an effect of the spear, but it doesn't actually do that, nor can you get the spear from him. If you have actually been watching the video, you've likely spotted Gog and his pet Storm Atronax. They make for good companions early on, especially on a magic character since they draw aggro away from me, but the Storm Atronax eventually turns into a liability, as any form of friendly fire, which is common for magic characters, will set the Atronax against you. $4 for this. And in all honesty, what you're buying is the steel blue Intaloma, since it can be grown unlike most Creation Club plants, allowing you to farm fortified destruction potions. While there are a few reasons to visit Understone Keep in Markarth, the conversation at the door appears, like any other, to be about the Civil War.
What are you hiding, priest?
I'm not hiding anything. It's closed for a reason.
Typical Imperial lies. First, you take away Talos. Now you're keeping us from seeing our honored dead?
Namira's quest does a good job of hiding amongst the standard Skyrim quests. Only in a standard Skyrim quest could I walk up to someone having a problem and try to intimidate them into letting me help them.
Rest assured, the Jarl hears everyone's concerns. You will be able to visit the dead again soon.
I don't like being ignored.
Then my answer is the Hall of the Dead is closed. By the order of the Jarl, understand?
Let me help you. Let me help you!
Vampire hunters or something.
Let me help you!
Apparently, someone has been eating bodies in the Hall of the Dead, and when we head inside, we are confronted by a woman basically accusing us of being a repressed cannibal. Note that up to this point, we haven't actually started the Daedric quest yet. As of now, it just seems like a bog-standard miscellaneous objective where we might walk inside to find skeevers eating the bodies. And if you kill Aola now, that's all it ever will be. I really enjoy this element of the quest. The quest journal indicators tend to reveal what's going on. Aola is feasting on bodies in Markarth because her old haunt recently had the dead all reanimate randomly. Time for a Draugr Crypt dungeon. So this mildly implies that the Draugr are supposed to have been reanimated recently, right? Like the Draugr being able to walk around after thousands of years is tied to the dragons. Every now and then we get hints at this idea, like it was written down in the design document somewhere as the explanation for the Draugr, but the game never clearly communicates whether or not it's true. Something that happened both times I ran this quest was that I asked Aola to wait outside while I cleared the dungeon, but as soon as you kill the boss, she telepathically knows and begins to make her way inside. However, there is a shortcut to a secret exit rather than a loop back to the entrance, so I went out of it and around to where I had left her, and then had to run through the entire dungeon again to catch up to her. I personally would just have her come in through the secret exit as soon as the boss is killed, teleport her if necessary, and just say that she followed us a room behind as we cleared the place out. With her shrine cleared, Aola wants to initiate us into the Coven. Wait. What if I just wanted you to return to your shrine but didn't necessarily want to join your Coven? That doesn't seem like an unreasonable decision, but the game glosses past that. If we help clear the shrine, that means we obviously want to feast on human flesh, and Aola thinks Brother Verulus will be perfect. Which is strange because there is actually a branch off at the end. If you bring Verulus to the shrine but then kill the Coven, Verulus will reward us with between 5 and 1500 gold. So obviously Bethesda was somewhat keyed in when it came to people potentially not wanting to become cannibals, but did not think that there was a world where someone might want to let a cannibal cult live, but not necessarily join it. I mean, there is, as always, the leave and never return option of letting the quest sit in your log. That's the nocturnal solution. Our reward for going through with the ritual is the Ring of Namira. It allows you to eat corpses, which will give you a 5-minute buff providing 50 extra hit points and 50% health regeneration. Despite carrying it around for most of the game, I never actually made use of it. This artifact is basically nullified by apprentice-level restoration magic and alchemy. There are 2 other uses for it. One is to use a glitch involving the Cursed Ring of Hircine to acquire the ability to consume corpses without wearing the Ring of Namira. Seems like it would be annoying when trying to loot bandits, but sure. The other use is to be able to eat people for the survival mode creation. Originally, when planning this video, I was going to subject myself to doing a full playthrough of Skyrim using this mode. It didn't seem like a bad idea, because I've enjoyed using the Frostfall and I Need mods for Skyrim in the past. In fact, when it comes to modding Skyrim, I consider survival mods essential, although it's been a few years since I've actually done a modded playthrough, so it's possible better alternatives exist now. It basically turns the game into a survival game. Something as simple as crossing a river becomes dangerous and you have to manage your needs. Another YouTuber, Private Sessions, remarked that he was negative towards Skyrim, but playing with a similar mod setup gave him a greater appreciation of the game. So you would think survival mode would be an adequate replacement for these mods, right? Survival mode is terrible. Prior to the announcement of Anniversary Edition, when I was test running for Skyrim, I actually paid $5 for this piece of shit. This came out in late 2017, and then in 2021 they repackaged it into the Anniversary Edition, as far as I can tell completely unchanged. And you have to wonder, will it ever be updated to be better? We don't even know who made it. Moreover, can it ever be replaced on the Creation Club like it could on the Skyrim Nexus? Maybe it's a good thing. It means that free alternatives will always be superior to this mode, which was stapled to everyone's copy of Skyrim Special Edition as a means of advertising the Anniversary Edition. So what is so bad about this mode? For one, it reduces hunger, thirst, sleep, and cold down into hunger, fatigue, and cold. It is also more intrusive with the user interface. If any of these stats are missing, it adds a little red bar to the UI on your health, stamina, or magicka meters. It also means these UI elements are no longer contextual, instead just awkwardly hanging on the screen at all times. These meters also affect singular stats, so for instance, having low fatigue impacts your total available magicka. Yes, fatigue used to be how we referred to stamina, so that might be confusing, and you may also wonder how someone who hasn't slept doesn't have their stamina impacted by not sleeping. Survival mode practices a punishing mode of survival rather than a rewarding mode. What that means is that you're made weaker for not eating, sleeping, and staying warm instead of being made stronger when you are fulfilled. It's a strange thing, but these modes almost always work better in this manner. To contrast this difference, let's look at the differences between food in Minecraft and Valheim. Minecraft has a punitive system. If you don't eat, your satiation decreases, reducing your ability to regenerate health. Valheim has a rewarding system. The better the food you eat, the more health and stamina you will have. Not eating in Minecraft will bring you to the brink of death. Not eating in Valheim returns you to a baseline that you can only survive in the meadows. While on paper it is identical, Valheim's system makes food a more fulfilling mechanic rather than simply a point of maintenance. Now, there are positive states in survival mode. If you're warm, you can pick locks and pockets 10% easier and are 10% resistant to frost magic. If you're well fed, your stamina regenerates 10% faster. But if you aren't, then it's all debuffs. Now, the thing is, that is not ideal. It is an archaic setup even for the era this creation was released in, but that's not the reason I decided against playing survival mode. Everything is blurry, all the time, for no reason. I am literally typing this sentence out right now in the morning before I've even had breakfast. Oh, and it's cold, and I'm wearing a blanket, and I can barely make out the words on screen due to how blurry my vision is from being hungry and chilly. Oh wait, that's not how reality works. One night, I was riding my bike home from work, and I had to ride through a freezing windstorm. Despite only being out for 20 minutes and wearing winter gear, I was showing symptoms of early frostbite. And you know what happened to my vision? It actually got sharper because my body was trying to get me out of that situation. Blurry vision from being tired isn't terribly unrealistic, but as somebody who has pulled plenty of all-night riding sessions, I can tell you that it actually only lasts about an hour. Once you get past the wall of wanting to go to sleep, your body wakes back up and things stop being blurry. The other physical conditions where I've noticed blurry vision had to do with either too little water or too much water, although the latter was because I was drowning and thus suffocating. The dehydration may have been because it was also above 100 Fahrenheit outside, or 310 Kelvin for those in countries that think they're superior. Plus, it doesn't matter because survival mode doesn't have a thirst meter. Also, don't take my anecdotes as some sign that I'm living a dangerous life. I still haven't experienced exsanguination, broken bones, car crashes, and I've never been shot or stabbed. Survival mode does add in freezing water, and you can even use flame cloak spells to deal with that, which I find a fun decision. Most early survival mods basically shunned magic altogether because they didn't want to answer the question of how someone proficient at destruction magic can freeze to death. However, as we go down the list, you start to see issues with the mod. Survival mode is a binary. You either play with it on or off, but there's no reason. There's no competitive leaderboard of people playing with the mod, so being unable to tweak settings or disable features makes survival mode extremely archaic in terms of Skyrim mods. For some reason, Bethesda made it so you cannot earn achievements on modded versions of the game. Who cares? Actual survival mods tend to feature comprehensive settings sections to allow you to custom tailor the mod to your personal taste in survival games. For instance, some people only want a mechanical incentive to sleep because they find buying lodging and planning their days to be interesting, but do not find hunger or thirst good additions to their game. For me, I have an issue with the fact that survival mode disables fast travel. But you hate fast travel. Yeah, I do. I also hate only disabling fast travel in Oblivion and Skyrim. Without any additional reworks to travel, disabled fast travel makes the game worse with little upside. Skyrim did add carriage drivers, but only to the major hold capitals. Dawnguard would also add ferrymen traveling between the coastal cities, except Winterhold. Because for some reason, Bethesda just hated the idea of being able to hire a travel service to get out of Winterhold. You know, one of the major questline hubs. Like Oblivion, Skyrim's quests are not made with the idea in mind that you're going to be playing without fast travel. In fact, they seem very much designed around being able to fast travel. Take the Civil War. After each battle that you have to travel to, you have to return to General Tullius or Ulfric Stormcloak, who do not travel between their military camps, but in fact just stay in their capital cities. What about all the Radiant jobs for the Thieves Guild rebuilding the faction? It's like changing the INI setting that will disable quest markers. That alone doesn't fix the problem. But what about horses? Morrowind didn't have those, and that's true. But Skyrim doesn't have speed fortification either.
We'll have everything those attributes did are still in the game. They're just in other places, whether that's a skill or whether that's a perk or whether that's either magicka, health, stamina.
Plus, you have that classic problem where these Skyrim horses are terrible. There's no fluidity to mounting and dismounting. It's all very blocky. Take Red Dead Redemption, which came out a year before Skyrim. I'm showing the second game because that one is on PC, but it's the same general principle. When you mount a horse in Red Dead, you are immediately able to start moving. Depending on the situation, the horse might even be a little eager to get moving and barely wait for you to saddle up. In addition, you can call your horse to you, and it can follow you around unless you give it a command to stay or hitch it to something. Dismounting is similarly fluid, which is important in Red Dead because it means that rather than horses just being a tool for travel, they become an actual extension of your mobility. In Skyrim, horses fully stop when being mounted and dismounted. It's not so much an extension of you as it is an alternate state that you have entered, similar to becoming a werewolf. In addition, Red Dead horses are an order of magnitude faster than you can go as the player. Even if they worked as they did in Skyrim, they would still be worth using due to how much faster they travel compared to running on foot. Meanwhile, in Skyrim, horses travel at 450 while we run at 370. These are the values ascribed by the engine, hence why they don't have units, but the raw fact is that horses are only 19.5% faster than running on foot. Mounting in Skyrim takes 1.75 seconds, while dismounting takes 2.5 seconds. Using these numbers, I was able to project that you would need to travel for more than 20 seconds to actually make up the lost time involved in mounting and dismounting. So for instance, if you want to do stuff like pick herbs, loot bodies, mine ore nodes, or anything else you might do on the ground, it's actually better to just travel by foot in Skyrim than it is to use horses. Horses in Skyrim also have a minuscule stamina pool with which to gallop, so much so that higher level players who invest in stamina will be able to outrun them. However, a quirk of horses is that if the player has 0 stamina and cannot regenerate it, usually due to being a vampire during the day, then the horse also can't regenerate its stamina, meaning it can no longer gallop. There is 0 reason to find the numbers and do similar math with horses in Red Dead because it is undeniable in that game that they are superior to walking. It's true that there are less reasons to stop in Red Dead compared to Skyrim, but it's also true that horses are very fast in that game. Now, the reason for this was sadly unsurprising. In fact, Bethesda almost cut horses from Skyrim, which means that very narrowly we could have had alternating horse presence. Arena only had horses during fast travel, Daggerfall had horses, Morrowind did not, Oblivion did, and Skyrim almost did not.
And now you see games come out like Red Dead, or there are more horses in games, and we feel like just the basic implementation we did in Oblivion isn't going to be good enough.
During the marketing of the game, there were multiple instances where Todd and friends were cagey about whether or not the game would have horses.
Are they going to be in there? Are you going to be able to mount a horse?
I would say we want to do that. Something we are definitely messing with, and we just want to make sure we do it right. So if it's a feature we think is really good, adds a lot to the game, we'll leave it in. And if we think it's rough and we can't get it there, we'll probably take it out. But I don't want to promise it yet, but something we would really, really like to have.
It's looking good.
Well, it was revealed in a documentary created by developers of Skyrim that
I remember for a while the horse wasn't working out. We were having so many troubles with it, trying to ride the horse. The horse sometimes was so fast that the world wouldn't load in time. And I remember there was almost an ultimatum at a meeting where Todd was like, we'll cut the horses if we need to, because what's most important are the dragons, the exploration, and playing how you want. He knew what the game was about.
I love the whole power fantasy thing. So I was like, I want to make this werewolf a big time power fantasy. The fear was that it would break a lot of shit, and it did break some stuff. We wanted this thing to just run like a beast running, and I remember even the running, they were like, no, you can't do the run, you'll outrun the loader. We had to basically do a trick. Jeremy came up with this trick where he did something with the zoom. He pulled out the camera, and you'll see it to this day. The camera pulls out in a certain way that makes it look like you're running faster than you actually are. And we pushed the limit on, I think, close to what horse speed as far as the werewolf could run to make you feel like this galloping beast.
Similar to the horse story, werewolves were also something Todd was hesitant to confirm.
Followed suit asking about similar things, if you could kind of change form or anything like that. Is there anything along those veins that you can talk about?
I mean, I can say that we're fans of that stuff as well. We are currently messing with all of that. I don't want to commit to here are the things you can change into and what they're like right now. Not because we're not doing it or not attempting to. I just don't know honestly where that's going to end up and how deep we're going to get into that.
From the mouths of multiple developers and clues from the marketing, it's easy to conclude that this issue of the renderer was consistent. But why? Red Dead Redemption 1 had faster speeds on the same hardware, and the prior games had faster speeds on the same engine. It appears that something they had done in the creation of Skyrim's game world created a soft speed limit in terms of how fast Bethesda could actually allow the player to move. Well, the answer is that the game was built around the limitations of 7th generation consoles. When the game came out on PC, Bethesda actually had to release a patch to utilize more than 2 gigabytes of RAM, but even that was cavernous compared to the consoles. The Xbox 360 had 512 megabytes of RAM, while the PlayStation 3 only had 256 megabytes. Is it any wonder such a memory-intensive game as Skyrim had troubles on the PlayStation? Funnily enough, another creation adds in the Boots of Blinding Speed from Morrowind, which allows the player to run very quickly, but you're blind while doing so. You can use Night Eye to see a bit, but it would be hard to gauge with these on if you're actually outrunning the engine's ability to render in the Special Edition. But the fact remains, this is a clear, objective example of how the game being designed around consoles impacted its design. There's no reason Bethesda couldn't have had a PC horse speed and a console horse speed. They made a high-resolution texture pack for PC, why not implement features that were too powerful for the 360?
Having too many NPCs being processed at once would simply put way too much strain on console and PC processors.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Acer Thorn.
Possibly even to the point of overloading them, causing permanent damage.
Yes, thank you, that's quite enough.
And in extreme cases, literal explosions.
Anyways, disabling fast travel in survival mode sucks. No health regeneration. Why? I mean, okay, but it seems like something people would want to disable because they don't want to use the solutions provided. You can only level in beds. Honestly, good. It means I won't be forced to level just because I want to look at the skill menu. Reduced carry weight. Oh good, even harsher requirements to dump points into stamina my mage character doesn't use. That said, Anniversary Edition also gave away backpacks for free, so you can offset that lost carry weight with a hideous backpack. I feel like Bethesda didn't really understand why people liked these mods. They simply threw backpacks in without regard for style. Cloaks of Skyrim is one of my favorite mods. It's such a simple idea that makes backpacks look better. I also usually get a mod that repositions arrows to the small of the back, although I also like the mod Bandolier, which adds a number of other options to the game. It was horribly unbalanced, but did a good job of making the backpacks look more natural. Obviously, the issue is that none of the default gear was ever really made to complement backpacks, so you end up with a character wearing full Daedric armor looking like they're waiting for the bus on their first day of school. The Steedstone was also nerfed, having its carry weight benefit slashed in half. Again, why? What is with the fetish for reducing carry weight? Is survival mode also supposed to be a realism mode? I suppose we should be grateful that hunger and fatigue don't also reduce carry weight then, since that would also be realistic. But the thing about encumbrance is that it's as fun as the mechanics provided for it allow. While it is one of the core problems you have to solve when planning a trip, Skyrim doesn't actually make solving that particular problem fun. By its original design, over-encumbrance was never really a problem. Because Skyrim cut the feather spells, your options are to have a set of equipment to assist with carry weight, while also having a follower and pet who can lend you additional pounds of encumbrance. You can then make use of carry weight potions, but that's a short-term solution, likely meant just to get you from the boss chest to the overworld so you can fast travel home. It's not a real solution because for every 1 minute of fortified carry weight, you have to carry half a pound of potion. There are new diseases, and these diseases progress with time. They also made it so shrines require gold offerings. I approve of these changes, but some people don't. That's why options are important. Vampires and werewolves can satiate their hunger by feeding, and most of the races have some changes to provide benefits. Example given, Nords can resist the cold, while Argonians are weak to it. The biggest issue with survival mode is that it's official content. It's as much a part of base Skyrim now as legendary difficulty. Yet unlike legendary difficulty, it is incongruent with Skyrim's design philosophy. Even if that design philosophy is terrible, it does not matter. It means that survival mode has to do more work to adapt Skyrim's design to fit into its paradigm. Real survival mods have no issue with doing this. I think a good way to demonstrate this is to look at survival mode's more extreme cousin, Fallout 4 survival difficulty. Like in Skyrim, Fallout 4's incarnation has a whole host of changes to the game, even going farther as to limit saving to beds and tie game difficulty in with the mode. Compare that with something like a FromSoft game. FromSoft games are designed to be even more extreme from the start of development. There's no save system and encounters are difficult, yet the games have done extremely well due to the effort on display from the developers to make sure the experience isn't tedious. When you retroactively add these rules in, especially with a general lack of grace as these survival modes have, then you have only added challenge in for those who don't look up a good strategy. There are maps out there of all the beds in Fallout 4 complete with lines indicating the best route to take in order to save often. In essence, people are playing the same game of Fallout 4 where they save wherever they want, because likely what attracted them to the mode was the hunger meter or the modified difficulty. Most survival games have no save system, and this is true. 7 Days to Die is a comparable experience, except it's a lot harder to actually die in that game than it is in Fallout 4 survival mode. But when you do die, 7 days is far more punishing. You respawn back at your bed, having lost all of your items. And I've never had a problem with that, or wanted to stop playing, because it was usually pretty easy to understand what I did wrong. Fallout 4 is not designed that way. It is designed as an action shooter, and action shooters have the tendency to kill the player often, so they can restart a section to do it right. It is a fundamentally different design philosophy. What's funny is that my first experience with a hunger meter was in a Fallout game, in New Vegas. Hardcore mode adds survival elements, but do you see what it doesn't do? It doesn't change the game difficulty. That setting is independent. It doesn't change the save system. The biggest difference, however, is that hardcore mode was meant to be in the game from the very beginning. During a charity stream, Josh Sawyer said that the survival mechanics were heavily inspired by the game's Stalker Call of Pripyat. Not only was there a clear inspiration, but hardcore mode was integrated well. I always play Morrowind at max difficulty, and I always play New Vegas with hardcore mode on, but I do not enjoy survival mode in Fallout 4 or Skyrim. What is sad is that this infection has spread back to Obsidian in the Outer Worlds. Supernova difficulty is ostensibly just survival mode for that game, but even then, the Outer Worlds was designed to work around this difficulty mode. In fact, my opposition to playing the mode had more to do with me finding Outer Worlds difficult to replay than actually disliking the rules that it imposed on me. Although, like Fallout 4 and Skyrim, the player gets no options for which rules they do and do not want without mods. I understand the appeal of commitment modes, but I don't understand why players can't be prompted at the start about which rules they want to commit to. To me, the companions being killable is a terrible rule to have. It means I refuse to recruit them, which in turn means I don't get to see their content, which is some of the best in the game. But the game is still built around that. There are perks you can take that make you stronger if you haven't recruited any companions. While difficulty customization is a quality feature, Souls games prove that some games are better off without them. However, they should be in Skyrim because survival mode is a retroactive feature. There's also one final reason, and that is the thesis of Anniversary Edition. The Creation Club has been pitched as a celebration of the modding community. The thing is that mods are built around a high degree of customization. However, once again, it seems that Bethesda's answer to the problems of survival mode is to allow the player to mod it if they don't like it.
And I don't fucking care if there's some kind of mod that fixes this. I don't. I hate when people use that as a defense. Games, I think, should be evaluated on how they play out of the box. I mean, some mod that some guy made that adds all this kind of stuff back in doesn't excuse the fact that it wasn't there to begin with.
That's the real celebration. Here are more things that you need to patch. What was sad was that as I was looking up mods for this section, I was finding dozens of various patches to the game. I looked up backpacks only for the top mods to all be rebalances of the backpack's creation instead of new backpack mods. But if you want to be more cynical, there are two creations designed to complement survival but were actually paid solutions. Camping allows you to rest and warm up in the wild. Backpacks, as already mentioned, allows you to alleviate the carry weight rule. Camping was $3, and backpacks were $4, while survival mode was $5. So if you aren't on board with literally every single rule of survival mode, you have to buy more creations to solve these problems. Make your game worse for $5, reclaim your lost carry weight for $4, sleep in the wilderness again for $3. Is the reason that survival mode has no built-in difficulty options to softly encourage spending more money, credits, on other creations? If that is the case, then why did that design philosophy survive through to the Anniversary Edition? Alright, now do you feel like murdering somebody? Good. We're starting to reach into the more obscure Daedra quests, which is interesting as Mephala is one of the good Daedra of the Dunmer people. This quest, without the unofficial patch, may be impossible to acquire depending on if Holda is still alive. Holda is essential for starting this quest, but isn't actually flagged as essential. Typically, the argument is made that essential NPCs are necessary because they might die early, rendering quests impossible to acquire. However, when looking up if Holda dying is a common issue players have, ironically, the leading cause of Holda's death was murder at the hands of the player. How interesting. I thought these NPCs were supposed to be at great risk of being murdered by bandits or dragons or glitches. Yet there are players out there who randomly decided to murder an important quest NPC. It's pretty easy to understand why. Ysolda is a common waifu for Skyrim and has a line about wanting to buy the bannered mare, so some players kill Holda, its owner, so that Ysolda can accomplish her dream of running an inn. As you saw in my footage, Ysolda had no problem immediately stepping up into the role within seconds of Holda's heart attack. Now, Holda is less susceptible to dying randomly due to the fact that she spends her days exclusively inside the bannered mare. As far as I can tell, the only time she goes outside is during the Battle of Whiterun. So if Hulda can be the bottleneck of this quest, why isn't she at least protected? Well, because she is supposed to be replaceable. See, Bethesda had this idea that they could make it so that if a shop NPC dies, there are other characters that can fill in their roles, which is an amazing idea. However, when it came to the Bannered Mare, it seemed there was no consensus on who was actually supposed to take over the inn. Now, maybe this is a common issue I just didn't notice because I don't go around murdering merchants, but I noticed due to the related bug. When Hulda dies, Ysolda, our wife, is supposed to take over the inn. She has dialogue related to her grinding so that she may one day be an innkeeper, and Hulda has dialogue related to selling the inn to Ysolda. Great. Except she doesn't actually behave like an innkeeper, no services, and no rumors. If Ysolda owns the inn, she can't start this quest. The unofficial patch fixes this by making it so that Mikhail, the bard, takes over as innkeeper. That's not very girl boss. And in the creation kit, Ulfina Greymane, a tavern girl, has scripting to also act as a backup barkeep. But Ulfina ends up being the housecarl in Dragon's Reach if the Stormcloaks take over, unless she dies, in which case Irilith switches sides to play that role.
Balgrup and I share a battle bond. We met as youths and forged our friendship in the fires of war. When he became Jarl, I insisted on serving as his protector. He had no cause to argue.
What do you want?
Needless to say, whatever the aspirations of the system were, the execution leaves a lot to be desired. Again, I don't think it's a bad idea. I think the problem is that there aren't enough NPCs to really make it work. The problem with Skyrim is that every named NPC is supposed to be a unique character. Ulfina is more than just a barmaid. She's a proud woman who is rude in conversations and having a secret affair with a member of a rival family. If you have played Skyrim, I could randomly draw an NPC from Whiterun out of a hat and you would likely know who they were. That doesn't mean they're good characters. In fact, it's actually a negative. There are so few people and conversations in Whiterun that you will inevitably start hearing repeats of the same dialogue over and over. In this respect, Skyrim is even more extreme than Oblivion, which itself was trying to address a supposed problem for Morrowind. Morrowind NPCs lacked distinction because many had no unique dialogue, instead pulling from a shared pool of generic dialogue. Well, clicking through random NPC pages on the UESP reveals that most have at least a unique greeting in Oblivion, even if they aren't tied to any quests. But that wasn't enough, as people complained about the bizarre behaviors of NPCs in Oblivion, so Bethesda continued trying to improve them. Admirable, yes, but it seemed that there was a proportional relationship. Similar to how if you decrease the volume of a container, it increases the pressure of the gas inside. Bethesda apparently had 1,000 points of NPC development for both games. Increasing the characterization of NPCs meant that there had to be fewer overall. And that is not even getting into the execution of the idea. I'm sure when I said that Skyrim NPCs were better than Oblivion NPCs, some viewers simply laughed because better doesn't necessarily translate to good. Especially when you get out of areas that obviously received additional attention due to being near the start of the game. Another thing is that there is a haves and haves-not divide in Bethesda games, which is becoming increasingly obvious. In Morrowind, 95% of NPCs were haves-not. If they were boring, they were consistently boring. In Oblivion, it was more random. Many NPCs would have custom greetings and potentially custom dialogue, but it was all still pretty obvious that Bethesda was in a cutting fever due to file space limitations. At best, generic NPCs have only a custom greeting. In Skyrim, some NPCs have lots of custom dialogue. They can talk about all sorts of stuff and answer questions, and even have more dialogue you can overhear if conditions are right. That itself creates problems because for some NPCs, those conditions are impossible, or they're badly scripted and never play. But the system is somewhat replayable because there is always a chance of overhearing dialogue you had not in the past. However, in Skyrim, it is glaringly obvious when an NPC is a haves-not. Let's look at a game that was even more extreme, Fallout 4. The haves in Fallout 4 have dialogue that is impressive for Elder Scrolls, but kind of disappointing for Fallout. The haves-not in Fallout 4 are jealous of Oblivion NPCs, and you have the same proportionality problem, more fleshing out, but less overall. The Commonwealth is smaller than Skyrim, with less settlements, and less people living in those settlements. And as far as I can tell, Fallout 4 did not continue the practice of NPC redundancy, so now Skyrim is the one game in the lineup to have a mildly interesting idea that was ultimately beaten down, likely due to bad implementation. You don't have to have essential NPCs if you implement some level of redundancy. I wouldn't go too crazy. I don't want to murder someone only to immediately have their replacement standing over my shoulder. If I kill a quest NPC, I should fail the quest, not wait until the replacement arrives for work. And I would probably have QA hire a murder hobo to test this stuff out. Haha, Bethesda QA, etc. Anyways, Hulda has heard strange tales of the Jarl's children, probably straight from the horse's mouth.
Balgrove, did you slip out again last night for a drink at the Bannered Mare?
An annoying quirk of Hulda is that she likes to gossip about other things before finally getting around to sharing the rumor of the Jarl's children. This is because innkeepers serve as rumor mills for content, both radiant and handcrafted. Hulda will tell you about the companions, the Gildergreen quest, as well as general innkeeper rumors such as the College of Winterhold, Shrine of Azura, Aventus Arantino performing the Black Sacrament, and the Face Sculptor in Riften. I don't know if they're intentionally burying the Mephala quest, or if simply because Mephala's quest is the highest level requirement rumor that she has. This quest is kind of an abnormality, because by necessity it implies that Balgruuf is still Jarl of Whiterun. This is why the saddest room in the game exists, which is funny because it means visiting Balgruuf in exile to talk about his son, who is still living in Dragon's Reach. Nelkir has recently started browsing Discord and getting groomed by someone much older than him.
I know that he still worships Talos, that he hates the Thalmor almost as much as the Stormcloaks do, that he worries about being chased from Whiterun, that I don't have the same mother as my brother and sister.
I find this sentiment rather interesting, and I have no reason to believe Mephala is lying about these things. It makes one wonder why Balgruuf sides with the Imperials. He'll say it's for the people of Whiterun, as though Ulfric is some monster planning on killing everyone in the city. I think, like everything about this quest so far, it's just poorly thought out. We never even meet the Lady of Dragon's Reach, nor are told much about her if she's dead. Moreover, obviously Mephala is manipulating Nelkir, but I think she is telling a lie of omission, meaning that Nelkir has a different mother, but it could be for a valid reason. For instance, he could actually be Balgruuf's brother, as the CK indicates. Or he could have adopted from another Jarl, similar to Ned Stark's adoption of Jon Snow. Or he could have been born out of wedlock, although worth noting is that Skyrim doesn't really seem to put a premium on legitimacy of heirs like typical monarchies. There's no answer, because half of this quest ended up on the cutting room floor. What was supposed to happen in this quest was that Mephala would influence all of Balgruuf's children, and presumably we would be the agent of this influence, maybe even given a choice between doing this and saving Balgruuf. Then the children would murder their father, and Hronkar would take over Balgruuf's position as the Jarl. What actually ends up happening is that we're sent down into the basement to find the Whispering Door that Nelkir has been learning all this from.
I forgive your not knowing my name. Few can hear my whispers anymore.
You are literally one of the principal gods of the Dunmer people. You have a temple on Solstheim. You have an organization of assassins legally operating in service of your worship. What do you mean exactly? She wants us to open the door, which requires us acquiring the key. You can kill Farengar to acquire it, but you can also just pickpocket it. Nothing changes if you do it the non-Mephala way.
Excellent work. Now, I trust you're sharp enough to see that the sword doesn't match the description of the ebony blade you may know.
Yeah, it's two-handed now. Basically useless as a consequence. That's the quest, by the way. Technically, there is more in that the blade needs to be restored, which is done by using it to kill NPCs that trust us. We need to murder 10 people, which I like. Sure, you can cheese it and get 4 kills through the Dark Brotherhood targets, but eventually you have to murder some named NPCs that trust you. I just wish the sword wasn't two-handed. Hell, it was originally considered by the game to be a one-handed sword, benefiting from those perks, and its damage is scaled to be a mid-tier one-handed sword, but weaker than an iron greatsword. I find this disappointing due to how much fun I had in Oblivion using this weapon with Azura Star, since in Oblivion it also had a soul trap effect in addition to absorbing health. So what exactly went wrong with this quest? Well, we can figure its relative obscurity might be owed to its incomplete nature. In fact, the next quest for Boethia also had content cut from it. I think there are a few elements here. Whoever designed it was obviously a big fan of the redundant NPC feature. The quest giver is redundant, and Balgruuf was supposed to be as well. However, the bad implementation of that feature might have been the quest's downfall. In essence, the design team didn't have the resources or ability to adapt other quests to account for Balgruuf's death. Remember that Balgruuf plays an important part in the beginning of the main quest and the Civil War. The Civil War handled this by requiring his part of the main quest to be complete, but that came with the side effect of every Civil War character being Dragonborn. Obviously, they don't want to imply that every Dragonborn did the murder quest for the murder god, so they didn't implement that requirement. Meaning that if Hrongar has to take over for Balgruuf, then everything else involving Balgruuf has to account for that change. Plus, how do you do the patricide scene if Balgruuf has been ousted from Dragon's Reach? Personally, I actually think Balgruuf's side in the Civil War should be the same as the player. While you would almost certainly have some guy on YouTube complain about how cheap it is that Balgruuf's opinion aligns with the player, it actually works pretty well. We are the Thane of Whiterun. Balgruuf has a homegrown Dragonborn in his court. Us picking a side in the conflict is the slightest force needed to finally get Balgruuf off the fence. It makes his murder scene all the more dramatic as well. As an artifact, the Ebony Blade is empowered by betrayal. How fitting then that its acquisition requires the betrayal of an NPC that many reviewers admit to liking.
I am Jarl Balgruuf, and I be ballin'.
With the cutting of its main content, this quest went from potentially one of the most interesting Daedric quests to extremely simple and boring. Boethiah's quest is the highest level Daedric quest in the game. By itself, that has no guarantees of making it obscure because the requirement is only level 30, which is chump change in Skyrim. There are two ways to start the quest. The first is that you can read a copy of the book Boethiah's Proving. It gets around. For instance, you can find it during Molag Bal's quest, which involved a Boethiah cultist. You can also find it as part of the College of Winterhold, the main quest, or as part of a radiantly generated quest. Or if you wait long enough, you'll eventually get attacked by a Boethiah cultist carrying the book.
But his soul still resides within, protected by his enchantments. Until he is purged, my artifact is useless to me.
No more!
Even with this in mind, I still consider this to be one of the more obscure quests. It's reliant on random encounters and players actually reading a book in the game world. Which is fine, but you have to admit that is more obscure than a dog literally walking up to you in Falkreath Hold. The other way to start this quest is to go straight to the shrine, or I guess they call it a Sacellum. If you're the right level, then a bunch of NPCs will be here. Interestingly, you can wipe out everyone here and still get the quest, which is mildly appropriate since everyone here is going to engage in a battle royale later down the line anyways. Either way, we're instructed by the priestess of Boethiah directly on what to do. We need to bring a follower to the shrine and sacrifice them. I found this to be an interesting use of Skyrim's new follower system. It also doubles up as proof that if you add more mechanics to the games, that you can do more interesting things with those mechanics as part of the quests. You can actually double up here, getting one of your Ebony Blade kills, since followers all have the dispositions needed to do both, and you aren't actually forced to use the given Blade of Sacrifice. Hey, unofficial patch, it's clear this quest is supposed to require the Blade of Sacrifice, so why don't you fix that? I'm joking. Boethiah then tells everyone that she has a task for the last person standing, which is to go kill her old champion and reclaim the Ebony Mail. She wants it done quietly, but doesn't actually check if we follow that order. One generic bandit cave later, and we equip the Ebony Mail, with Boethiah declaring us her new champion. Two fun facts about the champion of Boethiah that we just killed. One is that he's flagged incorrectly as Forsworn, so he'll end up fighting the bandits that he lives with. Now stop right there, contrarian scum. You were about to comment about how that's intentional, because Boethiah loves betrayal. Well, the other fun fact is that if you manage to calm the champion, he actually has dialogue.
I told you, I'm done with all that. There's enough blood on these hands. I'm interested in creating things now. Mind my words, or I'll mind them for you. I'm slave to no man, no god, and no Daedra. Boethiah talks about leaving your mark, a sign of your passing. Well, you can make a mark on the world without treachery and murder. Whenever a man's life is saved by armor made with these hands have changed that man's destiny and his family's. So you can tell that heartless Daedra bitch I'm done doing her dirty work.
So yeah, he's not into Boethiah anymore, which means fighting the bandits he lives with is an oversight. I don't know what to make of him having dialogue. It's neat, but it also makes his hyper-aggression unusual. You would imagine he would not be hostile until attacked based on what he says. I want to love that there is a hidden detail about this quest, but given everything else about it, it just comes off as something Bethesda forgot to cut. Despite its simplicity, the reward is actually decent. The Ebony Mail is one of the best heavy armor cuirasses in the game. It used to be medium armor, and it actually used to be a lot better. Constant effect. Resist fire 75%, shield 50 points, resist magicka 20%. Its armor rating is over twice that of the highest generic medium armor in base Morrowind, the Endoral armor. It gives the Lord's Mail and Dragonbone Cuirass a run for their money despite those both being heavy armor. And in Skyrim, it muffles. Something you can get a perk at level 70 sneak to do, or use an apprentice illusion spell to apply on yourself for 3 minutes. Alright, so my first draft was a bit harsher on the Ebony Mail's enchant than I probably should have been. The reason for this is its secondary effect, which is a poison cloak. Initially, I was of the impression that the cloak was constant, which would mean as soon as you snuck close to somebody, which is what the muffle effect implies you should be doing, you would start damaging the person you were sneaking up on, making the muffle effect pointless. In reality, it'll only start applying as soon as the enemy activates, which can happen if they sense your presence. So not totally useless for stealth, just almost totally. The question is though, why has it been geared towards a quasi-stealth approach? Boethia is associated with plots and murder, but that aspect is satiated by our execution of our follower. Maybe the idea was not to make an objectively best in slot heavy armor artifact for the highest level Daedric item, even though a lot of people favor the mail due to its low weight already. But not to be outdone, there is a Creation Club quest tied to Boethia as well. It adds in the titular katana, Goldbrand. This was Boethia's quest reward in Morrowind and Oblivion. In both games, this sword is considered a contender as one of the best in the game, and not just because it is a golden katana. Meanwhile, in Skyrim, it's up there, but has to now contend with crafted weapons that are likely straight up better in every way. It's also not scaled correctly, as in literally, it is too small. It actually looks like they modeled the size after Deadpool's swords, which is strange because there were already katanas in the game to use as a baseline. As an aside, I don't know why people mod Harkon's sword into not being a katana. Akaviri's swords are blood drinkers, so it fits somewhat that he would have one. I guess it's just that usual thing of people hating katanas because of weebs. Anyways, the Goldbrand quest is, of course, very basic. You find some research notes at the Shrine of Boethia or the Arcanium. I actually had the game bug out and keep repeatedly spawning these cultists that are scripted to attack you after you read the note, which made visiting the Arcanium very annoying. The note points us to a new Nordic crypt, but to get inside we need to talk to a guy and run an existing dungeon to acquire 2 items.
You're not supposed to be in here!
You're not supposed to be in here.
Can a man have a bit of privacy? Get out of here!
Also, a couple notes to insert in editing. As of now, about 10 months after Anniversary Edition's release, the UESP still has a grammatical error in referring to Lars Battleborn's clan name. The article also doesn't link to Lars' page as is standard on their website, so in writing, I did not remember that Lars is one of the literal children in the Battleborn family, yet for some reason his father has given him an amulet that is essential for sealing away a Daedric artifact. This is actually very common with UESP articles for Creation Club content. Even stuff that's older than the Anniversary Edition release has bare-bones articles. Now, that is not a slight against the site. Ultimately, the wiki is a product of community contribution, but we are talking about a Creation Club piece in what is undeniably the most popular Elder Scrolls game, which features an artifact that appears in Morrowind and Oblivion and played a part in the lore for Skyrim. What you have to understand is that these people will put up with Elder Scrolls Online and Blades content and write detailed articles and walkthrough for everything in those games, but cannot be fucked to do the same for half of the Creation Club. When some of the most diehard fans of the series are turning their noses up at this shit, it really speaks volumes. I am getting sick of explaining these super basic creations, which is funny because I'm actually writing this part after writing about a bunch of Creation Club stuff in Dragonborn. I mean, if the appeal of this is supposed to be that you added an item from previous games into Skyrim, then maybe the sword should actually be at the correct scale. Isn't that the point? The boring content is just context for why you dropped this sword into the world. So shouldn't the sword be accurate? Plus, there is a reason Boethia gave us the Ebony Mail in this game instead of Goldbrand, and that's because Titus Mede II was stated to have wielded Goldbrand during the war, so if the sword was in the game, you would obviously have to have an actual answer about that. Obviously, if making swords the right size is outside the scope of this creation, they obviously couldn't do anything like that. Please, let's just move on. I suppose I should mention the Cut Elisif quest, where Boethia would task you with slaying Elisif the Fair. The plan was that after getting our hands on the ebony mail, Boethia would send rumors of an assassin, placing the Blue Palace on alert, and the challenge would be to access Elifsif's chambers and do the deed. A number of NPCs could help with this task depending on her relationships, and afterwards, several things would change to accommodate Elifsif's death, including her replacement by Eriker and all of the scenes where Elisif appears. However, why this quest was cut is a matter of speculation. Boethia's quest already had quite a few stages, so maybe it was felt the quest was too long compared to the others. Perhaps assassinating Elisif was not seen as fitting Boethia, and obviously you have the consideration of actually trying to implement all of this.
Filthy she-hound Elisif got what she deserved. Let her serve as High Queen of Oblivion for all I care.
Although honestly, nothing sounds terribly difficult in terms of just raw implementation. It's more so testing Eriker's replacement of Elisif that was probably too intimidating to justify the effort, especially since the Dark Brotherhood ended up having an even higher profile assassination. Out in the middle of nowhere is an orcish stronghold under attack from a giant. It's actually one of 4 orc strongholds in Skyrim. If you don't stumble on them in your travels, you may end up getting pointed to them by city orcs after doing favors for them. To be welcomed into the stronghold, you need to become bloodkin, which you can get for helping orcs out. I like the idea of the orc strongholds. Orcs in Arena were generic enemies, while Daggerfall introduced the idea of orcs actually being civilized in their own way. King Gortwog ended up establishing the Kingdom of Orsinium after that game's conclusion, which led to orcs achieving a modicum of respect and gradually entering imperial institutions. The Imperial Legion you join in Morrowind, the Death's Head Legion, is actually primarily made up of orcish legionaries. An area I really liked though was Valenverion, an old Dunmer stronghold that is now occupied by a clan of orcs. Despite seeming like a hostile bandit gang, they have a master alchemist living with them, and some of them will even serve as trainers. Oblivion would iterate upon this idea by... well, it didn't really. Orcs were just another race in Oblivion. Other than Lord Rugdumph LARPing as a noble in the mountains, there wasn't really any distinction or diversity to their characterization from Nords who they shared voice actors with. Skyrim allows the orcs to actually breathe as a culture again.
I am waiting for a good death. My time has come. I am old, too old to become chief. It would be wrong for me to take wives at this age, so I will die. Malakath has given me a vision of a glorious death. I am to wait here until it finds me. As you can see, it has not yet arrived. Indeed, one should find his death while he can still call himself a proper man. We Orcmen are not like these Nords and Imperials who carry on until they are gray and feeble and their hair falls out. To cling to something past its usefulness is unseemly. How much more so when that thing is you?
Each culture places honor in different places. Dunmer place their honor in ancestral worship, while Imperials place honor as service to the state. Nords see honor as a function of the glories achieved in battle. The thing that unifies these cultures is the value of age. Family elders, veterans, and statesmen, and old warriors all live long enough to reflect on their lifetime of achievements if they have become honorable. Orcs instead see honor as direct utility value to the clan. Orcs are ruled by chieftains. Their mothers typically serve as wise women. The women of the clan are wives to the chieftain, while the men take no wives. Because of the nature of their society, many orcs then decide to leave the clans. Orc strongholds make an interesting spice in the world design that you wouldn't expect from a game as static as Skyrim. I mean, can they really spare the time to make a map icon for a type of area that only appears 4 times? Apparently, yes, they can. As petty as that sounds, the idea of orc strongholds seems like something that would absolutely have ended up on the cutting room floor. Or at the very least, we would have had several quests sending us to be sure that we don't miss the content. And sure, I'm not going to claim that they are insanely developed, only that I find them interesting. One of the strongholds is under attack from a giant, and the wise woman suggests that perhaps the help of an outsider is necessary. The chief's weakness has led to giant attacks, and he has disallowed the clan to leave the stronghold. She wants to contact Malakath, which requires Trollfat and a Daedra heart. Vintage Oblivion-style questing. Find a place in the middle of nowhere, and then be told to get stuff not immediately available to proceed. I like the Morrowind style more, where the shrines were obscure, but finding them was your resume for getting a quest. Like at some point I want somebody to ask us to pick up their lunch before they give us their quest.
Now we begin the ritual. Great Malakath,
We beseech you, aid us in our time of need.
Why are we bothering with this?
You pathetic weakling!
What's that?
Malakath has heard my pleas. He speaks to us.
You dare summon me, Yamars?
What? What is this?
You don't deserve to call yourself an orc. You're weak, you're small, and you're an embarrassment. You let giants, overrun my shrine. Bring me their leader's club as an offering, and I might release you from this
Our
curse.
tribe has survived this long without you interfering. We'll be fine.
Malakath has spoken, Yamars. Your path is clear.
Very well. You, outsider, come here.
I will say that Bethesda is making effective use of their new system for dialogues. Where before we would just talk to a statue, now it is a story about a wise woman and a weak chief. It's pretty straightforward, so of course that puts it in the upper echelon of Skyrim quests. That said, Skyrim does have a bad habit of background NPCs continuing normal operations at the worst possible time. The God of the Orsimer is currently communing with the chieftain, shaman, an outlander, a goblin wielding a Daedric artifact, and a Khajiit clad in full Daedric equipment, and they're still banging away at the forge and chilling at campfires like it's another day that ends with S. Yamars wants us to help clear the giant cave with him. Literally, this cave is huge. This is coincidentally around the time my mage character started making use of 100% destruction spell cost reduction, so there were a lot of fireballs being thrown. It even causes problems, as at one point I hit Yamars enough for him to break and refuse to stop attacking me.
Your crimes offend the code of Malakath, and we demand payment. Choose gold or blood.
Weirdly, Yamars figures he needs to take on the final giant alone and then offers to pay us to take care of the giant for him. Why would you have us fight the giants up to this point only to try and imply that the giant here is too overwhelming for him to take on? Yamars also doesn't even flinch when we say no, just gets right to getting killed, which works well since he will betray us if we help him out anyways. Malakath asks that we return a hammer to the stronghold, after which he gives our reward, Volendrung. Ah, no thanks, dude.
Yamars was a coward and a weakling. His deceitful ways have cost you all greatly.
So he has been punished. And what of us? What fate shall we suffer?
You'll have to prove yourselves, but I'm willing to give you a chance. Gullerzo's in charge now. Let's hope he's a better chief.
Pretty straightforward. I like that Malakath is characterized as having an almost personal relationship with the clan. He is not a god that prides himself on regality or being some untouchable deity. Arguably, I would say the curse isn't even real. It's just a reflection of Yamar's weakness as a leader, made manifest when the giants took the shrine. But you know what time it is. It's time to dunk on Volendrung. I think a problem is that Bethesda balances artifacts in Oblivion and Skyrim around a level value. Malakath's quest can be picked up at level 9, so of course every player that might want this thing is going to get it at exactly level 9, and sure, it's useful at that low level. Most of the artifacts are, in fact, useful for the levels you unlock the quest around. But Volendrung really is just a giant hammer that does a lot of DPS. Maybe that's all it is. It's one of the few artifacts to be in every single mainline Elder Scrolls game. If that's the case, then maybe it should be unenchanted like it was in Morrowind. Here's my case. We have a hammer that has a charge value of 3,000 but uses 129 points of charge per swing. How many swings it takes to kill an enemy varies per difficulty value, but that makes for an interesting relationship. At low difficulty, you can use pretty much any weapon in the game that you want to, even a wooden sword. DPS only matters at high difficulties when enemies have lots of health, but at high difficulties, it takes lots of swings to kill things. So using a weapon that depletes its charge in only 23 swings means constant recharging, which is hard to do because to trap a soul you need to have a hand free, which you don't with Volendrung. At least in Oblivion, with its independent cast button, you can try to justify a low charge weapon by saying that you can cast Soul Trap while using it. And in Morrowind, the time to kill is so fast that a couple swings is likely all it will take. Plus, weapons slowly recharge on their own, and the enchant skill is an actual mechanic, causing weapons to use less charges the higher it is. Not only did they relegate the skill to just crafting, they even cut all of the NPCs you could pay to charge items for you from Oblivion. The real question is, why did the enchantment change so drastically? Each game has had a different approach, but generally the idea was that Volendrung paralyzes opponents and saps their strength. Whether that is literally absorbing their strength, their health, or draining their health, that's the crux of what the hammer does to opponents. So why does Skyrim's version just absorb stamina? Okay, sure. You could use it to spam power attacks, but paralyze as an effect still exists in this game. Like, if it has to be such an inconvenient weapon, at least keep the one thing that made it fun. Paralyzing people is fun, especially with ragdolls. Then only having 23 swings per charge is justified.
The Empire is in shambles. They've banned the worship of Talos.
Oh shit. You've got to be fucking kidding me. I touched him by accident.
I took it for a spin on my VR character, taking the long walk from Largashbur to the Shrine of Periite for reasons I'll discuss later. Initially, I discounted the absorb stamina effect, but in reality, it allows you to spam power attacks, which I underestimated. That said, Hearthfire added vegetable soup, which restores 1 point of stamina per second for 12 minutes. 1 point of stamina is all it takes to do a power attack, invalidating the usefulness of any absorb stamina weapon, as that enchantment could have been used for more damage instead. That said, you have to read the wiki to know that's the true effect because Skyrim just lists the health restoration component. But if you think that's bad, wait until we get the Headsman's Cleaver. Oh, wait. Headman's Cleaver. I just...
General Tullius, sir. The headsman is waiting.
Okay, so this is a port of an item from Blades, and I read the quest page you get the cleaver from in that game, and I don't know why it's called the Headman's Cleaver. The Headsman is another name for an executioner, and I just showed they literally say the name in the first 5 minutes of Skyrim. My theory is that they misspelled the name in Blades, because as far as I can tell it's never actually said, and then that misspelling somehow survived into the Creation Club. Unless there's some guy named Headman that I don't know about. The item is gracefully added to the world in the form of an already existing bandit cave. If you don't buy the anniversary edition, they want $1 for this, and I think that is massively overpricing it. I might be picky with a dime for this thing. I suppose the first question is, what is it? It's a polearm, obviously, but in the game it's considered a battle axe. Apparently it was supposed to do 20 points stamina damage and 2 points bleed damage for 5 seconds. Someone was smart enough, however, to cut that enchantment. Unfortunately, someone was dumb enough to disallow enchanting entirely. It is faster than other battle axes, but without an enchantment, it just becomes a weird oddity. It doesn't help that I'm pretty sure I've actually seen this item in World of Warcraft. Alright, we have made it to the final Daedric quest. Like I said with Sheogorath, there is no Jiggalag quest, and Nocturnal's quest is rolled into the finale of the Thieves Guild. So, which prince has the most obscure quest in Skyrim? That would be Periite. Technically, it should be mid-tier because afflicted refugees are supposed to show up and be able to point you towards the guy named Kesh to start this quest. But I usually have never seen these guys, and I was trying to make them spawn, but they never showed up on recording. Otherwise, your only option is to find Periite's Shrine, which is genuinely in the middle of nowhere. Malakath's quest was just off of a main road, but the Shrine of Periite is a ways out into the Reach. So, there are 2 contenders for me. Mephalah's quest, if you stop asking for rumors from innkeepers because they keep giving you Radiant quests, and Periite's for requiring either a random event to trigger or for you to stumble on the shrine. Oblivion style.
He is the pus in the wound. Oh, proper ones curl their noses, but it's pus that drinks foul humors and restores the blood. I worship Periite, yes, because sometimes the world can only be cleansed by disease. Not everyone has the stomach required to entreat my lord, but Kesh likes you, friend. There is a way Periite may speak to us who will take him in. If you wish to commune with him, we'll need the incense.
Oh no, is the incense a list of things I need? Real Oblivion style. I have to wonder if maybe more Daedric quests were originally like this and they changed the introductions of the earlier quests in this video to make them more Skyrimified. Kesh needs a Death Bell flower, a silver ingot, a flawless ruby, and some vampire dust. One trip back to the house later, and it's time to meet Peryite.
Breathe deep, mortal. I would have you hear me well.
Oh man, it's Craig Seckler. That's the most vintage Oblivion part yet. Okay, in fairness, Hircine was also voiced by Craig for some reason. Same with a bunch of ghosts, actually. I was really only bothered by his performance of the Dark Elves in Oblivion. I thought his voice was fine for the Wood and High Elves. Apparently, Peryite was spreading a plague in some Breton settlements, and one of his priests was supposed to gather the afflicted. But he ended up abandoning the cause. Now, we need to take care of the problem. I would show you that, but somebody forgot to record it. Ritual Stone is pretty funny. This might have caused an old console to explode, but these days show that under enough layers of balancing and artificial restrictions that there could have been a fun magic system had anybody actually cared enough to make it happen. Instead, everybody was obsessed with the new kill animations, which instead aged like dog shit. Bethardams is a dungeon, alright. The afflicted that occupy it are mostly reskins of bandits and warlocks, all given the ability to projectile vomit poison at us. That's cool. There are a few conversations to overhear, but nothing particularly interesting. Peryite isn't picking up the phone, and the afflicted appear to be making barrels of their illness to spread around. I think the way that Orkindor lost was an appreciation of the natural order. The afflicted were created by a disease from Peryite, but one that spread naturally. Orkindor is trying to make the disease a more active plot. He wants to intentionally spread it as far as possible. That is the difference between Peryite and Nurgle. Nurgle is a chaos god from Warhammer that represents concepts like death, destruction, and disease. However, that last part is what he views as binding all mortal lives together, which is how he chooses to spread his influence. Peryite doesn't want to force the issue. He wants his growth to be organic. He'll drop a new disease, and if it's virulent enough, people are going to hear about it. He doesn't need his influence spread because his influence is just a natural part of life. Orkindor is kind of tough. Obviously, he doesn't stand up against 40 afflicted cultists. He's one of those teleporting bosses that didn't get the memo that we don't do that anymore. Hey, yeah, Bethesda, it's a good mechanic for bosses. You know who else teleportation is a good mechanic for? Starts with a P, ends with layer. Orkindor is also 100% resistant to magic and can heal, which led to a hilarious scene where I spent 15 minutes watching my army of undead try to kill him. He would often teleport up to an area that the fighters could not reach, but the casters wouldn't attack him there and nobody would use their vomit ability, so the only people who could damage him were two archers that would often miss him standing completely still. His necklace is also a passive buff to his health regeneration, leading to an endless battle. Even after dropping several Daedric artifacts which the minions would pick up to use, they just couldn't do enough damage to him to actually kill him. But he also couldn't kill me or many of my minions fast enough. It reminds me of that Lich in Morrowind that I couldn't kill because his passive health regen was faster than my death spells, but I was also immune to his magic. Eventually I just turned the difficulty down, so Orkindor won the battle of attrition against my patience.
Well done, mortal.
Oh yeah, the quest is over. It may have been just a quest to run a dungeon, but at least it was interesting. Hey, wasn't that the premise of Peryite's quest in Oblivion as well? That we basically just ran another Oblivion gate? And also like Oblivion, for the 20th time this quest, our reward is Spellbreaker. This continues to be an oddity. One day Peryite got his hands on the shield and now it's just one of his artifacts. To give a history, when the ancient Chimer and Dwemer formed into a council in the First Era, a clan of the Dwemer decided to leave. Their leader threw his hammer, which happened to be Volendrung by the way, to the west and moved to wherever it fell. If you haven't pieced it together yet, Hammerfell. At some point later on, these Dwemer were in a war that involved Archmage Shalador. Shalador is on the shortlist for most powerful wizard, impressive for a Nord to be sure. He sits among the real Mannimarco, Divithfir, Vanis Galarian, Sothasil, Mankar Cameron, Zurin Arctis, and Kagranak. The thing about the most powerful wizard contest is that past a certain point, the actual strongest wizard doesn't matter that much, mostly because it would get into a boring power scaling conversation. I'd hate to say that Shalador is responsible for the College of Winterhold. I want to say that he's responsible for it from a lore perspective, not that his actions directly led to that terrible story. Anyways, point is, Shalador was powerful, and the Dwemer in battle used Spellbreaker to counter his magic. But how that is reflected has varied throughout the series, because also like Volendrung, Spellbreaker has appeared in every game. In Skyrim, the shield creates a ward effect. Wow, and just like that, it went from being a staple in the Oblivion video to almost useless. But okay, maybe it's useful for fighting dragons. Well, my sword and board fighter could stunlock dragons with shield bashes, so no, not really. Same thing with wizards. Given the current state of combat in the game, I have a hard time imagining a situation where this shield is actually useful. In fairness, I will say that the Morrowind iteration wasn't exactly useful either, and the Oblivion iteration is only useful because its constant 30% spell reflection was actually absurdly powerful. I just find this to be a very niche shield for solving a problem that I don't think exists in the current version of the game.
Your shield, like those ice you dwarf make, is it not? But yet it seems so much more.
As we wrap up the Daedric quests, we are effectively wrapping up on vanilla Skyrim. It's clear that more work was put into the presentations of these quests to make them stand out, rather than into their writing or design. They made talking to the princes more interesting. They tried to integrate them into the normal world better. They tried to take the quests in interesting places, and they added some small choices to a lot of them. In a lot of ways, the Daedric quests seem to be a resume of what Bethesda could potentially accomplish when they weren't just trying to fill areas with radiant content. Nothing impressive, but nothing I would say that is as mediocre as standard Skyrim fare that you would pick up in an inn. Looking back, it's interesting that so much time and effort went into creating a series of quests focused around Daedra worship. Again, it made sense in Oblivion, both in terms of geography, but also in terms of premise. Skyrim seems like a province that would have been far better suited towards seeing these quests focus on the Aedra. Something I would like to see in Elder Scrolls 6 is the ability to roleplay the Witch Hunter or Paladin who seeks to undermine Daedric plots. You can only do that sometimes in Skyrim. Thus, it lends a sort of vestigial nature to these quests. All I can think about is the untapped potential. None of the Dunmer Daedric princes actually have quests related to their current situation. The closest is Azura, and even that spins to be about necromancy instead. Peryite takes the form of a dragon, yet his quest has nothing to do with dragons in the Dragon game. We've covered fairly extensively Skyrim's base game content up to this point. As we move on to the game's expansions, it is important to consider that evaluating expansions seems like an important piece of the puzzle. It's a direct opportunity for Bethesda to demonstrate what lessons they have or have not learned from the base game, and what criticisms they have taken to heart. After Skyrim released, there was a lot of patching. While Bethesda games have always had issues, it seemed that as time was going on and, more importantly, post-launch patching became more commonplace, that their QA department was starting to let more and more issues through. And that's not even getting into community-made unofficial patches. Original Skyrim came at a time when Bethesda and Valve seemed to be the best of friends. The box copy of PC Skyrim required a Steam account and online connection to play, and there was the Steam Workshop.
And you know, for us too, it's always been like it's a little, I don't know, it's mysterious to me why more studios don't embrace it. Yeah. Because for us, it's not just like somebody might play mod and they get interested in authoring, but it's like the step beyond where like somebody who's good at authoring might one day want to become a developer themselves. I mean, you know, I would mod for Morrowind and Unreal back in the day.
Even further, Bethesda would release a high-resolution texture pack for Steam, and an official crossover mod between Skyrim and Portal was made.
Space, best place. All the time. No dragons, just space. Space. Archery. Smithing. Don't need them. Yeah, good. Going to space. Space. Only skill you need.
To hang myself, horse and left.
Patch 1.1 was the day one patch for Skyrim, with 1.1.21 adding Steam DRM to the game. Yeah, they actually forgot to add that. 1.2 actually added some new issues to the game that would persist for a week, themselves eventually being fixed. Patch 1.3 made the game able to use up to 4 GB of RAM. Yes, that was an issue. Although it only delayed the issue since the game was still 32-bit, so it wouldn't be until the special edition that you could use more than 4 gigs of RAM. 1.4 would iterate through a few beta versions before being released in mid-February of 2012, with a number of fixes for quest issues. A month later in March, 1.5 was released, with more bug fixes and an implementation of new kill animations and debuting kill cams for ranged combat. A later version of 1.5 would add files to the game hinting at Dawnguard content, which was either an accident or marketing. 1.6 would be Dawnguard's update, which also added mounted combat to the game in addition to more bug fixing. Dawnguard's trailer billed the DLC as having a vampire focus, even going so far as to show off a vampire dragonborn character. Dawnguard is the first official game add-on for the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim, the 2011 Game of the Year. Whoa, getting ahead of yourself there. Game was only out for 6 months when you made that claim. Despite the surface-level friendship between Bethesda and Steam, Dawnguard would come out for the Xbox in late June, while PC would get it a month later in early August. Meanwhile, the PlayStation version got delayed until late February of 2013 due to performance issues. The PlayStation version in general was pretty busted, which at this point is a pretty common story for third-party developers not used to making games for the PlayStation.
Heard they're reforming the Dawnguard.
Yeah, apparently you and every other guard in Skyrim. Of its compatriots, Tribunal and Knights of the Nine, Dawnguard is fairly active in changing Skyrim. It adds many new random events to the world. It's also a bit active in advertising itself, having a Dawnguard representative track you down and ask you if you want to help them fight vampires. If you are a vampire and are confused on how to start the content, that is natural, because for some reason the questline starts with you joining the Dawnguard.
That would be so great! Aren't you excited? We're going to be Jedi! Learning the ways of the Force, building a lightsaber? Ah, of course, you already have one.
I'm sure Isran will sign you right up. I'm not sure he'll take me. I hope so.
Never seen a crossbow before, eh? Not surprised. Kind of a Dawnguard specialty.
Yeah, especially after Kvatch's destruction. Tamriel's only Imperial crossbow manufacturer, and Dagon destroyed it in the opening hours to keep such a dangerous weapon out of the crisis. There never was a lore reason given for crossbows' temporary disappearance, and you would think the designs would proliferate throughout Tamriel, like they did in the real world. The Empire was using imitations of Dwarven-style crossbows, and if the OG Dawnguard had them, then that places their non-Dwemer existence as far back as the Second Era. Crossbows were more of a stylistic issue. They aren't hard to mechanically implement because they're just bows with a draw time of 0, but a delay between shots for reloading. Morrowind had them, and Fallout 3 had outright guns and it's the same engine. Likely what it is that crossbows and other machinery of war were associated with the forces of evil in the Lord of the Rings trilogy, while the forces of good would just use normal bows. Now, there are still spears, of course, which they showed off they could potentially implement in the Skyrim Game Jam, but nothing ever came of it. You could even say the Dawnguard likes spears because it helps them keep vampires at bay.
Nothing better for putting down vampires.
Crossbows were an addition that were easier to interface with the existing skills. This little stretch is like a short advertisement of what the faction's about. It has a human element, the cool kids use heavy armor, and crossbows. We enter to find a conversation going on in the fort.
Why are you here, Tolan? The Vigilance and I were finished with each other a long time ago.
You know why I'm here. The Vigilance are under attack everywhere. The vampires are much more dangerous than we believed.
And now you want to come running to safety with the Dawnguard, is that it?
The Vigil of Stendarr was destroyed. I think that's less a testament to the vampires being strong and more proof of the Vigil being weak. Isran even stops his conversation with Tolan to induct us into the Order. I'm sure there's still unresolved details like what Tolan's gonna go do now that the Vigil are gone.
I'm glad word's finally starting to get around. But that means it won't be long before the vampires start to take notice as well.
What was your game plan? Hope the Dawnguard can recruit faster than the vampires find out that you're here? Isran wants us to take the fight to the vampires, I assume to try and delay them. Right, send us, a total stranger, out to delay a group of vampires.
I'll meet you at Dim Hollow. It's the least I can do to avenge my fallen comrades.
Tolan, I don't think that's a good idea. You Vigilants were never trained. I know.
Tolan's not trained for this. Motherfucker, this is my first day here. Might as well send Rosh with us at this point. I do like Isran and Rosh's conversation, but I can't help but find the entire situation perplexing. Isran has no idea who we are. We're some guy Durak plucked off the street, and now he's sending us out to Dim Hollow Crypt where he knows there are vampires, and where he knows said vampires are looking for an artifact. And then he tries to stop Tolan from going with us, citing a lack of training. Am I supposed to interpret that he wants us dead? Or that we're already established as a hero and Easterun does know who we are and thinks that we are by default capable? This is weird because Easterun is later going to be shown as a fairly paranoid person. When Knights of the Nine started, we were allowed to establish our resume, while Tribunal was, in principle, establishing our notoriety by having an assassin attack us, but the trigger gets pulled too early, and so assassins end up trying to knife some ex-con in the wilderness on their first day in Vardenfell. Obviously, this is a common issue with downloadable content. How do you naturally integrate it into the existing world? Apparently, Dawnguard thinks that the answer is that you don't even bother trying. We head out to Dim Hollow, which is actually a pretty annoying spot to find, and Tolan is dead. He managed to take down 2 vampires, but that's it. What chance do we stand? Dim Hollow Crypt is a vampire dungeon, and also shows off some new dungeon area assets. Vampires are sort of a mix of bandits and necromancers with the added ability to absorb health. Dawnguard would also give them these death hounds, which are undead dogs that can do frost damage. The main thing Dawnguard would do is, according to Bethesda themselves, make the vampires look more monstrous, aka ugly. Dialogue overheard, however, indicates that this is no ordinary group of vampires, but likely an actual vampire clan. Sure enough, we find their leader interrogating a Vigil member. No, you cannot save him. Remember when, if you were fast or clever, you could actually save people? But we'd have to give them dialogue. Better to just hard-code their deaths. This area was definitely what the vampires were looking for, but alas, there is just a brainbuster of a puzzle here. No, seriously, some people could not figure this one out. I guess if Skyrim lured you into a stupor, then asked you to do something other than picture block puzzles, even if it's just as easy, then it might be a tall order. Something, if you run a community where people turn their brains off, don't be surprised when some members have never actually had their brains on in their entire life. I am surprised that a spike pokes our hand for a generous blood donation. You would think that this would be some kind of blood magic, testing us to see if we're the correct person to unlock this tomb, which we're certainly not. Because inside the tomb is a mysterious woman. I draw attention to that, as this may well be the first time Bethesda has used a live name change to obfuscate a character's name. It has the potential to be a really neat trick, as sometimes the subtitles can spoil things.
I was expecting someone from my family. I don't recognize you. Are you one of my father's little acolytes?
This is Serana. I doubt she needs much introduction since she's the main character of this expansion. She is an answer to the criticism Bethesda received about Skyrim's followers. At a surface level, it simply appears to be an issue of quantity versus quality, but Skyrim was going for a system where you could become friends with an NPC and then recruit them to go on adventures with you. So there ended up being a few dozen followers compared to Fallout 3 and New Vegas, which both only had 8. That smaller pool would instead represent various factions and have more development with their own quests and reactions to events. Serana is a Fallout-style companion in Skyrim. She's got a lot more dialogue than most characters in the game, with a career voice actress in Laura Bailey. Since her character unfurls throughout the questline, I'll discuss most of her characterization later. Obviously, it's a bit weird to find a goth GF in an ancient tomb, but I'm not one to complain. She upfront establishes she's a vampire, because that's what vampires do, right? Duty to inform. She has an Elder Scroll and she wants us to take her to her father, the patriarch of Clan Vokalhar. This is where the questline gets real raw. We have just joined a group of vampire hunters, and here's a vampire. And now she wants us to take her to Vampire HQ. Just because. Well, I tried taking her to Fort Dawnguard. Turns out they anticipated that, and for one of the only times she gets weirded out and waits outside. You can actually talk to Easterun about her, who tells you that you need to play along because we need to know what's going on. Right then, guess I'll go become cattle for a vampire clan. Or worse. Somehow, the mortal watchman of the castle knows who Serana is, despite her having been gone for... We have to talk about that later. We get a positive reception on account of bringing Serana to the castle and are greeted by Lord Harkin.
There is but one gift I can give that is equal in value to the Elder Scroll and my daughter. I offer you my blood. Take it and you will walk as a lion among sheep. Men will tremble at your approach and you will never fear death again.
How about cash?
Perhaps you still need convincing. Behold the power! This is the power that I offer.
Wow, I'm still not impressed. As I was saying, Cash. It kind of looks terrible, like it was made in a week or something. I guess play with monstrous powers have an ugly character, but it's pretty funny that the visual aesthetic alone is supposed to entice us and not the actual powers that it gives us. Now, we don't have to choose. You can turn Harkin down here, siding with the Dawn Guard, and after the questline concludes, still receive the Vampire Lord power. You will lose out on some decent upgrades by not siding with the vampires, however. It would be cool if they added a bloodline system where being sired into Clan Valkahar's bloodline was more powerful than the generic vampires out in the wilderness. One would be loath to forget the 3 vampire clans in Morrowind, each with its own distinct advantages. Still, vampire lords have some power. It is a transformation, which means a wind-up period and being locked into third person and not being able to access inventories, dragon shouts, or dialogue. But you can do it infinitely. You're given more red, blue, and green juice as well as faster magicka regeneration. However, as a vampire, you are massively weaker in the sun. The mode alternates between a floating magic mode and a grounded melee mode, and your damage is scaled to your level as well as augmented by perks. There are 2 amulets and 2 rings you can acquire, but you have to side with the vampires to get the quests. The Amulet of Bats applies an absorb health effect to your Bats ability, which works similar to Whirlwind Sprint. The Amulet of the Gargoyle allows you to summon 2 gargoyles at once. Ring of the Beast augments your health and melee damage, while Ring of the Erudite augments your magicka and magicka regeneration. I had to play an extra 90 minutes after my playthrough concluded to actually play through Vampire Lord, and while decently fun, I wouldn't exactly say this is something you need to reinstall Skyrim right now to go do. It has the werewolf problem of taking away all your utilities, so whatever potions you're supposed to rely on to make your character functional aren't available. Controlling this thing in third person is unwieldy, and the only thing I liked was Vampiric Grip, which is just Force Grip, complete with the reasons why Force Grip is overpowered and fun to use. But I already have a way to throw people off ledges, and that way doesn't require me to go through a transformation animation or use magic in third person. So, any other reasons to side with the vampires? No, not really. After playing through the vampire side of the questline, I can easily say that Clan Valkahar must have been an internal stretch goal at Bethesda. As in, if they had time after making the Dawn Guard questline, they would add in a optional vampire questline. The main story is practically identical for both paths, barring one quest. And the extraneous quests, they're mostly just more Radiant content except for the vampires. The vampire quests are all Radiant. I guess the one where you turn your spouse into a vampire technically isn't. While the Dawn Guard are bolstering their ranks and slaying vampires, Valkahar is having us run dungeons, kill nameless NPCs, and also slay vampires. My guess, however, was wrong. Dawn Guard's creative origin was in the Bethesda Game Jam, when one of the developers created the Vampire Lord mode. Yeah, they decided to create an entire expansion around vampires solely because of the Vampire Lord mode, and then Bruce Nesmith remembered that choices are a part of the Elder Scrolls games, and they made the Dawn Guard faction. No, really, he said that.
We had this wonderful game jam, and out of the game jam came all these great ideas, and one of the ones that really stood out was this Vampire Lord character that the artists had created. And that was sort of the genesis of all of this, where you look at that and you go, boy, I'd really love to play that guy. Well, we have to realize early on that while the Vampire Lord is cool and our immediate reaction is, boy, I want to play that there's a lot of people out there who don't necessarily want to play the monster. They want to play the monster hunter. And vampires, by their very nature, have a dark side. And that dark side is not always appealing to everybody. And the vampire hunter, the Van Helsing-style character, if you will, is equally as appealing and exciting to a lot of people as Dracula, as the vampire character. We decided to make the commitment to do both sides, which was a bit of a stretch because that's a lot of extra content, but it was definitely well worth it. We definitely got great reaction from everybody on the team who got to play both sides. They got to be the vampire hunters, or they got to be the vampires, and you get to choose what you want to do, and that's kind of at the core of a lot of Elder Scrolls content, is that player choice.
The dining hall is also a red flag for the vampires. It establishes pretty quickly the type of vampire clan we're joining. They drink blood and apparently eat corpses, but they're also very messy about it. Perhaps the idea is that this is a Nordic vampire clan, so it's the brutishness of Nords combined with vampire motifs, but a big chunk of the clan are foreigners, and most of the Nords that are here hardly act the part. Valkahar is an evil faction, there's no qualms about it. Well, that's fine, I'm just pointing out that we aren't sleek Hasseldor-style vampires. Shoring joined the Dawn Guard, while Deltafir joined Clan Valkahar. Lord Harkon initiates us and we awaken a vampire lord. He gives us a quick run-through of how the mode works. He also tells us a bit about himself.
A shrine to Molag Bal, the mighty Daedra prince who is father to all our kind. Our power is a blessing from him. It is he who first bestowed the gift of the ancient blood upon me. In an age long forgotten to history, I ruled as a mighty king. My domain was vast, my riches endless, and my power infinite. And yet, as my mortal life neared an end, I faced a seemingly invincible enemy. My own mortality. I pledged myself to Molag Bal, and in his name I sacrificed 1,000 innocents. In reward, he gave everlasting life to myself, my wife, and my daughter, and so I have defeated mortality itself.
Fort Dawnguard is under attack by a few vampires, in broad daylight. While this does validate Isran's concern that vampires would attack when word got out, these guys are not Clan Valkahar. So Isran wasn't just racing against Skyrim's organized vampire clans, but randos that live in caves deciding to risk everything to fight specialized vampire hunters. There is supposed to be a sort of vampiric crisis going on in Skyrim right now, which is weird. Fighting shadow wars, sure, but you chose to do a vampire crisis in the Nordic province. What was the tipping point? Where are all these vampires coming from? It's not Clan Valkahar because they actually have been taking steps to control the vampire population. They want to stay under the radar, but they also want to reduce the active competition for food in Skyrim. Feral vampires are all around bad for business. There's just an unexplained uptick in feral vampire attacks pretty much solely to create this faction conflict, which was unnecessary considering Valkahar did destroy the Hall of the Vigilance, but they actually did that because Adalvold had found the location of Serana. Like, the biggest obstacle to Harkon's game plan is that there was coincidentally an increase in random vampire attacks at the same time. The story would be more interesting if it was the product of an uncontrolled conflict escalation. Valkahar takes out the Vigil, the Dawnguard forms and begins anti-vampire operations, which in turn causes Valkahar to take increasingly drastic actions. You'd show the conflict as a feedback loop that's constantly escalating to the point that it spills out into the broader population. You can see the start of that. The vampires have a quest to frame the Dawnguard for the murder of a civilian, while the Dawnguard have quests to eliminate vampires that are blending in with society. Instead, there has to be a vampire crisis, just like there had to be a dragon crisis, and before that, Jiggalag destroying the Shivering Isles, the Aurorans wiping out churches, the Oblivion crisis. Morrowind was about preventing a crisis, but then Tribunal was about characters, and Blood Moon was about Nords. The Blood Moon wasn't a crisis, bad things were happening, but it was going to end, and things were going to go back to normal afterwards. Bethesda seems stuck in a crisis, probably because they think that's the only kind of story they can write that seems interesting to their player base. What is Dawnguard really about? It's primarily about Serana, and secondarily about characters like Lord Harkon and Isran. You don't need the vampire attacks to incentivize people to want to play through this story, and the story can build tension aplenty without them. More focus should instead be poured into the characters and their quests, in telling the story of a shadow war. Both factions decide to build up their strength. Isran needs more specialists and sends us to recruit a few old colleagues of his. Lord Harkon, meanwhile, instructs us to refill the Bloodstone Chalice. Gunmar is an animal specialist who is working on taming trolls, which we can find at radiantly determined locations hunting a bear. While I understand the appeal of designing a Radiant system for quest generation, I do not understand the appeal of applying Radiant story for quest locations. This is a pre-made quest, which is then randomly applied to one of 9 caves, 11 when you install Dragonborn. It's like the designers are saying the quest is so generic that it could be set literally anywhere. Also, Gunmar believes in the 8, filthy fucking Thalmor bootlicker.
You've helped me, so I suppose the least I can do is find out what Isran wants. He's still at that fort near Stendar's beacon, I assume. If Isran is anything, he's stubborn.
Serene Gerard, meanwhile, is always in a fixed location. She's researching the Dwemer, but some mudcrabs made off with her satchel and has slowed her progress. She needs a gyro to get back to work.
I need at least one intact dwarven gyro.
Damn gyro.
No, you must be mistaken.
I know, I tried. What do you want me to go to fucking Greece?
After we round these two up, we return to Fort Dawnguard. Isran's shut the main entrance down. I figured this would happen, but not so soon. Actually, he hasn't gone full schizo yet. He's just showcasing a sunlight trap that he's made. It's like Chekhov's gun, except the person Chekhov shoots didn't get to see the gun in their storyline, and Chekhov didn't use it during the home invasion. A common theme between Serene and Gunmar was that Isran is a fairly toxic individual who drives people away. He's like a second attempt at Delphine's character, but addressing the criticisms. People actually call him out for his behavior, but you can also see that his paranoia isn't entirely unjustified. He also doesn't demand we murder our vampire friend as soon as he finds out about her, which was just now as Serana just showed up looking for us and Isran wants to find out why. Lord Harkin, meanwhile, sends us to Garen Morethi to refill the Bloodstone Chalice. The chalice is an artifact the clan has been sitting on, pretty much out of apathy. Harkin was plenty powerful without it, so his decision to begin using it implies that he's starting to make moves. This is also an introduction to the court politics of the clan as we run into Vengalmo and Orthiolf, both curious why we need the chalice. We're sent off to Redwater Den to refill it. A reviewer named Genji spent a lengthy amount of time analyzing why this dungeon is good, which I would summarize for him as, the bandits aren't immediately hostile, and the area isn't entirely reliant on journals to tell its story, although there is a journal explaining why the vampires are here. I would agree with that assessment. I've often felt a common problem with bandit dungeons is that they're all immediately hostile to the player. Wary is reasonable, but occasional surprises like this are good. The premise is that a small vampire coven is using the den as a front to acquire blood, by feeding on drug addicts who come to the den for Redwater skooma, which is just normal skooma with added effects since they added the magic Redwater to it. So, question, skooma is ingested orally, which means it goes to the liver and from there the bloodstream, so whatever deleterious effects the vampires were trying to avoid from drinking from the blood spring directly should still be felt by drinking the blood of the skooma addicts they were using as cattle. Apparently this place was a temple of Arcade in the first era, when the man in charge got turned into a vampire, killed everyone here, and then filled the Bloodstone Chalice. I'm not really sure what that is supposed to imply, since the boss vampire notes that the history of the place seems to end after the chalice's creation. It doesn't go anywhere, and only really exists to justify the quest being here. After we fill the chalice, two vampires enter the room, discussing how we're about to unexpectedly commit suicide. These guys are lame, both naming their respective masters in court that gave them the order to kill us. We add one of their blood to the chalice since I guess they're both ancient vampires. What? They can't be ancient vampires and still be pulling lackey duty. Plus, it was a missed opportunity to give the player the option to affect what the chalice does. Like, if you use Salonia's blood, the chalice improves stealth, while if you use Stolf's blood, the chalice improves magic or something like that. You know, Shivering Isles did that all the time. With the chalice returned, Morethi tells us what happened is just usual court politics. Now that can't be something that happens every day. Vengalmo and Orthiolf both want to take Lord Valkalhar's place, and both want the chalice to improve their own power. Garen then places the chalice just out in the open. Hope none of these treacherous vampires try and steal it for themselves to use exclusively. Lord Harkin wants a word, starting the next leg of the quest, both titled Prophet. He doesn't really have much to say other than he left a key detail out during our initial conversation. Then he heads to the dining hall and gives a speech. He says that he found a prophecy that vampires will no longer need to fear the sun, and that with the return of Serana and the Elder Scroll, he seeded rumors to manipulate a Moth Priest into coming to Skyrim, and that the court is to go and search for any Moth Priests investigating those rumors. This is where Serana re-enters the story for its remainder. If we side with the vampires, then she'll tip us off to the college. If we side with the Dawnguard, then she'll come to the fort and inform us of Harkin's plan. Either way, we have to track down this Moth Priest. Now, let's try to reverse engineer this Moth Priest's movements. For starters, the priest has asked every single carriage driver in Skyrim to take him to Dragonbridge, which they all declined because it's not one of their usual stops. Even though the main road between Solitude and the rest of Skyrim passes through Dragonbridge, and stopping a carriage is not like stopping a train in a random small town. By the way, This includes carriage drivers that personally work for us as part of the Hearthfire DLC, who still want us to bribe them. Maybe that makes sense, actually. I mean, we are the ones who actually found and are sitting on top of an Elder Scroll. Actually not. I sold it to the college, but the point remains, if the priest got around Skyrim, maybe he was visiting all of my houses looking for me. Not sure which of my housecarls or stewards spilled, probably Findel. We also know the priest visited the Winking Skeever and the Bannered Mare, since those are the only innkeepers to have any additional information. After failing to summon a Flame Atronach for the bridge test due to not having enough magicka, and Serana refusing to lend a hand, we go to the College of Winterhold. Urek Groshub, the college librarian, tells us that moth priests live in the White Gold Tower. Yeah, thanks, I played Oblivion. And that he stopped to do some research in the library, then left for Dragonbridge. Wait, did he have to pass Heraldus test back there? And you didn't sell him that Elder Scroll, did you? Why wasn't I informed that we were visited by a moth priest? I'm the goddamn Archmage. Oh, well, the guy that failed the bridge test isn't, but the vampire playthrough is the Archmage. Unless he was rude enough to not even send a letter in advance telling us that he was gonna visit. It is kind of weird that Ureg will tell complete strangers where the priest is going. Like, why is that the route of last resort? Unless he was really rude and Ureg doesn't care if he gets kidnapped. So we head out to Dragonbridge. Asking around, we are eventually told that he rode through town with an escort of soldiers and they didn't stop, they just kept going. Wait, then why did he want to stop? Never mind. Where did he get an escort of soldiers? Or a wagon? Why did he want the carriage drivers to take him to Dragonbridge if he came with an escort? If the escort is a local detachment from Solitude, then why didn't he just go to Solitude directly? How does this all work in Stormcloak-controlled Hafingar? I think they played fast and loose with what was really happening because they figured players weren't paying enough attention to notice these details, which is true. Most Skyrim videos that actually have to budget their time prioritize making jokes about Serana's sex mods over trying to call out a $20 DLC on minor details. But minor details stack up and eventually start to clot, which can lead to a heart attack or stroke. Just like Serana's sex mod. In either quest, you find that the priest's carriage was ambushed and have to follow a blood trail to figure out where they went. Or you could just read a note on the body of a vampire at the crime scene. Starting to think joining Clan Valkalar was a mistake, given it was apparently always amateur hour there. How the fuck are you guys this bad at clandestine operations? You make the Thieves Guild look competent by comparison. Stop his bleeding, dispose of the evidence, burn the note. Either way, we head into where the priest is being kept. He'll be in the possession of the vampires for the Dawnguard side, while the Dawnguard will have already been on scene, having cleared the vampires out if we're part of Valkahar. Malchus, the only orc vampire in the game, doesn't hang out at Castle Valkahar prior to this quest. He apparently found the priest first and has been trying to break his will to make him more compliant, which gave the Dawnguard enough time to find him. How come the Dawnguard don't back shoring up like they did in the alternative timeline? Either way, we have to clear the cave out and fight the priest, who is combative due to us killing Malchus or Malchus already being dead. So it's a great opportunity to talk about Dawnguard gear. It looks pretty good except for the light helmet. Oh, and it's yet another example of an armor set that's broken because the perks built around wearing matching sets of armor don't work with the Dawnguard heavy armor set. The main thing is that the armor decreases damage and spell magnitude from vampires by 25%. The shield increases bash damage against vampires, while the Dawnguard War Axe and Warhammer do additional damage. I guess if you had to have a sword, you could go grab a silver sword from the Silver Hand, or Dawnbreaker from Meridia's quest. Their main weapon, though, is the crossbow. The main consensus I've seen about crossbows is that they're really good in the early game and great for stealth archer playstyles, or anyone who opens up with a single shot from stealth before transitioning into melee. The Dawnguard path also has options for improving the crossbow, although this is just a Radiant quest to run Dwarven Ruins for generic schematics, but you can eventually unlock the enhanced Dwarven crossbow as well as exploding Dwarven bolts. Now you could do that, or you could call it quits when you get the bolts and opt instead to just outright buy a Dragon Bone crossbow from the Fletcher and Solitude for $8, thanks to the expanded crossbow pack creation. And if you don't want to do the quest and craft the exploding bolts, there's always bone mold bolts instead from rare curios. The game has a thing going for it, where the Dawnguard have a unique item that actually progresses through quests, and then a Creation Club creation just comes along and drops 8 new crossbows into the world just willy-nilly. That's a pretty accurate recreation of the modding experience. Thing is, you'd have to feel like a fucking idiot doing 6 random Dwarven Ruins only to stumble over better crossbows for sale at a shop simply titled Fletcher and Solitude. which is a base game shop that I guess they forgot to name. Never mind that crossbows were a dwarven invention that modern people were just imitating, so they're supposed to be the best crossbows in existence, because some guy figured out how to make one out of dragon bone, so now that's the best crossbow in existence, because dragon bone is the strongest material ever. So why didn't the dwarves think to make them out of dragon bone then? There's no care or craft with these things. The modders are encouraged to rush this shit out, and Bethesda just says, yep, that doesn't conflict with anything else, just shove it in there. Does it make sense? It doesn't matter. We made area of effect arrows for Morrowind, and now we charge people money for the same garbage content, but this time we don't even make it ourselves. We pay some guy a pittance to do it for us instead. Oh man, old man Patrick's got himself worked up again. Who asked him about Skyrim this time? I told the nurses to not engage him whenever he brings that shit up. Where were we? Oh yeah, beating some nerd up. He'll be happy to return with us to Fort Dawnguard, but he'll need to be hit with vampire seduction to return to Castle Valkalar. I thought you just tell prisoners to come with you and they follow you wherever you go. Dexian reads the scroll for us, and the main new piece of information is that he needs 2 more Elder Scrolls to have the complete prophecy. Is that really true? Like, wouldn't the last scroll have the relevant information, since the early part just seems to be the preamble explaining what actually is going to happen?
My traitor wife stole one of them away and then disappeared. As for the other, the last that I heard, it was lost in the bowels of a Dwemer ruin. It seems...
How is that something you've heard about? That is one hell of a piece of information to just have and not have acted upon. Given Harkon's age, you would imagine he would have gradually had every dwarven ruin in Skyrim scoured, unless he heard about this rumor recently. So one of the scrolls is just the quest Elder Knowledge, straight up. If you've done it already, then you already have the scroll. If you sold the scroll to the college, you can buy it back. And if you're the Archmage, you can cut the price in half. However, if you haven't done the quest already, then you have to go do it, which, if you recall, was a rather lengthy affair. College, Septimist, Alfdent, Falmer Legion, Blackreach, Nonsense Puzzle, Elder Scroll. As far as I can tell, Serana doesn't have anything interesting to say if you decide to do this quest with her, and that's probably because short-term thinking Bethesda figured all their players buying this DLC must have already completed the main quest, so it would have been a wasted effort. Here was a prime opportunity to add post-launch commentary on a vanilla quest, and they didn't take it. Serana has a lot more to say about the other scroll, however. She reveals that she and her mother Valerica were concerned about Harkon's obsession with this prophecy, so they made a plan to deprive him of the Elder Scrolls that he needed. Don't you know the scrolls do whatever they want to? Makes you wonder why the scrolls like us, but not Harkon. That was why Serana was hidden at Dim Hollow. However, Serana wasn't told where her mom was going to hide. I like that the player's 2 proposals for where she may have hidden are like an infant thinking of only the most recent things. Is she with the Dawnguard? Is she in the castle? It has been, according to Serana, at least 1,000 years. She could literally be anywhere on Tamriel or beyond. She could be dead. But all we can think of are the 2 most immediate locations in the story, and Serana actually entertains one of them, that being the castle, since there was apparently a part of the castle her father hated and closed off. Yeah, Clan Valkalar is only residing in maybe 10% of the actual area of the castle. The only reason being that Harkon is still really mad about his ex-wife and never got over it. While that's more than enough information to start the next leg of the quest, the conversation can continue into the more personal, probing Serana about her relationship with her family, which in turn she responds with questions about her own family. You can define your parents as either being alive or dead, as well as good or bad people. But I guess we say it in a really awkward way because Serana decides to ask 0 follow-up questions, because we're already in risky waters as it is. This is how maladjusted people perceive relationships as being similar to a visual novel where we learn all about the girl and almost nothing about the guy. Serana says that the castle's previous owners had a dock that they used to get supplies into the castle as well as a secret exit. Is that supposed to imply that the vampires never used it for that purpose, as in they were already vampires by the time they moved into the castle? Even if that were true, I can only imagine having a dock is still useful. Those fresh bodies have to come from somewhere, and the cattle the vampires feed on still need their own food supply. And vampires do leave the castle to attend to business on the mainland. All great reasons to have a secure and functional dock. Castle Valkalar raises all kinds of questions for me. We know it's been under vampire control for at least 1,000 years, which means 1,000 years of history where ships would have passed the castle off the coast of Skyrim and nobody ever thought to investigate or go conquer it. It is sitting atop the shipping lane between Skyrim and northern High Rock. I doubt it would have even been a difficult feat on account of how Lord Harkon has allowed the castle to crumble into disrepair. We're also supposed to believe that the vampires have kept this location under wraps all this time. They haven't, seeing as ferrymen added in the Dawnguard expansion know about the castle, thinking that it's cursed. Fort Dawnguard is a pretty similar concept. It's well hidden, but not historically obscure. It's a second era fort that was built by the Jarl of Riften, sitting on the border between Morrowind and Skyrim, nations that have warred as recently as the time of the game Oblivion. The fort was repurposed to imprison the son of the Jarl inflicted with vampirism, his wardens serving as the original Dawnguard, although there is no direct connection between that order and Isran, as Isran refounded the order and reclaimed the, for some reason, abandoned fort. To give a comparison, this is the Crac de Chevier. It was built during the Crusades to serve as an administrative area and was central throughout the conflicts, but even after the Crusades ended, the castle was still occupied and utilized. As late as 1894, the Ottomans were considering garrisoning troops there, but the changing nature of warfare finally outdated the castle. But even as recently as the Syrian Civil War, the castle was utilized by rebel forces and then subsequently hit with an airstrike. All this is to say that Bethesda's fetish for abandoned forts is pretty silly. It's nice to see characters in the story show appreciation for the in-universe craftsmanship that the fort displays, with Dexian suggesting that he has friends in Cyrodiil who would love to study the fort. Typically when sites are abandoned, it's because there was little utility value in reconstructing them. This is typically seen in cities and the like, and when castles were abandoned, they would often have their building materials taken to be used for new developments, because you're gonna let that stone go to waste, are you? Plus, the last thing you want to do is abandon the fort so some bandit gang can just move in and start organizing themselves. The lower area of the castle is a pretty cool area. My favorite bit is the body dumping room. I guess the odd feral vampire that decides to move in down here is doing them the favor of moving the bodies from the center of the room, since I imagine the pile would be largest under the hole. While I get the decrepit state of the castle is supposed to reflect upon Harkon's obsession with prophecy, what exactly does he do that actually prevents him from maintaining his home? It's not like he was waking up every day and making just a little bit more progress on finding Serana, given that later when we control the castle our subordinates clear the rubble blocking the courtyard without any complications or real exertion. It just comes off as Harkon being lazy rather than obsessed. Like he lets some trash pile up on his desk and he justifies it by saying he has to get his script done soon, and it's still there weeks later with the same excuse. As we make it to the courtyard, Serana starts waxing nostalgic before suddenly noticing that the moon dial is messed up. Oh no, she's a paranoid schizophrenic and she's starting to see patterns in the numbers. Serana does reveal that her mother had tended to the garden in the courtyard for centuries, so that implies that the family was mildly functional far longer than most families are alive. Even worse, once we repair the moon dial, it reveals a hidden area to explore. So was the moon dial always damaged, or is there some contraption where it was complete but stayed closed until the day that Serana's mom wanted to leave cryptic clues about how to find her? Well, let's go find out. We go through the hidden part of the castle, which has a couple skeletons and gargoyles inside it. Gargoyles have been a recurring enemy of the DLC because they're cool and someone actually put work into them instead of just reskinning Draugr into generic zombies and selling that for $4 on the Creation Club. At the end of the dungeon is Valerica's study, which is apparently far more impressive than the alchemy station she had in the public castle. Apparently, she had gone to great lengths to conceal an entire wing of the castle from Harkon. I guess it does take two to break up a relationship. Although Harkon in 1,000 years had not managed to find this place through the power of levitation. I guess he really believes in following imperial law. Good for him. We find and give Serana her mother's notes, which give her a big clue. The circle in the middle of the room is actually a portal to a plane of oblivion named the Soul Cairn, which Valerica speculated was where souls used for enchanting go. But then Serana states definitely that necromancers absolutely send them souls in exchange for power. It's just weird for Serana to be making statements about the place just after establishing her mother's own lack of understanding. Did you, or did you not, catch up on advancements while you were asleep? This leads us to the Soul Cairn, but there is a complication. Shoring can't just walk in on account of the Cairn trying to take his life essence. Vampires are fine because they're already dead, but he has two options: become a vampire or get his soul trapped. The latter's only really a downside mechanically in the Soul Cairn. I don't really see how partially trapping my soul and donating it to the Cairn makes me weaker in there, but not everywhere else. Seems like it would be the other way around. Obviously, letting Serana turn us into a vampire creates problems later down the Dawnguard line, which is great. The player isn't coddled here, you have to make a choice.
Turning someone is a very personal thing for vampires.
Come on, pussy!
Gay. Wait, I was playing a girl when Harkin turned me. Fucking breeders. So Serana is an object of romantic and sexual fixation in the Elder Scrolls community because the relationship between her and the player character has the option of becoming increasingly personal. Even if there is no actual payoff, the mutual struggle between her and the player is one more of romance than camaraderie, far more so than any of the characters we can actually marry. This harkens back to the origins and rise in popularity of vampire literature. It began during the Romantic movement, which was not a movement of romance stories, but rather a style of literature that favored pathos and symbolic representation. It doesn't make sense that the dead can rise again to kill, but the idea is romantic, especially if, instead of reanimating to kill, you reanimate out of affection or injustice. There being a sense of intimacy in siring the vampire is logical, although it could either be familial or romantic. Dawnguard draws a lot of attention to Clan Valkahar being a family. Even if we aren't genetically related to the Valkahar family, we are a half-blood vampire lord. Harkon's gift was effectively accepting us as one of his direct children, and other vampires who weren't sired by a pureblood show a lack of appreciation to us flaunting our gift. Serana siring us, meanwhile, appears to be catered more towards a romantic implication. She has that anime blush while doing it, especially for the Dawnguard path since it's a forbidden romance. It seems poorly thought out though, given that what we're told about the origin of vampires in Elder Scrolls. Pureblood vampires are products of Molag Bal the same way that all those Greek heroes were products of the gods, and not in the nice ways that they make movies about.
The first vampire came from Molag Bal. She was not a willing subject, but we all took part in it. Not really wholesome family activity, but I guess it's something you do when you give yourselves to a Daedric lord. And my childhood has just been crushed.
Molag Bal is the Daedric Prince of Domination, although Vivek had a less pleasant name for him, and there's a reason he's in with the bad gods of the Dunmer Pantheon. So it would seem like Elder Scrolls vampires would be less of a romantic, loving style vampire and more of an obsessive cycle of victimhood style of vampire. What I realized is that Bethesda has a fixation with morally justifying to the player why it's okay for them to do everything. You aren't murdering anyone who didn't deserve it, etc. Serana is that same justification applied to a character. She's not evil. Arguably, she's the most morally righteous vampire since Count Hasseldor. You wouldn't know that she was a worshipper of Molag Bal. She's fairly old to simply have gotten wrapped up in it with her parents. It's clear she was aware of what was going to happen. She uses past tense and never outright admits if she continues this practice. Although if you tell her about her own Molag Bal adventure...
I have to admit I'm impressed. I didn't think you had the spirit for it.
No, that's cool. I was beginning to think you turned all cold bitch on us, honey.
She also doesn't really state her own motivations for opposing her father, only her mother's motivations. Her mother, pragmatically, opposed the prophecy because she figured it would draw attention of the mortal world to them. Serana also only mentions her need to feed as an idle threat to Isran. We don't know how Serana is sustaining herself, or how she even survived her time at Dimhollow without becoming bloodthirsty. I say all of this to really draw attention to the fact that Serana is written to be a universal waifu. Any evil she commits is only implied. She's an exception to the Valkahar family's problems with obsession. Her opposition to her father is self-defense. She believes that she is in danger, so it's justified. She is ancient, even before her long nap, yet she is a naive young woman who cannot navigate the rapid waters of her own family. Which is why people either fall for her or realize that's what she's meant to be and hate her for it. See, the reason Serana is important is that the blood of a daughter of Coldharbour, which she is necessary to complete the prophecy. Serana herself never reveals this, instead leaving it to her mother to reveal this little fact. That's because the easiest way early on to solve this problem is a Dawnguard firing squad. No Serana, no pureblood vampire. Valerica says this like Serana already knows, that she had already had this necessary piece of information to come to the same conclusion that Valerica had. In essence, they are doing a reverse Martin. Serana is the chosen one, but in a really, really bad way, and it seems like most vampire hunters would rather get the job over with than keep her around. We only tolerated Serana because she had essential information, yet we're forced to continue tolerating her after her usefulness is expended and her dangerousness exposed simply because she's supposed to be our waifu now. She is a female Edward Cullen, but modified to change the target demographic from horny teenage girls to horny teenage boys. She's a girl, but she doesn't do that thing that all the annoying girls in my class do, where they start talking about themselves. She always cuts herself short. She needs me around to protect her and guide her through her rocky relationship with her parents. Yet despite her lack of familial acumen, she's educated enough to help me accomplish my goals without being overbearing or insulting my own intelligence. If that sounds stupid, then yes, I was a stupid teenage boy during my first Dawn Guard playthrough. If I were to rewrite Serana, I would give her a character flaw in that she is an obsessive tsundere who becomes attached to the player character. That would be in part a commentary on how Skyrim characters obsess over the player character already. She was looking for someone to save her from her horrible home life when we walked in and rescued her from the prison her mother put her in. Despite initially wanting to return home, she's eventually compelled to tag along with us, no matter the danger to herself because of her compulsion. It's not that she sees turning us into a vampire as an option, it's actually what she wants to have happen and may even intentionally exaggerate the horrible effects of the soul trapping just to convince us. I would have her become increasingly emotionally abusive. For instance, if the player is part of the Dawn Guard and refuses to deal with her, she might threaten to return to Harkin to be willingly used as the prophecy. If the player is a vampire, then maybe she threatens to kill herself so that her blood can never be used. I would give the player ample opportunities to call her out on her bullshit, as well as condemnation from Harkon or Isran if the player just allows Serana to walk all over them. Especially if the player character's already married. Obviously, a character like that couldn't exist in a corporate product, and I can already hear the accusations of sexism. Personally, I wouldn't care if Serana was a male character, had her gender based on the opposite of the PC, or randomly determined at the start of the game. People in real life are abusive in these ways, so having the character behave in this manner, if you give the player the opportunity to oppose it, seems empowering to me. The main thing is that she needs that element of obsession, and it seems like her being obsessed with the player character is an obvious direction for a potentially good story, because otherwise Serana is a vacuum of intrigue. Her mother, despite her short appearance in this single quest, has far more character simply because she has things that she believes. She's willing to challenge us, and she's willing to listen to those that she loves, realize her own faults, and implement changes. It's no masterpiece. It would be hard to do so in a single quest, but my point is that Valerica is far more interesting a character as a consequence of her foibles. Valerica has been here for a while, trapped inside this building in the Soul Cairn. She's been playing what she herself calls the ultimate waiting game with the local keepers, in charge of trying to capture her soul. Both parties are immortal, just waiting for the other to break. I guess the only reason we don't see this more often with Daedra is that they could always just kill themselves and reconstitute outside of wherever they're trapped. The Keepers are just an excuse for us to fairly comprehensively explore the Soul Cairn area. The Soul Cairn is a general continuation of the idea of Blackreach, that being a more open-world dungeon area. It runs somewhat contrary to the constant obsession with linear donut dungeons that Dawn Guard is more than willing to continue the trend of. There's a couple quests and other points of interest to do. For instance, there's a quest to find the skull of a horse. I guess whoever killed it and its rider had multiple soul gems they needed to fill. The reward for this is the ability to summon the horse. This was another one of those products of the Bethesda Game Jam. I always felt like this was a great reward for making it this far in the questline, since being able to summon a horse as a wizard is way cooler than owning a regular, immortal horse. No horse cock, though. The Creation Club, of course, added on to this by adding another summonable horse, one that's easier to get. Thanks, Bethesda. The question is, how do you balance the overpowering convenience of a summonable steed with other normal horses? I think the answer is that you make the fastest horse in the game a loyal, mortal steed. Summonable horses. You don't have to worry about them eating shit after refusing to jump over a rock and then dying. They also aren't loyal. While you're running the dungeon, they could be summoned and ridden by someone else. A mortal horse, however, is codependent on you surviving. It'll get you out of danger with enthusiasm, but obviously carries the risk of getting killed. I think that's a great trade-off. The other quest is... oh no.
I am Jib. Some call me Saint Jib. Others call me Jib the Eradicator. Perhaps you've heard of me.
It's the St. Jib quest. Okay, so as you explore the Soul Cairn, you'll gradually accumulate these pages of a manuscript, which it turns out was written by Jib. Now, if you don't know who that is, then hello, I am Patrician TV, and I made an 8-hour Morrowind video that isn't as good production-wise as the Oblivion video, but is still very much worth watching. Jib is the first NPC in Morrowind, the guy on the prison ship who wakes you up and asks for your name. By the time of Oblivion, he was turned into a saint of the Dunmer people for the eradication of the Cliff Racers. This was a little joke you might hear that was meant as a nod towards both Morrowind as well as the fact that Cliff Racers are a commonly hated enemy. Well, Dawnguard continues that joke by saying that Jib was killed at Kvanch. What a coincidence that 3 different player characters happen to be within close proximity of this seemingly irrelevant NPC. I hate this quest for both its nostalgia component, despite being in the target demographic, and because it's a rather annoying quest that reminds me of the Green Hills of Stranglethorn. I can never manage to find all of the pages just by doing Soulcairn content without eventually having to look up the location of at least 2 of them. The reward is the book itself, fetching a fair price since it's an original work by a saint, as well as Jib's locket. Really, its only notable quality is that the locket is considered light armor and actually has an armor rating, and for some reason the unofficial patch fixes this by making it so that you can temper it. I should also mention that Jib is voiced by Jeff Baker, the voice of the Morrowind Dunmer as well as Haskell in the Shivering Isles. If it wasn't such an annoying quest, I might find it a more tasteful reference, since it's easy to understand without needing to have played the prior games. The Keepers in the area themselves employ minions of Bone Men, Mistmen, and Wrathmen. I have been told this is supposed to explain why necromancers can summon the undead in earlier games as well as Creation Club Skyrim. Necromancers have been trading summon spells in exchange for souls. But these are not the undead we've seen getting summoned. They're not even really undead, they're just Daedra that are taking the form of undead. And the only real notable summon are the Wrathmen, who have big health bars and use good weapons. The other 2 are just kind of lame. They're reskins of Draugr and skeleton enemies that already exist in the game, but purple. Speaking of reskins, the Keepers are also Draugr, but they're wearing Dragonbone armor while using the new Dragonbone weapons that Dawnguard added. I think this is supposed to convey that they're just creatures of bone, and not that they literally have Dragonbone equipment. I don't know why you would make this such a cool area and then cheap out on all the enemies. Speaking of cheaping out, when the Keepers are down, the barrier falls, and we go with Valerica to where she's been keeping the Elder Scroll, but we get attacked by a dragon. In fairness, they actually gave this dragon 2 different shouts other dragons will not have, one of them being to summon various enemies to attack you. But even with that, he's still just another dragon encounter, mildly distinct. After it dies, Valerica tells us that she didn't think it was possible because
volumes written on Durnevere allege that he can't be slain by normal means. It appears they were mistaken.
What volumes? Who's writing about Durnevere? The ideal masters that run the Soulcairn seem completely treacherous. Every single encounter we're told about was one-sided and ended badly, and it seems like the Soulcairn is just a trap for necromancers to fall into. Yet somehow, someone's not only written about this, but had done so prior to Valerica's entrapment here. I also find it funny that Valerica's entire conversation is punctuated by constant loud lightning and grating ambience. It really speaks volumes to her character that a scene so annoying can stand out so much. As we go to get out of this shithole, we're confronted by Durnevere. You can actually kill him, which causes him to drop 5 dragon bones. But he wants to talk. Like most dragons, he fought quite a bit. However, while they were studying the dragon breath, Durnevere was practicing the dark arts. He's a dragon necromancer, which ended in him pursuing the ideal masters and making a deal. Unknowingly, the deal was to besiege Valerica until she dies, him being unaware that she was a vampire. He has spent so long here that he's become bound to this place, incapable of outright leaving. However, he can briefly return to Nirn if we summon him using our dragon shout. Note that Skyrim's main quest is not mandatory to begin Dawnguard, so he'll teach you the words to the shout without knowing why.
Forgive me. My instinct was to grant you this title. I am uncertain why. Perhaps one day it will become clear to both of us.
Alright, now can we leave? Well, there is a Okay, now can we leave? Well, there's still the merchant. We have all 3 scrolls. Even though it's dangerous, Valerica is mildly convinced we may be capable of stopping Harkon. She will not return yet on account of her also being a daughter of Cold Harbor, and no, there's no real acknowledgement if you happen to remember her after the questline is over. It's just funny to think of most people forgetting to bring Valerica back out of literal hell. She also doesn't contend for control of the castle after Harkon dies. She just gives it to us. Turns out Dexion is blind, however. Apparently he rushed reading the Elder Scroll and has paid the price for it. While that mildly makes sense for Thrall Dexion, Dawnguard Dexion is no excuse for doing this. Maybe if the game had elaborated on the fact that all the scrolls disappeared from White Gold Tower, so the Moth Priests haven't had ample opportunity to get to read the scrolls, so Dexion arrogantly jumped at the opportunity. Obviously going in he didn't know there were going to be 2 more, but blindness after reading the scrolls is supposed to take a while, not after reading it once. In order to move forward, we need to head to an Ancestor Glade, where we can perform a little ritual with the Ancestor Moths the priests take their name from to read the scroll. We grab a draw knife, take a cutting from the Canonical Tree, then run around drawing moths to us until we have enough, then read the scrolls. A lot of why here, given the way Skyrim presents the Elder Scrolls. You have to wonder why we even need to bother with the ritual other than they want us to. The scrolls show us a map of western Skyrim hinting at the location of Ariel's bow, which is the weapon needed to cause the Tyranny of the Sun. Oh shit, I know where that is. It's buried in the Ashlands at Ubereth's grave. I should have mentioned that when we were looking for it sooner. Could have saved us the whole Soulcairn adventure. We are, subsequently, attacked by either the Dawnguard or vampires. How do they find us? Also, you may have noticed that this whole Ancestor Glade adventure was considered a quest of the same caliber as exploring the castle, or our entire trip inside the Soulcairn, so they had to throw in some kind of battle related to the theme of the expansion. It is also the game's last chance for a while, since we're going to set off on another lengthy adventure with Serana. At this point, she confirms her resolve to kill her father, although she has much more dialogue should we have sided with the clan. She guesses that once Harkon has the bow and Serana, he'll want to kill us due to us having expended our usefulness and becoming a threat to him.
As far as I know, though, it's never been held by a vampire. That would be a new one.
A girl deserves to be pampered sometimes.
Well then, you probably should have caught up on your history and watched my Morrowind video. I suppose this was going to happen at some point. We have to talk about the question as to how long Serana was a dim hollow.
And from what I could tell, 1,000 extra years of obsession haven't made him any better. We should have found him a hobby. You'd figure a couple 100 years locked away with one would have given me some insight, but no. It's like we're the first to set foot here in centuries. This stranger has done more for me in the brief time I've known her than you've done in centuries. Cyrodiil is the seat of an empire? I must have been gone longer than I thought.
And in a single line, Serana managed to fuck everything up. Coming to a definite conclusion about how long Serana was asleep, or how old Clan Valkahar is folly, because I doubt that even Bethesda internally had an answer to that question. Her line about the Empire is stupid because she asks a question she has no possible way of actually understanding the answer to. She asks who the High King of Skyrim is, as though she's gonna know whoever we even tell her it is. It's akin to Rip Van Winkle asking what's up with all this new Americana he's seeing. You would think the very first thing Serana would do upon returning to Castle Valkahar is ask for a quick history lesson spanning the time that she's been gone, and maybe she did that, because she pretty quickly settles into acting like she was gone for centuries, not millennia. However, Cyrodiil has had a human-controlled empire within it in some capacity longer than she implies she was gone, at least in every other line than the last one I played. And before that it was controlled by the Aliads, who themselves had an empire controlling the region and some additional territory. Well, this question has been asked more than a couple times. Matt Grandstaff, Bethesda's senior community manager at the time, stated,
"The intention was that Serana went to sleep in the late Second Era, between the Riemann and Septim empires. Her initial dialogue is just her surprise that there's an empire in Cyrodiil, as there hadn't been when she went to sleep."
That actually sounds fairly reasonable, and what I would have guessed was the case. Given the Dawnguard's origins in the Second Era, as well as Castle Valkahar, I would have placed Harkon's transformation in these 2E. However, the ESO team was asked twice, and in one answer, they said she was already asleep at that point, which was the Second Era year 582. Another answer, however, would state,
"Probably not, unfortunately. Serana was imprisoned in a stone coffin in Dim Hollow Cavern from sometime in the First Era until the time of the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim in the Fourth."
So, who to believe? Well, Bethesda, both because it was their employee who said it, as well as the fact that it was stated in 2013, which means the information's far more likely to come from a primary source. It's as simple as Serana, a woman who had just woken up from centuries of slumber, badly communicated what she meant, and not that she's over 4,000 years old. But of course it can't be that simple. Valerica went to the Soulcairn after Serana went to sleep, and Durnavir made the agreement to be her warden after that, so that implies that Durnavir had managed to survive the Dragon War and Akaviri dragon hunts an unusually long time, in addition to being an oddity among dragons due to his own necromantic practices. Serana is also unusually comfortable about us being the Dragonborn, which is something she'd be more familiar with if she was from the first era, not the second. However, if she was from the first era, then she might have some questions, like who these dark-skinned elves are, or where the Dwemer, Aelids, or Falmer went. She also asks no questions, like who this Talos guy everybody's talking about is. Serana is an amazing opportunity to really get an outsider's perspective on the state of modern Skyrim. She should be confused why the Nords are so mellow these days, or surprised that they had offered the Dunmer refuge instead of just taking advantage of the Red Year to claim new territory in Morrowind.
Yes, but when I was here, it wasn't so crumbly. This used to be a city.
It's a fucking horrible idea.
Instead, Serana and Valerica's long-term ordeal is simply a plot point that exists to characterize Harkon as an obsessive maniac. At this point, it really shouldn't be a surprise that Dawnguard misses opportunities like a lazy high schooler. We head out to Darkfall Cave, and the bridge is supposed to be a trap, but it's really easy to bypass. We have to ride this water current that miraculously doesn't break all our bones before being spit out into a cave leading to a small shrine and a rather pale elf named Gelabor. Alright, now brace yourself. Gelabor is a snow elf. He's one of the last living members of his race and has been living at this shrine for thousands of years. He's also an exposition machine, sharing quite a bit of information about the history of the Falmer, and since this is post-Lame Bethesda, obviously there's no question as to the truthfulness of his statements. He tells the story of his people. The Falmer controlled Skyrim until some Giga-Chads came along and went to war with them. He doesn't mention this part, but Sarthal was established as a human colony before being wiped out, so the Falmer and or Dwemer could control the Eye of Magnus. Ysgramor and the 500 companions came along and went on quite a campaign across Skyrim as men increasingly colonized the area. Gelabor says the Falmer turned to the Dwemer, who for some reason decided they would help the Falmer, but that they would have to blind them. The weird thing about the Falmer is that they lack a religious schism to the parent Aldmeri people. They just seem to be normal elves who decided one day to leave Aldmeris and colonize Skyrim. The Falmer were blinded and then, I don't know, just hung out with the dwarves until the dwarves disappeared, at which point they started taking over their ruins and gradually evolving into the creatures they are today. Thing is, though, the dwarves disappeared a long time ago, like 3,700 years ago. So the Falmer have been twisted blind creatures longer than they were these elegant snowmen who were unjustly slain despite their mortal nobility. Because remember that this happened likely a while before the dwarves even disappeared. Gelabor says that he and the chantry of his people managed to survive due to being isolated in the mountains, but eventually the goblin Falmer showed up and started slaughtering the surviving regular Falmer, leaving only Gelabor and his brother Archcurate Verthur alive as the last members of their race.
Of course. You're here for Auriel's bow. Why else would you be here? For the thousands of years I've served as the Chantry's sentinel, there hasn't been a single visitor here for any other reason.
Elder Scrolls has gone back and forth a bit on how long elves in this setting live for. However, generally, it seems that common elves will get old and die after a couple centuries, and only wizards have managed to live past 1,000 years. Vampires can violate this rule, obviously, although I guess the implication is supposed to be that as potentially the last worshipper of Auriel, that he's been granted some divine extension to his lifespan so that he might serve this purpose. But yeah, I guess he just lives down here, eating a diet of mushrooms, spiders, and troll meat, and maybe the odd veil deer. He also says that he has encountered others before us, but that all of them were seeking the bow. I guess none of them figured that it might be worth it to leave the cave, report on his existence, and find themselves a company of mercenaries to take with them on their quest to recover Auriel's bow. Also, how did they all hear about the bow? We learned about this through the immense effort of bringing together 3 different Elder Scrolls that had been lost to the world for centuries. Gelabor wants us to slay his brother, who he speculates has been corrupted in some way by the Falmer. If we can do that, he'll give us the bow. To do this, we need to reach the Chantry, which means completing the initiation ritual of the Falmer, which will entail visiting several way shrines and filling an ewer.
All that just to end up dumping it out? It makes no sense to me.
It's symbolic. I don't expect you to understand.
You are such a fucking nerd.
As simple as it is, it's punctuated by a lengthy Falmer dungeon. The Falmer are a sequel enemy to the goblins from Oblivion, making heavy use of poisons and some limited shamanistic magics to be really annoying. People find this part of Dawnguard very weak. Personally, I find just the Falmer cave part boring, but it eventually leads to the Waste Shrine of Illumination. In addition to this cool looking cave area, we're deposited into the Forgotten Vale, and I love this area. It is another open world dungeon, but it makes exploration appropriately dangerous, without being tedious like the Soul Cairn was. I find the area a particularly fun standout with survival mods, and it's quite the beautiful little corner of Skyrim. There's a couple books to be found, which can be taken to Ureg Groshub and translated, each revealing pieces of Falmer history. There's also a Paragon portal that takes you to various hidden areas in the Vale using Paragons found through exploration. As you progress through the Vale, you reach these way shrines, which allow you to fast travel around the area, which has no actual fast travel waypoint markers to use ordinarily. However, playing a no fast travel run of Dawnguard is super annoying given how much ground you have to cover due to the locations being distant from each other. There is a missed opportunity with the prelates, since they are only here to recreate the ritual. You could have given the player the opportunity to try and speak with the prelates but not have them respond. When you reach the elevated lake, you find a word wall, but get attacked by a pair of twin dragons living under the ice. They do have a unique mechanic where they will dive through the ice, and it's a great opportunity to summon Durnevere here to even the odds, even if he has a bit to say before he'll actually start contributing. It makes you wonder if the dragons were living here peacefully with the Falmer, since they were worshippers of Ariel. Overall, I find the Forgotten Vale to be Skyrim exploration at its strongest. It's a shame too, it's basically showcasing that Bethesda can do better, but they simply don't. I don't understand why the piece of content immediately preceding and following Skyrim both have more interesting world design than the actual mainline title itself, but I guess Skyrim had to be that boring to become accessible. I also, rather interestingly, find the Falmer far more interesting to combat on the surface than I do underground. This gauntlet where the Falmer have built up a settlement in the crevice that we fight through has been fun on every character I take it through. Which is weird because one would imagine that the Falmer, a race of blind elves, should be interesting creatures to fight in their native underground. Inside the Sanctum, there are many frozen Falmer enemies who can be avoided as long as you avoid the temptation to loot whatever they're holding. Honestly, I'm surprised base Skyrim didn't have this snap frozen enemy idea. Hell, it explored new blood magic ideas more than it did ice magic. The Ewer can also be used to access a few hidden areas, although the interior of the Sanctum is far less impressive than the exterior implies.
Did you really come here expecting to claim Ariel's bow? You've done exactly as I predicted and brought your fetching companion to me.
That's No, I'm not even going there.
Which, I'm sorry to say, means your usefulness is at an end.
Oh no.
Ariel himself may have been beyond my reach, but his influence on our world wasn't. All I needed was the blood of a vampire and his own weapon, Ariel's bow.
The blood of a vampire. Ariel's bow. It was you? You created that prophecy?
A prophecy that lacked a single final ingredient. The blood of a pure vampire. The blood of a daughter of Cold Harbor.
Verther is a mildly interesting fight, spawning waves of Falmer and even blowing up his arena, but this revelation is quite the doozy. He is seeking revenge for having been infected with vampirism, even though curing early-stage vampirism is as easy as visiting a shrine. So his plan was to create a prophecy that would allow him to affect Ariel's relationship with Nirn, which is apparently the sun. I have a question. So we can just utter random shit into the air and the Elder Scrolls go, yeah, that's a prophecy now. It's not like saying if you drop a chunk of potassium in water, it explodes. What you said was nonsense. If you shoot the sun with Ariel's bow, tainted by the blood of a daughter of Cold Harbor, it'll darken the sky. Why?
It's symbolic.
Now shut up, Gelibor. Well, the reason why is that Emil Pagliarulo said so. But it's not even permanent, which is not Emil's fault.
There's also a really nice little nugget that Emil Pagliarulo gave us for a story idea that the vampires are looking to extinguish the sun. His idea may have gone a little further than what we wanted. It was just going to go away forever and ever. But we like the general theme of that, and that kind of fit with Ariel's bow. Hey, let's shoot out the sun, and fits with vampires, and all these pieces started to come together.
Emil wanted it to be permanent, and I assume you would then shoot the sun with the sun-hallowed arrows to turn off the eclipse. It was the other developers who pushed back on that element, leaving the characters and writing mildly confused on the goal or impact of Harkon's plan. I cannot help but imagine the player character sitting all of the characters down and explaining this prophecy, how the color would drain from the faces of the Vokulhar family who realized they wasted everything on something this stupid. Valerica opposes Harkon because a permanent eclipse would draw the attention of the mortal world, and because Serana would have to be sacrificed to accomplish this. Unless Harkon was planning on strapping a tank with 5 liters of Serana's blood on it, he's going to need to keep her alive to actually make consistent use of the bow. Harkon is a vampire. He understands the need for a recurring source of blood, and the fact that you have to keep someone alive for that to happen. It really shows that Bethesda internally didn't know what Harkon's plan was, only that they needed to tell the player that their new waifu was in danger.
Well, at that point, the vampire story was more difficult to come up with. It's really easy to look at a really cool piece of art and say, wow, let's put that in. Obviously, it took them a lot of effort to create it, but it's easy for me as a designer just to look at it and go, wow, that's cool, let's do something with it. Then the harder work is, well, what would be the coolest story we have? And we started casting about for other things that we could hook into it, and the whole idea of Auriel and Auriel's bow to me was kind of an interesting thing because it was a new Daedric artifact. There's a principal Daedric lord or god that we had not used recently, and it fit really well with the whole vampire story.
Serana has no problems giving us, an effective stranger, her blood without hesitation. She'll even do it for you if you side with the Dawn Guard. She will give us 3 weeks of blocked out sun at 0 inconvenience to herself. Gelibor, on the flip side, can give us sun-hallowed arrows, which when shot at the sun causes it to rain holy fire. This is mildly useful in the final quest for the Dawn Guard section, but very mildly. Isran will make you get cured as a vampire first, though, if that's how you handle the Soul Cairn, but he gathers together all the lads and leads a force to Castle Valkahar. If you attack during the day, then you can leverage the vampire's weakness as well as the bow in the initial battle. For Clan Valkahar, however, we just return to the castle. Yeah, the vampires don't destroy the Dawn Guard in the finale of the expansion. That's just a random side quest with 0 ceremony, which even erroneously refers to the Dawn Guard as being in the Reach rather than the Rift.
I am above the petty squabbles here. The Dawn Guard will, no doubt, soon become even more of a nuisance now that Auriel's bow has been recovered. We need to strike a crippling blow against them before they muster more men against us. Good. They've holed up in an abandoned fort in the Reach. Killing their leaders should discourage them from an out-and-out war with us. Ancestors guide you.
I didn't realize that was what it was doing until I saw the quest marker pointing at the fort.
He said the Reach. You fuck. You fucking idiot.
Like, you could do this if Harkon was, like, decided to go attack the Dawn Guard while we were gone, and so we have to go to Fort Dawn Guard and, like, fight a bunch of Dawn Guard people there and then confront Harkon. You know, you could do something with that. The Dawn Guard cuts through the vampires, which is where I mentioned I had one of the vampire hire thugs to teach me a lesson due to killing their friends. This is a lot less climactic for the Valkahar playthrough, where I just walked in and confronted Harkon in the chapel. It's funny that you can actually just give the bow to Harkon, which makes the fight more difficult, but it still causes this boss fight to happen. The difficulty of the fight is scaled to the player level, although I will say there's much more competence on display than Mana Marco had. Harkon fights in his Vampire Lord state, summoning skeletons and gargoyles, absorbing health, going invisible, and teleporting around the room. He also has a unique sword that can absorb attributes, but only for vampires, which he doesn't use. During the fight, he'll teleport to the Blood Altar and heal, which you can use Auriel's bow with sun-hallowed arrows to stop. His final confrontation is also pretty lame. He seems aware of our betrayal, even though from his perspective the last thing we went out to do was read the Elder Scrolls at Ancestor Glade in order to recover the bow. Serana is all, "I'm not afraid of you anymore," and Harkon deflects by confronting us. First he asks our intention as a faction, then secondly asks our intentions with his daughter. It's kind of pathetic how he tries to call us out for being a hypocrite, like he actually needs to justify himself to us. It's also pathetic how we don't bother proposing using Serana as a short-term edge against the mortal world, rather than trying our luck in full-scale warfare.
Serana, your own father.
Wow. Well, anyway.
And with that, the story is over. Garen or Isran will enter the room, congratulate us, and Serana will tell us that she's going to stay at the headquarters of the faction of our choice, unless we want her to come with us. And that's it. Pretty disappointing, almost entirely because the story utterly fumbled the ball and got confused about what it was supposed to be. Is this a tragic character piece, and are we even saving the world? You don't want players confused about the stakes of a story like this. However, even more frustrating is that Serana basically just stops. You would think she would taper off to let the player wean themselves off her as a character, but she just turns off.
Had to make a horse reference, didn't you?
Bye-bye, hideosity!
If you're nice, you can ask her to get cured of vampirism, but otherwise that's it. If she's meant to be a waifu, it's amazing how drastically she returns to being a generic character again. All that is left is mopping up the remaining side content. One of the Dawnguard quests has us recruiting a priest of Arcade into the ranks, notable as he apparently hears the voice of Arcade directly. The priest is being held hostage by Vigil of Stendarr, charmed by vampires. Not only is he a master trainer in restoration, he also sells the spells Stendarr's Aura and Vampire's Bane, a pair of restoration spells which do damage specifically to the undead. He's also the quest giver for 3 Radiant quests to find the Dawnguard Rune Hammer, Rune Shield, and Rune Axe. You have to do a lot of Dawnguard Radiant quests to get everything though. The UESP guesses somewhere between 5 and 18. The Rune Hammer can create fire runes when bashed against surfaces, making it one of the most unique melee weapons in the game that can be easily missed because it was hidden amongst the tedious grind of Radiant quests. You can even increase the range the runes are placed if you unlock the perk in the Destruction Tree and create runes with its level of destruction. It's rather interesting because it means that this is more than just a sledgehammer that does sun damage or 15% extra damage to vampires. It's more like a weapon in Elden Ring, having a unique function that can distinguish it. The Rune Shield does more bash damage to vampires and can create a magical shield of sunlight that harms the undead. The Rune Axe does 10 sun damage for every 10 undead killed since the last sunrise, up to 100 extra sun damage, which sounds incredibly useful, less so for vampire hunting and more so for Draugr crypt grinds. But yeah, that's the bulk of the Valkahar and Dawnguard content. I still like this expansion more than Knights of the Nine, mainly due to some of the areas we visit during the quest, and how much more ambitious this expansion was in general. There are only a couple things left to mention here. In Riften, there is now a woman who will change your appearance for 1,000 gold, provided you aren't a vampire. This was released in the Vampire expansion. This is entirely cosmetic and serves no utility purpose. The Solitude Guard will not be dropping that murder charge due to you having a different face. That said, I'm still amazed that Skyrim has a way to change your hairstyle, but not the launch version of Cyberpunk 2077. Another edition of Dawnguard are these books littered absolutely everywhere titled The Ethereum Wars. For a while I forgot this was even an addition to Dawnguard because it starts in such a generic manner. There are already quests in Skyrim that start with a book, so I had assumed that this one is simply one I had missed and never actually completed due to the tedium involved. I guess that means the quest successfully integrated into the open world. Reading the book sends us out to Arkanthams, a ruin in the Reach in which we'll find the ghost of an adventurer telling us not to explore the ruin. As we explore a fairly standard cave dungeon full of Falmer and automatons, we'll find her bow, which is a dwarven bow that is enchanted to shoot 30% faster than normal, making it a favorite in the community for some reason. The only notable thing about this ruin is this giant wall that is like a combination lock, but the sequence is input with a ranged weapon, and doing it wrong sends automatons to attack us. Inside we find an Ethereum shard, which the ghost tells us is one of several that we should try to find. This leads to us going to several existing Dwemer ruins which are marked on the ghost's map. We find one shard at Deep Folk Crossing, another at Raldbathar, which is the ruin where Muri's ex-boyfriend was living in the Dark Brotherhood questline, and one at Mizulf, which is the ruin where we encounter the Synod while looking for the Staff of Magnus. Once we have the shards, we head to the 5th ruin, which we use the shards as a key to raise an elevator leading to a small ruin inside, of which is a giant centurion titled the Forge Master, serving as a final boss encounter of this adventure. I like this fight as well as the area it takes place in, since they actually made it look cool and not just another dark, gray, and brass Dwemer ruin. I am a sucker for environmental lava, however. We've discovered the location of the Ethereum Forge, but unfortunately we only have the resources needed to create a single artifact. The circlet is best, which I detailed why when explaining the ritual stone exploit.
Beautiful. That crown. It's everything I could have hoped for. And with that, it's done. No one could possibly deny what we found now.
Yeah, they can. Turns out Terran Dreth, who was the guy that stole the ghost's research, is wandering Skyrim. As a random event, if you run into him while wearing the item we crafted, he'll demand the artifact and then attack us for it. Although this ended up bugging out my first time as Dreth just ignored me. So yeah, he can deny what we found. Patch 1.7 would fix some Dawnguard issues, including issues related to the Kinect. Yeah, during the game jam, Bethesda implemented voice detection using the Kinect, where you could actually shout the dragon shouts to activate them. As lame as that sounds, I don't know why Bethesda didn't just implement that as an option using microphones in general, probably because most people would die of embarrassment if anyone ever walked on them actually shouting while playing Skyrim.
I would doubt. I don't think that's going to happen, but both of those systems, 3D, I would be surprised. Both Kinect and Move, they're fairly new systems as of last year, and you look at something like the Kinect, Microsoft's still updating what it can do, how it handles things, how the libraries work, same with Move, so there might be something that we end up doing.
Fus Roda.
1.7 was also the patch to add Hearthfire to the game, which I am rolling into this section on Dawnguard due to the nature of the DLC. Hearthfire is an evolution on the Strongholds idea from Morrowind, where you can acquire a plot of land in the middle of nowhere and build it up into a settlement, although the main concept of Hearthfire is having far more customization options while building your house. They sold 3 houses to the player that could be customized, complete with a few new mechanics like adoption, farming, baking, and fishing via a hatchery for only $5. And even then, apparently some people thought that that was overpriced. Whenever you think about the asking prices of Creation Club content, remember what Bethesda actually provided as a point of comparison. There are 3 plots located in areas where you previously could not own homes in the Pale, Falkreath Hold, and Hjalmarch. Sadly, there is still no Winterhold home unless you count the Bloodchill Manor creation. They, and by they I mean known mod diva Eleonora, charged $4 for this vampire-themed home in the middle of nowhere. The creation adds a dinner invitation at level 12, inviting us to a manor for a dinner party, which turns out to be a ploy run by vampires to lure Murons into the middle of nowhere for consumption. If you're a human, you have to defend yourself, while if you're a vampire, then the Dawnguard will show up. This was one of the first creations I played after the Anniversary Edition release, so it was a bit rusty because the enemies I ended up fighting had such a ridiculous amount of health that I ended up using a console command just to see how much they had, which was 1100. That's equivalent to fighting Lord Harkon at level 48, but I was doing this at level 12. The house is nice to look at, but impractical as it involves this lengthy walk into the actual manor from the entrance. It is appalling that they were charging almost as much money for this lazy piece of content as they were for the entirety of Hearthfire. In Hearthfire, you have to become the Thane of a Hold and then purchase property, like normal. It's actually integrated into the game world to appear almost seamless with the content that already exists in base Skyrim. Whereas Creation Club houses are thrown at the player in the same lazy style that the Oblivion House DLCs would throw the houses at the player. As it's the easiest, most players will likely build their Hearthfire home in Falkreath. Dawnstar requires completing the local Vermina quest as well as slaying a giant, while Hjalmarch requires completing the quest Laid to Rest. Since it has to do with vampires, it's fitting to discuss in this section instead of the side quest section. People in Morthal are rumor-mongering about Hrogar's house that burned down, and how suspicious it is that he immediately started living with another woman as soon as his wife and child were dead. It's not surprising, I've lived in a swamp town a lot like Morthal, and I can say I've heard this story multiple times. Once we start the investigation proper, we find the ghost of Hrogar's daughter in the ruins. Yeah, it's one of those investigations. This calls back to the first Imperial Legion quest in Morrowind, which also had us investigating a murder, in which the ghost of the victim came back to implicate his murderer. Helgi's a bit more obtuse because she's a stupid child, so we have to track her down to her grave plot. Turns out a vampire has been messing with the ghost, for some reason. This is where I have to showcase the difference between pre- and post-Dawnguard vampires, because I feel it's a little too obvious that Layla is a vampire when you have Dawnguard installed. Thonir, Laylet's husband, arrives at the scene to find us having just killed his wife. He is shocked that she is a vampire and tells us that she had told him that she had left to go join the Stormcloaks. Apparently the night she left, she was supposed to meet Alva, the same woman that Hrogar moved in with after his house burned down. Yet for some reason, Thonir takes offense at us suggesting that Alva is a vampire. Well, sure enough, she is. It is a bit disappointing that this quest doesn't play out differently for vampires, although it works pretty well if you're a member of the Dawnguard and are looking to play out the fantasy of being a traveling vampire hunter. If you break in during the day, Hrogar will be out of the house, but Alva will be sleeping in a coffin. If you break in at night, Alva will be away, but Hrogar will be there. Either way leads to us finding her journal, which reveals that Alva herself was turned by a vampire named Movarth, whom the Jarl asks to have exterminated. A wild mob of townspeople will come with us to his lair, although most of the citizens will decide against actually joining us to fight vampires. Movarth dies and the ghost returns to thank us. Now we can purchase a swamp house and run a fish hatchery. The end. Funny thing is that Movarth had his race radiantly determined, although with Dawnguard his race was changed to consistently be a Nord. Movarth is actually the vampire hunter featured in a book from Oblivion titled Immortal Blood that Vigilistendar often carry. The story is told from the perspective of someone who is revealed to be a vampire, coaching a man named Movarth on the varieties of vampires found across Tamriel. We learn about the Valkahar vampires as well as vampires native to North Valenwood, and the final type being the Cyrodiilic vampires, which the book retroactively establishes as being so able to masterfully conceal their identity that it's impossible to locate their clans. That's why they weren't there, they were just invisible all along. Turns out the guy was a Cyrodiilic vampire and eventually turns Movarth. The problem is that Movarth, after Dawnguard installed, is turned into a Valkahar vampire. The story doesn't elaborate on what happens after the narrator is revealed to be a vampire, but apparently he survived. And rather than using his newfound vampirism to further his hunt, he instead decided to just become a bog-standard vampire, taking victims from a small swamp town and eventually getting killed over it. It's like one developer wrote Immortal Blood, and another dev said, "Hey, you wrote that vampire book back in Oblivion, right? What was the name of that guy from that book?" And he was told Movarth, maybe not realizing that Movarth was the hunter, not the vampire, hence why they made his race random. But we aren't told anything about the vampire in that story. I had more than a couple people suggest to do this quest, but I wouldn't say it's anything impressive. I do want to mention on the topic of the fish hatchery, one of the main features of the Anniversary Edition being the fishing creation, which I think puts a bit of unfair pressure on it.
Ashley, there's something else that we were adding in Skyrim that you've been excited about that's free for all players. What is that?
Yeah, you know what? I think 10 years is a long time to wait, but I think it's worth it. We're putting a fishing mechanic in the game. It's something that, you know, I've always wanted to do in Skyrim. You're running around the world, exploring the wilderness. You don't have to dive in the water and click blindly anymore, right? You can now grab a fishing pole, do some fishing quests. It's a great addition to the game. It'll be free to everyone. And it really adds to, again, the immersion of the world of just running around Skyrim. You can now go and fish.
But what is the big deal with fishing? Well, for one, it was released for free to owners of the Special Edition, so even if you're completely uninterested in playing the content does not agree and feels welcome to insert itself into your game. And it is boring. Angling is a pretty boring sport in general. That's why adding it as a mechanic is always a challenge, because it's like saying you're going to add a new mechanic around meditating for 15 real-life minutes. I mean, there is effort on display here, but I'm just not interested. I tried multiple times to pick up the creation and found myself bouncing right back off it, despite enjoying fishing in Red Dead Redemption 2. But I think a part of the controversy has to do with the unresolved tension surrounding the paid mods fiasco. Art of the Catch was one of the mods made available for sale, which ended up being a poster child for an issue with the modding community. See, when everything is free, permission can be a little lax. But it was pointed out that Art of the Catch was being sold despite being reliant on another modder's work, For's new idols. It was perceived as outright theft, which is mildly inaccurate. This heightened the controversy in addition to the general opposition to fishing. Now that's not to say that everybody who thinks fishing is silly is aware of the deep lore on the modding community. I personally had to look it up to even remember the details of what had happened. More so, I think fishing comes off as uninspired to people not in the community, but hearing about how Skyrim has been released for the 17th or 26th or 39th time, it's less about the content directly and more about the Creation Club, which is pretty funny because there is way worse stuff in the Anniversary Edition than fishing. After we get our property, we set out to pay it a visit. There's a drafting table and a chest with enough resources to get the basic shack built, but if we want to turn this place into a home, we'll need more resources. This is likely the origin, the Fallout 4 idea of finding materials out in the world to build up your settlements, although the primary resources are easy enough to source. We head out to a lumber mill to purchase some wood for the property, while we can mine stone and clay out in the world. You can also hire one of your followers to become the steward of your property, and they will drive to the hardware store to pick up a bunk of lumber or a pallet of stone for you instead. The stewards can also handle furnishing each section of your house, although that convenience takes away the ability to customize the interiors yourself by leaving out various options you don't want. After building the small house, we can add on a main hall, which then allows us to convert the house into an entryway, while also building a cellar, which allows us to create a smithing area as well as a coffin for sleeping as a vampire. There are then 3 wings, each of which has 3 options to choose from. You can mix and match what you want, or you can have each of the 3 new properties have a theme. However, you cannot change wing locations, have redundant wings, or do anything terribly creative. The east wing allows us to build either an armory, a kitchen, or a library. The armory adds various weapons displays and smithing stations. The kitchen adds the oven needed for baking and butter churning. The library provides storage options for books, should you be collecting them. I hate the fact that you can't build other wings in the east wing slot, since I don't really care for any of these options in my main house. In the west wing, you're given a choice between extra bedrooms, a greenhouse, and an enchanting tower. I wish I could put the greenhouse in the east wing and the enchanting tower in the west wing. I don't like that players have to choose here, especially given how useful the greenhouse was, at least until the farming creation. This one I actually like because it's only $4 but actually adds something both useful and seamlessly integrated. You do just kind of steal this property from a family that was murdered whose deaths you have to solve. However, afterwards you can recruit a steward and some farmhands, although unfortunately I had my steward handle that. See, it turns out you can actually hire the homeless people in Skyrim to work on your farm, which is more hilarious than what I tried to do, which was appoint an Argonian as my steward. The crops planted on the farm are automatically harvested and stored, and you can expand operations to include cows, chickens, and bees. I found the farm to be extremely useful for breaking the game alchemically, although you can accomplish the same thing with the basic farm plot and greenhouse that Hearthfire provides. Can you believe there was a world where players were expected to create fortified destruction potions using entirely what they purchased from alchemists or found in dungeons? And that was actually supposed to be the main way they made their spells do more damage, all because Todd thought that spellcrafting would make the game less fun? Anyways, the north wing allows you to create a trophy room, a storage room, and an alchemy laboratory. So you can see the game sort of mixes the 3 main playstyles and rooms while providing options for a home built around keeping your new family. Which, when I played recently, Lucia finally stopped begging in Whiterun and moved into my house. Also, fun note, between when I finished my playthrough and when I picked it up again, something caused the game to reinstall Hearthfire, which undid literally everything I had done with the expansion on that character. Which I guess makes it lucky that most of my stuff was at Mirrorwatch instead. Now you could go through the process of building this house and spending lots of money, or you could spend some real money and get yourself a pre-made house for free. Most of the house mods were created by the mod author Eleonora, who I called a diva because I've used a number of her house mods prior to the Creation Club even being a thing, and they're actually pretty solid works. She's actually based because she responds to comments on her mods the same way I respond to comments on my videos, which is to typically type out that the person should kill themselves before deleting it and writing an actual response. My classic complaint about her house mods, though, was that they, like most house mods, never really integrate into the world. To give you a quote from her own mod page, Tirashan is a bubble world space, your very own small pocket realm of oblivion. Don't ask for background story, I'm an environment artist, not a narrative designer. Yeah, Bethesda should hire her, since she's got the right attitude for the job. Tundra Homestead is just a lame Skyrimified version of Hala. Mirrorwatch is just the Archmage's quarters that the player can unlock if they cast a flame spell, which, I will remind the viewer, every character starts with. Shadowfoot Sanctum is a house haphazardly chucked into the Ratway, which is not only inconvenient to reach, but also super uninspired. Hindraheim is a house given to the player if they can best an NPC in a duel, which is just a redux of Jorvaskr into a player home. It's funny that the stuff you can download for free from the Nexus is better than the houses they originally charged money for and, when not enough people were buying, rolled into the Anniversary Edition. There are 2 more house mods to mention. Gallows Hall is a necromancer-themed home not created by Eleonora. You can tell because to unlock the house for ownership, you have to actually do a quest, which explains briefly the history of this place. It was owned by a necromancer interested in artifacts of Manamarco, who was killed by his latest apprentice who wanted to steal those artifacts. In turn, the necromancer made a puzzle to ensnare his apprentice. This is not the sort of puzzle anybody would ever die of dehydration trying to solve. There are a bunch of torches on the wall representing various towns, and the first clue is a puzzle telling us the order of towns to pull torches off the wall of. Easy, but not easy enough for the apprentice. I did get stuck on the second clue though, because I didn't realize that the coffers it was referring to was not the safe and chest next to the clue, but in fact the coffins on the wall that you have to enter a dream via the Shrine of Vermina. The part I got stuck on was not realizing I was supposed to pray to the shrine and then sleep. I just figured if I did it right, the shrine would put me to sleep by itself, and that the puzzle had bugged out. The third clue is to just put the soul gems we found from the second clue on the altar and activate it. Extremely simple, so much so I'm surprised the trap even worked. Anyways, the hall is just a generic fort ruin in the middle of nowhere. It does add in a few items. There is an altar you can use to create black soul gems in case the black star isn't enough. There is the Bloodworm Helm, which was created in Morrowind and later appeared in the Oblivion Mages Guild quest. Apparently, it is Manamarco's crown that he just misplaced. Funny thing is that, like the Necromage perk, the effect it has of fortifying damage against the undead also works on the player if they're a vampire, including healing and fortification magic. There's also the Helm of Orion Bearclaw, and the reason given is the joke referring to the similar appearance of the two helms in Oblivion. This helm used to fortify agility and endurance by 40 points, but was downgraded to just 10 points in Oblivion and offhandedly given to the player for completing the Fighters Guild questline. It has been downgraded again to just fortify stamina and stamina regeneration. There is also the Staff of Worms, which in Oblivion could reanimate the dead. Since that's just a spell now, the Staff of Worms was actually upgraded into creating Dead Thralls, which is an extremely powerful ability to just give the player as easily as this creation does. I actually wish I had found this staff sooner during my initial playthrough. There is also Nuchian Thumes, a dwarven-themed home that apparently not even the UESP bothered to fill out the article for. I watched a short video about the house and it just looked like a pain in the ass. It reminded me of the Stronghold quest where you advance a stage and then wait multiple days for the Stronghold to progress. Plus, who wants to live in a Skyrim-style dwarven ruin? Now, it probably doesn't seem important, but player homes are actually very important in Bethesda's style of RPG, which is probably a big part of the reason why Fallout 4 worked on increasing the player's ability to customize their living space. In a game where you're expected to spend dozens of hours doing quests and looting dungeons, you need a place to store stuff. We're a long way past the days of throwing stuff on the bed in the Mages Guild, or in the chest in the waterfront shack. Mirrorwatch serves as a museum of player accomplishments with dedicated holders for many unique items the player can find, even from exclusive questlines. Ironically though, the Creation Club adds so much more to the game that you need to display. Houses can also serve as a crucial money sink, something to work towards and maintain beyond just your ability to left-click on things, which is why the notion of a free house is baffling to me. I mean, it's not free, you paid real money for it, but I also paid real money for Skyrim, and Skyrim still charges me a gold value to buy Breeze Home. And that's a good thing. More than anything, a house is a good, singular representation of you. What you decide to do with that house is a reflection of how you live. I really hope that we see free prop placement in Elder Scrolls 6 and that homes are embraced as the end-game progression they deserve to be. Did you know that after a decade they finally fixed the mannequins? I've never seen it personally, but occasionally the mannequins in people's homes would come to life because they're just NPCs that are frozen in place. To some people, this bug is such an encapsulation of Skyrim that they actually modded the game to undo that part of the patch. It is weird because they only fixed 5 issues with the base game, but perhaps as a sign that Bethesda is actually taking my advice and having an employee comb through the game's bugs. I just wish that I got this video out sooner so I could take credit for that. It's crazy to think that December 4th of 2012 would be the last time Bethesda would make anything actually new for a mainline Elder Scrolls game. All of the DLC would eventually be boxed into the Legendary Edition and then released to the 8th console generation via the Special Edition, and the 9th console generation via the Anniversary Edition. There would be an MMO in Elder Scrolls Online, and a mobile game in Elder Scrolls Blades, and an online card game in Legends, and a tabletop wargame. Elder Scrolls 6 would be announced at E3 2018. 2018. It was just a marketing ploy to make sure people were aware that Bethesda hadn't abandoned the property. As silly as that sounds, given people said only 3 months after both the Morrowind and Oblivion video that I must have given up on covering the next game due to taking too long, I understand that particular pain. Patch 1.9 would be the last major patch Skyrim would receive. Once Bethesda was no longer making content, they did a whole host of bug fixing before dropping the patch in March of 2013. That's not to say the patches released as part of the special or anniversary editions did nothing, but future patches would not as extensively repair many of the issues that Skyrim's initial patches did, leaving the game in the current state it's in. Bethesda would throw in legendary skills and difficulty months after Dragonborn, but it's clear that it was time the whole studio moved on to Fallout 4. Dragonborn's main idea as an expansion bothered a few people, who saw the expansion as overly pandering to Morrowind fans. I mean, why are we revisiting an area already explored in Blood Moon less than a decade prior? But heavily changed to further include more references to the original Morrowind. Personally, I sentence anyone who thinks this way to 20 hours of playing the Morrowind expansion for ESO to learn what pandering truly means. Dragonborn handles the premise of revisiting Solstheim as tastefully as it can without coming off as overly nostalgic nor tonally disengaged. Remember that Morrowind was more recent to Skyrim than Skyrim is to us today. The window of nostalgia also tends to trail around 15 years in the past, as that is the amount of time between someone doing something in their youth and becoming an adult with expendable income. Dragonborn begins with the player making the trip out to Solstheim, although your decision to do this will either be the result of one of two things. Either a radiant quest has pointed at a location on the island, which is always annoying, or you have completed the dungeon Ustengrav as part of the main quest and drawn the attention of a trio of cultists accusing you of being a deceiver. They are carrying orders with extremely specific instructions that we can reverse engineer to arrive on Solstheim, which in a smarter story would be used as a trap, but here it just seems to be outright incompetence, as per usual. I mean, let's compare this with the Dark Brotherhood assassin premise of Tribunal. After level 6, in versions of the game that are sane, you get attacked in your sleep by an assassin from the Dark Brotherhood. They don't have a note or orders on them. You can only report the assassination attempt to a regular guard, which points you towards a guard captain in Ebonheart that can further point you towards the Dark Brotherhood hideout in Mournhold. From there, you have to find the Brotherhood, which has a red herring clue to another gang in town, and even when you kill the Brotherhood's leader, you're only given a single letter of the name of the person responsible, H. And there are two powerful men in the city whose names start with that letter. Here we know there is a cult leader on Solstheim named Mirak that is apparently a Dragonborn and wants us dead. If this was Morrowind, it would almost certainly be a trap designed to lure us here, but in Skyrim it just comes off as people being stupid, again as per usual. The ship captain that handles transport between Windhelm and Ravenrock says that he did transport the cultists, but he doesn't actually remember the trip. After an easy persuasion check, he can be convinced to take us to the island and then forever act as a ferry. We're greeted at the docks by Second Counselor Adril Arano. Already I'm having issues with this.
Raven Rock is sovereign territory of House Redoran. This is Morrowind, not Skyrim.
That is such a weird thing to state right out the gate, as though Arano is aware that we are playing a game called Skyrim and locked within Skyrim's borders and weren't actually mainlanders who had simply traveled to Windhelm to charter what is apparently the only ship to consistently go to Ravenrock. It is also weird that Arano is the second counselor. He works under Councilman Morvain, a member of the Redoran Council, which means that Arano should be a housefather. So, to catch up since the last time we were here, Ravenrock was a colony established over the course of the Blood Moon expansion, thanks in part to the player character. Since then, the ebony mine has dried up, and the island was ceded by the High King of Skyrim to Morrowind following the Red Year, to serve as a place of refuge. What Arano badly establishes is that we're actually in a different country. Morrowind is independent of the Empire, yet for some reason Great House Redoran has deemed the island to be of strategic insignificance. The only reason I can imagine that House Redoran would not look at an island close to a free and independent Skyrim as valuable is that they have the majority of their forces garrisoned near Black Marsh and are of the opinion that Skyrim currently poses no threat to their nation. My question is, why is everywhere we go in this game in the worst state it's ever been in? Vardenfell was considered a backwater, and it had its terrible areas to live in, but there were places you could live a fairly normal life if you wanted to. Cyrodiil, outside of the ongoing invasion from Hell, also was full of great places you might want to live. Skyrim is so bleak by comparison, the only good place to live is Solitude, and that's if you have the money for it. Ravenrock is just as depressing a town, showcasing Bethesda's new fetish for the post-apocalypse. Everything so far is pointing us towards the Earthstone being tied to these cultists. I know where that is. It's northwest of town. You pass it whenever you go looking for a ship that crashed on shore. only it's looking kind of different now. Like there's some serious elevation. Wait, it's not actually here. That's because the Earthstone has somehow migrated down south to the peninsula forming the western shore of the bay. Now, it's honestly no secret that Dragonborn took some creative liberties with the island. I don't even think that's necessarily a bad thing. There's no need to artificially shackle the developers down with the restriction that the island has to match its blood moon appearance 1-to-1. But Solstheim's standing stones were a fixture of its main quest. The Earthstone grew legs and moved south in order to be closer to town because the people here in town are all chanting mantras and working on a project to build up a little shrine around it. It has to be scenic, and it's much more scenic here than its old spot. Obviously, something is up, and when we touch the stone, we black out to find ourselves having contributed to the project. I am usually alarmed when I black out working on something, and that's when a Morrowind original character shows up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, alphas and omegas, sigmas and ligmas, give it up for... Neloth? Seriously? The cranky old guy at Sadrith Mora who had that lotion that drained personality? Why is he even here? Not only is this House Redoran territory, but he has a standing stone closer to his house with exactly the same thing going on. Did he really need to visit in person to confirm that weird stuff is also happening here? We have to talk about his voice.
Excellent. I'll just make a copy for myself. It's far too dangerous to carry the real book around. Of course you can handle yourself, of course you can. Of course. Now, take this for your efforts, and we'll call the matter closed. Oh, have you? Well, let me just extract those memories, and I'll see if you found anything useful. I promise that any unrelated memories I run across will be kept in the strictest of confidences. Here, you deserve a bit of a reward for your efforts. That was a lengthy trip for you, I'm sure. There are too many coincidences. There must be someone behind all of my recent troubles.
Yeah, not a fan. I am generally not a fan of the direction they took the Dunmer voices, but Neloth stands out. Likely because they instructed Dwight Schultz to speak slightly differently to other Dunmer accents to sell that he was a member of House Telvanni. Now believe me, I fully understand why they wouldn't want their voice actors to do the gravelly Ash voice from Morrowind. But this is the second time Bethesda has showcased a grittier voice, only to pull back and have it end up being something goofy instead.
Brave news indeed. Perhaps my axe can be of use.
His mother's been holding him back, protecting him. You'll go to Nonwell Cavern with him.
It's coming loose. I can feel it. You fool! Why should I share the treasure with anyone?
You did it. You killed it. Now cut me down before anything else shows up. Yes, the claw. I know how it works. The claw, the markings, the door in the Hall of Stories. I know how they all fit together.
A book? I'd hardly call a 26-volume epic simply a book. Surely you've heard of the rise and fall of St. Jib the Eradicator, hero of Morrowind and savior of the Dunmer.
You are too young to remember the Nerevarine. He defeated Dagoth and saved us all from the Blight. It's the homeland of the Dunmer. The lesser races call us Dark Elves.
Moreover, if the logic is that Dunmer outside Vardenfell don't have the voice because they don't experience Ashfall, what's the excuse on Solstheim? In case you haven't noticed, the lower half of the island has been covered in so much ash that literal ash creatures are starting to rise and attack the settlement. Plus, even Dunmer that lived outside of the Ashlands had the voice, a constraint of time perhaps, but I'm tired of hearing this lazy excuse. Although that said, we never actually see the ash replenish, just like we don't see rainstorms in Skyrim. Plus, it doesn't really answer the question of why. Remember, these people are cultural Daedra worshippers. Their good gods include Boethia and Mephala. They are literally called Dark Elves, and they used to keep slaves. So yeah, I guess giving them British accents makes sense. I just hope Bethesda gets a dedicated language guy to come in and establish consistent accents for the characters, because some of the Dunmer voice actors I cannot stand. I eventually switched the voice acting to the Japanese dub, just so I didn't have to listen to them anymore.
今回の情報源は思ったよりも有用だったようだな。気の毒に。
When we tell Neloth that we're looking for a guy named Mirak, who the cultists named when they attacked us, Neloth quickly recalls that Mirak has
been dead for thousands of years.
Yeah, starting to think we might need to have a meeting about the definition of words like dead and thousands of years. Not only is Neloth an old elf familiar with the various forms of immortality, he knew Divithfir, who was over 4,000 years old. I just think in this setting, people would play by the rule that if you cannot find a corpse, they are not dead. He also says there is...
But there are ruins of an ancient temple of Mirax toward the center of the island.
There's... what? Yeah, when I said Dragonborn was taking creative liberties, I was not kidding. Now in Blood Moon, the best way to get around was to follow the river that ran south from Lake Fjaldine. If you went upriver, you'd get to many different locations. But everything has changed. Thirsk Mead Hall has migrated to the south of the lake instead of to its east. The Beaststone, which lay between Thirsk and the Skull Village, is now west of the Mead Hall, completely changing which side of the lake it was on. And now there's a big temple here. In Blood Moon, this was the forest where we and the other Skull Hunters went searching for a spirit bear before getting ambushed by werewolves. Apparently, there was actually a giant temple here all along, and we were just too stupid to notice it. Now, there were two main events on the island that could change it geographically. The Mortrag Glacier, which collapsed at the end of the Blood Moon, and the eruption of Red Mountain. The glacier was localized entirely on the island's northwestern shore, and there are mountains between it and the temple. The eruption of Red Mountain, if anything, should have buried more in ashfall than it uncovered during the eruption. You would think if the temple was all new construction, Neloth would have mentioned how it recently started getting rebuilt. He said it was ancient. But no, not only is there a temple, but it's even undergoing new construction from yet more people enthralled in service. All except for Freya, a member of the Skull Village, who attributes her immunity to an amulet that was fashioned by her father, the village shaman. Sure, at first, Freya potentially comes off as another Serana-style follower for the expansion, but she's not. It's weird that they didn't take a second stab at that idea, but would in Fallout 4. It would not have even been hard. Spoilers, but the main quest of Dragonborn is really short. The strangest part of the temple are the dragon corpses on display, for reasons that have to do with Mirak. These dragons have to be ones he slew thousands of years ago, but left scattered around his temple. It has to be that way, because Mirak is the only other Dragonborn, and he hasn't been here in thousands of years. I mean, that raises a question about how his cultists are able to share his power to bend wills, but, we're not there in the plot yet. I don't really remember much about the temple's interior other than it was a really, really long Draugr crypt. Blood Moon had Draugr crypts. In fact, Blood Moon was where Draugr entered the series. We even met a friendly Draugr lord named Aslip, who turned himself into this form so he could eternally protect the skull from some frost Atronax. I don't think it's true, but it's hard not to make a joke that part of the reason Dragonborn revisits Solstheim is just so that they can milk every drop out of those Draugr crypt assets. It is a missed opportunity not doing the Blood Moon style Draugr and dungeons. Hell, even the Dwemer ruins on the island are done in the style of Skyrim's Dwemer rather than Morrowind's. There is only one new dungeon style in this expansion. I mean, Bethesda was like an indie team at the time. Skyrim hadn't really taken off as a game yet in terms of popularity or sales. It wouldn't become popular until, PewDiePie played it. It's unfair to compare Dragonborn to the Shivering Isles, which created an entirely alien world complete with 2 new dungeon types and dozens of new enemies, or to Blood Moon that had to create entirely new assets for Solstheim in addition to the new dungeon types. Alright, let's see this new dungeon type. Actually, I broke the sequence a bit because I had ended up running into one before the main quest of the expansion brings you here. The premise is that at the end of some dungeons in Dragonborn are black books, which themselves transport you into dungeons within Apocrypha, the realm of Hermaeus Mora. The books are unique because you can read them anywhere, as long as you're on Solstheim, and when you die, instead of suffering a game over, you're just spit back out into the world. I'm actually surprised Fallout 4 didn't try something like this with the comic books, playing out a prefabricated story with the end reward being the perk. Well, maybe they did, but I never saw it. That's probably because the idea turned out really poorly here. Thing is, I think doing this thing where you play out the events of a written story has a lot of potential. These books could be micro-dungeons with preset enemies and equipment to use, or a little story being told out. However, I think Bethesda was apprehensive about an idea like that due to the fact that black books are some of the worst dungeons they have ever created. Apocrypha is not popularly hated, probably because aesthetically they stand out compared to the tedium that is running remixes of the same Draugr crypts, caves, and Dwemer ruins we got tired of before even starting the expansion. It is a creepy plane of oblivion full of free literature and monsters. Problem 1, there are exactly two types of enemies in Apocrypha, Seekers and Lurkers. Lurkers are reskinned giants that can spew tentacles from their mouth. Seekers, on the other hand, they are floating magic enemies that can absorb health, are immune to paralysis and resistant to shock, randomly turn invisible, and summon weaker clones of themselves. I mean, I guess they're unique. I want you to bear in mind that a standard bandit dungeon would have enemies that use one- and two-handed weapons as well as bows and magic. That is 4 enemy types in what is widely considered to be a generic dungeon style. The lack of enemy variety, combined with how annoying these enemies are to fight in general, meant that by the end I was usually just running past Seekers and rushing through the dungeons. I find it crazy that people dog on Oblivion Gates but are fine with Apocrypha. The only real difference is that there are less black books, but frankly nobody forced you to run all of those Oblivion Gates either. Like the Deadlands, the end result of the tedium is just running past the enemies and rushing to the end so that you can leave. Except the Deadlands actually had enemy variety. In lieu of that, the Black Books instead try to be more creative with their level designs, but a lot of this just left me confused as to why they even bothered. For example, in one room, you pull a lever, which opens a door, inside of which is another lever that opens another door across the room, inside of which is a lever that opens another door in the center of the room, inside of which is a lever that finally unfurls a staircase and allows you to leave. It's not even like a new enemy is added to the mix every time a lever is pulled. It really is just busy work to run around the room pulling these levers. The only reason to endure Apocrypha, once the luster of its unique aesthetic expires in the middle of the first book, are some marginal perks and powers provided for completing the realms. Each book offers 3 to choose from, although for the most part every book has one power that is superior to the other 2. One book, for instance, doubles the number of skill points you get from reading skill books, meaning that you can jump from skill level 90 to 100 just from reading those skill books that I spent the entire game having companions pick up for me. Another book gives you the power to summon a Dremora merchant if you want to sell a couple thousand gold worth of loot out in the field. Another book makes every spell in the game cost 10% less and makes enchantments 10% stronger. You can also make it so spells cost 0 magicka for 30 seconds. The general idea is that if you pursue the knowledge within the Black Books that you are gradually giving yourself over to Hermaeus Mora. However, it is weird that there are 7 of these things on Solstheim, yet the player could not find any of them during Blood Moon. Apparently, our adventures there led to island-wide excavation efforts to unveil just enough of ruins to make it nice and easy for the Dragonborn to stumble over these things. Speaking of, though, one of the Black Books is contained in Kolbjorn Barrow, which is notable as the premise of this dungeon is that the player invests into an excavation project. It is sad that it took them this long to do a dungeon like this, given that in terms of scripting it's basically just the Stronghold quest from Morrowind. You give the guy money, he manages the project off-screen to advance the excavation, and then you check in to see that all the miners got killed by Draugr. As you descend, you uncover artifacts of a dragon priest named Azadal, including water-walking boots, a ring that turns your reanimations into walking bombs, gauntlets that cause your wards to absorb more magicka, a ring that unlocks 2 new spells when you wear it, armor that has a chance to paralyze attackers, a helmet that increases the range you can summon and cast runes, and his mask, which increases fire spell damage by 25%. While not all terribly useful, it shows far more mechanical creativity than the average piece of gear Skyrim throws at the player. I just can't wait until Elder Scrolls 6 when they forget everything they learned with Dragonborn and give us boots that increase fire resistance by 10% again. Because I recall saying the same exact thing about loot in Blood Moon and the Shivering Isles being far more interesting than the loot in the actual mainline games they were attached to or would be followed by. I guess this is an example of where Bethesda's policy of just starting over with each Elder Scrolls game really starts to break down.
We tend to, each time, start over, and we want to find weapon types with this game that really yield gameplay.
It was. I mean, when we do an Elder Scrolls, we like to start over. We have a brand new engine we've written for the game, all new graphics, all new gameplay.
However, not everyone seems to agree with this idea of starting over. Almost like it's marketing speak. Like they're saying this new game isn't gonna be like the old ones.
Skyrim is sort of this culmination of over a decade's worth of making open world RPGs, and we're trying to take everything that we've learned and focus it onto this one game.
Radiant Story is a system that, or actually it's a name for a system of designing content that we use at Bethesda Softworks and created for the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim. And it's kind of an evolution of things that we've been working on over the last 2 projects, and we hope to continue to develop it as time goes on.
Apocrypha sucks, regardless. It was funny going through the 2-week process and multiple runs of the same Draugr crypt just to play a lame Apocrypha dungeon. It's a cool idea and great aesthetic, but it's everything wrong with Bethesda dungeons in terms of mechanics. Which is probably why people remember it well, because you can mod the mechanics, but few people choose to mod aesthetics. There is another thing I want to talk about with Hermaeus Mora in this expansion, and it's the worst part of Wrath of the Lich King. See, it's kind of suspicious that Bethesda really got into wanting to make Nordic areas, when during pre-production Blizzard was experiencing the absolute peak player count with World of Warcraft. This was during the Wrath expansion, taking place in Northrend with a heavy emphasis on northern cultures, ancient, high-tech civilizations, and necromancy. Skyrim loves all of those things, but part of Wrath was the influence of a Lovecraftian being that was secretly maybe behind it all. Well, lo and behold, Dragonborn adds exactly that to the game, down to the detail that spending too much time in the area allows these beings to influence you. Oblivion and early WoW was certainly a coincidence. The timeline just doesn't add up on that one, but Wrath is definitely a lot more suspicious. So we turn up to Apocrypha at the bottom of Mirak's temple. Mirak's given a speech to 4 seekers and a dragon. I mean, I guess that's a cult following. He drops us after a second of sparks, which I'm way stronger than that. I'm a literal vampire lord. I'm not dropping to my knees from that. You could have just had him use a paralysis spell, given that he is a dragon priest. Well, he's actually the first dragonborn. Not sure how literal that is, but give it time. So maybe he could use the ice form shout instead. Although I guess I would then nitpick that his shouts went off cooldown too quickly. Dragonborn is the first DLC to mandate some level of main quest progression to start. So you can't roll up on Mirak as somebody who hasn't slain their first dragon back in Whiterun. Mirak will comment on your main quest progression at this point, although what he's actually commenting on is just the raw number of dragons you have slain and if you have slain Alduin.
You are Dragonborn. I can feel it. And yet... So you have slain Alduin. Well done. I could have slain him myself back when I walked the earth. But I chose a different path.
Man, even in the DLC, Alduin cannot catch a break. Although I find myself skeptical. Dragonrend was essential to beating Alduin, the acquisition of which required us finding and reading a specific Elder Scroll atop the throat of the world, which itself required the Clear Skies shout, although Mirak could just fly to the throat in more ways than one. Now, given most of the Skyrim main quest is just information acquisition, and we are literally sitting in Apocrypha, I guess there's a chance Mirak might have been able to learn enough. Or maybe Mirak is just trying to communicate the fact that he, like us, is Dragonborn. There's a story among the Skull which claims that Mirak dueled another dragon priest named the Guardian and was defeated, which might imply he's not as strong as he claims, although this story also says the duel was so destructive it literally tore Solstheim off of the mainland, Skyrim. I don't buy it. Plus, despite the claim that Valak the Guardian is waiting for Mirak to return in order to protect the Skull, Valak does nothing when the Skull people are mentally enslaved by Mirak. He lays out the basics. He's having his temple rebuilt so he can leave Apocrypha and continue ruling over Solstheim. Given that he left Tamriel in the First Era, well, you know what I'm gonna ask. I don't fully buy the he's a divine champion of Hermaeus Mora bit because the plot of the story is how Hermaeus Mora wants Mirak killed. Or, well, replaced. I think Bethesda just has a different definition of what a year is. Mirak flies off and the Seekers kill us, kicking us out of the book. It is cool that we're sent back the same way it can happen mechanically, but that is basically a mercy point that I'm giving away. Freya insists we return to her father, who is the shaman of the Skull. Storn is maintaining a barrier around the village to protect those still here from Mirak. or I would assume his cultists, the story never actually establishes how his cult even works. Like, Mirak should be the only one that has the mind control power. Story concludes that we and Mirak must be connected since we're both Dragonborn.
Are you Dragonborn?
Ah, yes, even here, at the edge of the world, we are still crushed under the yoke of prophecy. Although this is just one guy's interpretation, it would have been better if the entirety of the Dragonborn DLC was devoid of the idea that we're somehow meant to be here for a purpose. Here's an idea. We came to Solstheim solely because Mirak lured us here as a trap. The Skaal actually have zero knowledge about the Dragonborn, having been geographically isolated from the rest of the Nords. Or perhaps they've lost the knowledge due to oral tradition, which would fit in well with the themes of Apocrypha. Mirak's interest in us is solely because we are a Dragonborn and thus have souls he needs to acquire more power. We are no different to him than any of the dragons he keeps around as health potions. Thereby, it draws that whole prophecy and Song of the Dragonborn into question. The prophecy of the Dragonborn pitches us as the last Dragonborn, when the World Eater Alduin awakes because of all that prophesized shit that happened in the previous games. But the whole time there was another Dragonborn that could have taken care of Alduin. So were we really necessary, or was that song on the main menu wrong about us? Instead, this is just another box to check off on the list of being the LDB. It's implied that Mirak became a dragon priest after learning that he was Dragonborn. This is generally contrary to the story that the Dragonborn were created to be rebels under the Dragon Cult, although it makes sense given his character. Mirak is a mage who is stuck in the constant pursuit of power. While we were morons doing boring dungeons, Mirak was studying shouts straight at the source. But then he learned a shout at Saren's watch that changed his course. Storn somehow correctly guesses that we need to use this mystery shout on the Windstone to break Mirak's hold over his people. Saren's watch is a dragon lair, which flat out did not exist in Blood Moon. In fact, the northern part of the island has actually seen the most straight up geographical changes. Solstheim has been converted stylistically into Skyrim, making more use out of verticality and blocky rock and ice pieces rather than the mostly simple plains of the Blood Moon era. Honestly, Morrowind's main constraint was water. The lake and rivers of Solstheim had to be at sea level, so maybe the idea was to revisit the island now that Skyrim figured out how to do vertical water flows. The problem is that, well, the island has been converted stylistically into Skyrim, including the warts. Solstheim was meant to be an island of weirdos. Nobody living here was congruent with their cultures on the mainland. Thankfully, they didn't take a chainsaw to the Skaal culture, but they have standardized everything else. Now there are dragon priests, dragon lairs, Nordic crypts, and everyone on the island dresses like they do in Skyrim. They ported over this Stalrim in Nordic mail, but what about the wolf and bear armor? I actually noticed there aren't very many wolves or bears on Solstheim anymore. That was the main novelty of the DLC back in Morrowind. Morrowind had so many exotic things that an expansion with a forest and some wolves was actually the weird part of that game. Well, they turned the southern half of the island into a Morrowind theme park, and they converted a lot of the open space in the north into rocky mountains. Damn, we forgot to make space for all the animals. This, as always, is that problem with scale. The more space that has to be dedicated to building blocks and dungeon entrances is less world space overall. You can pretty quickly see what I mean if you try to recreate Dragonborn in the Morrowind construction set. Blood Moon was not a big expansion compared to Morrowind, which itself, even as only part of the province, was not very big. Yet we have increased the verticality of the game world without increasing the surface area. So now Solstheim feels like everybody is jam-packed onto the peak of an underwater mountain sticking out from the ocean instead of what is actually supposed to be a fairly sizable island. Now when I say world scale, I'm referring to the fact that if you overlap each game's world space onto a map, that they all generally line up to be the correct size and dimensions to each other. In other words, if you could force Morrowind's world space to load into Skyrim, it should neatly replace the dummy area you can see off the coast of Solstheim. I mention that as in the post-Skyrim but pre-Dragonborn days, people noticed that Bethesda had spaced out the area for Morrowind despite the fact that you can't really see it from the border. The theory was that this was Bethesda making their games compatible as possible with renewal and expansion projects, these being mods like Skywind or Skyblivion, adding the worlds of the previous games into Skyrim. The other explanation could just as easily be that since it's the same engine, they've simply been using the same technique of translating the drawn map into playable space, which would naturally result in the same scale. However, and I stand by this, Elder Scrolls 6 needs to increase the world scale, and Elder Scrolls fans need to not complain if and when it bothers them. These new techniques of creating interesting geographical spaces are having the knock-on effect of reducing the actual player space. It really is